She bent down and picked up a camellia fruit from the ground. With practiced hands, she peeled it open and gently bit into it, savoring the taste. This series of actions showed she was an experienced farmer. The oil in these seeds is abundant. The oil yield must be high. The oil will smell great and surely sell for a good price, Yan Sanchun confidently assessed based on her years of experience. Jiang Weining gave Yan Sanchun a thumbs up, generously praising her. Grandma Yan, you are amazing. You can tell all this. Yan Sanchun shyly waved her hand, her face beaming with a simple smile. It's nothing special. I've picked a lot in previous years, so I know. Ningning, if you have things to do, go ahead. I'll take Xiaofan to pick for a while, and then we'll head to work. Jiang Weining nodded in agreement. All right. Then I'll leave the fruit picking to Xiaofan. After saying that, she turned and walked down the mountain along the path she came from. Behind her, the sound of Yan Sanchun patiently teaching her granddaughter could still be heard. Xiaofan, try to pick the fully ripe camellia fruits. The ones that fall to the ground are the ripest. Look, those on the tree with cracks are also good. The ones that are still green. Her voice was filled with love and patience, echoing through the forest. By the time Jiang Weining returned home after descending the mountain, the morning light had completely dispelled the darkness of the night. Jiang Yue and the twins were already up, starting a new day. Jiang Weining first helped the twins wash up and have breakfast, then took them to school. On the way, the twins chattered excitedly about the fun things at school, and Jiang Weining smiled as she listened, occasionally responding. After safely dropping the twins off at school, Jiang Weining hurried to the delivery station. When she arrived, Zhou Haijun was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Jiang Weining's car, he greeted her warmly. Jiang Weining said, Boss Zhou, I have another batch of goods to deliver at 3 this afternoon. Can it be sent out today? With the holiday approaching, the delivery service was busy, and she was concerned about potential delays, so she confirmed with Zhou Haijun in advance. It can be sent. Zhou Haijun replied enthusiastically, moving the goods as he spoke. Boss Jiang, do you still have any fish? I want to buy 2 to entertain guests. He remembered the last time he tasted the fish from Jiang Wanning's family. The delicious flavor still lingered in his mind, so he wanted to buy a few to impress his father-in-law during the holiday. Jiang Wanning hesitated, as the gift box was not yet finished, and she was unsure if there were any extra fish available. She said, I'll check when I get home, and if there are any, I'll give you a call. Thinking about how much help Zhou Haijun had been with the delivery business lately, ordering boxes and packing materials, Jiang Wanning felt grateful and added, My family's oranges and kiwis are also starting to ripen. If you want some, I can bring them to you this afternoon. Yes. Zhou Haijun nodded eagerly, his tone full of urgency. He felt nervous at the thought of his wife saying that his father-in-law and mother-in-law would come to celebrate the holiday with them. He knew he was not the son-in-law his father-in-law was pleased with. No matter what he did, his father-in-law never seemed to approve of him. But the more he felt this way, the more he wanted to prove himself for his wife. Since he couldn't change his career or family situation quickly, he focused on food, hoping to improve his father-in-law's impression with the delicious fruits and vegetables from Jiang Wanning's family. Zhou Haijun continued, Boss Jiang, please bring me 10 pounds of persimmons, oranges, and kiwis. How much is it? I'll transfer you the money now. He worried Jiang Wanning might refuse, so he hurried to send the money. Jiang Wanning smiled and waved her hand, saying, All the fruits are the same price. We'll settle it when I bring them over this afternoon. The midday sun was very bright, but in the orchard, apart from the sweet scent of ripe persimmons, the heat was not overwhelming. Villagers busily moved among the fruit trees, carefully picking the plump persimmons and placing them in their baskets. At that moment, Wang Ying's phone suddenly rang with a cheerful alarm, breaking the rhythm of work in the orchard. Time to wrap up. Time to wrap up. Everyone clean up, it's time to finish. Wang Ying shouted loudly, her voice echoing in the orchard. However, her call did not receive the expected response. The busy villagers did not immediately climb down from the trees or gather their tools to end the day's work. Instead, they paused, looking up at the sky in confusion. Why are we finishing so early? The sun hasn't even reached its peak yet. An uncle squinted at the still high sun, looking puzzled. Ingzi, it's only 11 o'clock. Did you misread the time? Another lady approached, looking puzzled, and asked. After all, their normal working hours were from 8 in the morning to 12, and from 2 to 5 in the afternoon. Wang Ying skillfully packed up the phone for the live stream while patiently explaining, Ning Ning asked us to finish work at 11 today and gather in their front yard at 11:30. Upon hearing it was Jiang Wanning's arrangement, everyone quickly agreed. They greeted each other and began to pack up their things to finish work. Everyone efficiently organized their tools, loaded their baskets full of persimmons, and slowly walked down the winding mountain path. On the way down, the villagers walked in small groups. Curious about Jiang Wanning's sudden arrangement, their conversations filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Hey, why do you think Ning Ning wants us to finish work early and meet at her house? Could it be that we won't be able to work next month? Someone guessed worriedly.
Impossible.
Li Yunyun immediately countered. Not only are there still many persimmons left to pick, but I heard Ingzi say there are also a lot of oranges and kiwis to harvest later. We will definitely need people for that. As long as we work hard, Ning Ning won't stop us from working. Then why are we suddenly meeting at her house and finishing early? How many persimmons will we miss picking? Do you think they might be giving us our wages? Upon hearing the words wages, everyone instantly became excited, and the already lively atmosphere grew even more animated. They discussed eagerly, their faces shining with anticipation. Wages? Really? If we really get paid, that would be great. But while they were excited, someone soon calmed down and rationally analyzed. You wish. Usually wages are paid next month, right? They don't pay at the end of the month. All right, stop guessing. We'll find out when we get there. Wang Ying, who was at the front, waved her hand and said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement, filled with curiosity, and quickened their pace toward Jiang Wanning's house. When the villagers gradually arrived at the front yard of old Zhang's house, Yan Sanchun and several other ladies had already been busy preparing everything in an orderly manner. There were more than a dozen long benches that had been moved from somewhere, now neatly arranged in the open space of the front yard. Against the wall, there was a large stack of beautifully packaged gift boxes. The elegant and high-end appearance instantly caught everyone's attention. Wow, this box looks really nice. It was just an ordinary persimmon, but with this packaging, it must sell for a high price. That's why Ning Ning is smart. People are judged by their appearance, and this beautifully packaged persimmon will surely sell well. Aunt Chun, why did Ning Ning ask us to gather? Is there something she needs to tell us? Yen Sanchun and a few other elderly women were directing the villagers to stack the persimmons they carried down from the mountain in the designated spot, while cheerfully responding. We don't know anything. When Ning Ning arrives, you can ask her yourselves. But their smiles were as bright as blooming chrysanthemums, their eyes squinting like crescent moons, and their lips curved up, making it clear they were not unaware of something. Someone noticed the hidden meaning and couldn't help but tease. Aunt Lu, you must know something. Just tell us to ease our minds. Elderly Mrs. Wu, worried that her friends might accidentally reveal too much, quickly interrupted. All right, everyone find a seat. Ning Ning will be out soon. Although they couldn't get any answers from the elderly women, seeing their uncontainable happy smiles made everyone understand it was surely good news. So, the crowd obediently found their seats, eagerly awaiting Jiang Wanning's appearance. Not long after everyone sat down, Jiang Wanning walked out from the front room. Jiang Yichen closely followed her, holding a cardboard box. The previously noisy courtyard fell silent immediately. Strangely enough, even though everyone present was Jiang Wanning's elder, they never dared to treat her like an ordinary younger person to joke with. They would unconsciously sit up straight, their expressions becoming focused. With a smile, Jiang Wanning gently scanned the crowd and said, Dear uncles and aunts, thank you all for your hard work during this time. Everyone quickly responded, their voices rising and falling. Jiang girl, this is what we should do. Your orchard work isn't tiring, and you even pay us, so we are happy. Jiang Wanning continued, Today is the last day of the month, and I called everyone here to distribute this month's wages. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd erupted with excitement. The villagers were flushed with joy, whispering to each other and chattering away. Oh wow, we really are getting paid. This is the first time I've received my salary so quickly after working for so long. Isn't that true? Getting paid before mid-next month is already good. When I used to do odd jobs, I had to wait for months. Ying is really generous. Everyone gave a thumbs up, praising Jiang Wanning for her generosity and reliability. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning raised her hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Now, if you hear your name, come up to collect your salary. In an instant, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open, staring intently at Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning reached into the box that Jiang Yichen was holding and took out a red envelope. The envelope had names written on it. She paused for a moment, then called out loudly, Wang Ying. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Ying, who was sitting in the front row, stood up quickly. A hint of excitement flashed across her face. She instinctively ran her fingers through her hair, trying to look more presentable, and then walked up to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning handed the red envelope to Wang Ying and softly said, Annie, please check it. If there's anything wrong, let me know right away. No need to check, Ning. I trust you completely. Wang Ying said as she took the envelope, her fingers gently rubbing it, feeling its substantial texture, and she smiled widely. Jiang Wanning encouraged her, Auntie, you should take a look. If you find a mistake later, I won't take responsibility. Her half-joking tone lightened the atmosphere. Okay, I'll check. Wang Ying quickly replied, carefully opening the red envelope and skillfully counting the money inside. As she counted, Wang Ying suddenly paused, a look of confusion on her face. Wait, why is it several hundred more than I expected? She looked at Jiang Wanning with curiosity, about to ask. Just then, Jiang Wanning gently pulled out a white slip from the envelope. The slip clearly listed normal working hours, overtime, bonuses, and other details. It turned out that the extra money was her bonus. Wang Ying's eyes lit up instantly, her voice trembling with excitement as she repeatedly thanked Jiang Wanning, each thank you filled with genuine gratitude. After only 10 days of work, she received more than her previous month's salary. How could she not be excited? Jiang Wanning waved her hand and smiled, saying, Auntie, I also want to thank you. You helped arrange everything for so many people on the mountain. This is what you deserve. Wang Ying worked hard to coordinate the team. This bonus is a recognition of her hard work. Holding the red envelope, Wang Ying felt a bit lightheaded. She was immersed in the joy of receiving a generous reward and was a bit dazed as she headed back to her seat. At that moment, Jiang Yue's voice came from the side. Yingzi, you haven't picked up your holiday gift yet. Holiday gift? What holiday gift? Wang Ying instinctively blurted out her question. Not just her, but everyone in the audience was momentarily stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. They exchanged glances, all wondering what the holiday gift could be. They were just temporary workers. How could they possibly receive a holiday gift? After all these years of working, they had never received any holiday presents. Wang Ying turned around in confusion, her step slow as if she hadn't fully processed the surprise, and approached Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue smiled and handed her 3 beautifully wrapped gift boxes. Only then did Wang Ying come to her senses, dazedly hugging the boxes as she returned to her seat. Oh my, those gift boxes are actually our holiday gifts. I thought they were for sale. What could be inside such big gift boxes? No matter what it is, I will love it. Every year during the holidays, I envied others who received gifts from their workplaces. I never expected I would receive one too. In an instant, everyone's emotions were completely ignited, even more so than when they heard about their salaries. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pile of gift boxes, filled with anticipation. One by one, villagers were called to the stage, first receiving their wages from Jiang Weining, then taking their holiday gifts from Jiang Yue. Everyone was incredibly happy. The 4 elderly women responsible for packing were the last to receive their wages and gifts. When they received the red envelopes with their wages and the beautifully wrapped gift boxes, their eyes filled with tears of joy. Unlike the strong workers who went up the mountain to pick persimmons, these women often faced disdain at their age, no matter what they did. Even their own children and grandchildren sometimes showed impatience towards them. Time had etched deep wrinkles on their faces, and the hardships of life made them feel forgotten, as if they were no longer needed. To survive, they had to be mindful of everyone else's feelings. But now, they never imagined that there were still people willing to hire them. Not only did they provide her with job opportunities, but they also offered generous salaries. This is not just a material gift. It is also a recognition of their value, allowing them to feel important again in their later years. "Thank you, my dear," said Grandma Lu, her calloused hand tightly gripping Jiang Wanning's hand, trembling with emotion. Her voice was choked with gratitude and sadness. Jiang Wanning gently patted Grandma Lu's hand and warmly replied, "Grandma, you deserve this." Her words carried no hint of charity or pity, only equality and respect. This respect made the elderly women naturally straighten their long-bent backs, as if they had regained their confidence in life. Before long, all the salaries and gifts were distributed. Jiang Wanning looked at the smiling faces around her and jokingly said, "All right, the salaries for this month have been handed out, but we can't delay the work this afternoon. Don't worry, Ning Ning, I'll keep an eye on things. If anyone dares to slack off, I won't allow it," Wang Ning assured her, looking serious. "Yes, yes. With such a good job, if anyone disappoints you, Ning Ning, we won't let them get away with it," everyone chimed in, their voices filled with appreciation for the job and support for Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning was very pleased with this and smiled, saying, "Dear uncles and aunts, rest assured, as long as you work hard, I will make sure you are treated fairly. Now, it's getting late. Let's all go home for dinner, as we have work this afternoon." Everyone held their red envelopes tightly in one hand and securely carried their gift boxes in the other, their faces glowing with happiness and satisfaction as they prepared to head home. "Ning Ning, wait the moment." At that moment, Chen Ai Ju suddenly called out to Jiang Wanning. Taking a deep breath, as if gathering courage, she asked, "Ning Ning, may I ask how long the work at your place lasts?" Chen Ai Ju had actually been holding this question in for several days. Recently, a relative in the city had introduced her to a street cleaning job. Although the pay was only 2,200 yuan a month, it was stable and didn't have the uncertainty of odd jobs. If she decided to take it, she would need to start working after the National Day holiday. However, deep down, she was reluctant to leave the job at Jiang Wanning's home. The salary here is quite good, and more importantly, the work atmosphere is relaxed and pleasant. Everyone is from the same village, so there are no barriers in getting along. Working in the village means they don't have to leave home before dawn, and the work intensity is relatively low. These two choices felt like two sides of a scale, making her feel conflicted. When Chen Aijio asked her question, everyone who had already taken a step paused, their eyes all turned towards Jiang Wanning, filled with anticipation. Without needing to say much, everyone hoped to work with Jiang Wanning for a long time. This job was not just a source of income for them, it also provided a sense of belonging and purpose in life. Jiang Wanning nodded slightly and answered firmly, "Auntie, I can't promise how long I can work here, but I can assure you that I want to make full use of my family's more than 300 acres of land." Everyone was momentarily stunned, not fully understanding her words at first. Jiang Wutian reacted the fastest. His eyes widened with excitement as he eagerly confirmed, "Ning Ning, is that true? When your parents were around, they didn't even use half of that mountain. How much work would it take to use it all?" Then everyone suddenly realized and became excited. Why hadn't they thought of this? If all 300 acres were developed, how many crops could be planted, and how many jobs would that create? With more jobs, they could continue working here, and their lives would have more stability. Thinking of this, everyone became more excited, even more than about receiving their wages or annual gifts. Zhang Liu, who had once helped Zhang Lei's father plant fruit trees, was now blushing with excitement. He eagerly asked, "Ning Ning, I saw you and Chen Chen working in the terraces. Are you planning to reclaim all the terraces? Jiang Weining smiled and nodded, confidently saying, of course. Besides the terraces, I also plan to clear the land at the foot of the mountain to grow vegetables. When the crops, fruits, and vegetables are ready, I will need help. Hearing this, everyone was so excited they didn't know how to express it. Their suntanned faces turned slightly red. Ning Ning, don't worry, I'll definitely be there whenever you need me. Jiang Guotian was the first to voice his support. He patted his chest, speaking firmly, his eyes filled with enthusiasm for the job and support for Jiang Wanning. Me too. Ning Ning, don't forget about your aunt's family when the time comes. Li Yunyun shouted eagerly, afraid of missing this rare opportunity, her face full of sincerity. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Jiang Wanning felt happy too and smiled, saying, don't worry, uncles and aunts are all hard workers. I won't forget any of you. I only worked for 5 days and earned 1,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoni's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement as she shook the red envelope in her hand, catching the attention of those around her. Ha ha ha, me too, 1,000. Feng Wan laughed in agreement, her eyes full of joy. You two are just stating the obvious. If it's 200 a day, then 5 days isn't 1,000, Zhao Hongmei teased from the side, her face wearing a kind smile. He, isn't it great? After all these years, it's the first time I feel that earning money from work isn't that hard. Zhang Xiao and I scratched her head and laughed. That's all thanks to Ning Ning. We should remember her kindness. Guess how much I got? Zhao Hongmei said mysteriously, successfully piquing everyone's curiosity. How much? Everyone asked in unison. 1,002. I didn't expect the extra hours at night would really count as overtime pay. Chen Hongmei proudly raised her red envelope, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Yingzi and AI Ju must have earned more. They started earlier and even worked overtime on the weekend. Someone speculated, a hint of envy in their tone. Chen Hongmei replied, all right, stop being envious. Just like Ning Ning said, as long as we work hard, we will definitely earn more in the future. Everyone returned home, carrying bags full of goods, chatting and laughing along the way. After separating from the crowd, Chen Aiju and Jiang Qingtian couldn't contain their excitement and eagerly began to check their earnings. Chen Aiju's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke first. I got 3,001. How much did you get? Before Jiang Qingtian could answer, she reached over and took the red envelope from his hand, quickly counting the money. In their family, she always held the financial power. This red envelope would eventually end up in her hands. After counting the money, Chen Aiju was quite satisfied and said, you actually got 3,500 more than me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingtian puffed out his chest proudly and said, my hard work is just as good as yours. He even shook his arms, pretending to show how tough his job was. Chen Aijo ignored his little boast and excitedly counted on her fingers. Together, we earned 6,007 in 10 days. That means almost 20,000 a month. Wow, our salary is even higher than our daughter's job. Thinking about such a good income made her smile so much that her eyes squinted. Jiang Qingtian remained calm and reminded her with a smile, our daughter just graduated a few years ago. Her salary will definitely increase. Chen Aijo quickly nodded, of course. Plus, our daughter works in an office, so it's definitely more comfortable than what we do. Then she suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. What time did our daughter say she would arrive tomorrow? You should take 2 hours to pick her up. Just as Jiang Qingtian was about to agree, Chen Aijo changed her mind. Actually, I'll go. I can also visit my sister and talk to her about that job. Jiang Qingtian pondered for a moment and cautiously asked, what do you think about that job? If Ning Ning really clears that piece of land, it will be a big project and there will be plenty of work. Chen Aijo immediately shot him a glare and replied, do you really think I'm foolish? I definitely won't go. Even if Ning's work only lasts half a year, it's still better than being a cleaner. Jiang Qingtian muttered quietly, aren't you the one always saying you want a stable job? I was just worried. As they turned along the winding path, They unexpectedly ran into Jiang Jianxun and his wife, who were eating at their doorstep. Jiang Jianxun looked up and saw Chen Aijiu and her husband carrying bags of things. Jealousy flared up in him, and his eyes turned red with envy. "Hey, what do you two have there? So many things. What's going on? Did your niece get a boyfriend and is bringing him home for the National Day holiday?" Jiang Jianxun's sarcastic tone was particularly grating, filled with bitterness and mockery. Chen Aijiu, known for her short temper, was almost furious upon hearing this. Jiang Jianxun, a grown man, was gossiping more than the village's old ladies, and now he was even dragging their daughter into it. It was infuriating. She immediately frowned and said, "Dachuan, instead of meddling in other people's business, you should go pull some weeds in your field. Just look at your land. The weeds are taller than the crops. I don't know what you're so busy with every day." Jiang Qingtian's face also darkened. They had only one precious daughter, and they were very protective of her. How could they tolerate Jiang Jianxun making up stories here? He knew that if he didn't clear this up today, Jiang Jianxun would only spread more hurtful rumors in a few days. So, Jiang Qingtian sternly warned, "Dachuan, I have only one daughter. If I hear any inappropriate gossip, don't blame me for forgetting our years of friendship. It won't be pretty if I have to confront you." But Jiang Jianxun didn't take the warning seriously. He continued to smile and said, "Why are you two so serious? I'm her cousin. How could I harm her? Besides, your daughter is always obedient and wouldn't act like Jiang Lei's daughter, who runs around with everyone." As he spoke, he deliberately sneered, showing disdain. When Chen Aijiu heard this, she was furious and pointed at Jiang Jianxun, shouting, "Shut your mouth. Ning is doing just fine. How could she be running around? If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll make you regret it." She stepped forward, ready to confront him. However, Jiang Jianxun showed no signs of backing down. Instead, he defiantly argued, "I was talking about Jiang Lei's daughter, not yours. Why are you so upset? If she can do it, why can't people talk about it? She's supposed to be a college student, but she didn't even finish her studies and brought home 2 kids. What else would you call that?" His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he had witnessed it himself. Chen Aijiu's anger reached its peak at Jiang Jianxun's shameless slander. Without a second thought, she shoved the gift box into Jiang Qingtian's hands, grabbed a stick, and swung it at Jiang Jianxun. "You heartless, just watch how I deal with you today," Chen Aijiu shouted, swinging the stick. Each strike was powerful, causing Jiang Jianxun to run around in panic, trying to escape. "Help! Are you trying to hurt someone?" Jiang Jianxun was in a terrible state, shouting loudly. It wasn't until his wife rushed over, blocking Chen Aijiu, that she managed to pull them apart after much effort. "You crazy woman! Have you lost your mind?" Hiding behind his wife, Jiang Jianxun gasped for breath, still feeling a mix of fear and anger as he shouted at Chen Aijiu. With her hands on her hips, Chen Aijiu replied loudly, "Don't you want to know where this gift box came from? I'll tell you, it's a holiday gift from Ning Yatu. Today, we not only got our wages but also received these wonderful things. Ning Yatu will be our boss from now on. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you off." After saying this, Chen Aijiu turned and angrily pulled Jiang Qingtian away. This left Jiang Jianxun standing there, his eyes burning with jealousy as he stared at their retreating figures. At that moment, Jiang Jianxun's mother, old lady Tang, slowly came out of the house. Watching Chen Aijiu and her husband walk away, her eyes fixated on the gift boxes, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. "Dachuan, didn't you say Jiang Yue and the others were trying to trick the villagers into working for free? Why are they giving out wages and holiday gifts now? I wonder what good things are in those big boxes." Old lady Tang mumbled, licking her lips with greed. Jiang Jianxun waved his hand impatiently, dismissively saying, "What do you care about them? It's probably that spoiled girl trying to save face, throwing money around. Those wild persimmons on the mountain aren't even worth a dog's attention. There's no way they can sell them. Just wait. Once she spends all that money, let's see how proud they are." Jiang Jianxun's wife, Yang Yanzi, watched and couldn't help but show a look of envy, sighing, "Oh my, how much money could that be? If I had known we could get money, you shouldn't have been talking nonsense back then. We could have worked too." Hearing this, Jiang Jianxun became furious and embarrassed. "You wish. With your laziness, the village chief would have to be blind to hire you." Yang Yanzi, hearing this, became furious, hands on her hips, defiantly retorting, "Jiang Jianxun, how dare you call me lazy? Who do you think manages everything at home and outside? Have you lifted a finger?" As the son and daughter-in-law were about to argue fiercely, Grandma Tang quickly stepped forward and shouted, "All right, everyone be quiet. No matter what, we cannot miss out on this great opportunity for our family." Yang Yanzi's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, "Mom, do you have a plan?" Grandma Tang's eyes sparkled with calculation as she smiled and said, "Well, I helped Jiang Yue back in the day. Shouldn't she give me some consideration? Besides, we are going to work for her, not just taking money for nothing." Jiang Jianxun also got excited and encouraged Grandma Tang, "Mom, I heard that old lady Wu Guixiang can earn 300 a day. If you take her place, you could earn 300 a day too." The three of them stood there, their expressions showing a shared mischievous intent. At that moment, Grandma Wu Guixiang had no idea that her job was being eyed by others. After everyone left, she found Jiang Weining alone and handed her half of her recently received salary. "Ningning, you gave me too much. I still eat at your house every day. How can I take so much money from you?" Without thinking, Jiang Weining pushed the money back, her tone playful yet firm. "Grandma Wu, if you think like that, shouldn't I also consider how much you help us with laundry, cooking, and taking care of my grandma? Those tasks are worth half a caregiver's salary, so I should actually pay you more." As she spoke, she pretended to calculate with her fingers seriously. "No, I can't let you lose out. I need to give you more money." As she said this, she really turned to go get the money. This sudden action left Grandma Wu Guixiang stunned. When she realized what was happening, she quickly grabbed Jiang Weining, her expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. "Oh dear, why would you want to give me more money?" Jiang Weining blinked innocently at Grandma Wu, her lips curling up slightly with a hint of mischief. "Aren't you the one who wants to calculate the meal costs?" Her expression was as innocent as could be. Grandma Wu Guixiang understood that Jiang Weining was playfully blocking her and was determined not to let her return the money. She shook her head helplessly and gently tapped Jiang Weining's forehead. All right, it's all my fault. I won't calculate anymore." Jiang Yue sat in her wheelchair, watching her old friend struggle, and couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Guixiang, this child Ningning has always been clever. Why would you want to argue with her? It's just not worth it." Wu Guixiang pretended to be angry and shot Jiang Yue a glare, saying, "You're still laughing. You two are teaming up to bully this old lady. It's just not fair." Seeing this, Jiang Wanning quickly went over, wrapped her arm around Wu Guixiang, and said sweetly, "Grandma Wu, please don't be mad. You help us with laundry and cooking every day, and you take care of my grandma too. You work so hard. This little bit of money is nothing. If you don't take it, I won't feel right." Wu Guixiang wasn't really angry, but Jiang Wanning's coaxing made it hard for her to keep a straight face. "You silly girl, your words are as sweet as honey. Giving me so much money. Aren't you afraid of losing out?" Jiang Wanning boldly replied, "If I can't even pay Grandma Wu, then what's the point of farming?" Jiang Yue joined in, "Guixiang, just accept it. You know how popular those persimmons are, right?" Wu Guixiang sighed in resignation. Business owners work so hard to make money, and here you are, this silly girl, being so generous." Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "I'm not silly. I'm generous because you all deserve it. I don't know what kind of good fortune I had in my past life to meet such a silly girl like you." Thinking back on the moments spent with the Jiang family, Wu Guixiang felt her eyes start to warm with emotion. Noticing this, Jiang Wanning quickly changed the subject. "Grandma Wu, this morning I caught a lot of crayfish, eels, loaches, and soft-shelled turtles. Come see how we can make them delicious." Wu Grandma's love for Jiang Wanning was undeniable. In just a short time during lunch, She managed to wash several pounds of crayfish, even getting Jiang Yichen to help, and they made a big bowl of spicy crayfish just to satisfy Jiang Wanning's cravings. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the rising smoke of cooking as the old and young busily worked together. Even before the crayfish were done, the rich aroma filled the entire house, making everyone's mouths water. Originally, Grandma Jiang was sitting nearby, weighing and bagging persimmons, happily keeping busy. Jiang Wanning was also in the yard, preparing the goods to be loaded and sent out in the afternoon. But the tempting aroma was so strong that it instantly caught their attention. They couldn't stay seated any longer and were drawn towards the kitchen as if by an invisible force. "Hey, Gui Xiang, what are you cooking? It smells amazing. I can't focus on what I'm doing." Jiang Yui wheeled herself into the kitchen, stretching her neck to see the stove, her eyes fixed on it like a hungry child. Grandma Wu smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight, and waved her hand, saying, "Spicy crayfish, all made by Chen Chen. I'm just helping wash the shrimp." Her tone was full of praise for Jiang Yichen. As soon as Jiang Weining entered the kitchen, she acted like a little greedy cat, eagerly leaning towards Jiang Yichen, her face full of urgency. "Jiang Yichen, little chef, is it ready yet?
I'm starving.
Can you let me taste one first?" Her eyes were glued to the pot, as if she would swallow a crayfish whole at any moment. Jiang Yichen enjoyed the nickname Little Chef that his sister gave him. Every time he heard it, it made him feel warm inside, like a little cat that had stolen a treat. But at that moment, he held back his pride and seriously replied, "Sister, can you wait 3 more minutes? Chef Lin said it needs to simmer for 5 minutes before serving, or it won't be flavorful enough." His eyes showed determination, as if he were guarding a sacred mission of cooking. Speaking of Chef Lin, he was a top chef known for national banquets and also a popular cooking instructor on a well-known platform. So far, most of Jiang Yichen's dishes were learned from him. After all, dishes made according to Chef Lin's steps always tasted better, especially with Jiang Yichen's personal touch. All right, I'll wait. But I want to eat it a lot later, so don't hold back." Seeing this, Jiang Weining sighed dramatically, pretending to be pitiful. She knew her little brother had a serious obsession with perfection. He was meticulous about everything, so she had to patiently wait. Jiang Yichen sighed in relief and nodded vigorously, saying, "Okay, I'll make sure to share with you." He then glanced at Jiang Weining, worried that she might really starve. Finally, a large plate of colorful and fragrant spicy crayfish was brought to the table. In an instant, a rich and strong aroma burst forth like a fragrant balm, filling the entire room and dominating every inch of air. Grandma Jiang Yue was already captivated by the scent and couldn't help but take a deep breath, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, this smell is making my mouth water. How did our Chen Chen become so amazing?" As she spoke, she waved her hands to fan the aroma, her eyes filled with pride and admiration for her grandson. Jiang Weining could hardly wait and quickly grabbed a bright red crayfish, skillfully bringing it to her mouth and slurping up the broth. In that moment, the unique flavors of spicy, fresh, and numbing burst on her tongue, exciting every taste bud and making her eyes light up. While peeling the shell, she kept praising, "This taste is incredible. Chen Chen, your cooking skills are getting better and better." The tender shrimp meat wrapped in the spicy broth made her squint her eyes in satisfaction, her face full of enjoyment. She gave Jiang Yichen a thumbs up, still chewing on the shrimp, and mumbled, "Delicious. Sister gives you a thumbs up." Jiang Yichen felt a bit shy from the praise, scratching his head, but he couldn't hide his pride. He puffed out his chest and said, though softly, with determination, "Sister, I will make even better food for you, for Grandma, and for Tong Tong and Xian Xian." Seeing Jiang Yichen's confident demeanor made Grandma Jiang Yui very happy. She accidentally felt tears welling up in her eyes. Chen Chen has really grown up and become so thoughtful. In the past, Jiang Yichen was often disliked and bullied because of his challenges, with many people calling him fool right in front of him. Though he didn't fully understand the harsh words, he could feel that he wasn't liked. Back then, He was timid and shy, often appearing dazed and rarely spoke, as if he had locked himself in a lonely world. But ever since Jiang Weining returned, everyone in the family had changed dramatically. And for Chun, the change was especially noticeable. It was as if he had been infused with new energy. He not only talked more but also became clever and lively, rediscovering the joy and vitality of his age. Jiang Weining smiled as she put her arm around Jiang Yichen's shoulders, filled with pride. Yes, my brother is truly amazing. From now on, I'll rely on you to take care of me. The smile was warm and bright, as if telling the world that she was proud to have such a brother. Jiang Yichen felt a great sense of affirmation and straightened his back, puffing out his chest. He said seriously, I will take care of my sister, grandma, and Xian and Tong Tong. His determined gaze left no doubt about his commitment. Wu Guixiang watched this heartwarming scene, feeling a warmth in her heart. She smiled and broke the slightly sentimental atmosphere, playfully urging, it's time to eat. If we don't hurry, the crayfish will get cold. Everyone snapped back to reality, exchanged smiles, and picked up their chopsticks. While the others enjoyed the delicious crayfish, Jiang Yichen glanced at his sister and then at Grandma and Wu Grandma. He noticed that everyone had different ways of eating the crayfish. Some preferred to remove the head first, while others peeled the tail first. Each person had their own method. Watching them, Jiang Yichen couldn't help but frown and said seriously, Sister, Grandma, you're not eating it the right way. As soon as he said this, the lively dining table fell silent. Everyone paused and looked at him in confusion. Jiang Wanling, with half a crayfish tail in her mouth, blinked her clear eyes and asked, then how should we eat it? Jiang Yichen immediately sat up straight, like a little teacher, and said earnestly, let me show you. He picked up a crayfish and began to demonstrate. Grab its claws. He took the crayfish's claws and placed them on the plate in front of him.
Give it a gentle kiss.
He leaned down and slurped the crayfish juice, making a slurp sound that almost made the others laugh out loud. Lift the red cover. He skillfully peeled off the crayfish's shell, doing it smoothly. Unwrap the red belly. He tore open the abdomen, revealing the tender meat inside. Pull down the red pants. He removed the tail and legs in one fluid motion. Make sure you enjoy it. Finally, he placed the entire crayfish meat into his mouth, showing a satisfied smile. With each command in action, it was as if he was performing a little crayfish show. Jiang Wanling, Jiang Yue, and Wu Guixiang watched in amazement, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing everyone laughing so hard, Jiang Yichen looked confused and asked, Sister, what are you laughing at? His innocent expression made it even harder for them to contain their laughter. Oh my dear little one, where did you learn those words? You really have a way with them. Jiang Yue laughed until tears almost came out, wiping her eyes as she chuckled. Jiang Yichen scratched his head innocently. Isn't it right? Chef Lin said so. Jiang Weining looked at the neatly arranged lobster shells in front of Jiang Yichen and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Yes, yes. Your way of eating is indeed very refined, but she deliberately stretched out the last word. Jiang Yichen perked up his ears, looking eager to learn. But what? But, you see, when it comes to food, the most important thing is to enjoy it. As Jiang Weining spoke, she laughed and grabbed a small lobster, skillfully removing its head and tail. With a gentle pull, a piece of lobster meat slid into her mouth. She chewed a couple of times, her eyes slightly squinting, a look of satisfaction on her face. After swallowing the lobster meat, she continued, Look, I like to eat it this way, Grandma likes it that way, everyone has their own style. As long as we eat happily and enjoyably, that's the best way to eat. We don't need to follow others' rules, and we shouldn't impose our ideas on others, right? Her tone was light and teasing, yet gentle, as if she was teaching Jiang Yichen a simple but profound lesson about life. Jiang Yichen listened, nodding as if he understood, and obediently said, I get it, sister. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said you were eating wrong. Jiang Weining smiled, peeling a small lobster and offering it to him, but you can give us your suggestions. We find your ideas interesting and want to try them. Seeing her grandson looking downcast, Jiang Yue chimed in with a smile. Yes, yes. Grandma really likes your suggestions. First you hold hands, and then what comes next? Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up, quickly responding, a gentle kiss. Jiang Weining laughed and added, lift the red veil. Wu Guixiang wouldn't be outdone. Untie the red apron.
Ha ha ha.
The group burst into laughter again at this silly exchange. The meal was devoured quickly, as the taste of the lobster was just too good. Even the two grandmothers, who usually restrained themselves when it came to food, couldn't help but overindulge. Jiang Yue patted her belly, smiling as she said, oh my, I really ate too much today. It's all because Qinchin's cooking is too good. Wu Guixiang nodded in agreement. Yes, Qinchin's lobster is even better than what they sell outside. Our family is in for a treat from now on. Jiang Yichen was flattered, making his ears turn red, but he couldn't hide his pride on his face. Sister, tonight I want to make garlic shrimp for Xian and Tong Tong to try. Xian and Tong Tong are too young to eat spicy food. They can try the garlic flavor instead. Jiang Wanling pretended to wrinkle her nose, acting as if she was in a dilemma. But I still want to eat the spiced shrimp. What should I do? Jiang Yichen didn't hesitate for a moment. Let's make both. At 2 p.m., after finishing an online class, the siblings took a pickup truck filled with goods and slowly made their way down the mountain. First, they delivered the gift boxes and today's persimmons to the delivery station, then hurried to their next destination. Zhou Haijun carefully checked all the goods and addresses and noticed an extra basket. When he opened the lid, he found it filled with fresh fruits and vegetables, along with a lively fish at the bottom. He paused for a moment, then realized it must be something Jiang Wanling brought for him. He thought she had forgotten and was planning to go buy things himself after work. With so many good items, his father-in-law and mother-in-law would surely enjoy a nice meal. Last time, his mother-in-law still talked about the tomatoes, saying she had never tasted such sweet ones before. But how much would all this cost? He took out his phone and called Jiang Wanling. Boss Jiang, you haven't told me how much I owe for that basket. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. On the other end, Jiang Wanling's voice was relaxed. That's a gift for you, no charge. Zhou Haijun quickly declined. I can't accept that. With so much, it must cost a lot, right? Jiang Wanling laughed and replied cheerfully, just accept it. There aren't many chances to give gifts in a year. Besides, you've helped me a lot, so this is just a small gesture. Hearing this, Zhou Haijun felt grateful, yet a bit embarrassed, so he thanked her repeatedly. Thank you. You're too kind. Jiang Wanling responded with a smile. No need to be polite. I'll need your help again in the future. After hanging up, Zhou Haijun looked at the overflowing basket, feeling very pleased. He started packing things up while calling his wife, asking her to come by and take them home to store in the fridge. When his father-in-law and mother-in-law arrive, the family can enjoy a nice meal together. At the entrance of a police station, Jiang Wanning sat in the driver's seat, leaning against the car window, watching Jiang Yichen outside, who was carrying 6 large gift boxes. She smiled and asked, Chen, do you remember what your sister told you? Jiang Yichen looked up, his expression serious, and repeated word for word. Sister said this is a holiday gift for the 2 police uncles. It's all things we grew ourselves, not worth much. We should thank the police uncles for saving our Bao. They are good people. Jiang Wanning looked at Jiang Yichen and continued, what are the names of those 2 police uncles? Jiang Yichen blinked and answered earnestly, Officer Wang Jianshu and Officer Zhang Yuming. Good. Go ahead, Jiang Wanning said with a smile, her eyes full of encouragement. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath and walked toward the police station in front of him. But as he reached the door, his feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move. A strange fear surged in his heart, and he instinctively turned back to look at where Jiang Wanning had parked. He saw her leaning against the car window, giving him a thumbs up, her warm smile seeming to say, Don't be afraid, you can do it. Jiang Yichen clenched his fists, encouraged himself, and finally gathered the courage to step into the police station's lobby. Inside, people were coming and going. He stood at the door, feeling a bit awkward, his hands unconsciously gripping the straps of the gift boxes tightly. At that moment, Chung Yueshi had just finished getting water and passed by. Seeing Jiang Yichen standing there looking uneasy, she walked over and gently asked, "Hello. Do you need any help?" Chung Yueshi, in her police uniform, spoke softly, instantly relaxing Jiang Yichen's tense nerves. With a polite smile, Jiang Yichen said, "Hello, officer. I would like to find Officer Wang Jianshu and Officer Zhang Yiming." His voice was clear but slightly nervous. Chung Yueshi was taken aback for a moment. The boy in front of her was clean and handsome, with a well-behaved demeanor that made her want to protect him. She sensed something unusual about him. His behavior was so innocent, like a child who had not seen much of the world. So, Chung Yueshi's voice became even gentler as she said, "They just returned from a call. Please wait a moment, I'll go get them for you." But as soon as she finished speaking, a laugh came from behind her. "Oh my, Chung Yueshi, your voice is too sweet. It gave me goosebumps." The speaker was Zhang Yiming, wearing a teasing expression and a playful smile. Chung Yueshi rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Go away." However, when she turned back to face Jiang Yichen, her expression quickly changed to a friendly smile, as if her earlier annoyance had never happened. She pointed to Zhang Yiming and spoke gently, "This is Zhang Yiming. You can talk to him if you need anything." Jiang Yichen looked at Zhang Yiming and then back at Chung Yueshi, showing a shy smile and nodding, "Thank you, police sister." Upon hearing that the boy was looking for him, Zhang Yiming thought he was there to report something, and his playful demeanor instantly became serious. He asked, "You're looking for me? What's the matter?" Chung Yueshi reminded him, "He's looking for you and your master, so don't scare him." Faced with Zhang Yiming's sudden seriousness, Jiang Yichen instinctively straightened his back and stood tall, his voice clear but a bit nervous. "Hello, police uncle. My name is Jiang Yichen, and I'm Jiang Wanning's brother. My sister said you saved Bao Bao and caught the bad guys, so we want to thank you. This is a small gift for both police uncles. It's just some things we grew at home, not worth much." As he spoke, he raised both hands and offered the gift box. But at that moment, he realized there was only Zhang Yiming in front of him, so he quietly pulled back the other gift. "Jiang Yichen, Jiang Wanning's brother." Zhang Yiming quickly remembered, and his expression softened, becoming friendlier. "Oh, you're Chen Chen. My master has mentioned you. He said you cook really well, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Yichen's cheeks turned slightly red, but his eyes sparkled with confidence as he replied, "Yes, yes. My sister says Chen Chen's cooking is the best in the world. If you like to eat, you can come to my house and I'll cook for you." His voice was bright and childlike, and his sincerity made people smile. However, he was a tall boy, about 180 centimeters, and his youthful words and actions seemed quite different in the eyes of others, quickly attracting the attention of many in the office. Feeling the unusual stares, Jiang Yichen showed a hint of panic, becoming uneasy. Zhang Yiming noticed Jiang Yichen's discomfort. He patted Jiang Yichen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll take you to find my master." He said this and took Jiang Yichen to the waiting room, then said, "You sit here for a while, and I'll go call my master." At that moment, Wang Jianshu was surrounded by his colleagues, being teased for not sharing the persimmons right away. "Old Wang, you're not being fair. Such delicious persimmons, and you didn't share them with us first." "Exactly. Old Wang, I have to tell you, keeping all the good stuff to yourself isn't a good habit.
You need to change that."
Right. Not only do you keep them to yourself, but you've also taught your apprentice to do the same. That's just unforgivable. If I hadn't taken the persimmons that Zhang Yiming hid in his bag today, I wouldn't have known you two were enjoying them so much." Wang Jianshu felt overwhelmed by their teasing and laughed. Okay, I was wrong. How about I buy everyone afternoon tea to make up for it? I will only accept afternoon tea with persimmons." Seconded. Seconded +1. And Zhang Yiming should chip in too. I've been bringing him breakfast for days. As soon as Zhang Yiming stepped into the office, he heard them talking about him and quickly protested. "What do you mean hiding? Old Lu, I don't like that. I brought a bag of persimmons to share with you all." Old Lu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "You think you're wronged? How long have you been hiding them? If I hadn't noticed, who knows when we would have gotten to eat them. All right, let's stop arguing. Xiao Zhang, and I will give each of you a pound of persimmons. How about that? After saying this, Wang Jianshu felt a pang in his heart. 40 per pound. His wife had just increased his pocket money by 200, and it seemed he wouldn't be able to keep it. After joking for a bit, Zhang Yiming remembered Jiang Yichen was still waiting for him and quickly pulled Wang Jianshu out. When they entered the waiting room, they saw Jiang Yichen sitting very still like a school student, hands neatly placed on his knees, staring ahead with a focused, yet slightly nervous expression. Upon seeing them enter, Jiang Yichen immediately stood up like it was a reflex and said loudly, "Hello, police officer." Wang Jianshu had at least shared a meal with Jiang Yichen's family and had a good impression of him, so he smiled and approached. "Hello, Chen. Why did you come here alone? Where is your sister?" He felt a bit puzzled. Given Jiang Yichen's situation, he shouldn't be out alone. Jiang Yichen replied obediently, "My sister is outside looking at the car, and she asked me to bring a thank you gift to the police officers." As he spoke, he slightly bent down and carefully picked up 6 gift boxes from the ground, presenting them to the two with sincere eyes. Wang Jianshu immediately waved his hand and refused, saying, "Chen, since you call us police officers, helping you catch bad guys is our duty. You don't need to thank us." However, Jiang Yichen stubbornly held onto the gift boxes, a hint of determination on his face. "My sister said we should thank you. Otherwise, the treats won't make it to our home. And she said these are from our own garden, so they aren't worth much. The police officers can accept them." If they hadn't bought persimmons from Zhang's family before, they might have believed that. Especially Wang Jianshu, who had eaten at their home and knew that the quality of their farm products was quite high. Zhang Mingyu looked at the determined Jiang Yichen and patiently advised, "Are these persimmons from your family? We've already bought a lot, and they are really delicious. You should take these back and sell them yourself." "But there are only a few persimmons," Jiang Yichen insisted, his eyes showing a child's unique stubbornness. Sometimes, this kind of persistence is hard for adults to change. To make the police officers accept his gesture, Yichen put down the gift boxes and picked up one to explain seriously, "This one has persimmons, oranges, kiwis, and some wild fruit platter. They are all delicious, even better than persimmons." Before Zhang Mingyu and Wang Jianshu could respond, he quickly grabbed another gift box and excitedly introduced, "This one has lots of vegetables, chestnuts, and yam. They can be used for cooking, and they taste great." With each item he mentioned, he shook the gift box as if showcasing precious treasures. With every introduction, Zhang Mingyu felt his taste buds tingling, unable to resist swallowing. "What about this one?" Zhang Mingyu asked, curiosity piqued as he pointed to the last box. Jiang Yichen perked up immediately and exclaimed, "It's a big fish we caught from our pond. I've already cleaned it, so you can cook it right away." Thinking of the delicious fish he had eaten at Zhang's house that night, Wang Jianshu felt his mouth water uncontrollably. His initial firm refusal began to waver, and he no longer felt as strongly against accepting the gifts. But they really can't take things from others for free. The two exchanged glances and had an idea. They would accept the gift and then give the money to Jiang Wanning. This way, they wouldn't disappoint the child's good intentions and could stick to their principles. When Jiang Yichen saw they finally accepted, his previously tense face broke into a bright smile, and his eyes squinted with joy. "Uncle Police, I'm going back now. My sister said not to disturb your work." After saying that, he politely said goodbye to them. They wanted to see him off, but he politely refused. "Chen knows the way, no need to see me off," he said confidently while waving his hand. Still, they walked him to the door and saw the small pickup parked outside with Jiang Wanning sitting inside. They waved to Jiang Wanning from a distance, and after watching Jiang Yichen run over, they turned to go back. Having successfully completed the task his sister assigned, Jiang Yichen was filled with joy, his steps light as if he were walking on clouds, nearly bouncing back to the car. As soon as he opened the car door, he excitedly shouted, "Report, sister. Mission accomplished." He looked like a little warrior returning triumphantly, his eyes shining with pride. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but smile at her brother's adorable expression and praised him. Well done. Let's work the next mission. Hearing about the next task, Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up and he eagerly asked Sister, "Is the next task to go to Sister Zhuang's place?" He remembered his sister saying that Sister Zhuang had many little cats and dogs. Just thinking about it made him excited because he loved little cats and dogs. Jiang Wanning nodded. That's right. Buckle up, we're off. Oh, I'm going to see lots and lots of cats and dogs. Jiang Yichen cheered, quickly buckling his seatbelt, fully immersed in the joy of seeing the little animals. However, just as the car started, Jiang Wanning saw Zhang Yuming and a young lady in a police uniform rushing toward them through the rearview mirror. Jiang Wanning looked around and, not seeing anyone else, pressed the brake, pulled the handbrake, leaned out the window, and politely asked, "Officer Zhang, are you looking for me?" Zhang Yuming hurried to the car, panting, and said, "Yes. Luckily you haven't left." Jiang Wanning became even more curious and asked, "Is there something you need to talk to me about?" At that moment, Cheng Yueshi spoke up with a warm smile. "Hello, Boss Jiang. It's a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Wanning felt confused and wondered why a police officer would say they had long admired her. Could it be because of the strange rumors online? After some polite exchanges, Cheng Yueshi got straight to the point. "Boss Jiang, do you sell that gift box? How much is it? We would like to buy some." Jiang Wanning hesitated and explained, "That gift box is for giving away. It contains several crops that aren't ready for harvest yet, so we can't sell it right now." Cheng Yueshi looked a bit disappointed but quickly suggested, "Then just fill it with the crops you have. It's okay if some are missing, we're not picky. Please, tomorrow is a holiday and we haven't prepared any gifts yet." Her tone was pleading, and her eyes showed hope. Jiang Wanning still looked troubled, "But it's almost 3 o'clock, and I need to pick up my child from school soon. If I bring it later, it will be very late." Zhang Yuming quickly waved his hand and said, "It's fine. You don't have to deliver it. We can come by your house after work." Jiang Wanning confirmed, "Are you sure? Preparing the gift boxes will take some time, so it might be late. If you're not in a hurry, I can bring them to you in a couple of days." Zhang Yuming and Cheng Yueshi nodded without hesitation. Zhang Yuming said, "Yes, definitely. Tomorrow is a holiday and we feel bad asking you, Boss Jiang." Cheng Yueshi chimed in, "Yes, Boss Jiang, we appreciate it. We don't mind waiting." Seeing their determination, Jiang Wanning said, "All right, if you don't mind the trouble, you can come to my house at 9 tonight. By the way, how many do you need?" Zhang Yuming replied, 8. They had already counted before coming. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yueshi added, 10, I want 3. 1 for herself, 1 for her grandparents, and 1 for her other grandparents. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuming changed his mind and added, "Then add 1 for me too. I want 2. Jiang Wanning nodded, "Okay, that makes 12. Cheng Yueshi eagerly took out her phone, her finger hovering over the transfer screen, and asked, "How much is it?" Jiang Wanning waved her hand and said, "We'll talk about it later. I'm not sure how much I can pack by then. Once everything is packed, we can settle the payment based on the actual situation." Then, both sides exchanged contact information. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "If anything comes up, let's get in touch. We'll be on our way now." After saying that, she started the car and slowly drove away. It was almost 3 in the afternoon, and they still needed to visit the rescue station and pick up the twins from school, so they couldn't delay. The animal shelter was located on the outskirts of the city, covering a large area surrounded by tall fences. Inside, it was filled with greenery and many simple shelters were scattered around, providing homes for stray animals. Jiang Wanning drove to the shelter, registered at the entrance, and then slowly drove in. The division of labor was the same as before. Jiang Yichen went inside to deliver supplies, while she stayed in the car to wait. But who would have thought that Jiang Yichen had just gone in when he hurriedly ran back out, looking very upset. "Big sister, there's no one inside." Jiang Wanning was puzzled, thinking that it was still working hours and there should be people at the shelter. So, she got out of the car and took Jiang Yichen inside to look for someone. The siblings walked along the path of the shelter, passing by dog and cat houses, where the animals were either lazily resting or curiously peeking out. After searching for a while, they unexpectedly arrived at the medical room of the rescue station. Before they entered, they heard a voice with a crying tone from inside. Is there really no way? The voice was filled with despair and sadness. Then, they saw an elderly man in a white coat shaking his head heavily, letting out a helpless sigh. Curious, Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen slowly moved closer. In the center of the medical room, there was a simple operating table with a large white dog lying on it, its size resembling a small mountain. Just one glance left Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen wide-eyed in shock. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a Tibetan Mastiff. But before they could recover from their astonishment, the sight of the dog's shocking wounds made them gasp in horror. The once pure white fur of the Tibetan Mastiff was now soaked in blood, matted together in dark red clumps. It had a long on its belly, with the flesh turned outward, and its intestines slightly exposed, which was heart-wrenching to see. A thin wire was wrapped around its neck, and due to prolonged entanglement, it had embedded deeply into the flesh, causing blood to flow. One of its eyes was cruelly pierced, and the area around the eye socket was covered in dried blood, making it look hollow and frightening. Half of its teeth were knocked out, and blood occasionally dripped from the corner of its mouth onto the operating table. The big dog is hurt. Jiang Yichen's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up as his voice trembled uncontrollably. Cheng Jinxin heard the commotion, turned around, and saw the siblings standing at the door. He wiped his face with his hand and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "What are you doing here? It's a bit messy. Why don't you sit in the waiting room next door?" Jiang Wanling looked at the tragic sight of the Tibetan Mastiff, her brow furrowed, and her voice carried a hint of sorrow. "What happened to it?" Zhuang Xueyan looked up, her eyes swollen, her voice choked with tears as she poured out her grief and anger. "We found it in a garbage heap this morning. People nearby said it was abandoned. Its original owner didn't want it anymore and tried to throw it away by driving far, but it ran back. After several failed attempts to get rid of it, that person decided to harm it, thinking it was dead, and dumped it at the trash station." At this point, Zhuang Xueyan's voice broke, and tears blurred her vision again. How could someone be so cruel? Filled with anger and sorrow, Jiang Yichen trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Wanling was also furious. After taking a deep breath, she asked, "What do you plan to do now?" The doctor said its injuries are too severe and suggested euthanasia. Zhuang Xueyan sobbed, her voice filled with helplessness and despair. Jiang Yichen looked confused. He didn't understand what euthanasia meant and quietly asked out of curiosity. The doctor, with a serious expression, slowly explained, "It means using medication to end its suffering and let it go." No, I don't want the big dog to die." Jiang Yichen's tears suddenly flowed freely, rolling down his cheeks. His shoulders shook violently as he cried, "Sister, can we take it home? Let it be our pet, please." His heartfelt pleas moved everyone present. Hearing about the Tibetan Mastiff's tragic fate, Jiang Wanling felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She slowly crouched down, her movements gentle as if afraid of startling the dog, and gently held its paw. At the moment of contact, the Tibetan Mastiff, which had been keeping its eyes closed and breathing weakly, slowly opened its eyes. There was no sparkle in its intact eye, but it stared directly at Jiang Wanning. In its gaze, there was pain, confusion, and a longing for life, as if it were sending a final signal for help to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning felt a jolt in her heart. Instinctively, she sent a bit of her energy into the Tibetan Mastiff. The Mastiff sensed this power and moved its large head, trying hard to lick Jiang Wanning's hand. "Are you trying to thank me?" Jiang Wanning asked gently. "Would you like to come with me?" Cheng Jinxin couldn't help but speak up. "This dog is too injured to survive. Don't waste your effort." Jiang Wanning ignored him and continued to look at the Tibetan Mastiff with determination in her eyes. Amidst the doubtful gazes of others, the Mastiff let out a soft whimper, weak yet filled with strength. Jiang Wanning smiled slightly. "All right, from now on, I will be your owner." She turned to the old doctor at the rescue station and said, "Doctor, please help treat its external injuries. I will cover all the costs." The old doctor sighed helplessly. The injuries are too severe. Treating just the external wounds won't help. However, seeing Jiang Wanning and her brother's determination, he agreed. The doctor and his assistants began to carefully treat the mastiff's wounds. They first cut the wire around its neck, and even with anesthesia, the mastiff let out an unconscious whimper. Next, they cleaned the wounds on its belly, stitched, and applied medicine. Each step was incredibly difficult. Throughout this, Jiang Wanning stayed by its side, holding its paw tightly. As time passed, when all the external wounds were treated, a miracle happened. The mastiff's breathing became steady, and its once pale tongue showed a hint of color. Its spirit noticeably improved. How is this possible? The doctor exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. I've never seen such a quick recovery. Jiang Wanning smiled but said nothing. She knew it was her energy that made the difference. When they learned the Tibetan Mastiff had a chance to survive, the entire rescue station erupted with excitement. Jiang Yichen's face turned red with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he bounced up and down, chanting, "Jiu Bao is saved. Jiu Bao is saved." The staff at the rescue station gathered around, their faces filled with joyful smiles, discussing the vitality of the Tibetan Mastiff. Zhuang Xueyan was particularly excited, her eyes glistening with emotion. She stepped forward, tightly holding Jiang Wanning's hand, her voice trembling with excitement. "Jiang Wanning, you are truly the lucky charm for these dogs. Bao Bao was before, and now it's Jiu Bao." As soon as Jiang Yichen heard this, he instinctively defended his claim over the Tibetan Mastiff, exclaiming loudly, "Its name is Jiu Bao, not Dabai." His serious expression made everyone around him chuckle. Zhuang Xueyan paused for a moment, then smiled and corrected herself. "Oh, right, Jiu Bao. But do you really want to keep it? This is a Tibetan Mastiff, and it eats a lot. The monthly food expenses are not small." She believed Jiang Wanning would take good care of the dogs, but she still worried about Jiu Bao being abandoned again and was concerned about the burden on Jiang Wanning and her friends. Jiang Wanning smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I can afford it." Jiang Yichen, fearing Zhuang Xueyan might change her mind and want to keep Jiu Bao, quickly added, "I'll help my sister take care of it." He clenched his fist, as if declaring his determination to everyone. Seeing Zhuang Xueyan still looking worried, Jiang Wanning said with a smile, "You can visit my home anytime." "You said it." "I really will visit your home," Zhuang Xueyan replied, her eyes lighting up, but then she felt a bit embarrassed and quickly explained, it's not that I don't trust you. I just..." Jiang Wanning interrupted her with a smile, "I understand. You're just being responsible for them. That's a good thing." Zhuang Xueyan beamed, her eyes sparkling with hope, and asked, "Really? You think it's good that I'm like this and not just a nuisance?" Her tone was a bit urgent, as she had often been misunderstood in her previous work for being too strict with adopters. Even her colleagues sometimes thought she was being overly critical. Jiang Wanning shook her head and said earnestly, "How could that be? It's only because you're so serious that you can ensure those who adopt them will treat them well." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xueyan felt like a child who had just received praise. She proudly looked at Cheng Jinxin and said, "Did you hear that? Let's see if you still think I'm a bother to the adoption process. Those who really want to adopt, like Jiang Wanning, won't find me annoying." Cheng Jinxin smiled helplessly, spread his hands, and said, All right, you're right." Jiang Wanling casually glanced at the clock on the wall and felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Oh no! She had forgotten about the twins. At this time, not to mention the younger class, even the middle-class kids would be picked up by now. "I'm sorry, I need to hurry and pick up the kids. I'll come back later. Once Jiu Bao wakes up from the anesthesia, I'll take him home." The old doctor frowned at her words, unable to hide his concern. "He is seriously injured. Although his condition has improved a bit, I still recommend keeping him here for further observation.
It's safer that way."
Jiang Wanling was not worried.
"Doctor, don't worry.
I have experience in caring for animals. I've taken care of injured animals before. Just prepare the necessary medications, and I will take good care of him." Zhuang Xueyan added, "Dr. Han, let Jiang Wanling take him home." Their family has always managed well with their pets. Seeing that Zhuang Xuyan agreed, Dr. Han thought for a moment and decided not to insist any longer. He nodded slightly, all right, but make sure to observe his condition closely. Contact me if there are any issues. At that moment, Jiang Yichen volunteered, Sister, you go pick up Xian Xian and Tong Tong. I'll stay here with Zhou Bao. I'll keep an eye on him until you return. Jiang Wanling nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll come back to pick you up later. Be good and take care of yourself and Zhou Bao. As soon as Jiang Wanling got into the car and hadn't even started the engine, her phone buzzed. She took it out and saw it was a call from the kindergarten teacher, reminding her to pick up the kids. I'm sorry, teacher, I'm on my way now. I apologize for the delay. While speaking, Jiang Wanling quickly pressed the gas pedal. She drove at top speed towards the kindergarten, racing against time. When she hurriedly arrived at the kindergarten, the entrance was already empty, with no one around. Jiang Wanling immediately called the teacher back. After hanging up, she grabbed a large bag of gift boxes from the back seat and rushed towards the entrance. She first approached the security guard and cheerfully handed him a gift. Sir, this is a small token of appreciation for taking care of our child. Li Weimin had quietly stood guard at this kindergarten for many years. As the seasons changed, he witnessed the growth of countless children and observed the interactions between parents and teachers. The parents always brought various gifts, smiling broadly as they presented them to the teachers, hoping for extra attention for their children at school. However, after all these years, he never imagined he would receive a gift from a parent one day. When Jiang Wanning handed him a gift with a bright smile, Li Weimin was taken aback, momentarily unsure of how to react. His face showed surprise, quickly replaced by joy as he stammered, This is too much. I haven't done anything special. Jiang Wanning replied with a smile, Who says you haven't done anything? You stand here every day, rain or shine, keeping out anyone with bad intentions. That's a huge contribution. Plus, Tong Tong and Xian Xian always talk about you when they get home, saying you gave them candy. This gift is specifically from them for you. Being remembered for his small daily efforts felt like the warm sun on a winter day, comforting and pleasant. Li Weimin felt a wave of indescribable emotion. Yet, looking at the beautifully wrapped gift box, he instinctively pulled back his hand, still feeling shy about accepting it. That's just what I should do. It doesn't seem right to accept so much for such a small thing. As he spoke, he waved his hand, looking quite troubled. Jiang Wanning continued to persuade him, Don't be misled by the size of the box. It only looks big. Inside are just vegetables and fruits we grew ourselves, nothing expensive. Please accept it. I also have something I'd like your help with, and if you don't take this, I'll feel embarrassed to ask. Upon hearing this, Li Weimin quickly asked, What is it? Just let me know if I can help. Jiang Wanning then brought out 4 more gifts and explained, These are for other friends, but I have to leave for a bit. I thought I could leave them here temporarily and let them know to pick them up later. It won't be later than 5:30. I hope it won't delay your work. She had confirmed this timing with her friends while on the road. Li Weimin immediately responded without hesitation, It won't be a problem at all. I finish work around that time too. You can leave the items with me, and I'll take good care of them. Jiang Wanning smiled gratefully, carefully labeling each gift with names. After explaining everything clearly, she turned and brought out a large stack of gift boxes from the car, then quickly walked toward the twins' classroom. The school was empty. All the children had been picked up by their parents, except for Jiang Mu Tong and Jiang Mu Xian, who were waiting in the classroom, looking a bit sad. Jiang Wanning thought the kids might be upset after waiting so long. To her surprise, as soon as they saw her, they rushed into her arms like frightened little deer, ignoring everything else. Jiang Wanning could feel their small bodies trembling slightly, and their eyes showed not just eagerness, but also fear.
Mommy, Mommy.
They cried, tightly hugging her as if afraid she would disappear if they let go. What's wrong? Jiang Wanning felt a sudden jolt of worry. She instinctively looked down and noticed her pants were damp. Quickly, she squatted down, gently holding the 2 kids close and softly comforting them. Why are you crying? I'm sorry, I got held up with something. Can you forgive me for being late? The two little ones shook their heads vigorously, sniffling. We don't blame Mommy. We just wanted you to come get us. Jiang Wanning felt guilty, realizing her momentary distraction had caused them to panic. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Huang Jinyi, approached with a hint of apology on her face and softly explained, Tong Tong's mom. While the kids were waiting for you, some parents made some inappropriate jokes at the door.
They took it seriously, so.
Jiang Wanning understood immediately, without needing to ask for details. Those inappropriate jokes were likely comments like, your mom doesn't want you anymore, which could unsettle any child. Especially for Jiangmu Tong and Jiangmu Xian, who had just found their mother again. The happiness they had gained made them especially afraid of losing it. Feeling heartbroken, Jiang Wanning hugged the kids even tighter, wearing a gentle smile as she patiently explained, silly kids, how could Mommy not want you? I was with Uncle visiting Aunt Zhao, remember her? Jiangmu Tong sniffled and quickly replied, yes, the lady who brought the 8 treasures to our house. Jiang Wanning nodded gently, taking out a tissue to wipe their tears and noses, saying, yes, that's Aunt Zhao. We rescued a big dog from Aunt Shuang. It was seriously injured, and that's why Mom and Uncle couldn't come back to pick you up on time. Sure enough, the children's attention was immediately captured. Their eyes lit up, and the fear and sadness on their faces disappeared. They eagerly shouted, where's the big dog? Mom, can we go see the big dog too? Jiang Wanning smiled and patted their heads gently, saying, yes, we'll go see the big dog soon. Uncle is waiting for us there. But before we go, don't you have something to give to the teachers? Jiangmu Xian was the first to react. Gifts. They struggled to lift the gift boxes and carefully brought them to Huang Jinyi, saying cheerfully, Teacher Huang, happy holidays. This is our gift for you. Seeing the gift boxes, Huang Jinyi instinctively wanted to refuse. But just as she opened her mouth, Jiangmu Tong blinked her big eyes and said sweetly, Teacher Huang, inside are delicious fruits and vegetables grown by my mom. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, looking so adorable that it made everyone smile. Huang Jinyi couldn't help but laugh, tapping Jiangmu Tong's nose and saying, you little clever one. Thank you, Tong Tong's mom. The things your family grows are really delicious, so I will happily accept them. Since the other 2 teachers were not in the classroom, Jiang Wanning handed the remaining 2 gifts to Huang Jinyi. Teacher Huang, could you please help me pass these 2 gifts to the other teachers?
I will take the kids home now.
After saying goodbye to Teacher Huang, Jiang Wanning held one child's hand in each of hers as they left the classroom. As soon as they stepped out, the 2 children bounced around like happy little rabbits, their earlier sadness and fear completely gone as they jumped and chattered nonstop.
Mom, how big is the big dog?
Is it bigger than Sanbao? Mom, can we bring the big dog home today? After work, Li Weimin carried 3 large gift boxes and walked home slowly. The setting sun cast a warm glow on him, making his old jacket shimmer softly. He hummed a little tune, feeling particularly cheerful. When he got home, his wife, Wang Shulan, had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him. Seeing the 3 big boxes in his hands, Wang Shulan frowned slightly. Where did you get these? Why did you bring back so much stuff? The school gifts were clearly brought back a few days ago. Li Weimin placed the box on the table and smiled, saying, the parents of the children sent this to thank me for taking care of their kids. Wang Shulan, seeing her husband's proud expression, couldn't help but mutter, you, a security guard, are getting gifts? Curiously, she opened the box to see what was inside. Upon opening it, she found 3 gift boxes. Besides a large fish that looked valuable, the rest were just ordinary local products. Wang Shulan said, with such nice packaging, I thought there would be something amazing inside. But then she remembered that her husband was just an ordinary security guard. It would be strange if he received something expensive. She picked up a box filled with colorful wild fruits, red and purple, which looked very appetizing. These may not be very expensive, but picking these wild fruits must have taken some effort. They must have put thought into it. Li Weimin leaned in to take a look and proudly said, what do you mean not expensive? This box costs 50 yuan. They limit how many you can buy each day, and the parents and teachers at the kindergarten are eager to get them. 50 yuan a box. Wang Shulan's eyes widened. That's so expensive. Are these fruits made of gold? Skeptically, she popped a wild fruit into her mouth and took a gentle bite, instantly stunned.
This
is so delicious. Wang Shulan exclaimed. No wonder they cost 50 yuan a pound. This tastes better than the imported fruits my daughter bought for my mom. Li Weiman smiled proudly. Imported fruits are just a gimmick. They say local produce is the best. Nothing beats what we grow here. Saying this, he grabbed a small handful and popped them into his mouth, looking completely delighted. Wang Shulan also tried several wild fruits, becoming more impressed with each bite. Before she knew it, she realized she had eaten almost half the box. Quickly, she closed the box and carefully set it aside. I can't eat anymore. I need to save it for the kids when they come back in a couple of days. Li Weiman was not upset and turned his attention to the other fruits in the box. Besides the wild fruits, there were a few persimmons, oranges, and kiwis. These fruits looked unremarkable, especially the persimmons, which had rough skin and dull colors. The oranges were oddly shaped and had some spots on their skin. The kiwis were round but smaller than the usual ones found in stores. Wang Shulan picked up a persimmon and frowned, saying, "This persimmon doesn't look very good. It doesn't seem tasty." As she murmured, she peeled the persimmon and took a gentle bite. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Wow, this persimmon is so sweet. There's no bitterness at all, much better than the ones we bought at the supermarket last time. Li Weiman, curious, picked up a persimmon to try and nodded repeatedly. It really is good, very sweet, with a nice fragrance. Wang Shulan then took an orange, peeled it, and broke off a segment to taste. The juice burst in her mouth, perfectly sweet and sour, with delicate flesh that was nothing like the rough texture of ordinary oranges. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This orange may look ugly, but it tastes extraordinary. It's much better than those ugly oranges we usually buy." Li Weiman also tried a segment and agreed it's really good. Even though this orange doesn't look nice, the taste is excellent. Next, Wang Shulan picked up a kiwi, cut it open with a small knife, revealing the bright green flesh inside. She took a spoonful and was immediately captivated by the rich fruit aroma and smooth texture. This kiwi is delicious too. It's sweet but not overwhelming, and the flesh is so delicate, much better than those imported kiwis. As they ate, they marveled at how special these fruits were. Suddenly, Wang Shulan frowned. These fruits can't cost 50 yuan per pound, can they? This whole box must be 200 or 300. And there are 2 more boxes besides. She turned to Li Weiman, her tone slightly complaining. How can you accept such expensive gifts? The parents gave us such heavy gifts. How can we repay them? Li Weiman felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. I didn't know. The child's mother said they grew them themselves. I thought they were just some ordinary vegetables and fruits. Who knew they were so precious? Wang Shulan sighed. We've already accepted them, so there's no point in worrying now. When school starts, let's prepare some gifts in return. We can't just take from others. Li Weiman nodded in agreement. Okay, when school starts, we'll prepare something to give back. We can't let them think we're taking advantage. After saying this, he reached for another orange, but Wang Shulan swatted his hand away. At your age, still so greedy. We need to save these for when the kids come back, so they can try them too. Li Weiman reluctantly pulled back his hand, swallowed hard, and looked longingly at the box of fruit. I'll just eat one more. There's still so much left. Wang Shulan shot him a glare. No way. I know you. Once you start, you won't stop. If you eat all of it now, what will the kids eat later? With no choice, Li Weiman sat back down in his chair, still eyeing the box of fruit, mumbling softly. Honestly, this was a gift for me, and I can't even have an orange. Seeing his expression, Wang Shulan couldn't help but laugh. All right, stop acting pitiful. When the kids come back, we'll eat together, and you can have as much as you want. Li Weiman reluctantly nodded, but his eyes kept darting to the box of fruit, clearly not satisfied.
Just then, the doorbell rang.
Who could be knocking at this hour? Wang Shulan wondered as she got up to answer the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw her daughter and her family standing outside. Mom and Dad were back. Li Jingjing greeted them with a smile, holding her 3-year-old daughter, Xiaorui. The little one, with bright eyes, mimicked her mother and greeted her grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, Xiaorui is back. Her son-in-law, Zhang Wenba, followed behind, carrying a large box and called out, Dad, Mom. Oh my, why are you here today? Didn't you say you'd come tomorrow? Wang Shulan was both surprised and delighted as she quickly stepped aside to let them in, also reaching out to pick up Xiaorui for a warm hug. Li Jingjing, like a little child, affectionately linked arms with her mother and playfully said, Hee hee, tomorrow Zhang Ming and I are going out to a friend's wedding, and we'll stay there for a few days. So, we thought we'd drop off Xiaorui early for you to help take care of her. Wang Shulan pretended to frown, gently tapping her daughter's forehead and scolding, Is this how you act as parents? Xiaorui is so little, and you're thinking about going out to have fun. Li Jingjing was unfazed and became even more playful. Mom, we work every day and are so busy. The National Day holiday is our only chance to relax. Besides, Xiaorui loves you both, so I trust you to take care of her. As she spoke, she gently shook her mother's arm, still acting like a little girl. Though Wang Shulan continued to complain, she couldn't help but smile. She happily hugged little Rui and kissed her soft cheek, gently saying, Grandma loves Rui the most. At that moment, Li Weimin also came out, smiling as he approached his granddaughter and started to play with her. When he heard the little ones sweetly call him Grandpa, he stood up satisfied. Noticing the box that his son-in-law, Zhang Wenba, was holding, he couldn't help but complain, Oh, why did you bring so many things again? Didn't I tell you not to buy random stuff? Your mom and I don't need anything. Li Jingjing quickly explained, Dad, we really didn't buy much this time, just a box of persimmons. They taste so good that we thought you should try them too. As she spoke, she gently patted her husband's shoulder, signaling him to open the box so their parents could taste the delicious persimmons. Li Weimin frowned and said, Where are these persimmons from this time? Imported fruits may look nice, but they taste just okay and are so expensive. It's not worth it. His daughter was great in many ways, but sometimes she was too fond of foreign products, always thinking that imported things were better. Zhang Wenba smiled and explained, Hey, Dad, you're mistaken this time. These persimmons are not imported. They are from our local city. Wang Shulan, curious, asked, From our local city? Then why not buy them when you got back instead of sending them? While they spoke, Zhang Wenba quickly opened the box and took out 2 persimmons, each about the size of an adult's fist, handing them to Li Weimin and his wife. Mom and Dad, don't be fooled by how these persimmons look. They taste amazing. Everyone at my workplace went crazy for them. Thanks to Jingjing's quick order, we got them before the holiday. In fact, this was one of the reasons they returned early today. They were afraid that if they stayed home another day, they would finish the whole box of persimmons. Li Weimin and Wang Shulan took the persimmons, noticing their slightly rough skin, which seemed familiar. The next moment, Li Weimin quickly walked to the fridge and brought out all the fruits that Wang Shulan had stored. Then, he took out the last remaining persimmon and held it out to his daughter and son-in-law, saying, Look, aren't they the same? Li Jingjing stared in surprise, her mouth wide open. No way. What a coincidence. Dad, where did you buy this? Most importantly, when did her parents become so generous to buy persimmons that cost 40 a pound? Li Weimin immediately felt proud. I didn't buy these. A parent from the kindergarten gave them to us. These persimmons and other fruits are all grown in their own garden, and they taste amazing. Parents from your kindergarten? Is that true? Li Jingjing was even more surprised. In their area, such popular persimmons, and her dad actually knows the owner. Li Weimin smiled and said, Is it true? You can taste them and find out. Li Jingjing eagerly grabbed a persimmon and took a bite. The familiar sweet flavor spread in her mouth, and she couldn't help but exclaim, It really is delicious. Seeing this, Li Weimin felt even prouder. Try the other fruits. They taste just as good as the persimmons. Really? Li Jingjing's eyes lit up as she handed the remaining half of the persimmon to her husband and picked up an orange. After peeling the orange, she took a gentle bite. The sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth, and her eyes widened with surprise as she excitedly mumbled, this is really tasty. Saying this, she quickly broke off a piece and stuffed it into her husband's mouth. After finishing the orange, she reached for a kiwi. The fruit platter was irresistible, with its various shapes and vibrant colors, each bite offering a unique taste that made her keep going. The couple was so engrossed in eating and feeding each other that they completely overlooked little Ruer, who was watching eagerly with red-rimmed eyes, almost on the verge of tears. Wang Shulan noticed this and felt sorry, quickly stepping forward to gather the remaining fruits, playfully scolding, "Don't eat it all. This is for little Ruer." There wasn't much of each fruit, only about a pound, and after everyone tasted them, there wouldn't be much left. Li Jingjing protested, "Just let me have a bit more. She's too small to eat that much." Wang Shulan replied, "If you can't finish today, we can save some for tomorrow. You're going to a wedding tomorrow without little Ruer. Are you going to take her food too?" Li Jingjing knew that in her mom's heart, her precious granddaughter held an unshakable position, and she couldn't compete, so she had to give in. She then looked at Li Weimin and asked, "Dad, these fruits are really from the homes of the kindergarten kids?" Li Weimin replied, "Of course. That fruit platter? Many teachers and parents from the kindergarten buy from their family." Li Jingjing looked confused and asked, "That's strange. Why does their online store only have persimmons?" Li Weimin replied, "I have no idea. Besides these fruits, there are many other things too." As he spoke, he excitedly took out various vegetables, chestnuts, and fish from the gift box, arranging them on the table as if he were hosting a small farm product exhibition. Seeing the fresh ingredients, Li Jingjing's stomach growled at the right moment. "Mom, we haven't had dinner yet. Why don't we cook these vegetables and taste them?" Wang Shulan, hearing this, felt a bit helpless but quickly got to work. "Why are you only mentioning food now? What do you want to eat? I'll make it right away." She placed her granddaughter in Li Weimin's arms and turned to head to the kitchen. Even though their dinner was still on the table, untouched, the couple had a simple meal with just one dish and soup. They didn't want their daughter and granddaughter to eat just a little bit. Zhang Wenba saw this and quickly stood up. "Mom, let me help you." Wang Shulan welcomed the help, saying, "Okay, you wash the vegetables while I cut the fish to stew." In the kitchen, the sounds of pots and pans clanging filled the air. In the living room, Li Jingjing was busy too, taking photos of the colorful fruits in front of her daughter with her phone. She captured every angle, trying to perfectly frame the tempting fruits. After taking the photos, she quickly typed on the screen, editing her social media post. "I worked hard to bring home a box of persimmons, but I didn't expect my mom's place to have not only persimmons but also oranges, kiwis, and a mix of wild fruits." After posting, she couldn't help but smile, saying, "Look at this, you all must be so jealous." She could already imagine her friends' envious expressions. As expected, not long after posting, several replies started to appear. "What does this mean? Are these fruits really as good as the ugly persimmons we got? No way. Did you find the secret stash of persimmons?"
Li Jingjing proudly rappelia. "Yet."
Just after sending her reply, her phone buzzed like a firecracker, vibrating nonstop with messages from friends, all asking about the source of the fruits. Li Jingjing looked at Li Weimin, who was playing with his granddaughter, and said, "Dad, can you ask that child's parents if we can buy fruit directly from them? We were thinking of bringing some back with us. Many of my colleagues and leaders want me to bring some." Li Weimin immediately replied, "Sure, I'll ask right now." Although he didn't have Jiang Weining's contact information, he knew the kindergarten teachers must have it since they all bought fruit from Jiang Weining. As expected, when he contacted one of the kindergarten teachers and mentioned wanting to buy fruit from Jiang's family, the teacher quickly added him to a group chat. Li Weimin saw the group name on his phone screen, Jiang's Fruit Basket Group 1, and hesitated for a moment before handing the phone to Li Jingjing. "The teachers from our kindergarten added me to this group. Why don't you ask directly in there?" Li Jingjing's eyes lit up at his words. "There's even a group for bulk purchases. Once in the group, does that mean she won't have to compete with others online anymore? She took the phone and used Li Weiman's account to add her own. Then, she switched her account and started typing a message in group. Li Jingjing at Jiang Weining, Boss Jiang, your oranges, kiwis, and wild fruit platter are so delicious. Can we order directly in the group? Not long after she sent the message, the previously quiet group suddenly became lively, with members who had been silent starting to respond. What? What do you mean? You've eaten oranges and kiwis from Boss Jiang? When was that? Why didn't I know? Isn't Boss Jiang only selling persimmons now? Where did the oranges and kiwis come from? Is someone pretending to be Boss Jiang? Yeah. Whenever there's new stock, Boss Jiang always posts in the group. I check it every day and haven't seen anything. Li Jingjing noticed that people in the group were questioning her and didn't feel upset at all. She first shared the various fruit photos she had taken. However, that wasn't enough. She found a gift box stacked in the corner and took a photo of it to send to the group as well. Li Jingjing, are the oranges and kiwis not available yet? I really didn't know. They were in the gift box Boss Jiang gave my dad, so I thought they were for sale too. This time, it was like she stirred up a hornet's nest in the group, with message notifications buzzing and flashing continuously. Especially when everyone saw the prominent words Jiang Family Vegetable Basket on the gift box, the group chat exploded. What is this gift box? Why didn't I get one? At Jiang Wanning, Boss Jiang, I want a gift box too. Boss Jiang, please bring in new oranges and kiwis. Just looking at the photos makes my mouth water. I also want to receive a gift box like that. Boss Jiang, please notice me. At Boss Jiang, do you have some kind of recharge event for gift boxes? Just let me know how much to recharge. Don't keep it a secret. With Li Jingjing sharing photos, those who received the gift boxes started showing off. The oranges and kiwis are really delicious. Pictures. The fruits are great, but I still prefer the vegetables and fish from Boss Jiang's place. Especially the fish. It's amazing. Pictures. Wow, you guys are so fast, you've already eaten the fish. My mom is saving it for tomorrow, when guests come. Have you tried the cherry radishes? They taste even better than fruit when eaten raw. Friends in the group, already craving, became even more restless seeing the vegetables and fish. After all, since the tomatoes, they hadn't had any of Jiang's vegetables. It made their meals less enjoyable. They heard that after planting, they were counting the days until the vegetables were ready. Unexpectedly, they had already secretly listed them for sale. At Boss Jiang, I want vegetables. If I can't get any, I will go on a hunger strike. Messages filled with strong emotions and emojis flooded the chat, making it lively like a market, as everyone frantically at Jiang Wanning, waiting for her response. Meanwhile, the Jiang family's courtyard was brightly lit and bustling. Jiang Wanning was busy with her family, working nonstop. The mountain of gift boxes and various fruits and vegetables in front of them was their battlefield for the night. They were hurriedly preparing the gift box orders for the police station. Originally, there were supposed to be 12 orders, but after bringing Jiu Bao home, it unexpectedly turned into 57. Although time was tight, she thought they had already accepted the orders. Chestnuts and yam were ready, and they had plenty in stock at home. They were out of fish, so there was no need to prepare more. They just needed to get a few more pounds of fruits and vegetables ready. Thinking this way, she readily agreed. As for the pricing of the gift boxes, she didn't follow the usual pricing methods of fancy gift boxes on the market. Instead, she set the prices based on the actual cost and quantity of the fruits and vegetables inside. Vegetables were priced at 30 yuan per portion, and fruits at 40 yuan per portion. This straightforward pricing seemed too honest to others, even a bit unbelievable. When it came time to settle the bill, Zhang Yuming and Shen Yueshi felt a bit embarrassed looking at the plain prices. They thought Jiang Weining had given them a special discount. After all, in their understanding, who sells gift boxes without including packaging and brand value? No one sells like Jiang Weining, directly pricing based on the items inside. Cheng Yueshi said shyly, "Boss Jiang, we added an order at the last minute, and it must have caused you some trouble. If the price is a loss for you, we would feel even worse. Jiang Weining waved her hand and explained, Officer Chung, please don't think that way. Our gift boxes were originally meant for giving, not for selling, so there's no such thing as a discount. The extra cost is just the price of these 2 boxes. Plus, you buying from us helps our business. How can that be a trouble? I should be grateful. Seeing her say this, Cheng Yueshi and Zhang Yiming stopped insisting. They quickly took out their phones to transfer the payment. While transferring, Zhang Yiming intentionally paid for 2 extra portions, which were the ones Jiang Weining had prepared for him and his mentor. They had agreed on this before he left. However, shortly after the money was sent, Jiang Weining returned it. With a serious face, Jiang Weining said, Officer Zhang, if you count it this way, I won't sell anything to you in the future. Her tone was half joking, half serious, making it hard to tell if she was serious. Zhang Yiming panicked and quickly replied, No, no, no. Boss Jiang, if you really do that, I might get beaten up when I go back. As he spoke, he made a pitiful face, clasping his hands together as if begging. Jiang Weining found his funny expression amusing and said, Then take the money back. Actually, our gift boxes are meant to thank loyal customers. Didn't you also buy persimmons from us? Consider it a gift for loyal customers, how about that? These gift boxes are also a way for us to promote new products. Most of them contain items that are not yet available for sale, so you can try them out. If you enjoy them, you can come back and buy them. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Her words made Zhang Yiming completely dismiss his concerns. When Cheng Yueshi heard Jiang Weining's words, her eyes lit up. Boss Jiang, will you have more of these sample gift boxes in the future? What do we need to do to receive one? From what she knew, common promotional strategies usually required customers to spend a certain amount or make a specific number of purchases to become VIPs or VIPs. Then, during holidays, they would enjoy special treatment. Jiang Weining couldn't help but laugh. It depends on our preferences. We give them to those we like. For example, my child likes their teacher, my grandmother likes the doctor who treats her, and I like the police officers who serve the community. Cheng Yueshi was surprised by this answer, feeling a bit shy but also proud of her identity as a police officer. A sense of pride welled up inside her. At that moment, Zhang Yiming suddenly pointed at his phone and said with a grin, Boss Jiang, it looks like your group chat is going crazy. Jiang Weining paused, remembering that all her group chats were set to do not disturb mode, so she rarely checked them in real time. She quickly opened her phone, and her screen was filled with messages tagging her. Not wanting to scroll through the previous messages, she decided to send a quick reply. What's going on? Do you need something from me? As soon as she sent the message, a flood of replies came in, so many and so fast that it was overwhelming. Boss Jiang, you finally showed up. I thought you might have run away. What do you mean, what's going on? Just admit you did something wrong. Boss Jiang, hand over that gift box. Or I might just come to your place. Boss Jiang, just tell us what we need to do to get that gift box. We want fair competition. It hurts our feelings to see it given out without notice. Boss Jiang, I want to buy 10 gift boxes. Just tell me the price. Each message felt like a light-hearted complaint, making Jiang Weining feel a bit guilty, as if she had truly done something wrong. She curiously scrolled through the chat history and discovered that the person who received her gift had shared a photo of the gift box in the group. The beautiful packaging and rich ingredients instantly sparked envy among the other group members, causing their spirits to drop. Cheng Yueshi and Zhang Yiming, who were in the group, saw the discussions criticizing Jiang Wanling and couldn't help but joke, Boss Jiang, should we also share a post to help promote you? Jiang Wanling replied with a bit of a headache, forget it, you two shouldn't add to the chaos. We don't even have time to prepare extra gift boxes right now. As she spoke, her fingers quickly typed on her phone screen, editing a message to send out. Sorry, the gift boxes are not for sale. The products inside will be available for purchase soon, so please be patient. There are no conditions for receiving a gift box, it's just a random selection. As soon as her message was sent, responses from the food friends in the group flooded in like a tide. Why aren't you selling them? Don't you know that gift boxes have high profits? Boss Jiang, you won't make money this way. Boss Jiang, please sell them. I willingly want to be spoiled. Seeking to be spoiled plus one seeking to be spoiled plus ID number in the blink of an eye, the group started a chain reaction of seeking to be spoiled. Chung Yueshi and Zhang Yiming stood by, stunned. Their faces showed disbelief. It was the first time they had seen someone willingly want to be spoiled. This scene truly opened their eyes. However, as they watched, they unknowingly got caught up in the lively atmosphere, feeling an uncontrollable urge to join in. After all, they knew that being able to buy the gift boxes depended on their relationship. It wouldn't be good to always rely on this backdoor method. Jiang Wanling was willing to help out of kindness, but they also needed to be self-aware and not keep bothering her. Yet, in the midst of this lively chain, a few special individuals were quickly spotted and called out by sharp-eyed group members. Hey, I remember you just shared a gift box. Why are you trying to compete with us? The called-out person replied confidently, It's just one gift box. It's not enough for me alone. My family almost argued over who would get to eat one more orange. I'm worse off. I only got to taste a bite, and my mom took it away, saying it was for guests.
Hey.
Actually, it's not bad that you haven't tasted what's in the gift box. At least you don't know what it tastes like, so you won't keep thinking about it. But for us, having tasted it and not being able to have more later is really tough. Come on, is that fair? Just because we haven't tried it doesn't mean we don't care. Do you understand the pain of seeing something you can't have? As soon as these words were spoken, they sparked the emotions of those friends in the group who hadn't received gift boxes. Everyone started to complain, each person chiming in, and the debate heated up.
Exactly.
Watching you all share without a care is just torture. Boss Jung, please do us a favor and open a sales channel. I want to buy a few boxes to give to my future mother-in-law. Whether I can marry a wife depends on you, Boss Jung. Wow, the brother above is talented. That's a good idea. Boss Jung, I want to buy a few boxes for my boss. Whether I can get a promotion and raise depends on you. Seeing the friends in the group brainstorming their strategies, Jiang Wanning almost laughed out loud. They treated her like a wish-granting turtle, blaming her for everything from weddings to promotions and exams. However, she really didn't expect that just an ordinary gift box could cause such a big reaction in the group. And this was just Group 1. If Group 2, with their strong purchasing power, received the gift boxes, who knows how much louder the commotion would be. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. At that moment, Chung Yueshi couldn't help but suggest, Boss Jiang, why don't you consider it? These are the needs of our customers. So many people are eagerly waiting. Maybe launching a gift box could really open a new market. Jiang Wanning quickly sorted through her plans in her mind. After thinking for a moment, she sent a message. Do you all really want our gift boxes? This message acted like a magical command, and the once lively debate in the group fell silent. Then, a chorus of replies appeared, like well-trained soldiers lining up. Yes. 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 Looking at the overwhelming responses, Jiang Wanning smiled helplessly. Finally, she compromised, since everyone wants it so much. When I prepare gift boxes for the next holiday, I'll stock up based on your needs, okay? She thought this response would calm the group for now, but unexpectedly, they continued to press her. Boss Jiang, why wait until next time? I want to buy this time. Exactly. By the time next time comes, it'll be too late. Boss Jiang, please sell it this time. Boss Jiang, I'm willing to pay double the price if you sell it to me this time. I'll pay triple. Boss Jiang, since I've always supported you, please make an exception. The enthusiasm of the group friends was reignited, and messages of please and price increases flooded the chat. Everyone was eager to get the gift boxes they had been thinking about, and their excitement was palpable even through the screen. But today was the last day before the holiday. Even if they prepared overnight, it would be too late to deliver before the holiday. Jiang Wanqing, but tomorrow is the holiday, and preparing today won't be in time. Group friends, we can wait. Even if we receive it after the National Day, we will accept it. Haha, what a reason to send gifts for the holiday. But she knew that everyone's enthusiasm was due to their recognition and love for their agricultural products. After thinking it over, Jiang Wanqing compromised again. Jiang Wanqing quickly typed a message. All right, you win.
Wow.
Boss Jiang, does this mean you agree?
Ha ha ha.
I knew Boss Jiang is kind-hearted and wouldn't let us down. Boss Jiang, please tell us the price. I'm ready with my wallet. Jiang Wanqing, just to clarify, there are only 2 gift boxes available. 1 fruit box and 1 vegetable box. The fish in the previous gift box has sold out and is temporarily out of stock. The price is 280 yuan each. Now starting to collect orders. Deadline is midnight tonight. Shipping in 3 days. If it weren't for the gift boxes being sold out and needing to reorder, they could have shipped by tomorrow night. As soon as the message was sent, transfer notifications came in like snowflakes. Looking closely, the transfer amounts were all in the 4-digit range. Some ordered 5 or 6 boxes, while others boldly ordered dozens. After sending their transfers, everyone began to express how reasonable Jiang Wanqing's pricing was. Boss Jiang, your prices are so affordable. Compared to buying separately, getting the gift box is a better deal. Zhang Yuming, who was stuck with a regular salary, was astonished. What kind of group is this? So many wealthy people. And Cheng Yueshi, who also had similar purchasing power, ended up ordering several boxes as well. Zhang Yuming, haven't you already bought several? Why are you buying more? Cheng Yueshi smiled and said, there are many people in my family, so with just a few boxes, no one can eat much. The night was deep, and the moonlight fell like water in the quiet courtyard. Wang Ying and Jiang Guitian had been busy all day. Just as they finished tidying up and were about to go to bed, they heard a knock at the door. Then, a familiar voice called out, Mom and Dad, I'm back. Open the door. Oh, isn't that our son's voice? Hurry, go open the door. Wang Ying, who had been feeling tired, suddenly perked up, and her eyes brightened. Jiang Guitian didn't bother to change his shoes and quickly walked to the door, his slippers making a thud-thud sound. When the door opened, they saw their son Jiang Zicheng, holding a box of mooncakes. Cheng, didn't you say you weren't coming back? Jiang Guitian reached out to take the gift box from him and pulled him inside. Jiang Zicheng joked, I was worried you might be tricked. I suddenly heard you found a high-paying job and I couldn't relax, so I rushed back to check on you. Wang Ying, hearing this, playfully scolded. Who would trick us? Your dad and I aren't that confused yet. Besides, we're all from the same village. We see each other all the time. Who would trick whom? Then she asked with concern. Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook you some noodles? I ate in the car, so I'm not hungry yet. Jiang Zicheng took the water his dad offered and drank it all, then insisted. Mom, haven't you heard the saying? It's easier for familiar people to take advantage. Wang Ying clearly didn't believe him. Go on. Where did you get that nonsense? Jiang Guitian nodded in agreement. Yeah. Cheng, don't worry about us. Your mom and I have good jobs. We got paid today and even received holiday benefits. As they spoke, the couple couldn't help but feel happy. Jiang Guitian pointed proudly at the 6 neatly arranged gift boxes in the corner. Your mom and I each got 3 boxes. Aren't they just as good as what your workplace gives out? He beamed with pride. It's no wonder. After living most of their lives and doing many odd jobs, they had never held a proper job. So they had never received holiday benefits before. This was their first time experiencing it, and they couldn't help but show it off. Wang Ying leaned in close to her son, a proud smile on her face, and asked, Guess how much salary your dad and I got? Jiang Zicheng was genuinely curious. How much? Wang Ying straightened his back and proudly said, I earn 4,000, and your dad earns 3,008. Jiang Zicheng frowned slightly and asked in confusion, a month? If that was the salary level, he wouldn't worry at all, right? But that wasn't what they said on the phone before. Wang Ying gently patted her son's arm and smiled. What do you mean a month? We only worked for 10 days this month. This is our pay for those 10 days. 4,000 for 10 days? Jiang Zicheng looked incredulous. If that's the case, if you worked a full month, wouldn't you easily make over 10,000? How is that possible? Jiang Tiangui replied. Why not? Your mom and I worked overtime on weekends, and overtime pay is double. Jiang Zicheng said, In our company, there's no overtime pay. You're just doing odd jobs. How could there be overtime pay, let alone double? He really couldn't believe that there were such good bosses in the world. Wang Ying pulled out the pay stub from the drawer and handed it directly to her son. Ning said that overtime pay is required by labor law. She gives your mom overtime pay according to the law. If you don't have that in your company, then there's a problem with your company. Jiang Ziqing took the pay stub, staring closely at the details, his brows furrowing even more. Dad, Mom, I remember you used to help pick fruit for others, and you only earned 4 or 5,000 after working hard for a month. Now this salary seems too high. Don't you think it's suspicious? I'm telling you, there are all kinds of scams out there, and they can be hard to spot. They first give you a taste of something sweet, and later they might dig a big pit for you to jump into. The news has reported that some scam groups use high-salary job offers to lure people in, paying them monthly to keep them hooked, and then they trick them into going abroad for team building, only to sell their organs, like kidneys. Wang Ying said angrily, "Hey, what are you talking about? Your Uncle Jiang Lei's daughter grew up under our watch. She's always been well-behaved. How could she do something so terrible? Besides, our work is just picking fruit on our own land. Where would the overseas team building come from? You're just worrying too much and thinking of nonsense." As she spoke, she gently poked her son's forehead with her finger, as if that would push all those wrong ideas out of his head. Jiang Ziqing sighed helplessly, but was still not giving up. He continued to persuade, "But Mom, if you think about it, why would the boss pay you such a high salary for picking fruit? The fruit we grow on this mountain isn't a rare treasure. You can find it everywhere in the market. It definitely won't sell for a high price, and paying such high wages would just lead to losses." Wang Ying became a bit impatient with her son's words, shot him a glare, and then quickly walked into the kitchen. After a moment, she came out holding a persimmon. Without saying a word, she cut a piece and stuffed it into Jiang Ziqing's mouth, saying irritably, "Try this first." Jiang Ziqing was caught off guard, his mouth suddenly filled with persimmon, and he instinctively wanted to spit it out. But in that instant, the sweet flavor of the persimmon spread in his mouth. The juice was as rich as morning dew, and with every bite, he could feel the delicate and delicious fruit flesh. His expression quickly changed from disgust to surprise, then to delight, and he couldn't help but grab the remaining persimmon from his mom's hand and take a big bite. "Mom, where did you buy this persimmon? It's so delicious," Jiang Ziqing asked, chewing and speaking with his mouth full, his eyes shining with excitement. Wang Ying wore a proud expression, as if to say, "I knew you would be amazed." She said with a hint of pride, "This is the persimmon we picked from Ning's family farm. Just tell me, with this taste, how much do you think it could sell for?" Jiang Ziqing quickly estimated in his mind and tentatively said after a moment, 20? His tone carried a bit of uncertainty. After all, he wasn't sure about the current cost of living back home. If it were in the city where he worked with proper packaging and some marketing, it could easily sell for over 100. But in the countryside, the purchasing power was definitely not as high. Offering 20 was already a bold guess based on its extraordinary taste. Wang Ying, after hearing this, gave her son a light glare, as if to say, "You really underestimate it." Then, she quickly took out her phone, skillfully opened a purchase link, and handed it to Jiang Ziqing. Jiang Ziqing took the phone, and as soon as he saw the price on the screen, his eyes widened in disbelief. 40 per pound? That's so expensive. Does anyone buy it? Jiang Guotian, who had been quietly listening, couldn't help but chime in. It's in high demand. We have about 20 or 30 people working from morning till night, and the amount we pick is still not enough to sell. Wang Ying nodded in agreement. Imported fruits in the supermarket are still priced much higher, and many people buy them. These persimmons should be just as good as those imported fruits, so why isn't anyone buying them? Thinking of the kumquats priced at 30 or 40, strawberries at 50 or 60, and cherries at 80 or 90, she felt that 40 per pound was not expensive at all. In fact, they had just discovered how delicious these persimmons were. While working in the orchard, there were strict rules. Without the owner's permission, they absolutely could not eat the fruits. They were honest people who followed the rules closely. Even if someone was curious about the taste of the persimmons, They would never dare to steal one for a moment of temptation and risk losing this valuable job. So, when Wang Ying first saw the persimmons priced at 40 per pound, she was equally shocked. The persimmons looked ordinary, even a bit ugly, and did not seem worth that much money. How could anyone buy them at such a high price? However, those picked persimmons were indeed sold. At that time, she thought Jiang Wanning must have found some special channel to sell them. It wasn't until today, when they received holiday benefits and tasted various fruits, that they realized Jiang Wanning's persimmons were truly amazing in flavor. No wonder they couldn't pick fast enough to keep up with market sales, and no wonder Jiang Wanning could offer them such high wages. Jiang Ziqing kept eating the persimmons, and the more he ate, the more impressed he became. He thought his mom had been too modest. The taste of these persimmons was on a completely different level compared to those so-called imported fruits. Curiously, Jiang Ziqing asked, "Dad, how many can you all pick in a day?" Jiang Guitian thought for a moment and gave a number. Jiang Ziqing quickly calculated at 40 yuan per pound in his mind, and he couldn't help but gasp. So much? Is farming really this profitable now? In his understanding, traditional farming was hard work that rarely brought such rich rewards. This number completely changed his previous beliefs. He felt a bit tempted. Working hard at the company, his salary was less than their daily profit. He remembered that their family also had a lot of mountain land. Jiang Guitian sighed. It takes skill to grow such good crops to make money. If it were that easy, everyone would be farming. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. If farming were so simple, the villagers wouldn't be looking for other opportunities. Jiang Ziqing nodded in agreement. He recalled a saying he had heard: if farming could make money, ordinary people would have no land to cultivate. Wang Ying sighed, so there's no need to envy others. If Ning Ning can make money from farming, she must have her own skills. For those of us without skills, it's good to just work with her. Thinking about his current salary, Jiang Guitian felt more motivated. That's right. Before, working at the construction site was exhausting, and I barely made over 10,000. I would finish work sore and unable to sleep well at night. But since working in the mountains, I feel much lighter, and I'm still earning good money. Wang Ying recalled, now that you mention it, I haven't had my dizziness problem in a while. Hearing the couple's seemingly boastful words made Jiang Ziqing feel a little envious, and he couldn't help but say, you make me want to join you in the mountains to work. 2 years after graduation, my salary isn't high, but my hairline is receding. Meanwhile, my parents have thick, though slightly gray, hair. Wang Ying's eyes lit up as she said excitedly, do you really want to go? I'll ask Ning Ning tomorrow if she needs more people. I heard her talking to the village chief about needing help recently. Just then, Wang Ying's phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was a call from Jiang Wanning. Hello, Ning Ning. What's up? On the other end, Jiang Wanning's voice came through clearly. Aunt, can you gather a group of people to help me pick oranges and kiwis the day after tomorrow? Wang Ying replied, sure. I'll pick a few quick workers to go. As she spoke, she quickly thought of suitable candidates in her mind. After discussing the details, she noticed Jiang Wanning seemed ready to hang up, so she quickly added, Ning Ning, my son is back from vacation. I was wondering if he could join us to work? Jiang Wanning responded readily, of course. As long as he can keep up with you all, he can earn 200 a day. If he's a bit slower, then it will be 150, just like the holiday overtime pay. Ask others if they have the same idea. They can join us too. 150 is fine. No need for 200. Wang Ying happily hung up the phone and turned to Jiang Ziqing, saying, it's settled. You'll come to work with me tomorrow. Jiang Ziqing had only mentioned it casually, not expecting his mom to take it seriously and actually ask around. This made him hesitate. Are we really going? I've never picked fruit before. Wang Ying patted Jiang Ziqing on the shoulder and said earnestly, why not go? You can earn 2 or 3 years' worth in just one holiday. I'll help you. It's just picking fruit. How hard can it be? Jiang Guitian also encouraged him. Yeah, you sit in an office every day. Going up the mountain will be good exercise. Hearing that amount, Jiang Ziqing was indeed tempted. 3,000 yuan was almost equal to 2 months' rent. Once he thought it through, he had no more worries. So, he gritted his teeth, as if making a huge decision, and said firmly, "Let's go." After all, he returned home because he was worried about his parents being scammed, and this was a good opportunity to see for himself and feel reassured. On the first day of the National Day holiday, the Jiang family's yard was already lively at dawn. Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen got up early, dressed in light clothes, and headed down the mountain with a tiller and a seeder. The demand for vegetables was astonishingly high. The 2 acres in the backyard were planted with over 10 kinds of vegetables. The produce was enough for their daily needs, but it was hardly sufficient to meet customer demands. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Jiang Wanning began to crave her grandmother's homemade pickled vegetables. Just thinking about that unique flavor made her mouth water. If they didn't expand the vegetable plots, they might not have enough ingredients when it was time for pickling. The morning air was slightly cool, with dew still lingering, making the grass underfoot damp. Jiang Wanning took a deep breath, and the fresh scent of soil and grass invigorated her. "Sister, what are we planting today?" Jiang Yichen followed behind Jiang Wanning, holding a bag of seeds, and asked curiously. Jiang Wanning smiled and pointed to the surrounding land. "We're using this area to plant snow cabbage. Once it grows, Grandma can pickle it for us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Grandma's pickled snow cabbage is the best. Snow vegetable rice cake soup, I can eat 2 big bowls of rice. Jiang Wanqing smiled and ruffled his hair. "Then let's work hard and try to finish planting this land by morning." As they talked, they began to get busy. Jiang Wanqing used the tiller to loosen the soil, while Jiang Yichen followed behind, using a seeder to plant the snow vegetable seeds in the ground. The land at the foot of the mountain was almost fully cultivated by them. The radishes and green beans they planted earlier had already sprouted tender green shoots, growing well. "Big sister, look. The radish seedlings over there have grown taller." Jiang Yichen excitedly pointed to a nearby patch of vegetables. Jiang Wanqing looked up and nodded in satisfaction. A few days ago, they had opened up quite a few vegetable plots at the foot of the mountain. They planted many radishes, cabbages, and green beans in those plots. The plan was to make spicy cabbage, pickled radishes, and pickled green beans. Once these pickled vegetables were ready, they would add a unique flavor to their meals, whether enjoyed with rice in the morning or used in dishes. Meanwhile, the kitchen at the Jiang family was bustling with activity. Wu Guixiang arrived early to help, preparing breakfast with Jiang Yue for the whole family. With so many family members and everyone having a big appetite, the breakfast portion was quite large. Not to mention Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Yichen, the main workers, who consumed a lot of energy daily and naturally had big appetites. Even the 2 little ones, Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong, had appetites that nearly matched adults. Even the 2 elderly ladies, who usually had poor appetites, had gradually begun to eat more with the nourishing energy they received daily. One elderly lady was in charge of making cabbage buns, while the other made steamed buns, quickly filling 2 large steamers. Just then, as Jiang Yue brought the pot of bone soup to a boil, Wu Guixiang swiftly washed the yam, chestnuts, and eggs, placing them in the 3rd steamer. The 3 large steamers were neatly stacked on the big pot. Before long, the kitchen was filled with steam, and the aroma of food quickly spread. "Yue, keep an eye on the fire. I'm going to the garden to pick some lettuce and cherry radishes for a cold dish," Wu Guixiang said as she picked up a basket and headed to the vegetable garden. After picking a large basket of fresh lettuce and cherry radishes, she washed them, cut them into thin strips, and mixed them with sesame oil, vinegar, and a bit of chili oil, creating a big bowl of refreshing cold dish. As the bone soup boiled in the pot, the food in the steamers released an increasingly rich aroma. Wu Guixiang's stomach let out a small grumble. Although the sound was not loud, it was especially clear in the quiet kitchen. Wu Guixiang paused for a moment, then smiled shyly and joked, "I'm getting old and hungrier." Jiang Yue heard her and laughed. "Don't just talk about yourself, I'm hungry too. At our age, being able to eat is a blessing. A good appetite means good health, that's a good thing." Just then, light footsteps came from the yard. Jiang Mudong bounced in like a happy little rabbit, her cheeks slightly flushed from running. She exclaimed, "Grandma, the dogs are hungry. Don't forget to feed them." As she spoke, she shook a large empty bucket in her hand. That bucket was specially for dog food. Since the family got those adorable dogs, the twins' first task every morning was to rush to the doghouse. They would gently pet each dog, treating them as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. Then, they would take a comb and carefully groom the dogs, chatting with them in their sweet voices, saying, "You all need to get better soon. Once you do, we'll take you to the mountains to play." When Jiang Weining and Jiang Yichen came to help turn the dogs over, the twins would eagerly assist, diligently cleaning the fur that had fallen off to ensure the dogs could lie comfortably. Wu Guixiang looked at the adorable little ones and pointed to the 2 big pots on the stove, smiling. "It's cooking. It will be ready soon." Speaking of big appetites, those 9 dogs could eat a lot, especially the newly adopted Jiubao, who could finish a whole bowl in one meal. What do the dogs eat? Their diet is quite rich, including fresh meat, big bones, vegetables from the garden, and fruits like yams and chestnuts from the mountains. Basically, whatever the family eats, the dogs get to share. Even the leftover shrimp shells are ground into a paste to make their food. When Wang Ying and her family of 3 arrived, the Jiang family of 5 was gathered in the living room, having breakfast. Jiang Yue quickly greeted them warmly. "Have you eaten? Why not join us?" Wang Ying waved her hand and smiled. "Auntie, we've already eaten. Today, I'm taking this little one to the mountains to show him around." Seeing her son staring intently at Jiang Wanning, she instinctively nudged him with her elbow and couldn't help but remind him, "What are you looking at? Don't you need to greet them?" Jiang Zhicheng then snapped back to reality, his face slightly flushed, and he graciously said, "Grandma Jiang, Grandma Wu." After exchanging greetings, his gaze unconsciously fell back on Jiang Wanning. She had a neat ponytail and wore a simple short-sleeved shirt and jeans. Although she wore no makeup, she was more attractive than anyone with heavy makeup. Jiang Zhicheng was not captivated by her beauty, but felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where. Jiang Wanning put down her bowl and chopsticks, smiled, and nodded at Jiang Zhicheng as a greeting. Then she turned to Wang Ying and said seriously, "And I mentioned last night that I wanted to select a group of people for a task. Do you remember? I have an urgent order that requires preparing 500 gift boxes to be delivered on the 3rd. I estimate that we will need about 500 pounds of oranges, 500 pounds of kiwis, 400 pounds of chestnuts, and 200 pounds of yam. Do you think one group of people will be enough?" Wang Ying was surprised. Just last night, they discussed 300 gift boxes, and now it had increased to 500 overnight. However, that wasn't something she needed to worry about. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Jiang Gui Tian and said, "Gathering chestnuts requires skill and physical effort. I'll have your uncle Gui Tian bring along someone quick and capable. I believe a day should be enough. What do you think?" As she spoke, she sought Jiang Gui Tian's opinion with her eyes. Jiang Gui Tian replied confidently, without hesitation, "That's enough. We can gather the chestnuts directly and then pick them up. I'll take Xiao Cheng with me. I'll handle the gathering, and he can pick them up. We can finish the harvest in a day without any problem." After hearing this, Wang Ying turned to Jiang Wanning and decisively said, "For the remaining tasks of picking oranges, kiwis, and yams, I'll select 5 more people. We will definitely have enough time in 2 days." Her words conveyed a sense of competence and responsibility, which reassured Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning stood up and said, "Then I'll take you to see the chestnut grove and the yam field now, so everyone can familiarize themselves with the area and feel more prepared." As she spoke, she skillfully placed the basket on her shoulder. "Big sister, I want to go with you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks. He hurried to the corner, found his basket and straw hat, and while getting ready, he reminded Jiang Mushuan and Jiang Mudong, Xian, Tong Tong, "You 2 stay at home and feed Jiubao. When Uncle comes back, we'll take you to pick wild fruits, okay?" The twins' eyes lit up at this, and they nodded eagerly, their faces filled with excitement. It was as if they had been given a burst of energy, and their previously slow eating sped up as they quickly finished their buns. Then, they jumped up from the table and ran to Jiang Yue and Wu Guixiang, cheerfully saying, "Grandma, we finished eating, and we're going to feed Jiubao now." As soon as they finished speaking, they dashed off to the kitchen like two happy little rabbits. Just as Jiang Weining and Jiang Yichen were getting ready to leave, a sudden realization struck Jiang Zicheng. It seemed he had caught a crucial clue, and he pointed at Jiang Weining, exclaiming, "You are Jiang Weining?" His voice was filled with surprise and disbelief. Seeing her son acting so excited, Wang Ying felt embarrassed and wished she could disappear. She shot a sideways glance at Jiang Zicheng, her face showing disapproval, and said, "You silly boy, why are you making such a fuss? You grew up in the same village. Don't tell me you don't recognize her." With that, she gave Jiang Zicheng a hard slap on the arm, as if to warn him, "If you dare to say you don't know her, just wait and see what I'll do." Jiang Zicheng winced from the slap, looking a bit wronged as he tried to explain, "No, I meant what I saw online." However, he barely got the words out before Wang Ying interrupted him. When Jiang Weining first started her live stream, Wang Ying had come across a flood of hurtful comments. This had left her feeling heavy-hearted, as if a large stone was blocking her chest. Afterward, she searched for information about Jiang Weining online. In doing so, she discovered that Jiang Weining had gone through so many difficult experiences during those years away. Those malicious netizens were like a pack of wild wolves, ruthlessly tarnishing her name and spreading all sorts of terrible rumors. To Wang Ying, the so-called scandals were utterly ridiculous. People say Jiang Wanning is vain and materialistic, willing to do anything for fame. If she were truly vain and materialistic, how could she return to this remote village to farm? That is hard, physical work under the sun and wind. Many pampered city folks can't even last a day doing it. But Jiang Wanning not only works hard but also excels at it. The crops she grows are even better than those of the old farmers who have been working the land for years. She shows her love for this land in every way. In Wang Ying's eyes, Jiang Wanning is the most down-to-earth person she has ever met, steadily cultivating her life step by step. Based on what she has seen and experienced, Wang Ying firmly believes that the negative comments online are just baseless rumors, maliciously made up by some people. Therefore, she never mentions those chaotic online matters and won't allow Jiang Zicheng to bring them up in front of the Jiang family. Regardless of whether these rumors are true or not, they are a real hurt to the Jiang family. When Jiang Yue heard the conversation between Wang Ying and her son, she raised her eyebrows in curiosity and asked, "What online stuff?" "Xiao Cheng, have you seen Ning Ning online?" Wang Ying quickly smiled and explained, "Oh, isn't Ning Ning selling persimmons online? This little rascal is envious of her successful business." As she spoke, she gently nudged Jiang Zicheng with her elbow, signaling him to play along. Reminded by his mother, Jiang Zicheng understood that talking about the bad things online would only make people uncomfortable. So he forced a smile and agreed with his mother's comment about being envious. But he truly was envious. Being able to farm in his hometown and sell agricultural products online successfully is impressive. If he had that ability, he would also choose to come back and farm without hesitation. In the morning, the mountains seemed to be draped in a soft veil by nature. A mist floated in every inch of space, delicate and dreamlike. The air was filled with the earthy fragrance of soil and the fresh scent of plants, a pure and unrefined aroma. With every breath, one could feel the pulse of the earth and the rhythm of life. Jiang Wanning walked at the front, her steps light. She occasionally turned her head to discuss the vegetation distribution on the mountain and future plans with Wang Ying and Jiang Guitian behind her. Jiang Yichen bounced happily beside his sister, like a lively little deer. "Ning Ning, when did you all clear this land? Why didn't you ask us for help?" As they passed a terraced field, Jiang Guitian's attention was captured by the scene before him. He saw neat plots of land with freshly turned soil, which was completely different from the overgrown, neglected fields he remembered at Jiang Lei's home. This surprised him greatly. He knew that reclaiming abandoned land required a lot of effort and energy. In his view, this was not something that the slender siblings, Jiang Wanning and Yi Chen, could accomplish. As he approached the edge of the field, he noticed small patches of green. Squatting down for a closer look, he was delighted to find sprouting seeds. Wow, you've planted something here? Uncle Wutian, we planted sweet potatoes here. My sister and I did it together. Jiang Yichen said proudly, puffing out his chest like a child waiting for praise. Then, excitedly pointing to the distant field, he continued to boast, and over there, we planted corn and potatoes. Next, we'll plant wheat. Am I right, sister? He turned to Jiang Wanning, his eyes sparkling. Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. You worked hard, Chen. Looking at the vast terraced fields, Wang Ying and her husband were left speechless. Wang Ying asked in disbelief, Ning, are you really planning to plant all this land by yourselves? They weren't sure how much land the family had, but just the area they could see was at least 30 or 40 acres. Jiang Wanning casually replied, Yes, we'll plant it slowly. We'll do as much as we can before it gets cold. She didn't dare mention that she and Yi Chen could plant several acres in a morning and that they could finish planting all the terraced fields in just half a month. Jiang Yichen happily added, Aunt Wang, we want to plant it ourselves. Farming is so much fun. I love planting with my sister. Don't you feel tired? Jiang Wanning smiled gently, raising her hand to ruffle his short hair. This little guy had been tired and teary-eyed several times before, but she had encouraged him to keep going until they finished planting. However, at that moment, she didn't expose Jiang Yichen. She just playfully teased him. Feeling a bit embarrassed as he recalled his past, Jiang Yichen insisted, But I just like being with my sister. In his small world, as long as he could be by his sister's side, even if it was tough or tiring, he would be happy. Wang Ying looked at the siblings with mixed feelings of admiration and sadness. She stepped forward and said to Jiang Wanning, Ning, I know you can handle things, but don't overwork yourself. Your health is important. If you wear yourself out, it won't be worth it. Her tone was filled with concern, like a mother advising her child. Jiang Wanning nodded seriously, and I understand. Don't worry, I won't overdo it. Everyone was used to walking on mountain paths and moved quickly. Soon, a chestnut grove filled with golden spiky husks came into view. Wang Ying's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Ning, when did your family plant so many chestnuts? There must be over 100 trees here. As she spoke, she hurried closer to examine the grove, filled with curiosity. Jiang Wanning looked up slightly and said, My grandma said my grandpa planted them years ago, but they were left untended. I guess many grew on their own. In reality, there were over 200 chestnut trees in the entire grove. As they approached, they noticed many spiky husks had already fallen to the ground. Wang Ying bent down to pick one up, carefully peeling it open to reveal shiny, plump chestnuts inside. These chestnuts may look small, but they are really good, Wang Ying couldn't help but praise. Jiang Wutian walked a bit further to a chestnut tree, grabbed the trunk, and shook it vigorously. In an instant, the spiky husks fell like rain, creating a spectacular scene. He turned to Jiang Wanning and said, These chestnuts are ripe. You can easily knock them down. Just lay out a mat and you can collect a lot. Jiang Wutian was an experienced farmer, skilled at gathering various mountain goods. After hearing this, Wang Ying promptly arranged, All right, you and Xiaoqing will take care of the chestnuts. If you finish early, come help us. Gathering fruits is quick, but collecting yam beans is a detailed task that will likely take a lot of time. No problem. Jiang Wutian responded cheerfully and turned to explain the next arrangements to Jiang Zhiqing, but then noticed something. Where is Xiaoqing? Seeing no one behind him, a hint of confusion appeared on Jiang Wutian's face. Wang Ying instinctively turned around, looking around for him. Yeah, where is he? Didn't he come up with us? The couple looked puzzled. It was broad daylight, and such a big person just vanished? Jiang Yichen, with sharp eyes, found the highest spot and stood on his tiptoes, trying to look down the mountain. Ah, Xiaoqing is still down there. I'll go get him. With that, he quickly ran down. Indeed. At that moment, Jiang Ziqing was struggling to move up the mountainside. Each step felt particularly difficult, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his collar. He gasped for air, his chest rising and falling heavily, like a worn-out bellows, making a huffing sound. Initially, when he heard his parents say Jiang Wanling was going home to farm and earn money, he felt envious. His first thought was that they had land too, and if things didn't work out elsewhere, going home to farm seemed like a decent backup plan. In his mind, the only challenge of farming might be that the crops could go unsold, as news often reported farmers struggling with excess produce. But he never considered that, given his current condition, he might struggle even with the first step of farming, climbing the mountain. Looking at the endless green mountains, he realized that farming was not something just anyone could do. The group climbed the mountain together, and Jiang Wanling and his parents moved swiftly, as if walking on flat ground, not out of breath at all. In contrast, he had barely walked a short distance before feeling exhausted. He took 2 steps and needed to rest for 3. Before long, he was left far behind, watching helplessly as his parents followed Jiang Wanling, gradually disappearing from sight. It seemed everyone had forgotten about him, and no one thought to stop and wait. If he couldn't still see their figures, he might have gotten lost halfway. Just as Jiang Ziqing felt increasingly discouraged and his steps grew heavier, a clear and caring voice came from above. "Lil Chung, why are you walking so slowly? Uncle and Aunt thought you got lost." Jiang Ziqing looked up and saw Jiang Yichen standing not far ahead, looking at him with curiosity, his eyes full of innocence and confusion. "It's okay, I just haven't been up the mountain in a long time. Since I'm here, I thought the scenery was quite nice, so I took my time looking around," Jiang Ziqing said, straightening his back, which had been slightly bent from exhaustion, trying to appear relaxed as he continued to walk. However, his heavy breathing betrayed his true condition, breaking his facade. Jiang Yichen blinked his big eyes and innocently asked, "Little Chung, are you too tired to walk?" Jiang Ziqing felt a bit embarrassed by the straightforward question, his face turning slightly red. He almost lost his composure and pretended to be annoyed, saying, "Yichen, when did you become so smart?" Hearing this, Jiang Yichen cheerfully replied, "I've always been this smart." His tone was filled with confidence. After saying this, he tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he patted his shoulder and said seriously, "Little Ching, if you can't walk, I can carry you. I'm really strong." He clenched his little fist to show off his muscles. Jiang Ziqing couldn't help but laugh and quickly waved his hand, saying, No, I can walk by myself. I can't let you carry me." But Jiang Yichen insisted, grabbing his arm and saying, "Little Chung, don't be polite. Sister said we should help each other. If you get too tired, Uncle and Aunt will worry." Looking at the cute and determined little guy in front of him, Jiang Ziqing felt warmth in his heart. He took a deep breath, as if gathering strength, straightened his back and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Yichen, but I still want to walk by myself. Let's push on together and catch up with them." Jiang Yichen nodded vigorously. Then he took his hand and, like a joyful little deer, ran ahead, calling out, hurry up, sister, and the others are waiting for us up ahead." With Jiang Yichen's encouragement, Jiang Ziqing's steps became much lighter. Although he was still out of breath, he could keep moving. Thanks to Jiang Yichen's energy, Jiang Ziqing finally reached their destination. At this moment, he had reached his physical limit and sat down on a rock. His hair was soaked with sweat, sticking to his forehead, and his clothes were drenched, making him look quite messy. Before he could catch his breath, he heard his parents teasing him. "TSK, with your stamina, you think you can go home and farm? You'd be better off letting the land farm you. I think Ning Ning is too generous offering you a salary of 150. This was his mother, Wang Ying, speaking. "Hey, for a young man your age, you can't even keep up with a little girl. Aren't you ashamed?" This was his father, Jiang Guitian. All they did was complain. Jiang Ziqing felt his face turn red. Well, it was already red from exhaustion. He gasped for air, speechless in response. He wasn't weak. He usually hiked and traveled with colleagues and felt tired, but never like this. They had walked too fast, and he had worn himself out trying to keep up. But he couldn't say that. If he did, who knew what his unsympathetic parents would say next? At that moment, Jiang Wanning stepped forward, smiling to help Jiang Ziqing out. Annie, Ziqing might have been sitting in the office for too long and isn't used to the mountain path yet. After a few more walks, he'll get better. Plus, farming isn't something you master overnight. It takes practice. Hearing this, Jiang Ziqing felt even hotter. His dad was right. He was too useless, not even as capable as a little girl. Little did he know, the girl in front of him was far from ordinary. Seeing the sun had risen, Jiang Wanning took 2 pairs of white gloves from the basket and handed them to Jiang Wutian. Uncle Wutian, you and Ziqing can stay here to gather the chestnuts while I take Annie to the yam field, over by the persimmon grove. Okay, you two go ahead. We need to get busy too. Saying this, Jiang Wutian took the gloves, giving 1 pair to Jiang Ziqing and putting the other on himself. Just as Jiang Wanning was about to leave, she remembered Jiang Haifan, who was picking tea oil fruits, and quietly reminded him, Uncle Wutian, little Fun from Grandma Yan's house is over there picking tea oil fruits. When you see her, pretend you didn't. She's a bit shy and afraid of strangers. The villagers had heard some stories about the Yan family. Now that Jiang Wanning mentioned it, Jiang Wutian nodded seriously. Once she confirmed there was nothing else to discuss, Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen led Wang Ying toward the yam field. Along the way, Wang Ying chatted with Jiang Wanning about Jiang Haifan. Ning, you really have a way to get Xiao Fun out of the house. Jiang Wanning shook her head. I just offered her a job. The real credit goes to Grandma Yan. Wang Ying sighed. That poor child. When she was little, her parents went to work and left her with Aunt San Chun for years without checking on her. But it was hard for us to go to school, and Aunt San Chun couldn't pick her up every day, so she urged them to take the child back. We initially thought it was better for the child to be with her parents in the city than to stay in the countryside. Who knew her parents were so terrible? Wang Ying's voice was filled with anger. They not only made the child work like a servant, but also forced Xiao Fan to take care of their family's needs. If she did anything wrong, they would hit or scold her. In such a family environment, it's a miracle Xiao Fan hasn't lost her mind. It must be due to divine mercy. As she spoke passionately, Wang Ying couldn't hold back her disgust and spat, as if that would rid her of her contempt for the couple. There are no parents more cruel than them. Jiang Wanning listened with a frown. Many people lament that the scariest thing in the world is that anyone can become a parent without any test. The reality is indeed harsh. It is common to see parents who give birth but do not raise, raise but do not teach, and teach but do not care. Clearly, it is the parents' fault, yet the innocent child bears the consequences. They are so bad, terrible people. They don't deserve to be Xiao Fan's parents. Jiang Yichen, though not fully grasping the complexities of the adult's words, understood that his sister Xiao Fan, who helps pick vegetables and tea, has bad parents who often hit her. His face turned red with anger as he clenched his fists and said, Sister, Xiao Fan's parents are so bad. She does so much work every day and they still hit her. Grandma, and you never hit me. Seeing Jiang Yichen's serious and angry expression, Wang Ying couldn't help but laugh. Chen, Xiao Fan is younger than you, so you should call her sister. Besides, you are the precious one in your family. Your grandma and sister love you too much to ever hit you. Jiang Wanning gently patted Jiang Yichen's head to comfort him. Then she looked at Wang Ying and asked, Aunt, what happened next? Did Grandma Yan bring Xiao Fan back? Not that easily. Wang Ying's tone became angry again. Aunt San Chun went to the city to visit her child and saw her granddaughter, who she had raised to be chubby and healthy, now thin and unrecognizable. She was heartbroken and determined to bring the child back. But those 2 heartless people were used to exploiting Xiao Fan and refused to let her go, no matter what Aunt San Chun said. At this point, Wang Ying lowered her voice and leaned closer to Jiang Wanning, her expression growing more serious. Later, I don't know what happened, but Xiao Fan suddenly jumped from the building during class. Fortunately, she landed on the awning below, which saved her. But she was still seriously injured. Those heartless people, Seeing that Xiaofan could no longer be their free labor, felt embarrassed and sent her back to Aunt San Chun that very night. Jiang Wanning frowned and said, "This almost led to a tragedy. Didn't the police do anything?" Wang Ying sighed helplessly, looking defeated. Well, Xiaofan jumped on her own. In the end, it's their family matter. The police investigated but could only give those two a verbal warning. They couldn't do anything more effective. She shook her head, clearly unhappy with the outcome. But at least now Xiaofan is back with Aunt San Chun. Hopefully, things will get better for her. Wang Ying tried to think positively, her tone carrying a hint of hope. Jiang Wanning listened but did not respond. Given the nature of those irresponsible parents, once they learned that Jiang Haifan could now earn money and was useful, they would likely come back to bother her again. After all, in their eyes, Xiaofan was just a tool to be used. The three of them continued chatting as they walked along the winding mountain path and eventually arrived at their destination. Before them lay vast stretches of yam vines growing wildly, resembling a green ocean. The yam tubers were cleverly hidden beneath layers of leaves, making them nearly invisible at first glance. But when they reached down to grab the vines, the numerous yam tubers came into view. Wang Ying was surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Ning Ning, did these yams really grow back after we didn't harvest them properly before?" They had left some yams on the mountain and would occasionally pick a few to enjoy, but none had grown as well as the ones in front of them. Jiang Wanning nodded and said, "It should be. After all, neither my grandfather nor my father ever specifically planted yams on the mountain." Wang Ying looked at the lush branches and leaves and speculated, just by looking at how well the leaves are growing, the yams underground must be thriving too. Should we find someone to dig them up? She felt it was a waste to leave such good yams buried in the ground. Jiang Wanning gently shook her head. "A digger can't come up here, and the soil is too hard, making it very difficult to dig. By the time we get them out, the profit from selling the yams might not even cover the labor costs." Wang Ying thought Jiang Wanning made a good point and said, "When the farming season is over, I'll ask Uncle Gui Tian to come help you dig for free." Since they made so much money from their family, it was only fair to lend a hand. Jiang Wanning joked, "Let's skip that. Auntie, we still don't know when the fruits in the orchard will be ready to pick. When would you have the time?" After figuring out the path, Wang Ying prepared to head to the persimmon grove to gather people and arrange the next tasks. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanning planned to take Jiang Yichin to the mountains to pick wild fruits. So, they waved goodbye and walked in different directions. However, not long after they separated, Jiang Wanning's phone rang. She took out her phone and saw it was a call from Wang Ying. Upon answering, Jiang Wanning said, "Auntie, what's up?" On the other end, Wang Ying's voice was filled with curiosity as she asked, "Ning Ning, does your family still have pear trees? I think I just saw a pear grove." Hearing Wang Ying's question, Jiang Wanning lightly tapped her forehead, feeling both regretful and surprised. "Auntie, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have completely forgotten about that." Recalling her first trip up the mountain, she remembered taking a winding path counterclockwise. The first grove she saw was a small patch of pear trees. East of that pear grove, after crossing a gently flowing stream, was the persimmon grove. Jiang Wanning remembered how the pears looked. They were small, with large seeds and very little flesh. At that time, she planned to let the pears hang on the branches a bit longer to see if they would improve with some nurturing. If they still didn't taste good, she intended to discard them like the peaches full of wormholes and wait for next year to grow more. But later, with so many tasks to handle, she got so busy that she truly forgot about the pear grove. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ying said with a smile, "I just walked near a grove and saw it filled with bright yellow fruits that look like pears. I remember your Uncle Gui Tian mentioned that your dad seemed to have planted pear trees back in the day, so I guess that must be your family's pear orchard." She also reminded Ning Ning, "I don't know what kind of pears those are, so you should go take a look and see if they are ripe. If they are ripe, you need to pick them quickly. After all, pears are not like persimmons. Once they are overripe, they won't stay on the tree. If they fall to the ground, they won't be good to eat." Jiang Wanning replied, "Thank you, Annie, I understand. I'll go check it out now." After hanging up, eager to pick wild fruits, Jiang Wanning hurriedly headed towards the pear orchard with Jiang Yichen. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The pear trees in this orchard were quite short, with most branches stretching out freely. As they walked through, they had to push aside the branches that blocked their way. Jiang Yichen kept sniffing the air as they walked. "Sister, these pears smell so good." Saying this, he picked 2 pears from a branch, handed one to his sister, and held the other in his hand. After wiping off some dust with his shirt, he eagerly took a bite. Juice instantly burst in his mouth. So sweet and delicious. "Sister, you should try it too." While chewing, he spoke with a mouthful, his face beaming with satisfaction. Seeing Jiang Yichen with juice all over his mouth and a blissful expression, Jiang Wanning smiled gently, showing a hint of affection, and then began to savor the pear in her hand. She took a light bite. In an instant, the rich and fragrant pear aroma flooded her mouth and nose, and the fresh, juicy pear flesh quickly soothed her dry throat. The texture was crisp and refreshing, with plenty of juice and very little pulp. The fruit was as delicate as silk. With each bite, it felt like the natural sweetness was bursting on her tongue. The pear flesh was translucent and smooth yet crunchy, offering a wonderful taste experience. The pears were not very large, but they had grown quite a bit since their initial size. To her surprise, there was almost no pulp when she bit into it, and the skin was so thin and tender it was nearly transparent, with a concentrated sweetness that seemed to capture all the sweetness of autumn. Once tasted, it was hard to stop. Jiang Wanning quickly made a decision in her heart. This pear is of excellent quality, and selling it will not embarrass her as a spirit plant master. Everywhere she looked, the pears were nearly ripe. Many had already fallen from the branches and started to rot. Without hesitation, Jiang Wanning took out her phone, skillfully accessed the shop page, and decisively removed the persimmons from sale. Next, she carefully estimated the number of pending orders in the back end and combined that with the daily persimmon harvest. After weighing her options, she decided to continue harvesting persimmons for 3 more days before shifting her focus to picking pears. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but sigh softly and mutter to herself, we still don't have enough hands." With over 300 acres of mountainous land, they had only utilized half and they still needed more help. If they were to use it all, they would need even more people. It seemed she had to find ways to recruit more talent. Turning around, she saw Jiang Yichen already starting to pick. The large basket was already half full. As he picked, Jiang Yichen mumbled, "Pears are delicious. I'll take some back for Grandma and Xian and Tong Tong to share. And for Zhou Bao, they love fruit." When he mentioned saving pears for Zhou Bao, he nervously glanced at Jiang Wanning. Seeing that she wasn't upset about him giving pears to the dog, he felt joyful and worked even harder. Jiang Wanning found it amusing. The 3 little ones at home always sneak food to Zhou Bao, and not only did she know, but Grandma and Wu Grandma also knew. They thought they were hiding it well. Jiang Wanning stretched her shoulders and then joined in the pear picking. If they didn't have time to gather wild fruits later, they could use 2 pounds of pears as a substitute. Meanwhile, Wang Ying had successfully arrived at the persimmon grove. Her sharp eyes quickly spotted Chen Ai Ju, Li Yunyun, Wang Ping, and Lu Xiaohui, who were always efficient in their work. Later, the 5 of us will go pick yam eggs together. Wang Ying looked seriously at everyone and said, "Today our goal is to pick 200 pounds of yam eggs. Does anyone have any concerns?" Yam eggs are small, and picking them will definitely take longer than picking persimmons. Since she didn't have much experience in this area, she wanted to hear everyone's opinions. Wang Ping, by age, really shouldn't be going up the mountain. But she was strong and sturdy, and she never slacked off in her work, which is why she was successfully chosen for the picking team. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said, 40 pounds each. If we work quickly, we should be able to manage. Her tone was confident. Yam tubers can also be sold at the market. Their family was not well off, and they often searched the mountains for them to sell. Wang Ying nodded and said, "That's fine. If we really can't make it in time, we can work overtime." Everyone agreed, as overtime pay is double. The group greeted their team and headed towards the yam field. On the way, Wang Ying, curious, asked, "Didn't I mention yesterday that if anyone has kids at home with nothing to do, they could come help us? Why didn't you bring them?" Li Yunyan sighed and replied, "I wanted to. But that kid said he was going on a trip with friends and doesn't plan to come home." Lu Xiaowei smiled and said, "My daughter is coming home today. We can ask her if she wants to join us." At that moment, Wang Ying noticed that Chen Aiju had been silent, which was unusual for her chatty nature. She felt a bit curious. "Aiju, Aiju." Wang Ying called out loudly. Chen Aiju snapped back to reality and said, "Oh, what's up?" Her voice sounded a bit dazed. Wang Ying asked, "What are you thinking about? You seem lost in thought. Didn't your daughter come home yesterday? Are you planning to bring her to work?" Ning Ning said, "We can count it as overtime pay. Our little Chung is already up the mountain with us today." Chen Aiju forced a smile and said, "Oh, never mind. That kid probably worked hard outside and looks tired. She came back looking quite worn out. I just want her to rest at home." After saying this, she sighed deeply, her worried expression growing stronger, as if hiding many unspoken concerns. As noon approached, Chen Aiju and Jiang Cheng hurriedly finished their work. They rushed home to check on their daughter, Jiang Feifei. When Chen Aiju picked her up from the station yesterday, something seemed off. She looked dazed, pale, and had dark circles under her eyes. When asked what was wrong, she simply said, "I'm fine, just a bit tired," and then went straight to her room, not even coming out for dinner. The couple noticed this and felt anxious, but were helpless. Jiang Feifei worked in a big city and was usually too busy to even come home. The last time they saw her was during the New Year, but it was only for 5 short days. After returning on New Year's Eve, she hurried back to work on the 5th day. Even at home, she was always on her computer, constantly answering calls, so busy that she barely had time to eat properly. Chen Aiju and Jiang Qingtian watched this with concern but felt helpless. They didn't understand their daughter's job and could only worry silently. When they got home and saw that the breakfast prepared for Jiang Feifei was untouched, their hearts grew heavier. Chen Aiju quickly went into the kitchen, and together with Jiang Qingtian, they started preparing lunch with the ingredients from the gift box. They made a tofu fish soup, braised fish pieces, and oyster sauce lettuce. After tasting the persimmon, they finally understood why Jiang Weining's products sold so well. To ensure their daughter had a good meal, they used all the ingredients from the gift box. Once the meal was ready, Chen Aiju knocked on Jiang Feifei's door and softly called out, "Feifei, come out for lunch. Mom made your favorite fish soup." After a while, the door slowly opened. Jiang Feifei came out, looking pale and somewhat dazed. She quietly sat at the table, staring at the food, seemingly lacking an appetite. Seeing this, Jiang Qingtian quickly served her a bowl of fish soup, his tone filled with concern. "Feifei, drink more fish soup. This fish is wild from Ningning's family's pond, very fresh and nutritious. You need to eat more. You look so thin." Smelling the aroma of the fish soup, Jiang Feifei felt a bit of appetite and took a spoonful to taste. It was indeed delicious. Remembering what her dad said about Ningning, she slightly raised her head, curiosity in her eyes. "Who is Ningning?" Chen Aiju, while serving her vegetables, explained, "She's the daughter of Uncle Jiang Lei at the end of the village, Jiang Weining. Do you remember? She has a younger brother who had a fever when he was little and got hurt. Now she's back in the village farming, and your dad and I are working for her." Jiang Feifei paused, seeming to recall. After a moment, her eyes gradually brightened, and she softly said, "Oh, it's her. Didn't she go into the entertainment industry to become a star?" Chen Aiju replied indignantly, "That industry is full of bad people. Ningning probably faced bullying there, which is why she came back." They had heard some stories about Jiang Weining, but they didn't believe the negative things they saw online. Jiang Qingtian smiled and continued, "Now she's back in the village farming. The fruits and vegetables grown here are really delicious. All the dishes on this table are from her family's garden. I used to wonder why anyone would give us vegetables as a benefit, since everyone grows them. I didn't expect her family's vegetables to taste so good. After hearing this, Jiang Feifei, who had been confused, suddenly had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She took a sip of the fish soup. The soup was delicious, with a hint of sweetness that seemed to awaken her dull taste buds. She also took a bite of the braised fish her parents had served her. The fish was tender and melted in her mouth, lifting her spirits a bit. After the meal, Chen Aizhou asked with concern, Feifei, how long will you stay home during this break? If you're too tired, take a few days off to rest. I can help you feel better. Your face looks so pale. Jiang Feifei was silent for a long time, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the edge of her bowl, as if she was hesitating. Finally, she looked up, her voice trembling. Mom and Dad, I want to quit my job. Chen Aizhou and Jiang Qingtian were both taken aback. Chen Aizhou quickly asked, what's wrong? Why do you want to quit? She remembered how excited and happy her daughter was when she graduated and found a job. She even mentioned how impressive the company was. Now, why was she saying she wanted to quit? Jiang Qingtian frowned, worry filling his voice. Feifei, have you been treated unfairly at work? Jiang Feifei lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. She bit her lip, trying hard not to cry out loud, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Seeing this, Chen Aizhou quickly sat beside her and gently patted her back. Feifei, don't scare me. What's going on? You need to tell me. You're making us worry. Hearing this, Jiang Feifei cried even harder. She leaned on Chen Aizhou's shoulder, as if trying to cry out all the grievances and exhaustion she had felt over the years. Chen Aizhou and Jiang Qingtian exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with sadness. Their daughter had always been so understanding and excellent, excelling in school and finding a good job without causing them any worry. They never expected that in just a few short years, their once healthy and lively daughter would look so worn out. Thinking about how she always said she was working overtime and that her living space was small and cramped made them feel both heartbroken and sad. After a while, Jiang Feifei's emotions began to settle down. She wiped her tears and softly said, Mom and Dad, I'm so tired. I've wanted to quit for a long time, but I'm scared. I fear disappointing you and bringing shame. But I really can't hold on anymore. I'm so tired. Chen Aizhou felt a pang in her heart. She held her daughter's hand tightly, saying, Feifei, don't say that. Mom understands. Come home. We won't do this anymore. You've never made us worry, but we don't want to see you suffer like this. Let's go home, rest well, and we can talk about the future later. Jiang Qingtian nodded in agreement. Yes, Feifei, come home. We can take care of you. Your mom and I have good jobs now. We can support our daughter. Jiang Feifei leaned against her mother, tears streaming down her face. The pressure, grievances, and exhaustion from her time away seemed to find an outlet at that moment. Life in the big city appeared glamorous, but hid many struggles. The intense work and fierce competition left her physically and mentally drained. Every day, crammed in a small rental room with a mountain of work, she often felt lonely and helpless. Now, back in her familiar home, in her parents' warm embrace, she finally found the courage to express her feelings. Chen Aizhou gently patted Jiang Feifei's back, just like when she used to soothe her to sleep as a child. Jiang Qingtian silently watched from the side, filled with concern and helplessness. They knew their daughter must have thought this decision through carefully. Although they felt some worry, they wanted to provide her with a warm haven to rest. That night, Chen Aizhou and Jiang Qingtian lay in bed, feeling both heartbroken and comforted. Chen Aizhou sighed. Our daughter has really suffered these years, and we didn't even notice. Jiang Qingtian nodded. Yes, we need to care for her more. It's good she's back home. Being together as a family is better than anything. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Meili struggled to unlock the door while carrying 6 gift baskets from the Jiang family. As she pushed the door open, she heard her mother-in-law, Jiang Suilon, coughing painfully inside, the sound as if she might cough up a lung. She quickly set down her bags and hurried into the living room, only to find Jiang Suelon curled up in bed, pale, clutching a crumpled handkerchief, coughing continuously. "Mom, why is your cough so bad again?" Wu Meili frowned, her voice filled with worry. "Shouldn't we go to the hospital again? You can't keep coughing like this." Jiang Suelon waved her hand and said, panting, "There's no need to go. It's an old problem and the hospital can't help. I've been to the hospital so many times these past few years and taken so many medicines, but nothing works. Just leave me be and go about your business." Wu Meili sighed, feeling a pang of sadness. Her mother-in-law had been coughing for several years, especially worsening in the autumn and winter. Each time she coughed, she would keep everyone up all night, causing worry for the family. Seeing her mother-in-law's haggard appearance made Wu Meili feel upset but helpless. She thought about the gift basket of Jiang family produce she had just brought home. Since there weren't enough wild fruits, Boss Jiang had replaced them with 2 pounds of pears. Knowing her mother-in-law's severe cough, she chose pears. Pears can help soothe the lungs and relieve coughs, although she had made pear soup for her mother-in-law before with little effect. However, Boss Jiang's fruits were usually of good quality, so maybe they would help. "Mom, wait a moment. I'll make you some pear soup," Wu Meili said, and without waiting for Jiang Suelon's response, she turned and went into the kitchen. She took out 2 small, ordinary-looking pears that emitted a strong fruity aroma. Unable to resist, Wu Meili picked one up and took a deep sniff. The sweet scent intensified, making her swallow hard. She quickly peeled the pears, removed the cores, placed the whole pears in a steamer, added a bit of water, covered it, and started to cook. Jiang Suelon came out of her room and, hearing the sounds from the kitchen, couldn't help but say, "Meili, you don't have to bother. I've had this cough for a long time and pear soup won't help." While busy, Wu Meili replied, "Mom, these are pears from Boss Jiang. Even if they don't cure the cough, they taste great. Just try them. It won't be a hassle." Hearing this, Jiang Suelon stopped arguing, sighed, and leaned back on the sofa, coughing occasionally. While the pear soup was cooking, Wu Meili peeled another pear, cut it into small pieces, and brought it to the living room, offering it to Jiang Suelon. "Mom, have some pear to soothe your throat." Jiang Suelon waved her hand, saying, "I don't want any, you eat it." But Wu Meili insisted and placed a piece of pear in her hand. "Just try it, it's really delicious." Unable to refuse, Jiang Suelon took the piece of pear and gently bit into it. Instantly, the sweet juice burst in her mouth. The flesh was delicate, with a light fragrance. She couldn't help but take another bite, and the dry, scratchy feeling in her throat seemed to ease significantly. "This pear is really good." Jiang Suelon rarely praised something. Wu Meili smiled, "Right? I told you the pears from Boss Jiang's place are delicious." She also took a piece and started sharing it with her mother-in-law. After eating half a pear, Jiang Suelon's cough gradually stopped, and her throat felt less scratchy. She was a bit surprised and touched her throat, saying to herself, why does it feel so much better?" Wu Meili noticed the change in her mother-in-law and exclaimed, "Mom, do you feel like your throat is not as uncomfortable?" Jiang Suelon nodded. "Yes, this pear really works." Wu Meili felt happy and quickly ran back to the kitchen to check the pear soup. Half an hour later, the pear soup was ready. She served a bowl and brought it to Jiang Suelon, saying, "Mom, drink it while it's hot and see if you cough again today." Jiang Suelon took the bowl, gently blew on it to cool it down, and then took small sips. The pear soup was sweet and refreshing, with a lovely pear fragrance. After drinking it, her throat felt much more comfortable. After finishing the bowl, Jiang Suelon's complexion looked much better. She set down the bowl and sighed, "This pear soup is really good. It makes me feel so much better." Wu Meili smiled and said, "Let's see how it goes today. If it works well, I'll buy more from Boss Jiang." During the following time, Jiang Suelon indeed did not cough again. She sat on the sofa, watched TV, and chatted with Wu Meili occasionally, looking much more energetic. By evening, Jiang Suelon hadn't coughed at all. She couldn't believe it and said to Wu Meili, "Meili, do you think this pear soup really works?" I haven't coughed all day. Wu Meili nodded. Yes, Mom. I find it strange too. This pear soup is surprisingly effective. Jiang Xuelan thought for a moment and said, but my cough is usually not serious during the day. It gets worse at night. How about you make me another bowl of pear soup tonight to see how it goes? Wu Meili immediately agreed. Okay, I'll prepare it right away. Before bed, Wu Meili made another bowl of pear soup and served it to Jiang Xuelan. After drinking the pear soup, Jiang Xuelan lay in bed, feeling a bit anxious, worried she might cough and not be able to sleep. However, that night, Jiang Xuelan surprisingly slept soundly until morning. When she woke up, she couldn't believe it, touched her throat, and realized she had no cough at all. Meili! Meili! Jiang Xuelan shouted excitedly. Wu Meili heard the noise and quickly ran into the room. Mom? What's wrong? Jiang Xuelan grabbed her hand and said excitedly, I didn't cough at all last night. I slept soundly until morning. This pear soup really works. Wu Meili was also very surprised. Really? That's great. It seems that the pears from Boss Jiang really help with coughing. Jiang Xuelan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I've had this cough for many years and no medicine worked. I didn't expect that drinking 2 bowls of pear soup would stop it. Now that they knew the benefits of the pears, Wu Meili naturally wanted to buy more to stock up. She quickly called Jiang Wanning. On the other end, Jiang Wanning's clear voice came through. And Wu, how many pears did you say you wanted? Wu Meili confidently replied, 100 pounds. Jiang Wanning was slightly taken aback and quickly advised, Aunt Wu, the pears have just started to come in large quantities, and there will be plenty available for a while. There's really no need to buy so many at once. You should know that pears don't last very long. Wu Meili rolled her eyes at the phone. Haha, you said the same thing when you were selling persimmons. But look, they were gone in no time. To be honest, your pears work really well for coughs, so I want to buy more to make pear syrup. The syrup lasts a long time. Hearing this, Jiang Wanning had no reason to refuse, so she replied, Okay, I'll deliver them to you tomorrow. Wu Meili quickly declined. No need for you to deliver. Just give me an address and we'll drive over to pick them up. It's a holiday and we're just at home, so it'll be a nice outing. Jiang Wanning joked. Aunt Wu, even if you come to pick them up, the price won't be cheaper. Wu Meili casually responded, No need to give me a discount. I mainly want to see your place. If it's convenient, could you sell us some other fresh fruits and vegetables? Like the vegetables and radishes in the gift box, or oranges and chestnuts. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Wanning said, We can sell those, but right now we are short on staff. Besides pears, if you want other fruits and vegetables, you'll need to pick them yourselves. Wu Meili's excitement was reignited, and she eagerly replied, Sure, we can pick them ourselves. We'll go tomorrow. Is that convenient for you? Jiang Wanning replied cheerfully, Tomorrow works for me. Just let me know when you're on your way so I can prepare. After hanging up, Wu Meili quickly sent a message in the family group chat. Who wants to go fruit picking on the mountain tomorrow? Not long after sending the message, replies started pouring in. Chun Jia-yen was the first to respond. I can't go. I have plans with my classmates that I can't change. Chun Dad also chimed in. I can't go either. I have a fishing trip with Old Lee that I've been looking forward to for a long time. Chun Grandpa sighed, I'm not going. I'm too old to climb the mountain. It's more comfortable at home. Chun Jiayu added, I'm not going either. Climbing the mountain is too tiring. Our little one is only 3. It's not suitable for her. Seeing all the rejections, Wu Meili smirked slightly and quickly typed a message. Fine, if you're not going, then you can't eat the fruit we pick. As expected, everyone quickly replied with messages like we won't eat it then. Wu Meili saw her chance and added, You all said it, and it's fruit from Boss Zhang's place. As soon as she sent that message, the group chat exploded. Chun Jiayu replied instantly, Mom. My dear Mom, are you saying we're picking fruit at Boss Zhang's? I want to join. Our whole family will go. Next, Chun Jiayan changed his mind. Mom, I just thought about it and I'd rather go with you than eat with my classmates. I'll go fruit picking with you tomorrow. I won't miss it. Chun Dad joined in. Oh, I've been looking for my fishing rod, but I can't find it. I guess I'll go fruit picking with you instead. Chun grandpa also said a little exercise is good for health. I'll bring your grandma along to join the fun. Wu Meili looked at their shameless change of heart and proudly said to her mother-in-law, Mom, tomorrow our whole family will go to Boss Zhang's to pick fruit. Just after Jiang Wanning hung up the phone with Wu Meili, her phone rang again. She glanced at the screen, puzzled, and saw that the caller was Wang Lifeng. Wang Lifeng was calling for the same reason as Wu Meili, to order pears. It turned out that, like Jiang Chuilan, old lady Qian also suffered from coughing every time the seasons changed. After trying the pear soup made with Jiang family's pears, Qian Wenhao's family discovered the pear's cough-relieving effects. At that moment, Wang Lifeng said to Qian Wenhao with a surprised expression, Old Qian, the cough relief from these pears is amazing.
We should stock up on them.
Not only can Mom eat them, but the kids at home can have them if they catch a cold and cough. Qian Wenhao quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, we need to stock up. Such a great thing shouldn't be missed. He then turned to look at the 5 freezers piled in the corner of the kitchen, all prepared for storing Jiang family's fruits and vegetables. 1 freezer contained tomatoes, but only half were left. The other 4 freezers were packed full of persimmons. After a moment of thought, Qian Wenhao suggested, How about we build a cold storage in the basement? That way we'll have more space and it'll be more convenient. Wang Lifeng's eyes lit up and she immediately agreed. That's a good idea. Buying 1 freezer after another isn't practical. The 2 of them quickly got to work. Qian Wenhao turned and made a phone call. Since their company mainly deals in building materials, they had suppliers who specialize in cold storage. Meanwhile, Wang Lifeng called Jiang Weining. When Jiang Weining answered and heard Wang Lifeng's request, her voice instinctively got louder. Aunt Wang, how many pears do you need? Wang Lifeng casually replied, Let's start with 1,000 pounds. If that's not enough, I'll buy more later. Jiang Weining almost choked on her own saliva upon hearing this. Are you planning to make pear syrup too? Wang Lifeng paused for a moment, then slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Oh, I can't believe I didn't think of making pear syrup. Little Jiang, then prepare 2,000 pounds for me. Jiang Weining was completely stunned. If she didn't know the Qian family was financially strong, she would have suspected they were buying in bulk. However, since the customer wanted to buy, she had no reason to refuse. After considering the daily picking amount, Jiang Weining said, All right, when do you need the 2,000 pounds of pears? Will you pick them up, or should I deliver them? Wang Lifeng turned to ask Qian Wenhao about the cold storage installation progress and learned it would be ready by tomorrow. She then said, How about the day after tomorrow? We can drive to pick them up ourselves, which saves you the trouble of delivering. Jiang Weining thought for a moment and replied, Then let's do it the night after tomorrow. They'll be freshly picked and packed for you. Just after hanging up the phone with Wang Lifeng, a voice call notification popped up on the screen. Jiang Wanning glanced at the caller ID and sighed. Without thinking, it was likely someone from Group 2 calling to ask about the gift boxes she had sent out. She wondered if the number of gift boxes she had prepared would be enough to satisfy the needs of Group 2. Jiang Wanning answered the voice call. Her agent, Zhang Shui, spoke politely from the phone. Hi, Xiao Jiang. This is Zhang Shui. The gift boxes you sent have arrived, and I really like them. Thank you. Jiang Wanning replied, It's just a small gift. No need to be so polite. Zhang Shui continued, I wanted to ask how many of these gift boxes you have left. I'd like to buy 300 of them. Can you provide that many? Jiang Wanning was slightly taken aback by the number and instinctively said, Did I have some, but... Before she could finish, Zhang Shui interrupted excitedly. That's great. I want to buy 300. How much is it? I can transfer the money to you right now. Jiang Wanning had intended to tell Zhang Shui that she only had 300 gift boxes left in total. If she sold them all to Zhang Shui, there would be none left for others. But then she realized that, so far, besides Zhang Shui, no one else had called to ask about the gift boxes. Plus, she hadn't set any purchase limits in advance. Logically, it was first come, first served. After weighing her options, Jiang Wanning decided not to hesitate any longer. She quoted the price and agreed to sell all the gift boxes to Zhang Shui, which would save her from worrying about distributing them later. At that moment, the others in Group 2, who had received the gift boxes, were unaware that they had completely lost the chance to buy them because they hadn't checked their deliveries right away. Take Lin Hai, for example. He had just received his package and was about to open it when his phone suddenly rang. It was Fei Qingping calling. On the other end, Fei Qingping sounded excited and urgent. Lin Hai, hurry up and come out for a drink with me. Thanks to the persimmons you sent, my blood sugar is under control, and I was discharged early. Lin Hai realized he hadn't had a drink in a long time and happily agreed. However, when he arrived, he discovered that Fei Qingping had not called him out to celebrate. Instead, he had been kicked out by his wife after an argument and was looking for someone to vent to. Fei Qingping said, I ate a few more persimmons, and she kicked me out of the house. Isn't that a bit too much? Two old men gathered together, enjoying drinks and chatting, then wobbled back to Lin Hai's place. As soon as they entered, Fei Qingping tripped over a large box placed in the middle of the hallway. What is this? Why is it in the way? I almost fell, he complained. Lin Hai then slapped his forehead and said, Oh no, it's my fault. I forgot about this. It's a holiday gift sent by Xiao Zhang. He hurried over to the box and began to open it. Inside, there were 3 neatly arranged red gift boxes. Fei Qingping's interest was piqued, and he grabbed one of the gift boxes to open it with Lin Hai. When they opened the box, they were greeted by colorful fruits that looked very tempting. Since he had been drinking, Fei Qingping felt thirsty and quickly took an orange, peeled it, and stuffed it into his mouth, the juice bursting out immediately. His eyes widened in surprise, as if he had been hit by a magical force. Wow, this is delicious. It's so good, he mumbled, quickly devouring the orange in just a few bites. Then, as if afraid someone would take it away, he swiftly gathered the gift box back into his arms and looked eagerly at Lin Hai. With a flattering smile, Fei Qingping said, Dahai, remember I mentioned a script with copyright issues? How about I help you solve it for free? As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Lin Hai became alert upon hearing this, eyeing Fei Qingping suspiciously. What do you want? Just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush. Fei Qingping scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, you know I upset your sister-in-law. I figured out a way to make it up to her, but I need your help. Lin Hai frowned and asked, What do you need?
Tell me.
Fei Qingping's eyes lit up as he quickly said, Can I borrow this gift box? I'll give it to your sister-in-law, and she'll definitely be in a better mood. You know she loves these fresh treats. Lin Hai followed Fei Qingping's gaze and saw the gift box hidden behind him. Suddenly, he realized that it must contain something very delicious. Otherwise, Fei Qingping wouldn't be acting so strangely. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab it. No way. Give me back the gift box. Boss Jiang sent this to me, and I haven't had enough yet. Why should you take it to please your wife? Fei Qingping backed away while shouting, Are we still good brothers? You can't even share one gift box with me. Just help me this once, and once I make your sister-in-law happy, I'll bring you some good drinks. Lin Hai wasn't buying it and shouted back, Get lost. To me, you're not worth even 1 persimmon. I won't give you this gift box, no matter what. Saying this, he lunged forward, trying to reclaim the gift box. Seeing this, Fei Qingping hugged the box and ran away, laughing proudly. I don't care. If I have it, it's mine, ha ha ha. Lin Hai was furious at Fei Qingping's shamelessness and yelled, Fei Qingping, you stop right there. Tell me what's inside, and then I'll think about whether to give it to you. It's just a box of persimmons, Fei Qingping said, looking guilty. I ate your sister-in-law's persimmons, and that's why she's mad at me. If I bring her a box of persimmons, she'll definitely be happy again. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. I don't believe you. Open the gift box and show me. If it really is persimmons, I'll give it to you. Come on, you really are something. If I say it's persimmons, Fei Qingping said as he opened the gift box, but not to show Lin Hai. Instead, he took out the persimmons to prove his point. His sneaky actions clearly showed he didn't want Lin Hai to see what was inside. Seeing his behavior, Lin Hai almost laughed in anger. Old Fei, is this a game? Hurry up and open it. Let's see what's really inside. Fei Qingping stammered. Well, there's nothing special, just a box of persimmons. Didn't you agree to give them to me? So, let's not look anymore. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes and threatened, don't play games with me. If it's really just persimmons, why are you hiding it? Open it now or I might change my mind. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Fei Qingping sighed and slowly opened the gift box. As soon as the lid was lifted, Lin Hai's eyes brightened. Inside the gift box were neatly arranged persimmons, oranges, kiwis, and several wild fruits he had never seen before. Bright red and purple, they looked vibrant and gave off an enticing fruity aroma. Lin Hai widened his eyes and couldn't help but reach for them. Wow, Xiao Jiang really went all out this time. I've never seen these kiwis and wild fruits before. They look special. Seeing this, Fei Qingping quickly closed the gift box and held it close, watching Lin Hai with a wary expression. Hey, you promised to give it to me. You can't go back on your word. Lin Hai, frustrated, felt like he could strangle the old man. Old Fei, when did you become so unreasonable? I said if there are persimmons inside, I'll give it to you. Does this box only have persimmons? But there are persimmons inside too, just the same. Fei Qingping continued to play dumb. After all, what was wrong with being a little tricky in front of friends? Lin Hai knew this guy's nature and realized that if he didn't share, it would never end. So he compromised, all right, give me back the gift box, and I'll share half with you. Fei Qingping shook his head and stepped back, saying no way. The gift box is mine now, don't even think about it. Besides, I promised to help you with the script copyright issue. You can't expect me to go charm your sister-in-law empty-handed, right? Lin Hai gritted his teeth in anger. Fei Qingping, you old man, you just can't resist good things. I'm telling you, if you don't give me back the gift box today, we won't be brothers anymore. Fei Qingping chuckled and slipped toward the door with the gift box. Brothers are brothers, but the gift box is the gift box. They're two different matters. I'm leaving now. Your sister-in-law is waiting for me at home. With that, he ran off without looking back, leaving Lin Hai fuming in place. After Fei Qingping dashed into the elevator with the gift box, Lin Hai's expression shifted from helplessness to laughter as he recalled their past. Since their youth, they had always been playfully bickering. Back then, they were full of life, carefree, and their days were simple and joyful. Later, as they grew older, they followed different paths in life. He immersed himself in the drama industry, while Fei Qingping was busy with legal cases, navigating through various lawsuits. Both were caught up in their careers while managing their families, and the daily grind gradually created distance between them, causing their once close friendship to become somewhat estranged without them even realizing it. Who would have thought that years later, just to fight over a box of fruit, they seemed to return to their youthful days, feeling that familiar excitement again. Lin Hai thought about Fei Qingping's delighted expression and couldn't help but laugh. This silly guy was so happy about grabbing a box of fruit that he seemed lost in joy. He completely forgot that he had received 3 gift boxes in his delivery. Compared to the box of fruit that Fei Qingping took, he preferred the vegetables and fish in the other 2 gift boxes. Especially when he saw the vacuum-packed large fish, Lin Hai felt his mouth watering uncontrollably. He remembered the first time he received such fish. He knew nothing about its taste. He foolishly shared half of it, thinking it would be good for the crew's meals. However, after tasting the fish's tender, juicy, and excellent flavor, he instantly regretted it, wishing he could turn back time and take back his decision. Later, he eagerly wanted to buy a few more from Jiang Wanning but found out that the fish was not for sale and could not be bought anywhere. Every time he thought about it, Lin Hai felt heartbroken, the regret of missing out on such deliciousness lingering in his mind. This time, Lin Hai secretly decided to hide the fish well and not let anyone touch it. Luckily, old Fei doesn't know how good this fish is. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. He took out his phone and called a cook to arrange for a meal. Braised fish, boiled fish, pickled fish. He planned to have a full fish feast and enjoy it to the fullest. Adding some fresh, tender greens. Just thinking about it made him feel delighted. As for the fruit that Fei Qingping took, he called Jiang Wanning. "Hello, Xiao Jiang."
What?
Zhang Shui bought all the gift boxes. If before he felt a bit upset about losing a box of fruit but could tolerate it, now, hearing that Zhang Shui bought all the gift boxes made Lin Hai feel like his heart was bleeding. Lin Hai took a deep breath and said, "Xiao Jiang, it's okay if there are no gift boxes, but do you still have any fish? Can you really not sell me a few? I can promote it for you once a week, how about that?" It wasn't until he heard Jiang Wanning say that their pond was completely empty and there were really no fish left that he finally lost hope. But he didn't want to give up on the gift boxes without fish. After hanging up, he quickly called Zhang Shui. As soon as the call connected, before he could even speak, he heard Zhang Shui's very familiar rejection on the other end. "Lin, if you want to ask about the gift box, don't bother. I can only give you one, nothing more." The voice was filled with helplessness. It must have been a long time coming. "Lin Hai, one box is fine, but you better save it for me." Fei Qingping picked up the gift box and went straight home. As soon as he entered, he saw his wife, Qiu Rou, sitting on the sofa with a cold expression. Fei Qingping quickly put on a smile and approached her. "Honey, I'm back. Look what I brought you." Qiu Rou glanced at him and huffed. "What trick are you trying to pull now? I'll tell you, unless you return the boxes of persimmons, don't expect me to be in a good mood."
That guy.
She had planned to send those boxes of persimmons to her parents. After all, her parents were getting older and had some blood sugar issues. This fruit could satisfy cravings and help control blood sugar, so she wanted them to try it. But unexpectedly, when she woke up, that guy had taken them all without a word, leaving her none. He even said it was just a temporary loan to share with colleagues at the law firm. He promised to buy them back later. Who knew the persimmons would be out of stock? Furious, Qiu Rou kicked him out of the house. "Hey, what I brought is even better than persimmons." Fei Qingping quickly opened the gift box and presented it to Qiu Rou. "Honey, look. This is the fruit gift box that Boss Jiang sent to Lin Hai. It has not only persimmons but also oranges, kiwis, and a box of wild fruits. It's really delicious. I brought it to apologize." Qiu Rou looked at the gift box and was indeed attracted by the bright fruits inside. She took a wild fruit from Fei Qingping and put it in her mouth. Instantly, a sweet and slightly sour flavor spread in her mouth, with delicate flesh and rich juice, making her want to eat another one. Qiu Rou's eyes lit up, but she still kept a cold expression. It tastes good. But don't think this will make me forget. I had several boxes of persimmons." Seeing this, Fei Qingping quickly seized the moment. "Honey, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to sneak your persimmons again. Look, all the fruit in this gift box is for you. I won't touch a single piece." He then quickly took out his phone, pointing to the shopping link. "The persimmons are out of stock, but pears are in season now. I've already ordered 100 pounds. Try this pear. It's just as good as a persimmon." Qiu Rou glanced at him, a slight smile appearing on her lips, but she quickly straightened her face. "All right, since you are so sincere, I'll let you off this time. You said this gift box is mine. If you eat even one, you'll sleep in the living room for a month. Got it?" Fei Qingping nodded repeatedly.
Got it, got it.
"Don't worry, dear, I won't dare." Qiu Rou nodded in satisfaction and put away the gift box. Watching her, Fei Qingping secretly sighed in relief. Thinking, finally made her happy. This gift box was worth it. However, he then thought about the fruits, especially the wild ones he hadn't tried yet. But seeing the smile on Qiu Rou's face, he felt it was all worth it. After all, making his wife happy is the most important thing. Su Jun was also one of the recipients of the Jiang family's gift basket. Since the delivery address was his home, he only realized what was happening when he saw his chubby son eating an orange, juice dripping everywhere. Smelling the strong scent of the orange, Su Jun couldn't help but feel tempted and reached out to take one from his son. However, just as he stretched out his hand, his wife, Huang Lina, quickly swatted it away. Feigning anger, Huang Lina said, "There are only 4 oranges. How can you steal from your son?" Su Jun pulled back his hand, looking pitiful, and muttered, "Then can I eat a persimmon instead?" After learning his lesson from buying too few, Soo-jun had become wiser. Now, whenever fruits and vegetables from the Jeong family's basket were available, he would order them in large quantities, without hesitation. The wine cellar that used to store wine was now completely filled with persimmons. At the rate their family consumed 1 persimmon per person each day, they would have more than enough to last until the end of the year. Soo-jun went to the kitchen and took a persimmon from the fridge. Just as he was about to eat it, a stronger, more tempting aroma wafted toward him. "Mom, what are you cooking? It smells amazing." He said this while sniffing eagerly. Even the persimmon in his hand lost its appeal as his mouth watered uncontrollably. Sue's mother saw that the dish was almost ready, lifted the lid, sprinkled some green onions into the pot, and smiled. "Braised fish. Isn't it fragrant? This is the first time I've smelled such a delicious fish." Soo-jun looked at the bright red, steaming braised fish in the pot and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, saying, "Mom, your cooking is really amazing." Soo-mama smiled and replied, "Come on, I've been cooking for most of my life. I know my own skills. But really, this fish is special. It's from Boss Jeong, and just smelling it tells me it will be delicious." At that moment, the little chubby boy also caught the scent and waddled to the kitchen door, mumbling, "Grandma, yummy yummy." Soo-mama quickly responded, "Oh dear, is Da Bao hungry and ready for dinner? It will be ready soon." Saying this, she hurried her movements. The Soo family's dinner was very homely. Braised fish, stir-fried bok choy, chicken with chestnuts and radish, and pork rib soup. Not to mention the delicious braised fish and bok choy. Even the chicken with chestnuts and the pork ribs with radish tasted better than usual. The whole family enjoyed the meal and couldn't stop eating. The little one's belly was round and full. Seeing this, Soo-mama worriedly touched the little one's belly and gently said, "Da Bao, you can't eat anymore. If you eat more, your tummy will burst." Soo-jun looked at the tempting sauce left from the braised fish and didn't want to waste it, so he scooped some rice into the sauce. While mixing, he jokingly said, "Daddy isn't full yet. I'll help you eat." This almost made the little one cry. In the end, the generous portions of 3 dishes and a soup were completely finished, with not a drop of soup left. The family of 4 all had round bellies and satisfied faces. Huang Lena leaned back in her chair, rubbing her slightly full belly, and exclaimed, "How does Boss Jeong grow such delicious food? Everything is amazing." Soo-jun looked regretful and said with a heavy heart, "If I had known the fish was this good, I wouldn't have refused when Boss Jeong offered me one." What did he say back then? It was something like, "I don't need the fish. My kids are small and can't eat much. I just hope I can get some persimmons and you can help me out." Now, thinking back, he wished he could chop off the hand that typed that message. However, before he could recover from his regret, he felt 2 icy glares directed at him. It turned out Huang Lena and Soo-mama were giving him a death stare. Huang Lena was the first to speak up. "Soo-jun, you silly head. You've all tried the tomatoes and vegetables from Boss Jeong's place, so how can you refuse the fish? Are you silly? Such good food is hard to find, and you still say no." Soo-jun looked upset and defended himself, saying, "Wasn't it you who said that freshwater fish have many bones, a muddy taste, and are not as nutritious as deep-water fish, so they aren't suitable for Da Bao? I was just listening to you." Now they're blaming him. If it weren't for him, would they have tasted anything from Jiang Wanning's place? He was clearly the hero here. Of course, he could only keep that to himself and didn't dare to say it out loud. Soo-mama, hearing this, raised her hand and lightly tapped him, saying, "If Da Bao doesn't eat it, does that mean we can't eat it? You usually seem so smart, but why can't you think straight now? Since you refused so firmly back then, the leftover fish is not for you." Soo-jun immediately got anxious and said, "Is it wrong for me to admit I made a mistake? I'll ask Boss Jeong now if I can buy a few more fish." Huang Lena sighed from the side and said, "Don't ask. I already did. Boss Jeong said their pond has been cleared, and if you want to buy fish, you have to wait for the next batch to grow. Who knows how long that will take for the fish to grow big enough." Soo-mama reminded him, "You need to remember, whenever it comes to anything from Boss Jeong's place, don't miss out on it, okay? If you miss it, There won't be another chance. I won't miss it again, I promise. Soo-jun said confidently, but inside, he felt helpless. When the tomatoes first came out, he didn't think much of it. The same with the vegetables, due to his doubts. Just when he started to enjoy them, they ran out. So, when the persimmons came out, he learned his lesson. He quickly stocked up on over 100 pounds, even squeezing out space for the red wine. He thought he was safe this time, but there were still some missed opportunities, and he felt regret. However, when he saw the group chat for Jong's vegetable basket with people eagerly asking for gift boxes, he felt a bit better and found some balance, feeling more energized. He turned to Sue Mama and said, "Mom, we should be grateful. Look, many people in the group haven't received their gift boxes yet. We're lucky to have this benefit. Moreover, this gift box was a special treat earned through hard work and building a good relationship with Jiang Wanning." To add some excitement for his friends in the group, Soo-jun eagerly shared a photo of the braised fish he made that evening. "Soo-jun, producer, the fish from Boss Jiang's place is absolutely delicious. Unfortunately, Boss Jiang said their pond is empty, so if you want to buy some, you'll have to wait for the new fish to grow." At this moment, the second group, which had grown to 180 members, was furious after seeing such a boastful message. They quickly turned their anger towards him. "You animal! How can you show off like this without letting us taste it? Hey Sue, I feel like there are still some issues with the contract we discussed.
Let's talk again sometime."
Producer Sue, I need to take a leave. I have a condition where I can't recover unless I eat the fish in the photo. Just look at it. Soo-jun initially felt proud of the attention he was getting from the group. However, when he saw their shameless threats, he was taken aback. These people were all respected figures outside, yet they were acting so lowly over a few boxes of farm products. Huang Lina, who was Soo-jun's family member and also in the group, saw the messages. Watching Soo-jun being attacked, she felt no sympathy and thought he brought it upon himself. "Serves you right for showing off. Look at this, you deserve it." Even Manager Zhang bought all the gift boxes from Boss Jiang without boasting, and here you are, bragging everywhere. Soo-jun's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "What did you say? Zhang Shui bought a lot of gift boxes from Boss Jiang? Can you still buy those gift boxes?" Huang Lina rolled her eyes at him and replied, "Stop dreaming. Boss Jiang is out of stock. When I received my gift box, I asked Boss Jiang, but I was too late. Sister Zhang had already bought all the inventory." Soo-jun's eyes sparkled with a mischievous grin. He quickly typed on his phone and posted in the group, "Oh, don't focus on me. I only have one gift box, and it's not enough for all of you. You can ask Manager Zhang. I heard she bought all the gift boxes from Boss Jiang." As expected, this tactic of shifting the blame worked immediately. The friends who were originally focused on him suddenly found a new target and turned their attention to Zhang Shui. In no time, the group chat was flooded with messages tagging Zhang Shui, filled with various questions, teasing remarks, and playful comments. However, Zhang Shui did not respond at all. It was unclear whether she was too busy to see the messages or if she chose to ignore them. Soon after, Soo-jun received a private message on his phone from Zhang Shui. "Zhang Shui, you really know how to shift the blame." "Soo-jun, Sister Zhang, I had no choice. Those people in the group are too wild and I couldn't handle it, so I had to resort to this." "Zhang Shui, I was thinking of sharing some with you, but now, Seeing the cold, Soo-jun immediately went into a pleading mode. He sent a series of messages. "Sister Zhang, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I truly understand my mistake." But Zhang Shui only replied with 2 words, "Too late." Soo-jun stared at his phone screen, feeling hopeless. Just then, he looked up and met the identical death stare from his wife and mother. Recently, Shin Yenin felt extremely frustrated, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Besides the issue with Wang Yuxuan, what bothered him the most was feeling isolated by certain people. During recent events and recordings, he noticed a few people whispering together, using words like persimmon and pear. Whenever he curiously approached them, they would suddenly stop talking, as if someone had pressed pause. When he asked what they were discussing, the response was always a dismissive nothing. Their guilty expressions were like a sign saying, "There's nothing to see here," which they couldn't hide. At that moment, they were preparing to shoot an outdoor variety show. The guests participating in the recording included him and Fei Lezhang, a talented comedian who was the soul of the show, always able to lift the atmosphere with his humor. Kang Liji, a rising star with great acting skills and reputation, was experiencing a rapid career growth and gaining many fans. Li Mengyao, a newcomer who quickly rose to fame with a hit drama, had a youthful and vibrant image that resonated with many. Zhou Xiaolin, a seasoned host, has been in the industry for many years, building a vast network and great relationships. Then there's Chun Zixuan, a talented musician who recently released a new album. With his unique style and skills, he is currently very popular. Shen Yenin arrived at the recording site a bit later than planned due to some delays. By then, everyone else had already gathered around Fei Lezhang, excitedly discussing something. As he got closer, he noticed everyone was holding a persimmon, enjoying it with delight. This persimmon looked familiar. Shen Yenin recognized it as the one from the shop recommended by Qin Yuan and the others. He knew well how delicious these persimmons were, soft, sweet, and juicy. However, after many failed attempts to order them, he finally learned that the small shop called Zhang's Vegetable Basket was run by Jiang Weining. This made Shen Yenin understand why people had been whispering behind his back. A surge of anger rose within him. Jiang Weining. She had clearly tried to get close to him by pretending to fall, and in the end, one of his fans had an accident. He was the real victim here. Why should these people favor Jiang Weining over him? Just because of her cheap fruit? It was utterly ridiculous. He hated Jiang Weining but failed to reflect on his own role in encouraging his fans' extreme behavior. After the incident, he sought attention and status by buying online promotions and riding on Jiang Weining's popularity to elevate his position in the entertainment industry. Taking a deep breath to control his swirling emotions, he forced a seemingly natural smile and walked over to the group. As expected, the lively atmosphere that had been buzzing like boiling water suddenly fell silent with his arrival, creating an awkward stillness. Just as his smile was about to falter due to the uncomfortable tension, Fei Lezhang, unaware of the complicated situation, cheerfully handed a persimmon to Shen Yenin and eagerly said, "Yenin, try this. It's so delicious. I heard it's grown by Jiang Weining's family. She used to be in the industry too, but retired. I didn't know her family could grow such tasty fruit. With skills like that, why would she even leave the industry?" After speaking, Fei Lezhang turned to his side and asked Kang Liji, who was fiddling with his phone, "Hey, Liji, what is that gift box everyone is discussing in the group?
Can we buy it?"
Kang Liji showed a hint of embarrassment and forced a smile. He instinctively glanced at Shen Yenin, who was racking his brain for a response. At that moment, Shen Yenin pretended to be curious and asked, "What group?" Fei Lezhang handed over his phone and said, "It's Jiang Wanning's group. Everyone who wants to buy her fruits is in there. It's really lively. Do you want to join? Her fruits are amazing. Try this persimmon. It's as sweet as honey and won't raise your blood sugar. You'll definitely want more." Shen Yenin's smile gradually faded. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the persimmon in his hand, his fingers almost sinking into the soft fruit. Fei Lezhang struggled to maintain his smile, but his voice sounded tense. "Oh, Jiang Wanning's group. That sounds interesting." Fei Lezhang was a foodie who loved sharing delicious food with others. He didn't notice Shen Yenin's discomfort and excitedly said, "If you want to join, I can add you." Shen Yenin slowly lowered his head, staring intently at the persimmon in his hand. The orange-red fruit, bathed in sunlight, looked like a burning flame, hurting his eyes. He gritted his teeth and managed to say, "No thanks, I'm not really in the mood for fruit lately." Fei Lezhang paused, surprised, but quickly smiled and said, "Oh, you don't understand. Her fruits are not ordinary. Once you try them, you'll be hooked. Look at us, we have to eat them every day. If we miss a day, we feel off." Shen Yenin didn't respond, quietly placing the persimmon back on the table. His gaze swept over everyone present. He noticed Kang Liji was focused on his phone, seemingly avoiding his gaze. Li Mengyao and Zhou Xiaolin were huddled together, whispering and occasionally glancing at him, their awkward expressions clearly indicating they were talking about him. Chen Zixuan stood nearby, holding his phone and seemingly busy with something in the group, completely unaware of Shen Yanen's presence. Shen Yanen suddenly felt like an outsider, standing on the edge of the circle. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fit in. He clenched his fists, his fingertips turning slightly white, as a wave of strong jealousy and frustration surged within him.
Why?
Why could Jiang Wanling, a barely known artist, attract so much attention just by selling fruit? And he, who had done nothing wrong, had to endure this invisible exclusion? He took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound calm. Lezhang, you all continue talking. I'll go change my clothes. Fei Lezhang nodded and casually replied, okay, go ahead. We'll call you when it's time to start shooting. Shen Yanen turned to leave, his back appearing somewhat stiff. He walked to a deserted corner and finally couldn't hold back, smashing the persimmon in his hand onto the ground. The fruit splattered, its juice staining the ground, mirroring the suppressed anger in his heart. He took out his phone, opened Weibo, and looked at his still high popularity and follower count, feeling a bit more settled. But when he opened the comment section, he found many discussing Jiang Wanling's fruit, with some even tagging him, asking if he had tried it. Shen Yanen, Jiang Wanling's persimmons are amazing. Have you tried them? I heard Jiang Wanling's fruit is hard to get. Many stars are buying it. I wonder if Shen Yanen has any special connections? LOL, didn't Shen Yanen have a conflict with Jiang Wanling? He probably can't get any. Despite many fans standing up for him in the comments, countering the mean remarks, the hurtful comments still felt like sharp knives, piercing Shen Yanen's sanity. In a fit of anger, he smashed his phone onto the ground. The phone shattered into pieces upon impact. Jiang Wanling is just a clown, Shen Yanen muttered fiercely to himself, his eyes flashing with anger. One day, I will make you disappear from my sight and never bounce back. Nearby, Director Chao Fei and the crew, busy with filming, were startled by the sudden loud noise. They all paused their work and looked towards the source of the sound. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Yang Yifan, the assistant who had been carefully following Shen Yanen like a shadow, immediately took the blame upon seeing the situation. While apologizing, he quickly jogged over to pick up the broken phone parts. A bug suddenly flew by and scared me, causing me to drop my phone. I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone. The noise from the phone dropping was so loud that anyone could tell it wasn't just an accident. But in the entertainment industry, where appearances matter, everyone chose not to address it. Chao Fei looked at Shen Yanen with concern. Yanen, you don't look well. We're about to start filming. Can you manage? If you're not feeling well, we can adjust the shooting schedule. Shen Yanen took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his expression, and smiled as he replied, It's fine, director. I just had a long night filming and didn't sleep well, so I'm a bit off. I'll grab a coffee to perk up, and I'll be fine for filming. After saying this, he hurriedly left the set, his quick steps seeming to escape from something difficult to face. At that moment, the Jiang Family Basket 2 group became lively with the addition of Fei Lezhang, resembling a fan meeting. Everyone in the group transformed into enthusiastic fans, eagerly greeting Fei Lezhang. They called out Brother Zhang with great warmth. When Jiang Wanling saw Fei Lezhang's name, a memory about her previous self came flooding back. Once, while trying to get attention on the red carpet, she was splashed with water by other fans. In that embarrassing moment, Fei Lezhang passed by and helped shield her from the humiliating splash. Afterward, instead of being grateful, she used the incident to gain more attention from Fei Lezhang. When Fei Lezhang learned about this, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he generously said that if his popularity could help others, it was a good thing. For her, Fei Lezhang had done her a favor, but she, like an ungrateful person, took advantage of it. Although it was her past actions, she now occupied this body. The cycle of cause and effect meant that this favor naturally fell upon her as well. Just then, Fei Lezhang asked in the group, Can I buy this gift box? Others quickly replied, Brother Zhang, don't think about it. This gift box is sold out. If you want it, you can try asking Sister Zhang. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanling quickly responded, You can. Brother Zhang, how many do you want? Fei Lezhang quickly replied, Can I buy 10 of them? Jiang Wanning immediately responded, Sure. Send me your delivery address in a private message, and I'll send it to you today. The other members in the group were stunned by this exchange. What was once a lively chat suddenly felt like it was paused, becoming very quiet. After the silence, there was an explosion of messages. Everyone started to speak up, and the group was flooded with various messages. Su Jun, Boss Jiang, just say it, are you a fan of Brother Zhang? This difference in treatment is too obvious, as if we don't exist. Han Zhou, yeah, Boss Jiang, you might as well label it as Brother Zhang's exclusive gift box. Lin Hai said, Lezhang, you really have a lot of influence. I asked Xiao Jiang several times, but she wouldn't budge. The messages were filled with envy. Fei Lezhang looked at the teasing and admiration from everyone, thinking that this gift box was a privilege for fans, and quickly replied, Is this gift box really that rare? If it's too much trouble to prepare, then forget it. Jiang Wanning almost instantly replied, her words full of sincerity. Brother Zhang, it's not troublesome at all. They are right. This gift box is indeed specially prepared for you. You helped me before, and I've always remembered it. I've just been waiting for a chance to thank you properly, so you must accept it. It's my way of settling a personal matter. Fei Lezhang tried to recall but couldn't piece together any memory of helping Jiang Wanning, and he asked, I helped you? When was that? I'm really sorry. My memory isn't great, and I can't remember. Jiang Wanning smiled slightly and typed, Brother Zhang, you are kind-hearted and have helped many people, so it's natural you might not remember every single one. But for me, it was a huge favor, and that's enough for me to remember. The group members resonated with her words. Brother Zhang is really nice. He took great care of us small supporting roles on set. Yes, Brother Zhang, during that collaboration, I was scolded by the director, and you patiently guided me. Thank you so much. In the industry, Brother Zhang is the person I am most grateful to. No one else compares. Lin Hai joined in, saying, Lezhang, you must accept it. When the gift box arrives, save one for me. Su Jun teased, Director Lin, you really have thick skin, asking for it right in front of everyone. Lin Hai nonchalantly replied, Thick skin gets you far. Don't you understand this? In fact, others in the group had similar thoughts, but they felt their experience was lacking in front of Fei Lezhang and were hesitant to speak up. Only Lin Hai, who had a close relationship with Fei Lezhang, felt confident enough to say something. Fei Lezhang. Thanks, Xiao Jiang. At Lin Hai, all right, I'll send you a box, taking it for my brother's share. Fei Lezhang's brother is Fei Qingping, Lin Hai's best friend. Lin Hai was thrilled to see the reply.
Deal.
Just right, your brother took a gift box from me, so this evens it out. He wondered if Fei Qingping would be furious to find out that the box of fruit he had lost was now replaced with 3 larger gift boxes. After successfully returning a favor, Jiang Wanning felt a weight lift off her shoulders, and she was much happier. Since coming to this world, she had spent quite some time here. During her free moments, she worked hard to piece together the memories of her original self, trying to fit into this new identity and understand the past life of her original self. However, looking back at the original memories, Jiang Wanning felt something was off. The memories of leaving Wangshan village after giving birth were very clear in her mind. She could almost feel the emotions of her original self in every event. Strangely, though, the memories before giving birth were shrouded in a thick fog, unclear and vague. It wasn't just fuzzy, it was too general. She vaguely knew that her original self had a silly younger brother, knew when her parents had passed away, and understood that she had chosen to participate in a talent show to earn money for her brother's medical treatment. But whenever she tried to dig deeper into the details, it felt like her mind was blocked, and she couldn't remember anything. Those fragmented pieces were like scattered puzzle pieces that she couldn't fit together. Jiang Wanning couldn't help but wonder if something significant had happened during childbirth that caused her memories to become distorted. While she was deep in thought, her phone suddenly rang, interrupting her. She glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, she answered the call. On the other end, a sweet voice, almost whiny, said, "Ning Ning, why did you change your number when you left the industry? You haven't contacted me. Do you know how worried I've been about you?" Jiang Ning frowned at the words, quickly searching her memory for a match, and instinctively said a name. "Shi Jiao Jiao?" On the other end of the phone, an exaggerated and overly dramatic voice exclaimed with joy, "Yes, yes, it's me." "Oh no, Jiang Ning, how could you leave without telling me?" The voice was so sweet it seemed to drip with honey, but to Jiang Ning, it brought a sense of dislike. With a cold tone, she asked, "Do you need something?" From her memories, she knew that Shi Jiao Jiao was not a good person. Shi Jiao Jiao was one of the contestants who debuted alongside her during a talent show. During the show, they shared a room and seemed to have a closer relationship compared to other contestants. Jiang Ning had helped her a lot because of this connection, such as practicing together, teaching her dance moves, and even asking her fans to vote for her. It was no exaggeration to say that without Jiang Ning, Shi Jiao Jiao would not have debuted at all. Back then, Shi Jiao Jiao was always sticking to Jiang Ning, presenting herself as a close sister and best friend. However, this memory felt hazy in Jiang Ning's mind, almost like it was covered by a thin veil, making it hard to distinguish the truth. In sharp contrast were the memories after Jiang Ning gave birth, which were as clear as if they had just happened yesterday. Because of this, Jiang Ning understood very well. She knew that Shi Jiao Jiao had never truly considered her a good sister. Shi Jiao Jiao had always been jealous of Jiang Ning's success during the talent show, feeling resentful that Jiang Ning overshadowed her. On the surface, Shi Jiao Jiao expressed gratitude for Jiang Ning's help, calling her good sister affectionately. But behind her back, her jealousy burned fiercely, nearly driving her mad. When Jiang Ning unexpectedly decided to leave the group, Shi Jiao Jiao was undoubtedly the happiest one. After Jiang Ning left, Shi Jiao Jiao not only enjoyed all the resources Jiang Ning had left behind, but also secretly hired people to spread rumors about her. While Jiang Ning was quietly preparing for childbirth at her hometown, the internet was flooded with malicious rumors like Jiang Ning is being supported by someone, Jiang Ning is a mistress, and Jiang Ning left the industry to have a baby, all of which originated from Shi Jiao Jiao. These harmful statements surged like a tidal wave, completely drowning Jiang Ning, causing her to face public scorn and rejection when she returned to the entertainment industry after giving birth. During this time, Shi Jiao Jiao pretended to be sincere and claimed she would fully support the original character. But in reality, her so-called help either involved introducing the original character to shady social events or pushing her into dangerous situations. Alternatively, she schemed to create more scandals, determined to keep the original character down and prevent her from rising again. The original character was too naive to see Shi Jiao Jiao's intentions and mistakenly thought she genuinely wanted to help her, resulting in well-meaning but harmful actions. In contrast to Shi Jiao Jiao's sweet tone, Jiang Ning spoke coldly and even with some impatience. "Shi Jiao Jiao, what do you want? If it's just to catch up, there's no need. I'm very busy." On the other end, Shi Jiao Jiao seemed surprised by Jiang Ning's directness, paused for a moment, and then returned to her sweet voice. "Oh, Ning Ning, why are you so cold? We're good friends. I heard you recently opened a fruit shop and business is doing well, so I wanted to check on you." Jiang Ning scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Check on me? Are you sure you're not here to see me fail?" Shi Jiao Jiao's voice turned pitiful. "Ning Ning, how can you say that? I'm genuinely happy for you. Look, even though you're not in the entertainment industry anymore, at least you have your own career. That's great. Unlike me, still struggling in the industry, exhausted every day." Jiang Ning was tired of her fake complaints and interrupted her directly. "Shi Jiao Jiao, just say what you need to say. I don't have time for your drama." Shi Jiao Jiao was taken aback, her tone finally showing some displeasure. "Jiang Ning, what kind of attitude is this? I called to check on you out of kindness, and this is how you respond? Don't forget, if I hadn't helped you with resources back then, you wouldn't have had the opportunity. Help me with resources? Jiang Wanning scoffed, her tone suddenly sharp. Sure, Jiao Jiao, your so-called resources are those shady events? Or the scandals you created with hired help? Do you really think I don't know what you've been doing behind my back? The phone fell silent as Shi Jiao Jiao clearly didn't expect Jiang Wanning to confront her so directly. After a few seconds, her voice returned, tinged with panic and forced calm. Ning Ning, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Have you believed some rumors? We're good friends. How could I harm you? Good friends? Jiang Wanning scoffed. Shi Jiao Jiao, stop pretending. I know exactly what kind of person you are. You used me to climb up the ladder, and I didn't bother to argue with you then. But now, I advise you to stay away from me and not to provoke me again. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to reveal your secrets. Shi Jiao Jiao finally lost her composure, sounding frantic. Jiang Wanning, don't be ungrateful. Do you think just because you opened a small fruit shop, you're something special? Let me tell you, the entertainment industry isn't a place you can just enter or leave whenever you want. You know how many people you offended when you left the industry. If I hadn't helped you, you would have. Helped me? Jiang Wanning coldly interrupted her. Shi Jiao Jiao, you really opened my eyes. Even now, you can say such things without changing your expression. Enough, I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense. From now on, don't contact me again, or you'll face the consequences.
Wait.
Don't hang up. As Jiang Wanning was about to end the call, Shi Jiao Jiao panicked and shouted, Ning Ning, I don't know who you've been listening to that made you misunderstand me so much. But no matter what you think, I've always considered you a good friend. I called you this time because I genuinely want to help. I heard you're selling fruit, and I thought I could promote it to my friends in the industry. You know how much they spend. If they try it and like it, won't your fruit sell easily? So, please send me 10 boxes of persimmons. Her tone was condescending, as if she were a savior for Jiang Wanning. Oh, now I understand. When I got hurt and announced my retirement, you didn't even show up, and now you're suddenly calling me because you have your eyes on my fruit, Jiang Wanning thought, feeling both angry and amused. Shi Jiao Jiao's shamelessness exceeded her expectations. Shi Jiao Jiao, you should give up on that idea. Even if I were to feed my fruit to dogs, I wouldn't give it to someone as heartless as you. Listen carefully from now on, don't bother me again.
Leave.
With that, Jiang Wanning hung up without hesitation and immediately blocked the number. The idea of promoting her fruit was just a lie to deceive her. Based on the popularity of her family's fruit in the Jiang family's group chat, Shi Jiao Jiao's little schemes were obvious to Jiang Wanning. She probably wanted to take advantage of her family's fruit for favors, just to show off in the circle. While she was thinking this, her phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Wanning looked down and saw a message from an unknown number. Ning Ning, I know you've been forced out of the industry, and it's hard for you. But why make things difficult for yourself? You know very well that those who can push you out of the entertainment world can easily ruin your small fruit shop. Think it over. If you come to your senses, send the fruit to this address. Just reading the message made Jiang Wanning picture Shi Jiao Jiao's arrogant and commanding demeanor, as if she were right in front of her, giving orders. Although she already knew this woman was cunning and ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve her goals, seeing such a bold and threatening message still ignited her anger. Did Shi Jiao Jiao think she was powerless and could be easily manipulated? Jiang Wanning smirked coldly and quickly typed a reply on her phone. Let's wait and see. After sending the message, she immediately blocked the number, without hesitation.
Bang!
With a loud crash, Shi Jiao Jiao, furious, smashed her phone onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. At that moment, her usually beautiful face twisted with rage, looking terrifying as she cursed, "You wretched person, go die." Her assistant, Wang Shanshan, watched helplessly as her phone was destroyed, feeling heartbroken. That phone was something she had saved up for and had not used for long. However, after being under Shi Jiao Jiao's pressure for so long, she had learned to be cautious. Even though she was in pain, she held back her tears and didn't dare to make a sound. Just then, someone knocked and entered the room. What's that noise? It's so loud. Chi-jia is in a meeting next door, so keep it down. It was Su Li, who glanced around the messy room and focused on Shi Jiao and Wang Shanshan. Seeing Su Li, Shi Jiao's expression changed completely. Just a moment ago, she looked fierce like a monster, but now she smiled sweetly like a flower blooming in spring and gently said, "I'm sorry, Lily." Shanshan accidentally dropped her phone. "I'm really sorry for disturbing you. Please tell Sister Qi I'm sorry." As she spoke, her hand tightly twisted around Wang Shanshan's waist, as if trying to squeeze the flesh off her, secretly signaling her to quickly take the blame and apologize. Wang Shanshan was already used to this kind of situation. Her face showed grievance, but she had to skillfully step forward to take the blame. She bowed and apologized to Su Lily, saying, "I'm sorry, Sister Lily. I didn't mean to cause trouble for everyone." Su Lily just came over to say a word, waved her hand, and left. Zhou Qi was an important figure in the entertainment company where Shi Jiao worked. She was not only the company's top star but also one of the shareholders. All the artists in the company greeted her with smiles and tried to please her, hoping she could help them with various film and variety show opportunities. Shi Jiao was no exception. She often focused on Zhou Qi. So when Zhou Qi approached her, she couldn't express how happy she was. Hearing that Zhou Qi would return to the company today, Shi Jiao hurriedly came early, found a prominent corner in the company, and eagerly waited. She was calculating in her mind, hoping to make a good impression on Zhou Qi and get closer to her. If she could win Zhou Qi's favor, her life in the company would be much easier. But before she could put her pleasing plan into action, Zhou Qi took the initiative to approach her. Zhou Qi looked excited and eagerly asked Shi Jiao, I heard you were very close to Jiang Wanning. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Shi Jiao's face instantly showed a hesitant expression. It was as if she had many thoughts to share. After a moment, she slightly lowered her head, looking sad, and gently nodded, her voice a bit choked as she said, "During the talent show, she really helped me a lot. I always remembered that and hoped to help her someday. But life is unpredictable. I never expected." Her words trailed off, as if something had caught in her throat, her face filled with helplessness and regret. However, before she could finish her carefully prepared sad story, Zhou Qi eagerly interrupted her, getting straight to the point. "Can you contact her now? Can she sell me some persimmons again?" Persimmons? When Shi Jiao heard these words, she was instantly confused, her mind blank and her eyes filled with bewilderment. She thought to herself, what persimmons? Seeing her puzzled expression, Wang Shanshan, Zhou Qi's assistant, couldn't help but explain, "Sister Jiao, you don't know?" After Jiang Wanning retired, she opened a fruit store online. The persimmons from her shop are incredibly delicious, soft, sweet, and many people are eager to buy them. Upon hearing this, Shi Jiao finally understood and realized why Zhou Qi had approached her. It turned out that Zhou Qi really liked the persimmons from Zhang's store, but they were already sold out and unavailable for purchase. Knowing that Zhang's store was run by Jiang Wanning, Zhou Qi naturally thought of her, especially since she often claimed to be Jiang Wanning's best friend in the industry. Shi Jiao's smile froze for a moment. She hadn't expected that Jiang Wanning's retirement would lead to selling persimmons in such a creative way. However, she quickly adjusted her expression, putting on a look of realization, smiling as she said, "Oh, so it's persimmons. Jiang Ning did mention sending me some, but I thought it might be tough for her after retiring, so I didn't want to ask. I really didn't know what her persimmons tasted like." Zhou Qi nodded lightly, seemingly indifferent to her explanation, and continued, "Can you help me contact her? I have a few friends who are also raving about her persimmons and want to buy some to try. The persimmons in her shop are so popular that I only managed to buy them once, and then they were taken off the shelves." Shi Jiao understood that the friends Zhou Qi mentioned were all influential figures in the entertainment industry, just like her. If she could take this opportunity to help Zhou Qi secure the persimmons, it could greatly benefit her own career in the industry. Thinking about this, Shi Jiao's eyes lit up, her chest puffed out, and she confidently replied, "Sister Qi, you can count on me." Jiang Ning and I are very close. If she has them, she'll definitely help without hesitation. How many persimmons do you want? I'll call her right away. Zhou Qi was clearly prepared and immediately stated a surprising number without hesitation. If she is stock, let's start with 100 pounds. If not, I'll take whatever she has. Shi Jiaojiao patted her chest and confidently promised, Sister Qi, don't worry, I will definitely get you 100 pounds of persimmons, no less. I will handle this perfectly. Zhou Qi smiled with satisfaction, nodded slightly, and then turned to leave with her assistant. Shi Jiaojiao was immediately filled with excitement. She never even considered whether Jiang Weining would agree. After all, in her mind, for the past 3 years, Jiang Weining had been someone she could easily manipulate, always ready to help her. This time would surely be no different. However, reality gave her a harsh wake-up call. After stepping back from the spotlight, Jiang Weining seemed completely transformed. She not only firmly rejected Shi Jiaojiao's unreasonable demands but also cut ties with her without hesitation. This sudden change was unbearable for the proud and controlling Shi Jiaojiao. She felt a burning anger inside her, almost consuming her completely. What frustrated her even more was that without the persimmons, she wouldn't know how to report back to Zhou Qi. It's just persimmons, right? I refuse to believe I can't find a substitute. Shi Jiaojiao scoffed and quickly opened her phone to search for fruit stores in the city. She remembered a farm that sold very popular and high-quality fruits, highly sought after by people in the industry. No matter how good Jiang Weining's persimmons were, could they compare to those from a professional farm? As long as she found similar persimmons and changed the packaging, Zhou Qi shouldn't notice. Soon, Shi Jiaojiao found a high-end fruit store that had fresh persimmons for sale. After tasting one, she found it sweet and delicious. She immediately placed an order, asking the store to package the persimmons nicely and specifically requested no brand labels. She also asked for them to be delivered to her address. The store staff paused for a moment, noticing the same city address. If it's within the city, we can deliver to your door. However, Shi Jiaojiao insisted on using a courier service. Following the principle that the customer is always right, the store agreed. 2 days later, Shi Jiaojiao received 10 boxes of persimmons, each weighing 10 pounds. After inspecting them, she found that the appearance of these persimmons was even more attractive than those Jiang Weining sold online, and she felt a surge of pride. With these persimmons, Zhou Qi will definitely like them, Shi Jiaojiao said with a satisfied smile. She then picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhou Qi. Sister Qi, the persimmons have arrived at the office. Do you want me to bring them over? Zhou Qi did not reply but instead ran out of her office. Shi Jiao smiled broadly and said, Sister Qi, these are the persimmons you wanted. I had Ningning pick the freshest ones for you. Zhou Qi didn't respond right away. Instead, she opened the box with a strange expression and examined a persimmon closely for a moment. Her gaze lingered on the persimmon for a few seconds before she glanced at the packaging, her brow slightly furrowing. Seeing this, Shi Jiao felt a pang of anxiety and quickly asked, Sister Qi, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the persimmons? Zhou Qi didn't answer but turned to her assistant, Wang Shanshan, and said, Shanshan, please bring me the persimmons from the Jiang family's basket that I bought earlier. Wang Shanshan acknowledged her and soon returned with a box of persimmons, placing it in front of Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi placed the 2 persimmons side by side and frowned at Shi Jiao, saying, Jiao, are you sure these are from Jiang Wanning's family? Why do they look completely different from the ones I bought? The 2 persimmons side by side showed a stark contrast. The Jiang Wanning family's persimmons were large, about the size of an adult's fist. Their skin was slightly rough and covered in small spots, presenting a yellowish color that, at first glance, seemed unremarkable and even a bit unattractive. In contrast, the persimmons brought by Shi Jiao were small, delicate, and charming. Their skin was smooth like a mirror, with a bright red hue that looked almost like a carefully crafted artwork, very eye-catching. Anyone would find it hard to believe they came from the same place. Shi Jiao felt nervous, her eyes darting around, but she insisted, Sister Qi, these persimmons really came from Ningning. She told me they are the best variety from her family, saved for themselves and as gifts. If you don't believe me, just try them. They taste way better than the ones she sells online. After all, the Jiang family's persimmons, which looked unappealing, seemed impossible to associate with good taste. She had confidence in the quality from Sunshine Farm. Zhou Qi's brow furrowed slightly, filled with doubt. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the persimmon Jiao brought and took a small bite. The persimmon was indeed sweet and pleasant, with no bitterness, and the texture was quite good. However, upon savoring it, Zhou Qi felt like something was missing. After finishing, she didn't experience that refreshing, invigorating feeling. Compared to the Jiang family's persimmons, it was like night and day. After just one bite, Zhou Qi lost interest in eating more. Zhou Qi looked up, her expression complex as she gazed at Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, are you sure these are the persimmons from Jiang family? The taste is completely different from the ones I had before. Seeing she couldn't deceive Zhou Qi, Jiao Jiao put on an apologetic expression. Sister Qi, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trick you. Jiangning's persimmons are indeed sold out, and there are none left. But I was really afraid you'd be disappointed, so I specially went to Sunshine Farm to buy these persimmons. You know, the fruits from Sunshine Farm are famous for their quality, and they are definitely not worse than Jiangning's. Who knew? Zhou Qi frowned deeper, her tone slightly displeased. Jiao Jiao, if the persimmons are gone, just say so. I'm not unreasonable. Why go through the trouble of deceiving me? These persimmons are okay, but compared to Jiangning's, they are just not in the same league. Seeing Jiao Jiao's doubtful expression, Zhou Qi sighed softly and said, You should taste it yourself to understand the difference. As she spoke, she offered the large, unattractive persimmon in her hand. But halfway through, she hesitated and pulled it back. Ever since she learned that the persimmons were sold out, she had been saving them, and now only 2 were left. She really couldn't bear to give a whole persimmon to Jiao Jiao. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Qi turned to her assistant, Wang Shanshan. Shanshan, go get a fruit knife. Wang Shanshan quickly brought a fruit knife. Zhou Qi took it and carefully cut a small piece from the persimmon, handing it to Jiao Jiao. Give it a try. Jiao Jiao watched Zhou Qi's stingy demeanor, trying hard to suppress her urge to roll her eyes. It was just a persimmon. Did she really need to be so stingy? But she didn't dare to complain and took the small piece, putting it in her mouth. In an instant, Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming sweetness burst in her mouth, the soft and smooth texture melting like chocolate on her tongue, with no flaws to be found. This taste instantly conquered her taste buds, leaving her stunned, and the disdain on her face vanished, replaced by shock and disbelief. To be honest, she had never tasted anything so delicious among all the fruits she had eaten before. With such a comparison, when Jiao Jiao picked up the persimmons from Sunshine Farm again, all she could taste was an overly sweet flavor and nothing else. At that moment, she finally understood why Zhou Qi was so fond of the persimmons from Jiangning's family. She also realized that her trick had completely failed. Feeling frustrated, she had hoped to please Zhou Qi, but instead, she might have offended her. Just then, Lin Xian walked in with a smile. Upon seeing Zhou Qi, she happily ran over. Qi Jia, I heard you really like the persimmons from Ningning's family. I had bought a lot before, so I thought I would share some with you. Lin Xian was currently part of a production where Zhou Qi was the lead actress. During filming, Zhou Qi had given her a lot of acting tips, and Lin Xian wanted to take this opportunity to thank her. Zhou Qi had been regretting not having enough persimmons. Hearing this, her eyes lit up as she eagerly reached for the bag Lin Xian offered. When she opened it, she saw the familiar, oddly shaped persimmons. Yes, they were the delicious but not so attractive persimmons from Jiangning's family. Zhou Qi immediately hugged the bag, her face beaming with joy. Xiao Yun, thank you so much. I love these persimmons. I bought too few last time, and when I wanted to order more, I found they were sold out. It made me crave them. Then she realized these persimmons were from Lin Xiyun's stock and felt a bit embarrassed. But if you gave these to me, won't you have none left for yourself? Lin Xiyun smiled and replied, Don't worry, Qijia. I bought plenty, and I have more at home. Plus, Ning Ning said these persimmons are just temporarily out of stock. Their pears are ripe now, and everyone is busy picking them. Once things settle down, they will restock the persimmons. Wang Shanshan, hearing this, looked puzzled and couldn't help but interject, There are still persimmons? But Jiao Jiao just told us that Jiangwan Ning's persimmons are all sold out, not a single one left. As soon as she said this, everyone turned their gaze toward Shi Jiao Jiao. Her face turned pale and then flushed, looking very uneasy. However, she forced a calm expression and said with a stiff smile, Yes, that's what Ning Ning told me. Xiyun, you must be mistaken. Lin Xiyun shook her head confidently and said, That's impossible. When the persimmons went out of stock, many people in the group were asking about them, and Ning Ning specifically told us in the group. Worried they might believe her words, Lin Xiyun took out her phone and quickly checked the group chat history. Soon, she turned her phone screen towards the others and said, You can see for yourselves. The group gathered around, and they saw a message from an account labeled with Jiang Wanning's name. Everyone, don't worry, there are still plenty of persimmons. But we are short on staff, and the pears on the mountain need to be picked soon. Once we have enough help, the shop will restock the persimmons. The truth was clear, and Shi Jiao Jiao's lie was once again exposed. Her face turned increasingly pale, wishing she could disappear. However, the others were too focused on the group chat to notice her. Zhou Qi was now paying attention to the group. Xiyun, what group is this? It seems like many people here are from our circle. Lin Xiyun smiled and replied, Sister Qi, the people in this group are indeed from our circle. This is Sister Ning's Jiang family vegetable basket group too, where members buy vegetables and fruits from Sister Ning's family. Sister Ning shares new products and restock information here. If you like her produce, you should join the group so you don't miss out. Okay, I want to join. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she quickly took out her phone to scan the code, eager not to miss out on this great opportunity. Wang Shanshan, standing nearby, felt a bit anxious and quietly asked, Can I join too? She was a bit nervous since the group was filled with big stars from the entertainment industry, and she was just a small assistant, unsure if she was qualified to join. Of course, Shanshan, you can join. Lin Xiyun nodded and added, Sister Qi, this group was created to help everyone buy fruits from Sister Ning. Director Lin and the others made some rules. Each person can bring one assistant and one family member into the group. This rule was mainly to prevent some fans from joining. If too many fans entered, it would be hard to communicate properly in the group. Zhou Qi quickly scanned the code, added a note, submitted her application, and confidently gave Lin Xiyun an OK sign, saying, Don't worry, I got this. After Wang Shanshan finished scanning the code, Lin Xiyun was about to put her phone away when Shi Jiao Jiao, who had been left out and had her lie exposed, suddenly spoke up, I want to join too. Before Lin Xiyun could respond, she quickly scanned the code and submitted her application.
She just saw it.
In the chat history, there were well-known figures like the popular influencer Qin Yuan, famous director Lin Hai, and producer Su Jun. If she could connect with these people, it would definitely boost her acting career, so she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Before long, Zhou Qi and Wang Shanshan's phones chimed with notifications, and they successfully received the group invitation. As soon as they entered the group, they were greeted by a lively discussion about the newly available pears. Everyone, you must try these pears. They work wonders for coughs and phlegm. I had a cough a few days ago, ate a few, and felt much better right away. I'm not coughing, but the taste of these pears is amazing, sweet, juicy, and so delicate that I can't stop eating them. Oh no, I regret buying so few. I only got 5 pounds, and I finished them all in one day. Now I'm eagerly waiting for a restock. Are you a pig? Can you eat that much? Aren't you afraid of a stomachache? When Zhou Qi and Wang Shanshan joined, the group instantly became lively, with everyone welcoming them enthusiastically. Welcome, Goddess Zhou Qi. Welcome, new friends. From now on, we'll be comrades in grocery grabbing. Zhou Qi and Wang Shanshan were amazed and entertained. Zhou Qi, filled with curiosity, couldn't help but ask in the group, "What pears are you talking about that are so delicious?" Immediately, a group of enthusiastic members jumped in to explain. Of course, it's the pears from Boss Jiang. They taste incredible. Hurry and place your order. If they sell out, you'll regret it. Buying too few will make you regret it even more. If you have any questions, you can ask our group's regret expert, Producer Sue. He has a lot of experience. Lin Xian also saw Zhou Qi's question and eagerly shared a funny story about Producer Sue. "Oh my gosh, that was close. I almost ended up like Producer Sue and became a second regret expert." Zhou Qi laughed and joked. After all, she was curious at first and just wanted to buy a few pounds of persimmons. But by the time she wanted to buy more, they were already sold out. Lin Xian earnestly recommended, "Qijie, I'm telling you, everything from Ling Ling's brand is super delicious. No matter what it is, just buy it." Zhou Qi nodded, and her phone screen was already on the purchasing page for Zhang's pears. Then, without hesitation, she directly ordered 100 pounds. If she couldn't buy 100 pounds of persimmons, she would settle for 100 pounds of pears instead. While Zhou Qi and the others chatted excitedly in and out of the group, Shi Jiao had not received any news about joining the group. She frowned, feeling a bit anxious, and couldn't help but refresh her phone several times, but there was still no response. That's strange. Why hasn't my application been approved? Could it be that my application didn't go through? Xian, could you scan the group QR code for me again? Shi Jiao wore a puzzled expression, her big eyes wide open as she pretended to be curious. Lin Xian, like Zhou Qi and the others, thought Shi Jiao was a good friend of Jiang Wanning. However, after what had just happened, she felt something was off about Shi Jiao. If they were truly close friends, why couldn't she even buy persimmons from Jiang Wanning's family and had to come up with a bunch of questionable excuses? Moreover, if they were such good friends, wouldn't it be easier for her to ask Jiang Wanning, the group owner, to add her directly instead of going through so many steps to get the QR code? Despite her doubts and inner thoughts, Lin Xian had a simple nature and didn't want to think badly of others. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled up the QR code again for Shi Jiao and kindly reminded her, Jiao, Ning Ning is the group owner. If your application doesn't go through, you can just ask her to add you directly. Yeah, Ning Ning is quite busy, so I won't bother her with these small things, Shi Jiao explained with a smile, then submitted her group application again. In reality, her number had already been blocked by Jiang Wanning. Worried that Jiang Wanning would reject her application, she even used someone else's name when she noted her contact information. Shi Jiao had high hopes. She looked forward to smoothly joining the group that gathered many influential people in the industry, hoping to make connections that would pave the way for her acting career. However, reality dealt her a heavy. When she saw the cold rejection notice in the notification bar, a surge of anger shot up from her heart, instantly turning her vision red. Jiang Wanning, that awful person. How dare she reject her? In that moment, her first reaction was to find Jiang Wanning and scold her fiercely. She glanced over at Zhou Qi and others who were excitedly discussing the Jiang family's fruits, suddenly snapping back to reality and trying hard to adjust her fierce expression. Just by looking at Zhou Qi, she knew that Jiang Wanning had successfully built many connections in the circle through her fruit business. The potential of these connections should not be underestimated. In this situation, she absolutely could not easily confront Jiang Wanning and make things too awkward. Shi Jiao suppressed her inner anger, biting her teeth and silently encouraging herself. She had been able to manipulate Jiang Wanning in the past, so she could definitely win her back now. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself and acted as if nothing was wrong. Listening to Zhou Qi and the others discuss the new pears from Jiang Wanning's family, Shi Jiao's eyes lit up with an idea. She decided to start by buying pears from Jiang Wanning's family as a way to show goodwill. Besides, she had previously tasted the persimmons from Jiang Wanning's family and found them quite delicious. According to Lin Siyun, the new pairs would surely be just as good. Shi Jiao quickly took out her phone, found the pair purchase page from the Jiang family's online store, and clicked to buy. But to her surprise, as soon as the page loaded, a spinning circle appeared, as if she was stuck in an endless wait. Why is the company's internet so slow today? It's so laggy. I can't even place an order, Shi Jiao complained, her face showing annoyance. Zhou Qi was too absorbed in the food shared by her friends to pay her any attention. Wang Shanshan, wanting to defend her boss's reputation, chimed in, "It's not lagging for me. I'm also using the company network, and the speed is great. I had no issues placing my order. But mine is stuck like this." "Look," Shi Jiao said, showing her phone screen to Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan glanced at it, looking puzzled, and suggested, "I'm not sure what's going on. Why don't you turn off the Wi-Fi and try using mobile data?" Shi Jiao thought this was a good idea and followed the suggestion. However, reality struck again and the situation did not improve. The order page continued to spin without any response. Lin Siyun, seeing Shi Jiao's spinning order page, suddenly remembered a trending topic online from a while ago. Those who have crossed Jiangwanning cannot buy anything from her store. At first, this topic sounded as strange as a fairy tale. Because of this, the discussion has remained very popular. Skeptics have tried it out, but without exception, they all failed. Especially after news spread that Shen Yanin also failed to place an order at Jiang Wanling's shop, it undoubtedly fueled the fire, pushing the excitement to a peak. Some even created a special discussion group called People Qualified to Buy from Jiang's Basket. Lin Xian found it amusing and decided to follow it. Now, seeing Shi Jiao's situation, Lin Xian felt something was off. It looked just like the people online who claimed they kept failing to place orders, exactly the same. Zhou Qi, noticing Lin Xian staring at Shi Jiao with a curious expression, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian smiled slightly and said, half jokingly and half seriously, "It's nothing. Just seeing Sister Jiao's situation reminds me of a strange phenomenon that appeared online a while ago." Zhou Qi, being naturally curious and fond of gossip, immediately became interested and asked, "What phenomenon? Tell me." Lin Xian didn't keep him in suspense. She opened her phone, found the discussion group, and pulled up a clear summary post to show Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi eagerly took the phone and started reading. Wang Shanshan also curiously leaned in to look at the screen. After they finished reading the post, their expressions became very complicated. They exchanged glances with Shi Jiao, filled with surprise, doubt, and a hint of understanding. No wonder Shi Jiao couldn't buy persimmons, couldn't join the group, and couldn't place orders. It turned out she wasn't a close friend, but rather a rival. Feeling uneasy under their gaze, Shi Jiao forced a smile and awkwardly leaned over to Zhou Qi, pretending to be curious, and asked, "Sister Qi, what are you looking at?" "Let me see too." Zhou Qi straightforwardly handed the phone to Shi Jiao. Shi Jiao quickly scanned the screen, her expression growing serious. Her fingers began to tap nervously on the table, the rhythm increasing as if trying to hide her anxiety. As the content on the screen kept scrolling, her face grew darker, and the fake smile she wore began to stiffen, almost slipping away completely. Finally, she took a deep breath, forced herself to stay calm, and exaggeratedly laughed. "Ha ha, for marketing, they can come up with such ridiculous things. It's just too funny." Lin Xian frowned slightly, her tone calm but with a hint of probing, "But many people really can't place their orders, just like you, Sister Jiao." Shi Jiao's pupils shrank a little. Then she waved her hand and pretended to be relaxed, saying, "This must just be a coincidence. How could something so strange happen? I think my phone got wet a while ago, and that's why the network had issues. Once I get a new phone, everything will be fine." Although her tone was cheerful, her hand holding the phone trembled slightly from the pressure. However, Lin Xian, Zhou Qi, and Wang Shanshan exchanged glances, their faces showing "I'll just quietly watch your performance" expression. Zhou Qi even raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a smile on his lips. Shi Jiao's gaze swept over the three of them, feeling a rush of panic, almost losing her composure. Then, she pretended to laugh heartily, but her laughter sounded particularly forced and awkward. Haha, you guys can't really believe that, can you? Her voice rose by 8 degrees, trying to cover her inner unease with volume. Don't forget, I'm Ning Ning's best friend. How could I possibly be her hater? That's just too ridiculous. Maybe the system of the Jiang family store is malfunctioning. Think about it. How could they limit someone from buying based on whether they've criticized the owner? If this gets out, people will just laugh. Her speech became faster, as if she was defending herself, but her eyes kept darting around. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly said, I have something to do, I'll leave first, and quickly left the room. In her haste, she accidentally knocked over a cup on the table. Zhou Qi, Lin Xiyun, and Wang Shanshan exchanged glances, silently sharing a meaningful look. Is she feeling guilty? Lin Xiyun whispered. Zhou Qi shrugged lightly, a faint smile on his face, who knows. But speaking of which, that trending topic online is quite interesting. Many people are saying with certainty that the Jiang family store seems to be protected by some mysterious force, and only those who truly love her products can successfully place an order. I wonder if it's true. His words were filled with curiosity. Wang Shanshan pretended to be funny as she patted her chest and said with a feigned sense of relief, Thank goodness. I usually just go online for fun, only to watch the excitement and never comment carelessly. Otherwise, I wouldn't get to enjoy such delicious fruits from Sister Ningning's place. Unknowingly, her way of addressing Jiang Wanning had changed from the slightly unfamiliar Jiang Wanning to the more affectionate Sister Ningning, just like Lin Xiyun did. Zhou Qi looked at Wang Shanshan and couldn't help but smile. Just enjoy what you see online. Don't take it too seriously. Especially in their circle. Every event and every person is controlled by the invisible hand of capital, playing out carefully arranged scripts. After being in the circle for a while, one learns that so-called friends and close buddies can sometimes turn out to be the ones who hurt you the most when you least expect it. Meanwhile, Shi Jiao hurried back to her lounge. With a loud bang, she slammed the door shut, and her fake smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a gloomy expression that seemed to drip with resentment and frustration. She quickly grabbed her phone, her fingers trembling slightly with anger and urgency. She clicked to place an order again. However, the despairing loading screen appeared once more, refusing to switch to the payment page. What's going on? Is it true what they say online, that those who have crossed Jiang Wanning can't buy her stuff? Shi Jiao murmured to herself. It was both funny and frightening to her. But she quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss the scary thought, reassuring herself, no way, that can't be true. It's just a coincidence. Jiang Wanning is just a former star. She can't have such power. Despite saying this, she still felt uneasy and decided to try again. This time, she switched to a rarely used alternate account, changed the delivery address, and pressed the order button. However, harsh reality struck her again as the frustrating loading status appeared once more. Shi Jiao could no longer contain her anger and slammed her phone onto the sofa, muttering angrily, Jiang Wanning, what do you mean by this? Are you doing this on purpose? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the frustration and anger built up inside her, almost driving her mad. She couldn't understand how Jiang Wanning, who used to be at her mercy in the entertainment industry, was now just running a small fruit shop, yet had pushed her into such a corner. No way. I can't let this go. Shi Jiao gritted her teeth in anger. Since Jiang Wanning won't let me buy, I'll find someone else to do it. I refuse to believe I can't get a few pounds of fruit from her. She held back her anger, took a deep breath, and quickly pulled out her phone to check her contacts. Her eyes scanned the names until she found a fairly friendly young actress, Yang Rui Shui, and called her without hesitation. Hello, Rui Shui. It's Jiao. Did you know that Ning Ning opened a fruit shop online? I was thinking, since we used to have a good relationship in the industry, I wanted to help her business without her noticing. Could you go to her shop and buy some fruit for me? Shi Jiao tried to sound casual, as if she genuinely wanted to support Jiang Wanning's business. On the other end, Yang Rui Shui paused for a moment before responding irritably. Jiao, Jiang Wanning's business is doing well. She doesn't need your help. I heard her persimmons are really tasty, so I wanted to buy some. But when I clicked the shopping link, I couldn't place an order at all. As she spoke, Yang Rui Shui became more animated. There's even a marketing message saying, if you've ever had a grudge against Jiang Wanning, you won't be able to buy her products. I think she's just being petty and blocking people she has issues with. Hearing this, Shi Jiao suddenly remembered that there was indeed bad blood between Yang Rui Shui and Jiang Wanning. In various shows, Yang Rui Shui had often tried to trip Jiang Wanning up, spread rumors, and even snatched her resources. She couldn't help but ask, can shopping links still block people? Who knows? I've never sold anything. But if you can block contacts on your phone, I guess shopping links work similarly, Yang Rui Shui replied nonchalantly. Shi Jiao found this explanation quite reasonable. At least it made more sense than the mysterious theories online. Yang Rui Shui's blocking theory seemed more logical. After hearing Yang Rui Shui vent about Jiang Wanning on the phone, Shi Jiao finally hung up. Just thinking about how Jiang Wanning had blocked her made Shi Jiao feel extremely frustrated. She never expected to be forced into such a difficult situation by Jiang Wanning. Picking up her phone again, she stubbornly continued to search through her contacts, trying to find someone who had no conflict with Jiang Wan. However, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. After searching, she realized that everyone around her had, at some point, made things difficult for Jiang Wanning when she was down. No matter how wildly the outside world speculated, they could not guess that Jiang Wanning was using the most basic and simple tracking spell from the cultivation world. She quietly marked those with ill intentions using her spiritual energy. As a result, as long as Jiang Wanning did not want to, these people would be as if cursed, never able to buy anything she produced. As for them finding others to buy for them, Jiang Wanning couldn't care less. After all, how ironic is it to blacken her name while also seeking to buy her products? At this moment, the entire Jiang family was busy. Some were carrying buckets of water, while others were mopping the floor. No one was idle. After mopping the floor, Jiang Wanning leaned on the mop, standing in the center of the living room. She looked around, seeing everything wet, as if they had just experienced a small flood. Seeing the messy scene, Jiang Wanning couldn't help but sigh deeply. Although she already knew that the old house of the Jiang family was old and worn down, last night's sudden heavy rain truly showed her the extent of its decay. There's a saying, when it rains heavily outside, it drizzles inside. But in their house, it was more like a moderate rain inside. Every room, except for Jiang Yui's, was affected. Water leaked from the roof like beads from a broken string. Because of this, the whole family, along with their 8 dogs, had to move into Jiang Yui's room, huddling together to get through the night. Jiang Wanning had originally planned to wait until the fruit business was busy and her finances were better before starting to build a new house. But given the current situation, it was clear that waiting was not an option. The house needed to be rebuilt immediately. With that thought in mind, Jiang Wanning quickly contacted several designers she had spoken to online, hoping they could quickly create house designs based on her needs. Once the designs were ready, she would find a local construction team to start building right away. However, reality dealt her a heavy. The designers seemed either impatient with her detailed requests or looked down on her project in this remote area, showing a very indifferent attitude. They casually tossed over a few ready-made blueprints as if just to fulfill their obligation. When Jiang Wanning opened them, she was almost furious. The houses designed were either luxurious countryside villas or traditional Chinese gardens, none of which met her simple and practical building needs. So, when Wang Lifang arrived with a family driver in a pickup truck to pick up the goods, she saw Jiang Wanning on the phone, clearly agitated. With her brows tightly knit, she was speaking intensely, occasionally raising her voice, and her body language showed signs of frustration. Wang Lifang, curious, quietly asked Jiang Yue beside her, "Andy, who is Xiao Zheng on the phone with? She seems quite upset." Jiang Yue sighed helplessly and replied, "We plan to renovate our old house, and Ning Ning has been looking for designers online. But she has been unhappy with the proposals they've given her, and it's stressing her out." As she spoke, Jiang Yue shook her head, her eyes showing concern for her granddaughter. She felt old and didn't understand many things, wanting to help but feeling powerless. Wang Lifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, why look for designers? Auntie, you don't know what our family does, do you? Jiang Yue looked puzzled and asked, What does your family do? Wang Lifeng straightened her back and proudly announced, Our family runs a construction company that specializes in building houses. We've been in this business for many years and have plenty of experience. Jiang Yue perked up at this and quickly asked, Does your company have designers too? Wang Lifeng confidently replied, Of course. We have many excellent designers, all top talents in the industry. Not only that, but we also have our own construction and renovation teams, providing a full range of services from building to decorating. At that moment, Jiang Wanning had just hung up the phone and was about to arrange for workers to load Wang Lifeng's pickup truck. But she was suddenly called by Jiang Yue. Jiang Wanning looked surprised and asked, Grandma, what's wrong? Jiang Yue said excitedly, Xiaowang told me that his family runs a construction company with many talented designers who can help us build our house. Jiang Wanning knew that the Qian family operated a construction company. Qian's construction is quite large in Lin City and is considered a strong enterprise. Many major public facility projects in the city involve Qian's construction. However, Jiang Wanning had her doubts. Aunt Wang, your company usually takes on large projects, right? Do you also handle personal house building? Generally, given Qian's construction scale and status in the industry, they have shifted their focus to large projects. Personal house building, which is relatively minor, is usually not part of their business scope. The projects they typically undertake involve developing large residential communities or collaborating with government departments on various municipal engineering contracts. However, Wang Lifeng had her own plans. For the sake of her family's future, she readily agreed, Of course. Why wouldn't we take it? Don't worry, I'll arrange it for you as soon as I get back to the company. You can talk directly with the designer, share all your ideas and needs, and I guarantee they will design a house you love. How does that sound? Jiang Wanning knew that Wang Lifeng was making things easier for her. But this was also a rare opportunity. Having such a capable company like Qian's Construction handle her house's construction was a great deal she couldn't refuse. If anything, she could consider it a favor owed to the Qian family and repay it slowly in the future.
All right.
Thank you, Aunt Wang. Jiang Wanning agreed without hesitation, her tone clear and decisive. Wang Lifeng appreciated Jiang Wanning's straightforward and efficient personality. She joked, What are you thanking me for? You're not getting it for free. This is just normal business. With the designer and construction team confirmed, the house-building plan was halfway set. Jiang Wanning felt much more relaxed. After helping the Qian family's driver load 1,000 pounds of pears onto the pickup truck, Jiang Wanning packed several other items. She included vegetables from the backyard garden that hadn't been sold yet, chestnuts, mountain yams, and 2 turtles that she had been keeping in a net. Looking at the basketful of goodies, Wang Lifeng smiled and said, Oh my, you are too kind. With so much, I feel embarrassed. She knew that accepting Xiao Zhang's request for house construction would definitely pay off. Just look at all these wonderful items. These are truly things that money can't buy. Remembering the taste of the fish from the holiday gift, her eyes sparkled at the sight of the big eel and turtle. She had been thinking about how to convince old Qian to take on the construction order for Xiao Zhang's family. But now, seeing this generous gift, especially the 2 large turtles, she felt confident. Old Qian had always been a sucker for good food. If he saw these turtles, he would surely be more interested in Jiang Wanning's construction order than anyone else. He might even want to personally oversee it. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, Aunt Wang, please don't be so polite. You've helped me so much this time. These gifts are nothing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how long I'd be worried about the construction. She was only thinking about making money for the house. She didn't realize that just finding a good design would be so difficult. Wang Lifeng playfully scolded, You can't say that. There are many families building houses, but I've never tasted such delicious produce as yours. After getting used to your vegetables and fruits, everything else seems bland. I can't imagine what we would do if you stopped farming. Jiang Wanning laughed and said, Aunt Wang, don't worry. I plan to farm for life. Yes, yes. With your skills, you mustn't give up halfway. Looking at the basket full of goodies, Wang Lifeng suddenly remembered the excitement when old Qian shared Jiang Wanning's holiday gift in the group chat. Everyone was envious, and the messages flooded the screen, forcing Jiang Wanning to prepare gift boxes to satisfy everyone's demands. Thinking of this, Wang Lifeng couldn't help but chuckle. If the foodies in the group found out about all these goodies, it would cause a stir. Jiang Wanning shrugged, looking helpless. So, Aunt Wang, you have to help me keep this a secret. These are the last of our supplies, and if everyone finds out, I won't be able to handle it. Don't worry, I'll make sure to remind Uncle Qian when I get back, and I promise he won't show off. Really, at his age, he still acts so immature. Wang Lifeng assured this while reaching for the basket, preparing to put it in the car. But the basket was too heavy. She used all her strength and couldn't even lift it. Before she could call the driver for help, Jiang Wanning quickly stepped forward. She firmly grabbed the basket with both hands, exerted a little strength, and easily tossed it into the back of the truck. Wang Lifeng watched in amazement, secretly impressed. This girl Jiang, looking so slender, had such surprising strength. No wonder she could farm the land so well. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wang Lifeng got into the car and left. As she watched the vehicle drive away, Jiang Wanning let out a long sigh, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. With the help of Qian's construction company, the house-building project was finally on track. Next, she just needed to communicate her needs with the designer to get started quickly. Turning back to the yard, she looked at the old, worn house and felt a wave of nostalgia. Although the house was in poor condition, it held the memories of 3 generations of the Jiang family. However, out with the old, in with the new. Once the new house was built, the family would be much more comfortable. Just then, she saw Wang Ying and his family of 3, each carrying a roll of plastic sheeting, walking toward their home. Jiang Wanning asked curiously, Aunt Wang, what are you all doing? Wang Ying smiled and said, the weather forecast says there might be rain in the evenings for the next few days. We just fixed our roof recently, and we have some leftover materials, so we thought we'd share them with you. Then she spotted Chen Aizhou's family and Li Yunyan and her husband, each bringing supplies for roof repairs as well. Jiang Wanning felt both touched and amused. Did everyone plan this together? Chen Aizhou jokingly complained, of course. You have a serious leak in your roof, and didn't tell us. Are you trying to keep us out? Li Yunyan, holding a bundle of waterproof tarpaulin, chimed in playfully, exactly. You can help us, but we can't help you? Besides, if your roof keeps leaking, you won't sleep well at night, and how will you have the energy to work? We're counting on you to earn big and pay us. Jiang Yue quickly invited everyone inside and asked Jiang Yichen to boil water for tea. Seeing this, Wang Ying hurriedly stopped her. Auntie, don't worry about that. We're here to work, not to drink tea. We need to fix the roof before it gets dark, Wang Ying said, directing her husband and son to move the ladder and gather tools, quickly getting to work. Chen Aizhou and Li Yunyan's families also joined in, working together. Some passed materials while others helped hold things steady, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. Jiang Wanning wanted to go up to the roof, but Jiang Wutian stopped her. We're up there. You can help by passing things from below. Jiang Wanning pointed to the main room and the 2 side rooms, saying, Uncle Wutian, we only need to fix these 3 rooms. I'm planning to tear down and rebuild the whole house soon, so we don't need to fix the other rooms. Everyone paused, surprised by Jiang Wanning's words. Wang Ying spoke first, concern in her voice, Ningning. You're going to rebuild the house? That's a big deal. Why didn't you mention it before? Chen Aizhou came over, helping to cut oilcloth while asking, Yeah, rebuilding isn't a small task. It costs a lot of money. Can you handle it alone? Do you want us to help? Jiang Wanning smiled. I've already contacted a construction company. They'll handle everything. Li Yunyan laughed and patted her shoulder. You're too strong-willed. If you need anything, just let us know. We may not have much, but we can help. Jiang Wanning replied, All right, I won't be polite then. Before the rebuilding, I'm counting on you all for the roof. Last night's rain was quite a hassle. Everyone laughed at this. The men on the roof joked while working, Ning Ning, when the new house is finished, you have to invite us to celebrate. Jiang Wanning nodded with a smile. Of course. I'll invite everyone over to warm the house. Meanwhile, the roof repairs were in full swing, and the kitchen was bustling with activity. Old Lady Jiang Yue was in charge of the fire. Old Lady Wu Guixiang was with the twins, preparing and washing vegetables. Jiang Yichen took on the role of head chef. There were 2 large pots on the stove. One pot was cooking rice, with a steamer on top filled with yam and chestnuts. The other pot was for stir-frying vegetables. With so many people, today's menu was quite lavish compared to usual. There are chestnut chicken, fried loach, yam and ribs, braised turtle, stir-fried vegetables, cold mixed salad, and yellow eel stewed with tofu. For a banquet, the number of dishes isn't too many. But each dish is quite large, as it needs to satisfy the appetite of over 10 people, and each dish is prepared in a big pot style. Jiang Yichen held the spatula, flipping the ingredients in the pot. The food released a tempting aroma as he cooked. Wu Guixiang saw Jiang Yichen swinging the spatula energetically and couldn't help but exclaim, "Luckily, Chen Chen is strong. Otherwise, with our old bones, we would need all our strength to stir such a big pot of food." Hearing this, Jiang Mudong perked up, tilted her little face, and said in a sweet voice, "Grandma, I'm strong too, look." Wu Guixiang planned to praise the child as usual. But the next moment, she saw the little one steadily carrying a basin of dirty water that had been used to wash vegetables. The basin looked especially large for a 3-year-old. However, Jiang Mudong seemed to carry it with ease, walking steadily toward the backyard on her short legs. That big basin was indeed heavy. Most 3-year-olds would struggle to even move it. Wow, Tong Tong is amazing. She can carry such a heavy basin. Wu Guixiang said in surprise, genuinely praising her. At that moment, Jiang Mushuan, who had been quietly washing vegetables, stood up and reached for a water bucket that was half his height. He lifted it effortlessly and walked toward the backyard as well. The bucket hardly wobbled in his hands. Anyone unaware would think he was carrying an empty bucket. Wu Guixiang was momentarily stunned, amazed by the sight. Jiang Yue smiled and said, "They must have taken after their mother. They are all little strong men." Jiang Mudong's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Yes, I want to be a strong man like Mommy." As the food in the kitchen was nearly ready, the roof repairs outside were also coming to an end. Jiang Wutian and the others climbed down the ladder from the roof and began to clean up the debris from the repairs. Broken tiles, old wood, and other items were gathered together. Soon, the once messy yard returned to its original tidiness. After everything was cleaned up, they dusted themselves off and prepared to head home. "Ning Ning, we're heading back now. If the roof still leaks, you must let us know," Wang Ying reminded. Seeing this, Jiang Wanning quickly stepped forward and stopped them, saying, "We've already prepared meals for everyone at home. You have to eat before you leave." Chun Ai Ju waved her hand with a cheerful tone, refusing. "Oh, it's just a little help with the roof. We can't take your meal too. We're leaving now." Just then, Jiang Mu Tong, the clever little girl, rushed out like a breeze. She stood at the door, straightened her small body, and shouted in her clear, sweet voice, "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, it's time to eat. Hurry and wash your hands so you can eat." When Wang Ying and the others saw Jiang Mu Tong like this, they couldn't help but adore her. "Oh my, we haven't seen her for a few days, and our Tong Tong has grown up. She knows how to welcome guests now," Wang Ying said. Chun Ai Ju added with a smile, "I remember last year she was so little and could hardly speak. Now she talks nonstop like a little adult." Li Yunyan laughed and squatted down to Jiang Mu Tong's level, teasing, "Tong Tong, you're so capable. Did you secretly eat some magic medicine?" Jiang Mu Tong blinked her big, sparkling eyes and, with her rosy little face, replied seriously, "I didn't eat any magic medicine. It's because the vegetables Mommy grows are delicious. When I eat them, I get strong." Her innocent answer made all the adults burst into laughter. At that moment, Wu Guixiang came out of the house and saw everyone still standing in the yard. She hurriedly urged, Oh, why are you still outside? Hurry and wash up. Dinner is ready. Chun Chin worked really hard to prepare a big table of dishes. If you don't eat, it will hurt the child's feelings. Wang Ying's eyes lit up upon hearing this. No wonder it smells so good. It's Chun Chen's cooking. I must try it. The others, who were hesitating, couldn't resist the tempting aroma wafting from the kitchen. The rich scent seemed to pull them in. Oh, what is that cooking? It smells amazing. I've heard from the village chief that Chin Chan is a great cook. Today, we are in for a treat. As they chatted and laughed, they walked toward the wash area. After washing their hands, they gradually entered the house. As soon as they entered the room, everyone's attention was drawn to the large round table set with a variety of steaming dishes. Each dish looked like a carefully crafted work of art, shining with tempting colors and aromas. The chestnut chicken was golden in color, with tender, juicy chicken and plump chestnuts that gave off a sweet fragrance. The braised turtle had a rich sauce, the eel with tofu smelled wonderful, and the yam with pork ribs was soft and sweet. Each dish was a masterpiece, full of color, aroma, and flavor, making mouths water just at the sight of it. Oh my goodness, this smells amazing. I can hardly contain my drool. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, their voices filled with a desire for the delicious food. Jiang Yue loved it when others praised her children. Hearing the compliments about the food made her smile widely, and she warmly invited everyone. Are you all hungry? Please sit down and eat, don't be shy. Wang Ning replied with a smile, Auntie, we won't hold back. Just look at this food. It's too tempting to ignore. With the twins included, there were a total of 13 people happily gathered around the large round table. At first, everyone was a bit shy, only daring to reach for the dishes in front of them. However, whether it was the chestnut chicken, fried loach, or stir-fried vegetables, every bite was surprising and completely changed their previous impressions of these dishes. Jiang Zicheng was reluctantly dragged along by his parents to help out. As someone who was not used to physical labor, spending a whole day gathering chestnuts had already worn him out. He was quite unhappy about being pulled in to fix the roof and didn't say a word throughout the process. However, after tasting a bite of the mixed salad, all his fatigue and gloom disappeared instantly. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Yichen beside him, saying, How is this dish so delicious? Chun Chun, how did you make it? Even the cold dishes are amazing. Jiang Yichen thought he genuinely wanted to learn and began to explain seriously, I learned from the chef on TV. You have to start by. Before he could finish, he noticed that Jiang Zicheng's attention had completely shifted to grabbing food. Yes, it was all about grabbing food. Since tasting the first bite of the dish in front of him, everyone was captivated by the incredible flavors and forgot their reservations. This is delicious, and that is too. One bite after another, they simply couldn't stop. With a mouthful of mudfish still not swallowed, the turtle on the chopsticks was already eagerly heading towards the mouth. The dishes on the table were disappearing quickly, and everyone was eating heartily, not even looking up. Jiang Mudong and Jiang Mushuan, the two little ones, were wide-eyed, even forgetting to eat the food their mother had served them. Suddenly, Jiang Mudong stretched out her little hand and offered a piece of greens to Jiang Feifei, who was focused on her meal. Auntie, you should eat this. It's delicious. Jiang Feifei felt a bit shy from this unexpected gesture and smiled, saying, Thank you, Tong Tong. You should eat too. But Jiang Mudong shook her head seriously and said, Tong Tong won't eat. I'll save it all for Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle and Auntie. Her voice was clear and loud, and everyone at the table turned to look curiously. Jiang Weining smiled and asked, Why is that? Jiang Mudong sighed like a little adult and explained, Mom, we often eat these tasty dishes at home. But for Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle and Annie, this must be the first time they're having such delicious food. It's too sad for them. So I won't eat, and I'll save it all for them. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, followed by a burst of laughter. Wang Ying laughed so hard that tears almost came out, praising, Oh, our Tong Tong is so thoughtful. Grandma will eat a lot today. Chen Aijio also laughed heartily and joked, "Tong Tong, your little mouth is so sweet. But don't worry, there's plenty of food today. We'll eat together." The atmosphere in the room became even livelier as everyone continued to joke and eat. The dishes on the table were quickly cleared, with not even a drop of soup left. Jiang Yue looked at everyone's satisfied faces, feeling both happy and proud, with a smile of contentment on her face. "Everyone, don't be shy. If you're still hungry, just let me know, and I'll get you some soup." Jiang Ziqing exaggeratedly gestured at his throat and waved his hands, saying, "I'm full, I'm full. Grandma Jiang, I've eaten enough. If I eat more, I'll really be sick." His actions and tone made everyone laugh, along with some disapproving looks from his parents. Wang Ying, both amused and exasperated, said, "You're all grown up, yet you eat like this. Aren't you embarrassed?" Jiang Ziqing replied with a pout, "Mom, I eat takeout every day. It's not easy to come home and enjoy such delicious food. Can I indulge just once?" Wang Ying shook her head helplessly, saying, "Eat, eat, eat. If your stomach hurts tonight, don't come crying to me." Li Feifei smiled and advised, "I heard that takeout food is often not clean, so it's better to eat less of it." Jiang Ziqing sighed and said helplessly, "There's no choice. I can't cook, and even if I could, with work from 9 to 9 every day, I don't have time to cook. In the end, I can only eat takeout." "That sounds tough. Young people like you have a hard time working outside," Jiang Yue said, feeling sympathetic as she thought of her granddaughter's years of struggle. Chen Aijio glanced at her daughter and sighed. "Isn't that true? Just look at my Feifei. Not long ago, she was working late every night until dawn, and it was wearing her out. In the end, her boss even took credit for her work. She came home and said she wanted to quit."
Mom.
Jiang Feifei tried to interrupt her mother, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, it wasn't a proud moment. Chen Aijio shrugged it off. "What's wrong? It's not your fault, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. Don't worry, even if your dad and I aren't rich, we can still support you. Besides, just the other day, your dad said that if you really don't want to work anymore, you can come back home. We still need someone to help with the land." Since Jiang Feifei decided to quit her job and got her parents' support, her mindset improved a lot. Now, hearing her mother's words made her laugh, and she said helplessly, "Mom, you don't need to worry about me. I'm an adult. I won't let myself go hungry. Besides, if I really went home to farm, you and Dad would just nag me every day." Chen Aijio laughed. "What's wrong with nagging? You're my daughter. If I don't nag you, who will? And honestly, if you came back to farm, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you take care of the land." Jiang Feifei replied, "Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't farm. If I had to farm, I'd rather work for Ning Ning. Picking fruit is definitely easier than farming." After all, she had participated in self-funded strawberry and cherry picking activities, which was also some experience. Chen Aijio looked disapproving. "Do you think Ning Ning takes just anyone? Someone who gets out of breath after a few steps can't help her with anything. Why don't you ask Ziqing if working on the mountain is easy?" Jiang Ziqing, who was focused on arranging a fruit platter, looked up in confusion when his name was mentioned. "What's easy?" Wang Ying shot a disapproving glance at her foodie son and explained with a smile, "Aunt Chen is asking you whether working in the city is harder or working on the mountain." Jiang Wanling finished her work and walked out of the room. Seeing everyone gathered together, laughing, she felt much more relaxed. She approached the table, casually picked up a piece of fruit, and asked with a smile, "What are you all talking about? You seem so happy." Jiang Feifei heard her voice, looked at Jiang Wanling, and pretended to be angry, saying, "I said I want to work for you, but my mom says I'm too useless, so you probably wouldn't want me." Chen Aijio, sitting nearby, couldn't help but laugh and chimed in, "Am I wrong? With your little body, you get tired after just a few steps. Tell me, can you really go up the mountain to pick fruit, or do you have the strength to carry it down?" Hearing this, Jiang Feifei perked up and straightened her back defiantly. "Why can't I pick fruit? I have experience picking strawberries and cherries. Don't underestimate me." Chen Aijio rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed, and replied, "Come on, with your so-called experience. Who are you fooling? You barely picked any strawberries and ended up trampling a whole patch of plants. How can you even mention it? Jiang Feifei was momentarily speechless, feeling frustrated. She grabbed a piece of pear from the fruit platter to calm herself down, thinking her mom's sharp tongue might actually drive her crazy. Jiang Wanling watched the amusing interaction between the mother and daughter, raising an eyebrow and taking a closer look at Jiang Feifei. Feifei, are you serious? I could really use some help around here. If you're willing to come, I would gladly welcome you. Upon hearing this, Chen Aizhou quickly sat up straight and explained, Ningning, don't spoil her. This child is very weak and can't handle any physical work. If you hire her, you'll end up at a loss. She won't be able to do much work, and you'll have to take care of her. It's not worth it. What does it mean that hiring me would be a loss? Jiang Feifei felt a surge of anger. She rolled her eyes dramatically, silently protesting against Chen Aizhou. However, upon reflection, she had to admit that her physical condition wouldn't handle the hard work of going up the mountain. Just thinking about climbing for half an hour made her feel uneasy. If she really went, she would probably be exhausted. So she honestly said, my mom is right. With my body, climbing 6 flights of stairs is tough, let alone going up the mountain every day. I was just joking with my mom. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Wanning waved her hand dismissively and said, what if we don't have to go up the mountain? I need someone to manage my online store and customer group. Feifei, if you come, you can handle customer service and order management. But to be honest, the salary isn't high, just 3,000 a month. Besides the salary, the other benefits are the same as everyone else's. What do you think? Chen Aizhou's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this job sounds perfect. You won't have to deal with the sun and wind outside, and it's not tiring. You can stay at home and still have something to do. Feifei, what do you think? Jiang Feifei felt a bit tempted. Although the salary was less than a third of what she used to earn, the work was easy, and she could stay home every day without dealing with the complicated relationships and politics of an office. It really was a good transitional choice. So, she nodded and said, okay, I'll give it a try. But Ning, I've never done this before, so you'll have to teach me. Jiang Wanning agreed readily, no problem. This is simple. I'll add you to the group right away so you can get familiar with our customers. Saying this, she quickly took out her phone and tapped on the screen, adding Jiang Feifei to 2 customer groups in just a few moments. Then, she sent a message in the group. Good evening. Let me introduce my new assistant, Feifei. From now on, she will be in charge of order processing and customer service. Please take good care of her. As soon as the message was sent, the group became lively, with notifications ringing in quickly. Welcome, Assistant Feifei. We can reach out to you for anything we want to buy. Welcome. With an assistant now, Boss Jiang is really aiming to grow big.
Feifei.
I'm Man Tianxing, a longtime customer of Zhang's grocery. I'll need your help in the future. Hey, the guy above, it seems like you're trying to get close to Feifei, huh? Your intentions are pretty obvious. What's wrong with that? Maybe Feifei will remember me, and I'll get a gift during the holidays. That makes sense.
Feifei, I'm.
Jiang Feifei watched the lively scene in the group, with everyone joking and chatting, and couldn't help but smile. She felt that working with such interesting people would definitely be fun. However, when she opened the second group, her mind went blank, and she felt frozen, as if under a spell. Her eyes quickly scanned the member list, and a series of familiar and shocking names appeared before her. Lin Hai, could this be the famous director in the film industry? Qin Yiwen, could it really be the popular rising star? And Su Xiaoyin. Oh my, she is her absolute favorite singer. She knows every song by heart. Jiang Feifei rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she must be seeing things. She knew Ning had once worked in the entertainment industry, but rumors said she didn't have a good reputation there. So, why were so many top stars in the entertainment industry in Ning's client group? Moreover, just because Ning introduced her, these unreachable celebrities were warmly greeting her, a newcomer assistant. This left Jiang Feifei completely puzzled. Curiosity buzzed in her mind like a swarm of ants, and she wanted to pull Jiang Wanning aside to ask if these people were really who they seemed. But considering the others present, she had to hold back her curiosity, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Finally, when she got home, she didn't even take off her shoes and eagerly took out her phone to message Jiang Wanning. Ning Ning, are the people in group 2 really real? Soon, she received a reply from Jiang Wanning. They are real. They are all our clients. Because of the nature of our work, we need to be especially careful and cannot share their information. We also can't let just anyone into the group. Seeing the reply, Jiang Feifei was so excited she almost jumped up. It was true. That meant her idol, Su Xiaoyin, was really in this group. Oh my, she never imagined she could be so close to her idol, almost as if she could reach out and touch her. At that moment, Jiang Feifei felt this job was beyond her wildest dreams. Even if the pay wasn't high, what did that matter compared to being able to be near her idol? It didn't affect her enthusiasm for the job at all. After finally calming her excited heart, Jiang Feifei quickly typed on the screen and replied, Ning Ning, don't worry, I will keep everything confidential and make sure nothing goes wrong. At the Qian family villa, Qian Wenhao returned home from work and saw his wife, Wang Lifeng, and several helpers gathered around a large bucket, busy with something. Curious, he walked over. When he saw what was in the bucket, he couldn't help but exclaim, Honey, where did all these loaches and eels come from? Wang Lifeng straightened up, looking a bit proud. They were all sent by Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang? You mean Boss Jiang? Qian Wenhao perked up. Boss Jiang even raises these? Wow, look at that big soft-shelled turtle. This is really nutritious. We have to make a clear soup with it tonight for Mom to taste. Just thinking about the soft-shelled turtle from the Jiang family's produce made his mouth water uncontrollably. Seeing her husband's excitement, Wang Lifeng felt even prouder. Besides these river delicacies, there's also a basket full of fruits and vegetables. Qian Wenhao quickly leaned closer to the basket and looked closely. Sure enough, it was filled with all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables. Underneath the fruits and vegetables, there were also plenty of chestnuts and yams, all plump and robust. Qian Wenhao looked at the fruits and vegetables in the basket, then at the bucket with the loaches, eels, and soft-shelled turtle, and swallowed hard. So many good things. Boss Jiang is really generous. Wang Lifeng then got to the point. But this isn't just a gift. The Jiang family plans to tear down their old house and rebuild it, so you need to decide if we want to take this job. Without hesitation, Qian Wenhao replied, Even just for that big soft-shelled turtle, we have to take this job. Our company has a project that is almost finished, so we can definitely manage the time. Wang Lifeng knew what her husband was thinking. He was more interested in the delicious food from Jiang Wanning's family than anything else. However, she didn't say anything to spoil it. With old Qian personally overseeing things, the team would surely pay more attention. Qian Wenhao was too happy to care about his wife's thoughts. He took out his phone and snapped several pictures of the basket and bucket, excitedly saying, Hee, if the guys in the group see all this, they'll be so envious. Wang Lifeng quickly spoke up to stop him. Hold on. These things are for Xiao Jiang and his family. They specifically asked not to share them in the group. If you post it, be careful. Xiao Jiang might not give you these treats again. Qian Wenhao touched his nose, muttering softly, If I don't post it, then I won't. What's the big deal? But having a basket full of goodies and not sharing with anyone made him feel uneasy. With a thought, he figured that since the family group was made up of relatives, it would be okay to share there. So, he quickly posted the photo in the family group, adding a line that seemed troubled but was really bragging. Wow, so much food. I can't finish it all. What should I do? After posting, he happily imagined the group would soon be filled with messages of envy and jealousy. However, after waiting for a long time, the group remained silent. Not even a single emoji appeared. Confused, Qian Wenhao added, Xiao Jiang is so generous. He sent so many things. Still, there was no response. This left Qian Wenhao feeling frustrated, and he couldn't help but complain, What are they all so busy with? They don't even check the family group. But half an hour later, when he looked up, he almost dropped his phone. His younger siblings, Qian Wenshu, Qian Wenhui and Qian Wenli were standing at the door with smiles on their faces. Qian Wenhao's expression darkened, and he said irritably, "What are you all doing here out of the blue?" Qian Wenhui, smiling and linking arms with her husband, innocently replied, "Big brother, we came to see Mom. I recently found a really good wild ginseng and brought it to help her health." Before Qian Wenhao could respond, she pulled her husband inside, sniffing the air. "Wow, what smells so good? Big sister-in-law, I want some eel noodle soup. Can you ask Mom to make me a bowl?" Qian Wenshu and his wife also brought some high-end health products, smiling as they said, "Big brother, I haven't seen Mom in a while, so I wanted to come by." Qian Wenhao forced a smile and replied, "You were just here the other day." And they had even taken a big bag of frozen tomatoes with them. Qian Wenshu, unfazed, continued with a grin, "Big brother, a day apart feels like 3 years. I haven't seen Mom for 2 days, and I miss her so much." After saying this, he pulled his wife and rushed into the house, mumbling, "Wow, that smell is making my stomach growl. Sister-in-law, do you have any fried loach? I've been craving it all the way here." Qian Wenli was straightforward, not even bothering to make an excuse. She pushed past Qian Wenhao, who was blocking the door, and shouted, "Brother, don't block the way. I rushed over as soon as I got off work, and I'm starving. Let's talk after we eat." Qian Wenli's husband gave a shy smile to his brother-in-law and quickly followed her inside. Qian Wenhao stood at the door, watching this group of siblings who were saying they wanted to see Mom, but were actually rushing into the kitchen like hungry wolves. He regretted boasting earlier. He had only wanted to show off, but ended up attracting a crowd of hungry wolves. Wang Lifeng couldn't help but laugh at the scene. "Serves you right. Who told you to show off?" Qian Wenhao felt like crying and silently vowed, "Next time I show off, I'll just be quiet." At dinner, the table was filled with dishes, and over a dozen people sat together, making it feel like a holiday gathering. Just as Qian Wenhao picked up his chopsticks, he saw his younger siblings already in food-snatching mode. Qian Wenshu picked up a piece of fried loach and raised his eyebrows at Qian Wenhao, saying, "Brother, this loach is amazing. You have to try it." Qian Wenhui was not to be outdone and scooped a big spoonful of eel noodles, looking delighted. "This eel is so good. Brother, why are you still just sitting there? Hurry up and eat." Qian Wenli exaggeratedly grabbed half a plate of cold dishes. "Brother, you have too little food here. It's not enough for everyone." Qian Wenhao slammed the table in frustration. "Are you here to eat or to rob me? Leave some for me." Wang Lifeng joined in the food snatching, reminding him, "If you have time to be angry, you might as well eat faster and get more." The elderly lady was quite happy, sipping the turtle soup that the kids had saved for her, watching them playfully fight over the food. "Oh, you all eat slowly, don't choke." By the end of the meal, the table was cleared, with not even a drop of sauce left. Qian Wenhao looked at the empty plates, feeling heartbroken at my vegetables. "My yam. My turtle." Qian Wenhui patted her round belly, satisfied, and burped. "Brother, this food was so delicious. Next time something like this happens, remember to invite us." Qian Wenhao gritted his teeth. "Next time? There won't be a next time." At that moment, the door opened, and the younger generation rushed in. Seeing the empty table, they immediately cried out in despair. Qian Wenshu's son complained, "Dad, why didn't you leave anything for us? Are we not your real children anymore?" Qian Wenhui's daughter followed up with a complaint. "Mom, that's so unfair. You left the company matters to me and came to Uncle's house to eat all by yourself, without leaving anything for me. Doesn't that hurt your heart?" Qian Wenli's son was even more direct, jumping into his grandmother's arms. "Grandma, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day." The grandmother smiled and patted her grandson's head. "It's okay, dear. Grandma will have someone make more food for you." Hearing this, Qian Wenhao's expression darkened. "There was enough food for us to eat for several days, and now you've eaten it all." Wang Lifeng replied, "You deserve it. Who told you to show off?" Saying this, she instructed the kitchen to prepare all the remaining ingredients. The cousins came over, and their own children were almost back too. Compared to them, These kids had big appetites. The family laughed and chatted together. The grandmother loved the lively gatherings of her children and grandchildren. In the past, everyone was busy, and even when they visited her weekly, they couldn't stay long. But ever since they found so many delicious foods at that little shop, these lively gatherings happen more often. Early in the morning, Qian Wenhao and Wang Lifeng hurriedly left home. They picked up Li Jianming, a shareholder and chief designer of Qian's construction, on the way. The three of them drove quickly toward Jiang Wanning's house. Li Jianming sat in the back seat, took a sip of coffee to wake himself up, and looked at his watch again. It was just past 7 o'clock. He frowned in confusion and asked, "Old Qian, why are you rushing me so early? Where are you taking me?" Qian Wenhao, holding the steering wheel, replied mysteriously, of course, I'm taking you to a great place. You'll see when we get there, and I promise it will be worth your while." Wang Lifeng turned around, smiling, and added, "Jianming, old Qian is not kidding this time. That place is really amazing." Li Jianming was a serious and meticulous designer at work. In his spare time, his biggest hobby was trying delicious foods from different places. For a bite of his favorite dish, he wouldn't mind taking a long flight across the globe. Instead, he found joy in the experience. The Qian couple was not worried at all that he would refuse the job. Soon, the car arrived at Jiang Wanning's home. Coincidentally, the Jiang family was preparing to have breakfast. Jiang Wanning was setting up tables and chairs in the yard when she looked up and saw the Qian couple, feeling a bit surprised. "Uncle Qian, Aunt Wang, why are you here so early?" Qian Wenhao replied with a smile. "Aunt Wang said you were eager to get the house built, so I thought I'd come over early to take a look. This way, we can finish the design plans sooner and start the project without delaying your plans." While speaking, his eyes occasionally glanced at the table filled with food. Jiang Wanning happily said, "Thank you for coming, Uncle Qian. By the way, have you had breakfast? Would you like to join us?" Qian Wenhao's eyes lit up at this, but he pretended to decline, saying, "Oh, I couldn't possibly. We didn't give you a heads up. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Jiang Wanning quickly waved her hand. "Not at all. It's just a few extra pairs of chopsticks." As she spoke, she called the kids to the kitchen to get more bowls and chopsticks. Wang Lifeng couldn't help but laugh and teased her husband, Xiao Jiang. "Don't be fooled by him. He came over this early just to enjoy your food." Upon hearing this, Qian Wenhao's face turned red. He cleared his throat and pretended to be serious. "Ahem, dear, how can you say that? I'm here purely for work." Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "Uncle Qian, Aunt Wang, you've helped me so much. Please don't be polite. You're always welcome to join us for meals. By the way, who is this?" Qian Wenhao then remembered the main purpose of their visit and quickly introduced, "Oh, this is Li Jianming, our company's chief designer. I invited him today to help design your house." Li Jianming stepped forward, politely nodded, and said, "Hello, Miss Jiang." Hearing chief designer, Jiang Wanning's eyes brightened. She quickly said, "Hello, just call me Xiao Jiang. Please sit down and have breakfast with us." Li Jianming initially wanted to be polite, but seeing that the Qian couple had already taken their seats at the table, ready to enjoy the meal, he smiled and nodded, saying, "Then I'll gladly accept." Everyone gathered around the table. The Jiang family's breakfast was simple: a large bowl of mixed cold vegetables, steamed chestnuts, steamed yam, steamed eggs, and a big bowl of vegetable rice. Li Jianming didn't have the habit of eating breakfast. Most of the time, he just had a cup of black coffee. He tried a bite of the cold dish in front of him, and his eyes lit up. This taste. Qian Wenhao smiled proudly and said, "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? I told you, the food at Boss Zhang's place is truly delicious." Wang Lifeng also encouraged, "Jianming, eat more so you have energy for work later." Li Jianming nodded repeatedly, his chopsticks moving quickly, mumbling, "This breakfast is better than anything I've had at 5-star hotels. Lao Qian, this project is worth it." After finishing breakfast and trying all the fruits, Li Jianming felt completely refreshed. At that moment, he was more focused on Zhang's project than anyone else. He picked up his professional measuring tools, filled with enthusiasm, and said to Jiang Weining, "Xiao Jiang, please show me around. Let's talk as we walk. Understanding the surrounding terrain will help me better grasp your building needs." Jiang Weining had no objections. She secretly admired this designer, realizing he truly lived up to his reputation with his professionalism and unique style. Qian Wenhao and Wang Lifang followed along. The four of them slowly walked around the old house. Li Jianming carefully measured the terrain's ups and downs and the land area, not missing any details. Jiang Weining calmly expressed her building requirements. This old house needs to be completely torn down and rebuilt. Besides leaving space for a car to pass, the rest should be enclosed in a yard. We need at least 10 rooms, so everyone in our family can have 2. The kitchen must be large, equipped with a full set of professional kitchen tools. Li Jianming listened attentively, taking notes without interrupting Jiang Weining. Once she finished sharing all her ideas, he began to ask, "Do you have any specific plans for the yard? Do you want it for leisure, planting flowers or vegetables, or for drying things?" Jiang Weining wanted it all and replied without hesitation, "I want all those functions. I also want to plant a few fruit trees in the yard so that family members can pick and eat fresh fruit anytime. Plus, we need a small space for commonly used ingredients like green onions and garlic." Li Jianming did not disagree. He quickly recorded these needs in his notebook, the pen scratching away. They arrived at the left side of the old house. Jiang Wanning pointed to an area and said, "From here to there, we need to build a warehouse, about 100 square meters. It will have 1 basement level and 2 above-ground levels, mainly for storing harvested crops. The remaining space will be designated as a drying area. This area can be used not only for drying agricultural products, but also as a workspace for the workers." Li Jianming measured while thinking quickly, then asked, "Do we need to set up a cold storage? Sometimes, agricultural products need a low-temperature environment for storage." Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, "Yes, that is very necessary. Her family's products sell so well that they are usually gone the same day they are picked." She hadn't thought about the cold storage. After measuring the area, Li Jianming added, "Then the entire basement will be used as cold storage. Considering that there will be workers here, we should also add a restroom for everyone's convenience." At this point, he remembered the elderly people working in the front yard and asked with concern, "Are there many people working here every day? What percentage of them are elderly?" As the chief designer, he considered things more comprehensively than most. Jiang Wanning thought for a moment and replied seriously, "There will probably be about 10 workers, and there may be more later. The elderly should make up a significant portion." Then, Li Jianming asked many questions about their daily habits, types of crops, and the workers' tasks, recording everything carefully. "I've noted all your needs. Once I come up with the best plan, I'll discuss it with you," he said, closing his notebook. He looked around and remarked, "Honestly, your environment is really nice. Just standing here makes me feel much more relaxed. If I could, I would want to build a house here to retire." Qian Wenhao joked, "Haha, you said the same thing when you designed that resort for someone else." At that moment, Jiang Wanning added, "Uncle Qian, Uncle Li, I have one more request. Before we start demolishing the old house, I hope we can build the warehouse first. After the old house is taken down, our family will need to temporarily move here." Li Jianming replied, "The design for the warehouse is simple. I can draw it up today." As for the construction, that was Qian Wenhao's area of expertise. Once work was mentioned, he switched to serious mode instantly. "Once the drawings are ready, I can arrange for the construction team to start tomorrow. The structure of the warehouse and drying area is simple, so if all goes well, it can be completed in half a month." This short timeline exceeded Jiang Wanning's expectations. After all, the warehouse area is quite large and involves underground construction. Is it fair to say that this is a leading company in the construction industry of Lin City? Thinking of this, Jiang Wanning tentatively asked, "Uncle Qian, I plan to build a pig farm, a cattle shed, and a chicken coop in the forest area, and I also want to set up about 10 dog houses. I'd like to build a duck house by the pond as well. Can your construction team help me with these tasks? These facilities are not technically complex." Originally, Jiang Wanning intended to hire a few laborers to casually build some simple structures with bricks and cement. After all, her livestock is mostly free-range, and these shelters are just meant to protect them from the wind and rain and provide a place to rest at night. But now that there is a professional and strong construction team available, she naturally doesn't want to miss the opportunity. At first, Jiang Wanning was worried that mentioning a pig farm or cattle shed, which seem like low-end projects, would make them reluctant to help. Unexpectedly, when Qian Wenhao heard this, his eyes lit up. "Xiao Jiang, are you planning to raise chickens and pigs?" Jiang Wanning nodded. "Yes, I'm not used to the meat sold outside, so I thought I'd raise my own. At least I would feel more comfortable eating it." Wang Lifeng, standing nearby, agreed wholeheartedly, saying, "The quality of what's sold outside is indeed far inferior to what you have at home. If possible, I would only want to eat what you raise." Qian Wenhao eagerly asked, "When you raise chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle, do you plan to sell them?" Jiang Wanning immediately understood Qian Wenhao's intentions and smiled. "It will depend on the specific number raised. If there are extras, I will definitely sell them. But Uncle Qian, if you want some, I can set aside a portion just for you." Qian Wenhao quickly replied, "Yes, definitely. Xiao Jiang, if it's convenient, please reserve 1 pig and 1 cow for our family, and for the chickens and ducks, just give us what you think is right." Li Jianming, who was nearby, cleared his throat and added, "I want some too."
Just a little the same as old Qian.
Wang Lifeng couldn't help but facepalm. These two old guys are really bold. They immediately asked for a pig and a cow, saying it wasn't too much. To be honest, she was also tempted by what Xiao Jiang raises. The river delicacies from Xiao Jiang's family are so delicious. The taste of the chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle raised there must be heavenly. Jiang Wanning paused for a moment. 1 pig is manageable. Raising a black pig to 200 pounds is quite a feat, however. Raising a beef cow to market weight can exceed 1,000 pounds. "Are you sure you want this much? You know our family's items aren't cheap. Friendship is one thing, but business is another." Just like when she asked them to build a house, she still had to pay. She wouldn't just give away the things she worked hard to create because of personal connections. Qian Wenhao laughed. "Haha, Xiao Jiang, I've been meaning to tell you that your prices are too reasonable. With this quality, the price is practically a gift."
All right.
In the world of the wealthy, she really didn't understand. Jiang Wanning nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll set some aside as you said. But still, the old rule applies. Once you get the items, please don't show them off in the group." Qian Wenhao's face turned red, realizing Xiao Jiang was hinting at him. But he pretended to be confused and turned to Li Jianming, saying, "Seriously, right? We can't show off. Old Li, let me tell you, Xiao Jiang's items are in high demand. You mustn't tell anyone that Xiao Jiang reserved them for us, or everyone will come asking, and it will be hard for her. Then our special privilege will be gone." Li Jianming found it both funny and frustrating, unable to hold back his retort. "The one who wants to show off the most is you, and you still have the nerve to say that to me." Not wanting to argue with Qian Wenhao, he turned to Jiang Wanning and said, "Xiao Jiang, I designed an ecological farm for someone years ago, so I have some experience in this area. If you trust me, I can help you design the pig farm, cow shed, and chicken coop." Perhaps it was a deep-rooted desire for rural life in every Chinese person. Although Li Jianming couldn't actually live a life of farming and raising chickens, he had a strong passion for taking on such projects. Whenever he participated, watching vibrant rural blueprints unfold under his pen, he always felt a unique satisfaction. Jiang Wanning's eyes lit up at once, eagerly asking, "Uncle Li, are you talking about an ecological farm where fish are raised in a pond surrounded by mulberry trees and chickens are raised in the mulberry garden? The mud from the fish pond and chicken manure can be used as fertilizer for the mulberry trees, and silkworms and mulberry leaves can feed the chickens, while silkworm droppings can feed the fish, creating a good ecological cycle. Is that the model you're talking about?" In the realm of cultivation, many things could be easily resolved with a bit of spiritual energy and a spell. But all of this required ample spiritual energy. Now, Jiang Wanning has finally gathered enough spiritual energy, just enough to improve the taste of the spiritual plants and slightly enhance their effects. If she had enough spiritual energy, she would prioritize growing spiritual fruits. After all, having fruits that can strengthen the body and promote longevity is more valuable than anything else. Li Jiaming paused for a moment and slowly nodded, saying, that's about the idea. But I'm not an expert in agriculture, so I might need to consult professionals on some details. Qian Wenhao interjected, are you talking about Old Lin? Li Jiaming nodded and said, exactly. He's the best person to ask about agricultural matters. Qian Wenhao asked in confusion, can he find a time? I heard he was busy with some agricultural experiments in your province recently. Li Jiaming grinned and said, don't worry. I have a way to get him to come to us. Qian Wenhao's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, what method? Instead of answering directly, Li Jiaming turned to Jiang Wanning and asked, Xiao Jiang, do you have any packages to send today? If it's convenient, could you help me send a box of fruit to your province? Qian Wenhao was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh. You really have a clever idea. That's quite sneaky. Although Jiang Wanning didn't know who Old Lin was, she understood that they planned to use their fruit to lure him over. Since it was about transforming their farm, she was more than willing to help. Throughout the morning, this group, led by Jiang Wanning, explored almost every inch of land at the foot of the old Jiang family's property. They paused to discuss, measured the terrain, and didn't overlook any details. On the way back, Qian Wenhao looked at the vast land and sighed, Xiao Jiang, if this were in the past, your family would definitely be big landowners. The size of this land is truly enviable. Jiang Wanning replied confidently, what about you, Uncle Qian? Aren't you a big capitalist? Wang Lifeng laughed and summarized, so, it seems none of us are good elements here. At this, everyone burst into laughter. After a while, Qian Wenhao stopped laughing, looked seriously at Jiang Wanning, and reminded her, Xiao Jiang, our friendship is here, and for your project, we will definitely give you the best price. However, speaking of which, the amount of work you have is quite significant, and the overall cost will likely be high. Jiang Weining had already prepared herself and asked, so, how much will it be approximately? Qian Wenhao held up his hand to indicate a number. Not including the ecological farm part, it will be around this much. And the actual costs will likely be even higher. After hearing this, Jiang Weining turned her gaze to Li Jiaming and asked, Uncle Li, how much do you estimate for the ecological farm part? Li Jiaming thought for a moment and replied, what level are you hoping to achieve? The scale and detail of the ecological farm can vary greatly in price. Jiang Weining's eyes were firm as she said without hesitation, since we are doing it, we should cover everything and do our best. Li Jiaming nodded and said, if that's the case, the price might be similar to building a house. But we will need to wait for my friend to arrive. We can determine the specifics after we inspect the site together. Adding both costs together, it was nearing 8 digits. For their family's current financial situation, this was indeed a huge amount. However, Jiang Weining felt it was not out of reach. With a reputation built from managing the vegetable basket and the unique quality of their products, if they increased production, she believed they could gather half of the funds by the end of the year. Jiang Weining looked up at Qian Wenhao and asked, Uncle Qian, based on your estimate, will my house be completed before the new year? Qian Wenhao raised an eyebrow and replied, are you planning to move into a new house after the new year? Jiang Weining nodded. If possible, that would be best. If not, there was nothing they could do. Qian Wenhao patiently analyzed, if you're in a hurry, I can arrange for 2 construction teams to work simultaneously. However, since we need to lay a new foundation, the warehouse and drying area will take at least half a month. If the design goes smoothly, we can then seamlessly continue with the main house construction. From laying the foundation to building and decorating, it will take at least 3 months. Jiang Weining calculated in her mind. It was already early October. In half a month, it would be late October, and adding 3 months would bring them to late January. This year's New Year was relatively late, in mid-February. So, there would still be time for drying and ventilation after completion. Then let's follow your plan, Uncle Qian. Let's aim to finish by late January. Does that sound good? Qian Wenhao assured her, no problem. But, can you manage your finances for this? According to our company rules, payments are generally settled in 3 installments. After signing the contract, a 30% advance payment of the total amount is required. During the project, usually after the framework is completed, 50% of the total amount is paid, and after the project is finished and accepted, the remaining 20% is paid as the final payment. If there are any financial difficulties, I can personally arrange for an extension. This is just a personal favor for Jiang Wanning, making it easier for me to seek some backdoor assistance from the Jiang family in the future. As for worrying whether Jiang Wanning can repay the money, I have no concerns about that. With the Jiang family currently employing 20 to 30 workers for harvesting every day and still facing high demand, repaying the amount is just a matter of time. Thank you, Uncle Qian. You've really helped me a lot, Jiang Wanning said confidently, believing she could pay the final amount when it was time to hand over the house. However, she was still grateful for Qian Wenhao's kindness. But she needed to focus on making money, as there were significant costs for ecological renovation ahead. Jiang Wanning looked up at her mountain, planning her next steps. The various fruits on the mountain were already ripe. All she needed to do was hire more hands to speed up the harvesting process, which would also help with cash flow. As for the peaches, even though they looked a bit rough, their taste was excellent, so they must not go to waste. Perhaps she could try processing them into dried fruit or canned goods, which might bring in some extra profit. The vegetables in the backyard were also nearly ready, and they could be sold in bulk after the holiday. However, the vegetable patch was small, so it wouldn't last long. Once the vegetables were sold, she would turn to the mountain goods. The nut roasting machine she ordered online should be arriving soon. At that time, she would let Chin Chun handle the candied chestnuts and pine nuts. Additionally, the pond needed to be cleaned out quickly. Then, she could buy fish fry that would grow in 3 to 4 months, perfect for selling during the new year. After that, it would be time to harvest the cabbage, radishes, green beans, and snow vegetables. She planned to sell half and pickle the other half, balancing fresh vegetables and pickles. Next, it would be time for potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. Just thinking about it, there was so much to do. However, aside from the initial clearing phase, where she needed to collect plant essences herself, she could hire people for the other tasks. It was busy, but as a plant master, she actually enjoyed the work in the fields. Moreover, once the fruits on the mountain are harvested, the remaining crops will mature in batches, perfectly covering the entire house-building period. Once everything is sold, it should be enough to cover the costs of building the house and renovating the farm. Thinking about this, Jiang Wanning felt much more at ease. The group walked slowly and finally returned to the yard before lunch. By this time, the workers had already gone home for their meals, and the yard was filled with packaged boxes and pears sent down from the mountain. Qian Wenhao asked, "What's that smell?" "It's so fragrant." Jiang Mudong, who had been waiting on the doorstep for her mother to come home, immediately ran over with her little legs as soon as she saw Jiang Wanning. Mommy, Uncle made a lot of delicious food just waiting for you and Grandpa and Grandma to come back to eat." Jiang Wanning smiled and patted the little one's head, then called out to Qian Wenhao and the others, "Uncle Qian, Aunt Wang, Uncle Li, let's go eat." They came today not only to discuss the house-building contract, but also for the delicious food from the Jiang family. So, hearing Jiang Wanning's invitation, the 3 of them didn't hesitate. The tempting aroma was like an invisible hand pulling them, making their steps quicken. As soon as they entered the house, they saw a large round table filled with sumptuous dishes, clearly prepared specially for them. Most of the ingredients came from their own produce, but a lot of thought went into the cooking methods. There were various vegetables from the garden. One dish was stir-fried, another was steamed with rice flour, and the last was a cold salad. The stir-fried dish preserved the original flavor of the vegetables, the steamed dish was soft and flavorful, and the cold salad was refreshing and appetizing. Each dish had its own delicious taste. Yam was prepared in 2 ways. Besides the classic pairing with braised pork ribs, it was also made into a dessert, yam puree. Its delicate and creamy texture, combined with a hint of sweetness, made it irresistible. The eel was exceptional. The black pepper eel was aromatic, The crispy eel strips were tender and smooth, and the honey-glazed crispy eel was crunchy on the outside and tender on the inside. There were salty, sweet, and spicy flavors, covering all tastes. In comparison, the preparation of the loach was much simpler. The loach was stewed with tofu, creating a rich broth, with the tofu absorbing the fresh flavor of the loach, melting in the mouth. The salt and pepper loach was crispy on the outside and tender inside, deliciously savory. Though simple, it did not lose its flavor. As the highlight of the meal, 2 soft-shelled turtles were prepared. One was braised in a rich sauce, tender and flavorful, while the other was stewed with chicken. The fresh aroma of chicken perfectly blends with a rich taste of turtle, creating a delicious soup. To maintain the turtle's flavor, the chicken used was the one that had been raised in the coop since being bought from the market earlier. Since Qian Wenhao and the others started eating, they couldn't stop. They only put down their chopsticks when their bellies were so full they could not fit anything else. Qian Wenhao, rubbing his full belly, remarked, "Xiao Jiang, why does the dish made with the same ingredients at your home taste better than what our aunt makes?" Li Jiaming put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking satisfied and impressed. Setting aside the quality of your ingredients, your cooking skills can rival those of Michelin restaurants. Every dish's texture, flavor, and presentation are flawless. Wang Lifeng nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Qinchen's cooking is truly impeccable. Qinchen, who did you learn from? How do you make every dish so well? Jiang Yichen felt shy from the compliments, scratching his head and honestly replied, I learned from a cooking master on my tablet. Those masters are amazing. They can make dishes from every region. Li Jiaming's interest was piqued, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he asked, Oh, which master is so skilled? To teach someone like you, Qinchen, they must be a top chef. As a food enthusiast, Li Jiaming had tried almost every restaurant in the city. He knew many talented chefs but couldn't think of any master who could teach someone like Jiang Yichen. Jiang Wanling explained with a smile, he's a cooking blogger online. Qinchen has a special talent for cooking. He can make a dish that looks about 70 to 80% similar just by watching a recipe once, and the taste is quite close too. So you mean Qinchen learned all his cooking skills from videos? Li Jiaming looked surprised, clearly not expecting this answer. In his view, such excellent cooking skills must come from a renowned teacher's guidance, but it turned out to be self-taught. Jiang Yichen nodded seriously, then excitedly dashed back to his room to bring out his tablet. He quickly pulled up the cooking videos he learned from and showed them to everyone, saying, Look, the masters in here are really amazing. As everyone gathered to watch, they saw chefs in white uniforms skillfully cooking various dishes in the kitchen while explaining their techniques. Li Jiaming couldn't help but laugh. How could these chefs not be amazing? They are top chefs who have prepared dishes for state banquets and are well known in the culinary world. Li Jiaming had even met a few of them in person and was lucky enough to taste the dishes they made. The flavors were truly exceptional. If these chefs knew that someone could perfectly recreate their dishes just by watching their videos, they might be surprised. Qian Wenhao was in awe and gave Jiang Yichen a big thumbs up, saying, Qinchen, you are incredible. If you open a restaurant, I'll be your first customer and come every day. Li Jiaming nodded seriously, agreeing, Indeed, with your cooking skills, if you open a restaurant, it will surely be a hit. There will probably be lines every day. Everyone was praising Jiang Yichen's cooking skills. Although they noticed that Jiang Yichen was a bit different in his thinking when they first met, at that moment, no one treated him any differently. To them, Jiang Yichen was a skilled chef, just as good as anyone else. Jiang Yue sat nearby, watching her grandson blush from all the compliments, feeling both happy and shy. A wave of pride filled her heart. She used to worry about what would happen if she suddenly left this world and how Jiang Yichen would manage to live independently. But now, seeing him gain recognition for his abilities, she felt that even if she closed her eyes at that moment, she could leave without any worries. After finalizing the house construction plans and enjoying their meal, Qian Wenhao and the others prepared to leave. Li Jiaming needed to quickly draw up the warehouse and drawing yard plans once they got back. Qian Wenhao had to arrange for the construction team to start working. Qian Wenhao said, Xiao Jiang, I will personally bring the construction team tomorrow, and we can sign the contract then. Jiang Wanning replied cheerfully, okay. Uncle Qian, I'll follow your arrangements. Before leaving, the three of them eagerly gathered several baskets of fresh fruits and vegetables from Jiang Wanning's home, feeling satisfied as they drove away. After seeing off Qian Wenhao and the others, Jiang Wanning took a 1-hour nap with Jiang Mudong, Jiang Mushuan, and Jiang Yichen. After the lunch break, everyone changed into long sleeves and long pants, then headed up the mountain. Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen continued their work on the terraced fields, trying to finish planting all the remaining land within the week. The twin siblings Jiang Muxian and Jiang Mutong were responsible for picking wild fruits. Since the National Day holiday, this had become their regular afternoon activity. Wow, there are so many wild fruits here. They saw a large area of wild strawberries and sorghum growing freely, with plump and tempting fruits. The two little ones were instantly excited, eager to get started. Jiang Wanning looked at the children and carefully reminded them, you two focus on picking fruits here this afternoon and don't run around. Mom and Uncle are working in the nearby field. If anything happens, just call for us loudly, okay? The two little ones nodded vigorously and shouted in unison, okay. Jiang Yichen also wanted to join Xian Xian and Tong Tong in picking wild fruits, but his sister said she needed his help. So, he had to hold back his desire and told the twins, Xian Xian, Tong Tong, you pick well first. Once Uncle finishes planting these seeds, he will come find you right away. The seeds Jiang Yichen mentioned were actually rape seeds. Jiang Wanning planned to cultivate 5 to 6 acres of land on the mountain and plant rape seeds. This way, when the rape seeds matured next year, they could be used to make delicious canola oil. After some time working together, Jiang Wanning and Jiang Yichen had developed a good partnership. Jiang Wanning no longer needed to keep a constant eye on Jiang Yichen, which made them much more efficient. They first collected the essence of the weeds from the field, then plowed and planted. After finishing the planting, they sprinkled a drop of plant essence back onto the land to give the seeds a better chance to sprout and grow. Then they moved on to the next plot of land, repeating the process. Before it was time to finish work, they had planted an entire bag of rape seeds. Jiang Yichen looked at Jiang Wanning with anticipation and asked, Sister, can I go find Tong Tong and Xian Xian now? Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded. Yes, go ahead. Keep an eye on Xian Xian and Tong Tong, and don't let them run around. I need to find Aunt Wang Ying and take care of some things, but I'll be back soon. Jiang Yichen nodded seriously. Okay, sister, you can go. I will take good care of Xian Xian and Tong Tong and make sure nothing goes wrong. As for the seeds Jiang Yichen mentioned, they were actually rape seeds. Jiang Wanning plans to plant 5 to 6 acres of rapeseed and use the seeds to make oil for cooking next year. After some time working together, the siblings have become very well coordinated. Jiang Wanning no longer needs to take care of Jiang Yichen and can slow down her pace. They collect plant essence, till the land, sow seeds, and finally sprinkle a drop of plant essence back before moving to another plot of land. Before it was time to finish work, they had already planted a whole bag of rapeseed seeds. Jiang Yichen asked, Sister, can I go find Tong Tong and Xian Xian now? Jiang Wanning nodded. Yes, keep an eye on Xian Xian and Tong Tong, and don't let them run around. I'll go find Aunt Wang and the others, and we'll be back soon. Jiang Yichen nodded seriously. Okay, sister, you go ahead. I will take good care of Xian Xian and Tong Tong. After reminding Jiang Yichen and the twins, Jiang Wanning walked toward the pear orchard. Before she got close, she heard cheerful voices and laughter coming from the forest, mixed with the busy footsteps of villagers and the crisp sound of bamboo baskets clashing. This pear doesn't look good, but I didn't expect it to taste so delicious. If I weren't worried about the cost, I would buy a few pounds to try. There's a reason for the price. Other pears on the market can't compare to ours. Be careful, pears can't handle bumps. If customers receive damaged pears, it would reflect poorly on Ning Ning. Right, Ning Ning spent so much money hiring us, we can't ruin her business. Yes, I'm being careful. Even if I fall, I won't let the pears fall. This made everyone laugh. As Jiang Wanning entered the pear orchard, She saw baskets full of freshly picked pears, ready to be taken down the mountain. Villagers were chatting and working energetically. Some stood on ladders, trying to reach the pears high up. Others crouched down, carefully placing pears into bamboo baskets. They reminded and supervised each other, creating a great working atmosphere. Seeing Jiang Wanning approach, everyone greeted her warmly. Hey, Ningningis here. Is there something you need? Are the pears running low again? Look at what you're saying. When has Ningning stuff ever been enough to sell? Everyone laughed heartily. Jiang Wanning smiled and walked over to greet everyone. You've all worked hard these days. I'm here to ask for a favor. Please check if any of your relatives or friends are good at farm work and willing to come help. There's a lot of work now, and I'd like to hire more people. As soon as the villagers heard about the job openings, they instantly became excited. They gathered around, their faces full of eager anticipation.
I'm willing.
How could I not be? Oh, Ning, let me tell you, my sisters-in-law have been eyeing this job ever since they found out I'm working here. They keep saying they want to come too. Ning, are you really still hiring? I have a nephew in the neighboring village who works really fast. Can he come and give it a try? Can people from outside our village apply? I have a sister who lives in town. She's very strong and good at farm work. Everyone started recommending people. Clearly many had already inquired about the job. However, since Ning had previously only hired villagers, they were hesitant to bring it up. Seeing this, Ning raised her hand to signal for quiet. Then she spoke calmly. This time, we are hiring from anywhere as long as they meet the requirements. But I must say up front, we won't provide meals or accommodation. Of course, with so many people, it would be hard to manage meals and housing, someone replied. Li Feifei curiously asked, will the new hires also pick fruit like us? Ning patiently explained, yes. Besides fruit picking, there are jobs like gathering mountain goods, growing vegetables, managing fish ponds, packaging, and delivery. As long as they have relevant experience and can work hard, they are welcome. Wang Ying exclaimed, Ning, are you planning to raise fish? The fish from your family were so delicious. If you start raising them, you won't have trouble selling them. Ning smiled and nodded, confirming, that's right. I plan to clean out the pond in front of my house and stock it with some fish fry. When the fish are ready, can we buy some? Zhang Dachuan, you really dream big. Do you even know the price of fish? And you're already thinking about buying? Jiang Dachuan scratched his head and chuckled. My daughter is pregnant, and I just wanted to buy a few of Ning's fish to help her out. They're nutritious and good for pregnant women and children. Now that you mention it, I want to buy some too. Oh, Ning, yo so capable. At such a young age, you're producing better crops than those of us who have been farming for half our lives. Exactly. Just the pears. Working here, even the smell is sweet. I'm thinking of buying some to send to my daughter in the city. She can't get such good pears there. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, of course, we can buy. As long as you are an employee of the Jiang family's grocery store, you can enjoy a 20% discount. As soon as she said this, the villagers cheered with joy. Chun Ai Ju half-jokingly, but with some seriousness reminded everyone, remember, this is a special benefit for our employees. Make sure not to bring goods for outsiders. We need to cherish this benefit and not break the rules. Yes, Ai Ju is absolutely right. We must not bring goods for outsiders. If anyone dares to break this rule, Jiang Ning, you must cancel their benefits and not be lenient. For serious offenses, they should be fired. We have such a good job, we can't have any troublemakers ruining it. I completely agree. Let's add this rule to the employee handbook so everyone follows the rules from now on. Hearing the words employee handbook, Jiang Wanning became curious. When did we have this? Feeling puzzled, she asked, what employee handbook? I haven't heard of this before. Wang Ying smiled and explained, we all came up with this ourselves. We think that since we finally have such a good job with high pay and easy work, we can't let anyone ruin this good opportunity. So we discussed and set some rules to supervise each other and strictly follow them. Saying this, she took out a small notebook from her pocket. Then she quickly jotted down a few notes. After finishing, Wang Ying handed the notebook to Jiang Wanning. Jiang Wanning looked at it and saw only a few simple rules. 1. No cheating or slacking. 2. No taking advantage. 3. No gossiping behind others' backs. Address issues directly. 4. No fighting. 5. No reselling employee benefits. The 5th rule was just added. It was very clear and straightforward. There were no fancy words or complicated rules, but it perfectly matched Jiang Wanning's intentions. Jiang Wanning smiled and said, "You all thought this through. From now on, this will be our official employee handbook." After reminding everyone to promote their hiring efforts, Jiang Wanning decided to head back. The 3 little ones were still picking wild fruits on the mountain. Although it was safe in her area, she still felt a bit uneasy being away for too long. After Jiang Wanning left, Wang Ying, Chenai Ju, and other team leaders quickly organized the villagers to return to their posts and continue their busy work. The forest became lively and orderly again. Everyone kept working and chatting. The discussions mainly focused on the recruitment of workers. Wang Ying smiled and reminded everyone, Ning Ning asked us to recommend people for work. This shows her trust in us. We should help our own, but we must find reliable people. This job is hard to come by, and we can't let unreliable individuals ruin it. Chenai Ju was the first to raise her hand in agreement, saying, "That's right. We must avoid recommending lazy and dishonest people. If something goes wrong, it will not only affect us but also put Ning Ning in a difficult position. We need to think of her and be responsible for this good job." Other villagers chimed in, sharing their thoughts. Yes. With such great benefits, we can't face Ning Ning if we recommend unreliable people. She treats us so well. We must not let her down. Feng Wan, feeling proud, couldn't help but share, "Let me tell you, last year my husband and I picked fruit in the neighboring village for 150 yuan a day, which I thought was pretty good. But now, working right at our doorstep, we can earn 200 yuan a day. This is rare in our area." Zhang Xiao and I struggled to move a basket full of pears aside and brought over an empty one, saying loudly, "You're wrong. We also have overtime pay. Overtime during the week is 1.5 times the regular pay, weekends are double, and holidays are triple. When you add it all up, we can earn much more than 200 yuan a day. My son works outside and doesn't have these benefits." Zhao Hongmei, skillfully picking pears, remarked, "That's why Ning Ning is so generous. She earns money and still thinks about helping us locals. Without her, how could we earn so much right at home?" Exactly. In the past, during the off-season, we could only sit at home and earn nothing. Now, with this job, our household income has increased significantly. Elder Jiang, feeling satisfied, added, "Ning Ning not only gave us jobs but also taught us how to grow good fruit and do our work well. By following her, we've learned a lot." Aunt Sue, filled with gratitude, said as her hands moved more swiftly. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, a small phone camera captured everything happening in front of it. The silent discussions in the live stream were even more passionate than those of the villagers on site. At first, everyone was excitedly talking about the vegetables and fish mentioned by the villagers. What kind of fish is it? Why hasn't it been listed in the Jiang family's vegetable shop? I really want to eat it. Wow, the delicious fish that Qin Yuan and other stars posted about on social media a few days ago. Could it be the one Jiang Wanning sent? Thinking about it, it's quite possible. Several stars shared a big gift package that included fruits, vegetables, mountain goods, and fish. I could tell the persimmons in the package were from Zhang's shop, and the pears that were listed later looked very similar. If the fruits from Zhang's shop are so tasty, the vegetables and fish must be amazing too. Jiang Marin, Jiang Xianenvi, please have pity on us and quickly list some vegetables and fish. Hey, I'm not as greedy as you all. I'm just hoping to get some of their pears, and I'll be satisfied. Me too. Su Xiaoyin said those pears are great for cough relief. I've been coughing for over a week since autumn started, and I really need those pears to help me. It really works, I've tried them, and can confirm. I also can't get any pears. The shop announcement says they list £6,000 every day, but I've been waiting on time and haven't gotten any. Just as everyone was sending messages, collectively urging Jiang Wanning to list vegetables and lamenting their inability to get pears, the villagers' discussion about job benefits suddenly made the live stream audience feel overwhelmed. Oh my, the job benefits are amazing. I want to work at Jiang's vegetable shop. Is Jiang boss still hiring? I haven't done farm work before, but I learn quickly, so I can do it. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I feel like crying from working so hard. That's a dream job. Look at their overtime pay, triple on holidays and double on weekends. Then look at me, working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week with no breaks and no overtime pay. Compared to Jiang's shop, their job is what the labor law describes as ideal work, while we're just being exploited. I stayed in the city where I graduated, thinking there would be more opportunities in a big city. But after working so hard, paying rent and bills, there's hardly anything left of my salary. If I could work like the uncle and aunt, staying at home, earning a good income while taking care of my family, it would be perfect. I'm so envious. I spend 3 to 4 hours commuting every day, and I'm exhausted. The employees at Jiang's grocery work right at their doorstep, with easy jobs and great benefits. The difference is just too big. As the comments kept rolling in, the atmosphere in the live stream became more and more lively. Viewers expressed their envy and jealousy towards the benefits at Jiang's grocery, and some even started asking for specific job openings, hoping to have a chance to join. Boss Jiang, please open a recruitment channel. I'm a fresh graduate, hardworking and never lazy. Yes, I want to sign up too. The benefits are so much better than my current job, and I can buy fruit at employee prices. It's amazing. I may not have farmed before, but I can learn. Just give me a chance, and I will cherish it. Boss Jiang, look at me. I graduated from a top university. I'm proactive and hardworking, and I hope to contribute to agriculture and rural development. I'm in a combined bachelor's and master's program, graduating next year, and I can start early. I'm willing to work hard and take responsibility. What do you think, Boss Jiang? Oh my, is this for real? Even a fruit-picking job is so competitive, it's scary. Finding a job these days is so hard, and finding a good one is even harder. I only knew about the competition in big companies, but I didn't expect agriculture jobs to be this competitive too. It's unbelievable. As the excitement grew, the recruitment at Jiang's grocery quickly spread online. Jiang Wanning recruitment, Jiang Wanning employee benefits, Jiang Wanning overtime pay became trending topics, sparking widespread discussion among netizens. Perhaps because many people have suffered from long hours of unpaid work, more and more rushed into Jiang's groceries live stream and social media accounts. But whether the netizens were joking or genuinely seeking this job, it didn't matter at the moment. Jiang Wanning did not plan to publicly recruit. Instead, she preferred internal referrals. Moreover, the work at her place mainly involved physical labor, and being hardworking was the only standard for hiring. Everything else was secondary. As night fell, the wind outside howled against the glass, making a hoo sound. Wu Yu tightly held her daughter Xiaoyu, curled up in the corner of the living room. Her heart raced, and besides the wind, she could hear the harsh on the door outside.
You.
Open the door. I know you're inside. Zhang Chang's voice came through the door, hoarse and frantic, like a monster from a nightmare. Xiaoyu trembled in fear, clutching her mother's shirt tightly, her voice quivering. Mom, I'm scared. What if Dad breaks in? Yu fought to suppress her own fear, gently patting her daughter's back, whispering, Don't be afraid. Xiaoyu, Mommy is here. He won't come in, he won't. However, the on the door grew louder, as if it would break down any second. Yu's heart raced. Her hand gripped her phone tightly, the screen showing that she had called the police. She dared not make a sound, fearing it would provoke Zhang Chan outside, and could only pray for the police to arrive quickly. You don't think hiding will save you. You are my wife, and you can never escape. Zhang Chan's voice was filled with madness, and with a loud bang, the door shook violently. Xiaoyu screamed in fright, and Yu quickly covered her mouth, tears streaming down silently. Images flashed through her mind. Zhang Chong raising his fist to her face, Xiao Yu crying in the corner, her begging him to let them go. Those nightmare memories surged back like a tide, nearly drowning her. For years ago, Zhang Chong had nearly taken her life, but she had finally divorced that terrible man. He had been sentenced to 4 years in prison for it. During those 4 years, she raised her daughter alone, moving to new places and starting over. Though life was tough, it was also the happiest time for them. But that happiness ended when Zhang Chong found them again. After his release, he returned like a monster, immediately tracking them down with his relentless obsession. From then on, a cloud of terror hung over their lives. Zhang Chong escalated his threats and harassment, doing everything he could to intimidate them. He often banged on their door at night, making chilling threats and shouting. Sometimes, he would show up at her workplace demanding money. If she refused, he would cause chaos, disrupting her workplace. Due to the frequent disturbances, her boss had no choice but to let her go. The neighbors, unable to bear it any longer, complained to the landlord. To avoid trouble, the landlord also decided to evict them, unwilling to rent to them anymore. Yu looked at her young daughter, her eyes filled with despair. What should she do? Is she doomed to be trapped by Zhang Chong for the rest of her life? Just then, she heard hurried footsteps outside the door, followed by a stern voice from the police. Zhang Chong, put down what you have and put your hands on your head. The on the door stopped, replaced by Zhang Chong's angry roar. What right do you have to arrest me? I'm looking for my wife. This is none of your business. As far as I know, you are already divorced. You are suspected of illegal entry and threatening others' safety. Come with us to the police station for questioning. The police voice was firm. Hearing this, Wu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She released her grip on Xiao Yu and gently patted her back. Xiao Yu, it's okay now. The police are here. Outside, there were sounds of struggle and cursing, which gradually quieted down. A few minutes later, there was another knock on the door, this time from a gentle male voice. Ms. Wu, we are police officers from the station. Please open the door. Wu Yu trembled as she stood up and walked to the door. After confirming through the peephole that they were indeed police, she carefully opened the door. 2 police officers stood outside, one holding a notebook. Ms. Wu, are you all right? One officer asked with concern. Wu Yu shook her head, her voice a bit choked. I'm fine. Thank you. The officer nodded, glancing at Xiao Yu hiding behind Wu Yu, and spoke in a softer tone. Zhang Chong has been subdued. We will handle this according to the law. If you need, we can help you apply for a protection order. Wu Yu gratefully nodded. Thank you. I appreciate it. After the police left, Wu Yu closed the door, feeling completely drained, and sank to the floor. Xiao Yu rushed into her arms, crying, Mom, will Dad come looking for us again? Wu Yu held her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face. She didn't know how to answer, so she kept saying, Don't be afraid, Xiao Yu, Mommy is here and Mommy will protect you. That night, Wu Yu hardly slept. She sat by the bed, watching Xiao Yu sleep, filled with helplessness and despair. She knew that Zhang Chong would not easily let them go. Even though he was taken away by the police this time, he would come back sooner or later. And she felt there was nowhere left to run. Just then, her phone vibrated. Looking at the screen, it was a call from her uncle, Jiang Weimin. Her parents had passed away when she was very young, and since then, she had lived with her grandparents, resulting in less contact with relatives on her mother's side. After getting married, she suffered domestic violence from Zhang Chong. Her grandparents and uncles did not intervene, while her uncle defended her and was even detained for several days for confronting Zhang Chong. Because of this, when Zhang Chong came looking for her again, she didn't dare to tell her uncle, fearing it would bring trouble to him again. The phone rang, then stopped, but a few seconds later, it rang again. The persistent ringing was especially jarring in the quiet room. Wu Yu took a deep breath, trying to sound calm, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Uncle. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but she tried to sound relaxed. Yeah, why did it take you so long to answer? Her uncle Jiang Weimin asked with concern. How have you been? Have you found a job? The last time her uncle called, it was answered by Yu, who accidentally mentioned that Wu was looking for work. Wu bit her lip and replied softly, "Yes, I found one, and the pay is good. Don't worry, uncle." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and Jiang Weimin clearly didn't believe her.
Really? Don't lie to me.
I can tell something's off with your voice. Is something wrong? Wu Yu's heart raced, and she quickly shook her head. No, really. I'm just a bit tired. I just need some rest. Her uncle sighed, his tone softening. Yeah, don't push yourself too hard. If the job isn't good, just come back. There's a fruit-picking job here that pays 200 a day, and you get extra pay for overtime on holidays. If you're interested, I can ask for you. Hearing that pay made Wu Yu tempted. It was double what she used to earn. With that income, Yu wouldn't have to suffer alongside her. But she couldn't go back. Zhang Chong was like a mad dog. If he found out she returned home, he would definitely come after her. Then, her uncle's family would be dragged into this endless nightmare. Uncle, I really found a job, so I won't go back. Wu Yu held back her tears, her voice trembling. Yeah, don't lie to me. Jiang Weimin's voice suddenly turned serious. You've always stuttered when you lie. Just tell me the truth. What's really going on? Wu Yu finally couldn't hold back her tears. She covered her mouth to stifle her cries, but Jiang Weimin still heard her. Yeah, why are you crying? What happened? Tell me the truth. Her uncle's voice was filled with urgency and worry. Driven to her limits, Wu Yu could no longer hold back her tears. She cried as she shared everything about how Zhang Chong had harassed and threatened her after his release from prison. Her voice was shaky and disjointed, but her uncle listened patiently without interrupting her. That scoundrel. Her uncle's voice trembled with anger after she finished. Yu, why didn't you tell me sooner? How long could you handle this alone? If not for yourself, think about Xiaoyu. Wu Yu was too upset to speak, gripping her phone tightly as if it were her only support. Yu, listen to your uncle. Come back with Xiaoyu right away. His voice was firm and strong. With so many people in our village, if Zhang Chong dares to come, we will make sure he regrets it. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and no one can bully you. A warm feeling surged in Wu Yu's heart, but she hesitated. Uncle, I don't want to get you all involved. Zhang Chong is capable of anything. Get involved? Her uncle interrupted her. You are my niece, and Xiaoyu is my granddaughter. If I don't protect you, who will? Pack your things quickly and come back at first light. With so many people in our village, why should we fear him? Tears flowed from Wu Yu's eyes again. She looked at her sleeping daughter and then at the dark night outside, finally making up her mind. Okay, uncle, I'll listen to you. I'll pack our things and bring Xiaoyu back. After hanging up, Wu Yu immediately got to work. She bought temporary train tickets online and started gathering their belongings. Over the years, they had lived modestly, owning only a few secondhand appliances and no valuable items. Besides some important documents, all they had were their clothes. Xiaoyu woke up from the noise, rubbing her eyes. Mommy, where are we going? Wu Yu knelt down and gently hugged her daughter. Xiaoyu, Mommy is taking you to Uncle's house, okay? Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Really? If we go to Uncle's house, will Daddy not be able to find us? Wu Yu nodded, holding back her tears. Yes, with Uncle there, he will protect us, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was happy and stopped feeling sleepy, helping her mother pack. At dawn, Wu Yu called the landlord to discuss moving out. The landlord was more than happy to comply and promptly refunded her deposit. Worried that Zhang Chong might find them, Wu Yu decided not to take the bus. Instead, she took a taxi with her daughter to the train station. Her anxiety spread to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu tightly held her hand and asked nervously, Mom, will Dad find us? Wu Yu's heart sank. She crouched down and hugged her daughter, saying, No, Xiaoyu, Mommy won't let him find us. Once we get to Uncle's house, we will be safe. As the train slowly left the station, Wu Yu looked out at the city disappearing in the distance, feeling a mix of emotions. This city had once held her hopes and dreams, but now it felt like a nightmare. She didn't know what the future held, but at least she had her uncle and Xiaoyu. After nearly 10 hours on the train, they finally arrived in Lin City. It was her mother's hometown, but she hadn't returned since her mother passed away. The unfamiliarity made her feel uneasy. However, as she and Xiaoyu stepped off the platform, she spotted her uncle, Jiang Weimin, waving to them from the crowd. He wore an old jacket and looked relieved to see them. Wu Yu felt her heart settle as she quickly walked over.
Yeah, Xiaoyu.
Her uncle took the luggage from her and looked her over with concern. You're finally back. Come on, let's go home. I made you some good food. Once they arrived at her uncle's house, Wu Yu noticed he had prepared a room for them. The room was small but clean, with 2 sets of brand new bedding on the bed. Xiaoyu excitedly jumped onto the bed and exclaimed, Mom, this is so comfy. Wu Yu felt a pang in her heart and turned to her uncle, saying, Thank you, uncle. Jiang Weimin waved his hand and smiled. No need to thank me. It's just good to have you back. You take Xiaoyu to rest, and I'll heat up some food for you. Wu Yu nodded, feeling warmth inside. She knew her uncle had also faced difficulties over the years. His wife had passed away from illness a few years ago, and his only cousin had settled in the capital, rarely coming home. The large old house had been quiet, with only her uncle keeping watch over it. Now that she and her daughter were back, it brought some liveliness, but also added to her uncle's worries. Dinner was simple home-cooked food, but Wu Yu felt especially warm. Uncle Jiang Weimin had specially made a pot of chicken soup, which smelled wonderful, with a layer of golden oil floating on top, clearly simmered for a long time. While serving soup to Wu Yu and Xiaoyu, he smiled and said, You two have faced a lot of difficulties outside, so you need to replenish yourselves. I cooked this chicken soup all afternoon, so drink plenty. Xiaoyu held the bowl and sipped the soup slowly, her face full of a satisfied smile. She licked her lips, looked up at Wu Yu, and said, Mom, the soup Uncle made is really delicious. Can I have another bowl? Wu Yu watched her daughter enjoy the meal, feeling both comforted and guilty. She gently patted Xiaoyu's head and softly said, Okay, I'll get you another bowl. She took the bowl, carefully filled it with soup, and handed it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took the bowl and eagerly drank, finishing every drop. Wu Yu looked at her daughter's satisfied expression, feeling mixed emotions. She knew she had to pull herself together quickly to provide Xiaoyu with a stable life. She couldn't let her daughter continue to face hardships or live in fear. After dinner, Jiang Weimin took Wu Yu to Jiang Wanling's house. Worried about leaving Xiaoyu alone at home, she decided to bring her along. When they arrived, Jiang Wanling was not home. In the yard, only Jiang Yichen was there with the twins. They were crouched down, carefully picking wild fruits from a basket. When they saw Jiang Weimin, Wu Yu, and Xiaoyu enter, the 3 children immediately looked up and shouted, Hello, Grandpa Jiang. Their voices were bright and cheerful, filled with the innocence and enthusiasm of children. Jiang Weimin smiled and nodded, then pulled Xiaoyu forward, introducing her, Chun Chun, Xian Xian, Tong Tong. This is Xiaoyu, my granddaughter. She will be living in our village from now on. Can you all play with her? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mudong's eyes lit up. She quickly ran to Xiaoyu, looking up with a smile and said, Hello, Xiaoyu. I'm Jiang Mudong, but you can call me Tong Tong. Her voice was sweet, like a freshly picked strawberry. Although there were many kids in kindergarten, there were none in the village. Seeing a girl her age, Tong Tong was especially excited. Jiang Yichen and Jiang Wuxuan also came over and politely introduced themselves. Xiaoyu, do you like wild fruits? Our wild fruits are really tasty. Tong Tong took Xiaoyu's hand and led her to see the wild fruits they had picked that day. When Xiaoyu mentioned she had never tried wild fruits, the little one eagerly handed her a handful of wild strawberries. After getting her uncle's permission, Xiuyu put the fruit away and politely thanked them. Is it tasty? Sister Xiuyu, let me tell you, these wild fruits can sell for a lot of money. Tong Tong said proudly, puffing out her little chest. Jiang Yichen and Jiang Wuxuan also joined in, sharing stories about picking wild fruits with Xiuyu. Xiuyu was warmed by their enthusiasm and soon relaxed, happily sorting through the basket of wild fruits with them. On the other hand, Wu Yu seemed a bit shy. She stood next to Jiang Weimin, watching her daughter and the kids play together, feeling both pleased and a bit unsure. Jiang Yue came out of the house, smiling as she said, Weimin, you all can move the chairs and sit down. Ningning went to the site next door, and will be back soon. Jiang Weimin nodded and brought over 2 chairs, gesturing for Wu Yu to sit. Wu Yu sat down a bit awkwardly, but her gaze never left Yu. Before long, Jiang Wanning returned from the neighboring site. She was wearing simple work clothes, her hair casually tied back, and her face had a bit of dust, clearly just finishing up from work. Seeing Jiang Weimin and Wu Yu, she walked over with a smile. Uncle Weimin, did you need me? Jiang Weimin smiled and nodded. Ningning, this is my niece, Wu Yu. I was wondering if she could work with you. Jiang Wanning readily agreed, of course. I really need help right now, so I'd love for you to introduce more people. Then she looked at Wu Yu and directly asked, Sister Wu, packing boxes pays 150 a day, while picking fruits on the mountain pays 200 a day. Which one do you want to do? Wu Yu didn't hesitate much. I want to pick fruits on the mountain. They really needed money, so naturally, she wanted to choose the higher-paying job. Although picking fruits on the mountain was tougher, she wasn't afraid of hard work for the sake of her and Xiuyu's future. Jiang Wanning nodded and said, all right. Tomorrow morning, let Uncle Weimin take you to find Aunt Wang Ying and she will arrange the details. Jiang Weimin happily replied, great. I'll go greet Yingzi soon. At that moment, Jiang Yue chimed in, Ningning, how is everything going at the site? Are they all settled in? Jiang Wanning nodded, they are all settled. The temporary housing is all set up and the workers' food and lodging will be taken care of by the construction team, so we don't have to worry. Uncle Qian and Uncle Li also decided to stay at the site for a few days. Both said they were staying to make work easier. However, according to Wang Lifang, they were mainly hoping to enjoy a meal at their house. Jiang Wanning was more than happy about this. Swapping a designer and project manager for a few meals was a great deal. Wu Yu listened to their conversation and felt a bit more respect for Jiang Wanning. She didn't expect this young girl to be so capable in her words and actions. While they were chatting, Jiang Mutong ran over with Xiaoyu. She approached Jiang Wanning, looked up with bright eyes, and asked, Mom, can I take Sister Xiaoyu with me to pick wild fruits tomorrow? Jiang Wanning squatted down, patted Tong Tong's head, and smiled. Sure. But first, you need to ask Sister Xiaoyu's mom for permission. As soon as Tong Tong heard this, she grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and turned to Wu Yu, asking in a sweet voice, Sister Xiaoyu's mom, can Sister Xiaoyu come with us to pick wild fruits? Wu Yu looked at her daughter's eager expression, felt her heart soften, and smiled. Of course. But you have to be careful, don't run too far, and don't tire yourselves out. Jiang Mutong immediately jumped up happily. Mom. Sister Xiaoyu's mom agreed. Can we take Sister Xiaoyu to pick wild fruits now? Jiang Wanning nodded with a smile. Yes. But if Sister Xiaoyu helps you pick fruits, shouldn't you pay her? Wu Yu quickly waved her hand. No. She's just a child. She can't really help much, so no need for payment. However, Tong Tong looked very serious, her little brows furrowed like a little adult. Yes. Sister Xiaoyu's mom, we are picking fruits to sell, so if Sister Xiaoyu helps us, we should pay her. Just like when you pay us for helping Mom. The little one's innocent words made everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Yue couldn't help but join in the teasing. Tong, how much do you plan to pay Sister Xiaoyu? Jiang Mutong was caught off guard, her little face scrunched up, clearly confused about the concept of payment. Her biggest expense was usually buying lollipops at the village shop with her uncle and brother, and 10 yuan felt like a huge amount to her. She looked to her uncle and brother for help, her eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Yichen tilted his head slightly, thinking seriously, since we don't go up the mountain at the same time every day, we can't pay by the day like big sisters. How about we pay by the hour? The twins nodded in agreement. Jiang Mudong enthusiastically praised, Uncle is amazing. Uncle is so smart. Jiang Mushuan quickly thought and said seriously, yes, we'll count by the hour. If Sister Xiaoyu picks as fast as my sister, she can earn $3 an hour. If she picks as fast as me, she can earn $5 an hour. Mom, what do you think? Jiang Mudong immediately crossed her little arms and pouted, protesting, I pick fast too, okay? I'm not slower than my brother. Jiang Mushuan replied without mercy, you only picked one basket today, while I picked two. Jiang Mudong was left speechless by her brother's words. She turned to Jiang Wanning and whined, Mom, brother is bullying me. Jiang Wanning smiled and gently patted her daughter's head, encouragingly saying, the wild fruit business is for all three of you. As long as you agree, I won't interfere.
You can decide for yourselves.
She looked at the three children, feeling proud. Tong Tong is clever, Xian Xian is smart, and Chun Chun is steady. When the three little ones come together, they always find a way. Even if they face some losses occasionally, that's part of growing up. Jiang Yichen nodded seriously, sister, I agree with Xuanchuan's plan. Jiang Wanning looked down at Jiang Mudong in her lap and softly asked, Tong Tong, what about you? Do you agree? Jiang Mudong lifted her head from her mom's lap, her round face serious like a little adult. Yes, brother is better at math, so I will listen to him. Jiang Wanning clapped her hands with a smile. Great. Since you all agree, let's give a high five. The three little ones reached out their hands, and the sound of their high fives echoed in the mountains. Jiang Mudong immediately ran to Xiuyu, grabbed her hand, and excitedly said, Sister Xiuyu, we decided to give you $3 an hour. If you pick as fast as my brother, you can earn $5. Do you want to? Xiuyu felt a bit unsure. She really wanted to agree because she knew it was hard for her mom to earn money and she wanted to help. However, she felt a bit uneasy about getting paid for helping her good friend. So, she looked to her mom and uncle for help. Wu Yu's first reaction was to refuse. After all, Xiaoyu is still a child. What help can she provide? But when she saw the desire and expectation in her daughter's eyes, she swallowed her words. Jiang Weimin was quite open-minded, especially when he saw Jiang Weining's way of educating Tong Tong and the others, which he agreed with in his heart. So, he squatted down and encouraged, Xiuyu, this is your matter with your friends, and you can decide for yourself. If you want to give it a try, go ahead. But remember, making money isn't your job. Being happy is the most important thing. If you feel tired or don't want to continue, you can stop anytime, okay? Xiuyu's eyes lit up after hearing her uncle's words, and she nodded vigorously, Mom. Uncle, I want to try. I want to go pick wild fruits with Tong Tong and help Mom earn some money. Seeing Xiaoyu agree, Jiang Mudong jumped up happily, shaking her hand. Great. Sister Xiaoyu, let's go to the mountain to pick wild fruits together tomorrow. I'll teach you, and soon you'll be able to pick faster than my brother. Jiang Mushuan pouted, huffing in disagreement. Not necessarily. I'm the fastest at picking. Jiang Mudong stuck her tongue out at him and made a funny face. No way. Uncle is the fastest. You can never catch up with him. Wu Yu's eyes turned slightly red, her gaze gently resting on the children. They were chattering excitedly about their plans for tomorrow, their voices as clear as birds singing in the mountains. A smile unconsciously spread across her face, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She turned to Jiang Weining, her tone sincere and grateful. Ningning, thank you. Thank you for taking care of us, really. Jiang Weining waved her hand, smiling, Sister Wu. Don't mention it. You coming to work is also a help to me. Besides, what you earn is what you deserve. I haven't specially taken care of anyone. Hearing this, Wu Yu felt relieved, as if a stone that had been pressing on her heart was lifted. She nodded gratefully, feeling much lighter. Recalling her previous experiences looking for work, even for a cleaning position, she had to go through many interviews and assessments. It had never gone as smoothly as today. What surprised her even more was that even Xiaoyu found a paid temporary job. However, thinking of Zhang Chang, the man who had caused her to lose her last job, Wu Yu's mood grew heavier. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, but decided to be honest. Ningning, there's something I need to tell you. Wu Yu's voice was a bit hesitant, but her gaze was firm. I have an ex-husband. He has a bad temper and might come looking for me. I'm afraid it might cause you trouble. Jiang Weimin frowned and said with some anger, What do you mean by a bad personality? That person is simply a scoundrel. He took out his frustrations on Yaya every day before the divorce, and even after the divorce, he keeps bothering her and her mother. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have. Jiang Wanning listened with a calm expression, even showing some disdain. Well, you have an ex-husband who isn't a good person.
So what?
Wu Yu was momentarily speechless, not expecting Jiang Wanning to react this way. After a pause, she quietly explained, that person is very unreasonable. I'm afraid he might come back and cause trouble for you and the family. Jiang Wanning smiled lightly, her tone relaxed yet firm. Sister Wu, don't worry. We live in a society governed by law. If someone causes trouble, we can call the police. As long as you haven't done anything wrong, just focus on your work and don't overthink it. Her attitude warmed Wu Yu's heart, and her tense nerves relaxed a bit. She nodded, her voice soft but resolute. Thank you, Ning Ning. I will work hard. On the way back, Wu Yu felt light on her feet, as if she were walking on clouds. Everything seemed so unreal. She couldn't help but stop and turn to Jiang Weiman, her voice tinged with unease. Uncle, is it really okay? If Zhang Chang comes looking for us, will it cause trouble for you? Jiang Weiman stopped, turned around, and looked at her with steady warmth. He patted Wu Yu's shoulder and spoke in a calm, strong voice. Yeah, don't think too much. Just listen to Ning Ning and focus on your work. If anything happens, I'll be here to support you. Don't be afraid. Wu Yu looked at her uncle's weathered yet determined face, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over her. She lowered her head, her voice slightly choked. Uncle, thank you. Little Yu also thoughtfully said, Thank you, Uncle. Jiang Weiman smiled and patted Little Yu's head. We're family, there's no need for thanks. Come on, let's go say hello to Aunt Wang Ying. The three continued along the mountain path, the night breeze gently brushing past, carrying the fresh scent of the mountains. Jiang Weiman suddenly remembered Little Yu's age and said, Yeah, isn't it time for Little Yu to start school? Wu Yu paused for a moment, her tone filled with a hint of helplessness. Yes, Little Yu is 6 this year. She was supposed to start first grade this September.
But
I'm afraid Zhang Chang will take her away, so I haven't dared to enroll her in school. Jiang Weiman listened, his brow slightly furrowed, and his expression grew serious. He thought for a moment and said, This won't work. We can't delay the children's schooling. After the National Day holiday, I'll ask the village committee if we can register you and your daughter in the village. Their village had lost many residents, and a few years ago, there seemed to be some kind of registration subsidy policy. It should not be a big problem. Hearing this, Wu Yu felt much more at ease. Just a day ago, she had no job, no income, and was being threatened and harassed by that madman Zhang Chang. She felt truly trapped with no way out. Yet, a day later, there seemed to be solutions to these problems. Uncle, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Jiang Weiman waved his hand and smiled gently. No need to thank me. It's good that you're back. From now on, let's live well as a family and not think about those troubling things. Wu Yu nodded, feeling as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. She looked up at the night sky, where the stars twinkled like countless gentle eyes watching over her. Taking a deep breath, it felt like the air had become much fresher. Jiang Dahai returned from a trip with his son and, without even going home, hurried straight to Jiang Wanning's house. The reason was simple. Their family missed the sweet and delicious fruits and vegetables from Jiang Wanning's home, the lively fish in the pond, and the amazing secret bait that made the fish bite frequently. When he arrived at the old Zhang's house in his little car, he was immediately greeted by a bustling construction site. Workers were busy moving around, and the pile driver was making a deafening rumble noise. Aunt Yui, you guys are working too fast. The National Day holiday isn't over yet. Why have you started? Jiang Dahai asked in surprise, raising his voice. Jiang Yui smiled and invited Jiang Dahai to find a place to sit, then explained, Ningning wants to move into the new house after the new year. She and Xiao Qian discussed it and thought it would be better to start early, so here we are. Xiao Qian? Jiang Dahai looked puzzled, quickly searching his mind for someone he knew, but couldn't match the name. Jiang Yue pointed to 3 people sitting in the shade, drinking tea and chatting, saying, "The one with the big belly is Xiao Qian. He is the head of the construction team. The one next to him is the designer, Xiao Li." At that moment, Qian Wenhao and Li Jianming were enthusiastically discussing something over a blueprint, while Jiang Wanning was on her phone, talking. Jiang Dahai couldn't help but marvel at how impressive his little niece was. Not only did she hire a construction team to build a house, but she also brought in a designer. That's quite a big deal. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Dahai stepped closer. He looked at the warehouse design plans in Li Jianming's hands and exclaimed, "A cold storage area, a pre-cooling area, a sorting and packaging area, a public restroom, and such a large drying area. My goodness, how much will this cost? And what's this photovoltaic system?" Li Jianming patiently explained, "The photovoltaic system converts solar energy into electricity. Installing this system can save at least half of the electricity costs for the cold storage, which will save a lot of money in the long run." Jiang Dahai listened, repeatedly expressing his amazement with "very good, very good." His gaze towards Jiang Wanning was filled with admiration and respect. At such a young age, having this kind of ambition and vision was truly impressive. At that moment, Jiang Wanning had just finished a call. Qian Wenhao noticed her frown and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is the other party refusing to deliver?" Jiang Wanning nodded helplessly. "They think my order is too small and not profitable enough, so they want me to cover the shipping costs myself." If they had mentioned the shipping costs up front, Jiang Wanning wouldn't have minded the few $100s. Although, after paying the first construction fee, her bank account had only 3 digits left. However, her fruit sales were good every day, and she was not worried at all. What frustrated her was that the seller initially quoted a shipping fee, but after she placed the order, they suddenly changed their mind. Jiang Wanning decided not to tolerate this and promptly chose to request a refund and filed a complaint with the platform. "What's going on?" Jiang Dahai asked, puzzled. "It's just some fish fry. The pond is empty, and I plan to buy some to restock," Jiang Wanning explained. Hearing that the fish were gone, Jiang Dahai felt a wave of disappointment. He had rushed over today mainly because of the fish. Looking at the small pond, he couldn't help but suggest, "Wanning, have you thought about expanding the pond? Can it be expanded?" Jiang Wanning asked, a bit confused. She had researched the legal regulations and knew that expanding a pond without permission was against land management laws. Jiang Dahai smiled and explained, "Unauthorized expansion is not allowed. But you can apply for it. This piece of land next to us is not prime farmland, so the approval process will be quick. Most of Wangshan village is mountainous, with many abandoned areas. If we can make use of them even for fish farming, it would be a good thing." "Xiao Jiang, I think what the old uncle says makes sense. Your family's pond really should be expanded. With such a small area, how many fish can you raise?" Qian Wenhao fully supported the idea of expanding the fish pond. Just thinking about the delicious taste of the fish from Jiang's pond, which he had just started to enjoy before they ran out, made him feel quite disappointed. To satisfy his future cravings, Qian Wenhao not only supported it verbally, but also offered to provide technical assistance. The construction team is currently using an excavator to dig the foundation. If you decide to expand the pond, once the foundation is done, we can bring the excavator over to dig the pond for you. It will be very convenient. Uncle Qian, this old uncle is our village chief, Jiang Dahai." Seeing this, Jiang Wanning smiled and introduced both parties. "Village chief, this is Qian Wenhao, the owner of Qian Construction, who is in charge of our renovation project. This is Li Jianming, the designer from Qian Construction." Although Qian Construction is not a well-known company nationwide, it has a good reputation in the small city of Lingshi. Li Jianming nodded politely in response. Qian Wenhao and Jiang Dahai shook hands warmly. Village Chief Jiang Dahai looked pleasantly surprised and said, "Qian Construction, you built the road in our village. The quality is excellent. It has held up well over the years." Qian Wenhao smiled and replied, "Yes, I didn't expect Village Chief Jiang to remember. Your village is truly a beautiful place, with clear mountains and waters, so the produce here is outstanding." Jiang Dahai smiled with squinted eyes and humbly said, "Our village's scenery is nice, but the great taste of the fruits and vegetables mainly comes from Ningning's skills. Most people can't grow them like this." Qian Wenhao nodded eagerly. Yes, it's all thanks to Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang, listen to your village chief and expand the fish pond so that we can enjoy more of the fish you raise. If you agree, Uncle will definitely support you fully. You don't need to worry about the construction. Not worrying is true, but the costs will likely be significant. However, with help for the approvals and the technology in place, spending a bit more money doesn't seem too difficult. Jiang Wanning replied without hesitation, great. Let's dig up all 5 acres over there. Li Jiaming asked, Xiao Jiang, how large is that entire piece of land? Jiang Wanning estimated and said, about 10 acres, but our family only occupies 5 acres. Li Jiaming thought for a moment and then asked, can your family rent the remaining land as well? Jiang Wanning responded, Uncle Li, are you suggesting I dig a 10-acre fish pond? The ideal size for a fish pond is between 5 to 10 acres. For a mature fish pond, 4 to 10 acres is most suitable, with a water depth of 2 to 3 meters being best. Given their current needs, 5 acres is just right. Expanding to 10 acres might require a lot more effort to manage. Li Jiaming seemed to understand Jiang Wanning's thoughts and explained, haven't you always wanted to create an ecological farm? This fish pond is a perfect starting point. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of paper and a pen from the table and quickly started drawing. Look, we can raise fish in the pond, plant mulberry trees around it, and raise chickens in the mulberry garden. The mud from the fish pond and chicken manure can be used as fertilizer for the mulberry trees. Silkworms and mulberry leaves can feed the chickens, while silkworm droppings can feed the fish. This way, we can create a good ecological cycle with mulberries, fish, and chickens. As Li Jiaming drew, he explained in detail. The others leaned in to take a look and nodded in agreement. Village Chief Jiang Dahai was the first to praise, this idea is brilliant. It can save on fertilizer costs and reduce feed expenses. Plus, mulberry trees can produce fruits, which will bring an additional income. Qian Wenhao chimed in, Xiao Jiang, didn't you say you wanted to raise chickens? Let's follow Uncle Li's mulberry fish chicken model. It's green, ecological, and pollution-free. It's definitely a good plan. Jiang Wanning looked at the sketch Li Jiaming drew and felt that this model was quite good. Although today's farmers can't change the world like spiritual plant masters in the cultivation realm, they have accumulated their own planting wisdom through long-term hard work, like this ecological cycle model of mulberries, fish, and chickens. Jiang Wanning looked at the village chief, Jiang Dahai, and asked, Village chief, can our family rent the remaining piece of land? Jiang Dahai replied without hesitation, of course. There is plenty of unused land in our village, and I would love for you to rent more to help develop the village. Besides, there are no other families around your home, so there's no one to compete with you for this land. This made Jiang Dahai reflect on the wise choice made by Old Man Jiang when selecting land years ago. In the past, this land was remote and not sought after. But now, it provides Jiang Wanning with excellent conditions to develop her farm, making it a prime piece of land waiting to be utilized. Once the plan was finalized, Jiang Wanning felt more confident and was no longer in a hurry to buy fish fry. She calmly said, then it's settled. After the holiday, I will go to the village committee to sign the land rental contract and submit the application to expand the fish pond. The village chief nodded in agreement and added, the application process can be completed in as little as 3 days. Once approved, we can start the work. Qian Wenhao quickly chimed in, that's great. By the time the application is approved, the foundation should be nearly finished, and the excavator can directly move to dig the fish pond. The timing is perfect. Li Jianming also became interested and looked at Jiang Wanning, asking, Xiao Jiang, what kind of aquatic products do you plan to raise in the fish pond? Can you raise, like herring, steamed, or made into spicy crab? They taste amazing. Qian Wenhao, inspired by the idea, added, can we also raise bullfrogs? If we could eat the bullfrogs you raise, paired with pickled peppers, the flavor would be incredible. Jiang Dahai joined the discussion, excitedly suggesting, I think raising crayfish would be great too. Spicy crayfish and garlic crayfish are popular dishes and would surely be well received. The three foodies exchanged ideas about those mouth-watering recipes, animatedly discussing them, nearly drooling. However, they completely overlooked a key issue. Each type of aquatic product has different environmental requirements for the fish pond. For example, the ideal water depth for raising fish is between 2 to 3 meters. In contrast, crab farming requires a water depth of 1 to 1.5 meters. While the conditions for raising crayfish and bullfrogs are somewhat similar, they have a natural predator-prey relationship and cannot be raised together in the same pond. Even though Jiang Wanning can use spiritual energy to somewhat ignore the effects of different water qualities on various species, she cannot prevent them from preying on each other. However, Jiang Wanning also wants to raise more species on her farm. After all, her hard work in planting and breeding is partly to earn money and improve her family's living conditions. On the other hand, it is also to satisfy her and her family's enjoyment of food. To raise a variety of aquatic life is not too difficult. Jiang Wanning quickly comes up with a plan in her mind. She decides to divide the fish pond into different areas based on the habits of each type of aquatic life. For example, she plans a shallow water area for raising bullfrogs, eels, and loaches, which have similar habits. She plans a deep water area for raising various fish. Then, she plans a middle area for raising shrimp and crayfish. Jiang Wanning confidently declares, "Let's take a 6-acre fish pond, with 4 acres designated as a deep water area specifically for fish farming and 1 acre each for a shallow water area and a middle area for other aquatic life." Upon hearing this, Li Jiaming immediately picks up a pen and quickly sketches the entire layout on paper. This way, the position of the fish pond remains unchanged, expanding outward from the original pond's location. The chicken coop will be placed at the foot of the mountain, right next to the hillside. All the remaining space will be planted with mulberry trees, creating a complete ecological cycle. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Wanning adds, "We should also build a doghouse, as we will need the dogs to help guard the chickens and protect the fish pond." Qian Wenhao chuckles and says, "Xiao Jiang, you're not planning to use those injured stray dogs, are you? Can untrained dogs be reliable? I hope they don't end up eating the chickens instead of watching them." Jiang Wanning confidently replies, "Uncle Qian, you can rest assured. My dogs are quite clever. They are all nurtured with spiritual energy. In the spirit-rich realm of cultivation, animals can gain intelligence after absorbing enough spiritual energy." Although her dogs may not compare to the intelligent spirit pets in the cultivation world, they are definitely capable of guarding the home. Zhang Dehai looks at the sketch drawn by Li Jiaming and nods repeatedly. "This plan is quite good. If we put up a circle of barbed wire around it, it will be perfect. Ning Ning, since you have already started working, why not also build a fence around the mountain? Right now, people nearby may not realize how valuable your fruits are, but as your reputation grows, who knows if it will attract some dishonest individuals." Qian Wenhao agreed, saying, "Yes, we must put up a fence. If someone steals the fruits, it would be heartbreaking." Iank van Ninglistenet Karesulli. She understood that their suggestions were for the sake of her farm. With the small protective array she had, she was confident in keeping her farm safe and wasn't worried about thieves. However, others didn't know that. From a basic safety perspective, the village chief and the villagers working with her had suggested this multiple times. They were concerned that as her farm gained fame, it might attract dishonest people and cause her losses. Thinking about this, Jiang Wanning decided to follow their advice and add a fence, just to ease everyone's worries. From another angle, the fence could serve as a warning. If someone ignored the fence and tried to break in, they would have to face the consequences. After all, it would be disrespecting someone else's property, and they would be asking for trouble. She thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I have considered this before, but I don't plan to use barbed wire. I won't use it around this mulberry fish forest either." Jiang Dezai looked puzzled and asked, "Then what will you use?" Jiang Wanning smiled mysteriously and replied, "Golden thorn fruit." "That's spiky wild fruit?" Qian Wenhao and Li Jiaming asked in unison. They looked at each other, confused, unable to understand how wild fruit could be used as a fence. They had only tasted the fruit and had no idea what the plant looked like. Jiang Dazai, however, clapped his hands excitedly and said, "You mean the thorny elm, right? We used to use it for fences in every household in our village. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it." Xian Wenhao added, "If it can be used, then let's go with the golden thorn fruit. Plus, we can harvest a lot of golden thorn fruits at the same time. It's a win-win." For Yu Zhongshi, a foodie, all he could think about was eating. Jiang Wanning nodded and then teased with a smile. Besides being eaten, golden thorn fruit can also be used in medicine. "If you uncles need some later, just ask me, and I'll have plenty." Qian Wenhao and Li Jiaming still looked confused and didn't understand what was happening. What medicine? But that golden cherry flavor is quite nice, sweet and sour. Eating a lot can help with vitamins, so save some for me later. Qian Wenhao thought about the desserts his aunt made with various wild fruits, which tasted really good. But there was never enough to eat. Yes, that sweet and sour taste is really enjoyable. We don't care about any special benefits, just for that flavor, so save us some. Jiang Dahai clearly knew what Jiang Weining meant by benefits, and he looked a bit uneasy, feeling slightly guilty. But he was determined to secure the benefits. Li Jiaming flipped through the blueprints in his hands, then pulled out a sheet and handed it to Jiang Weining. "There's one more thing. Xiao Jiang, take a look at this. Do you want to install one on the mountain?" Jiang Weining took the blueprint and, after just one glance, got excited. "A transport cableway?" Li Jiaming nodded. "I took a walk on the mountain this morning and found that the terrain at your family's mountaintop is perfect for a cableway. The only problem is..." Jiang Weining sighed sadly. "I understand. The construction cost is not low, right?" Li Jiaming nodded. "After all, this is a long-term project and it involves safety issues, so the standards will be higher. But if it's done well, the benefits will definitely outweigh the costs." Jiang Weining knew this well. With a transport cableway, they could save a lot on labor and speed up transportation, improving supply capacity. "Since that's the case, let's build it." Jiang Weining sighed deeply. As they say, more debt means less worry. "Uncle Li, since you've seen it, help me figure out how many cableways I can build on this mountain." Li Jiaming gave a thumbs up. "Xiao Jiang, great determination. Don't worry, Uncle Li will definitely help you with this." The hospital corridor was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant as Wu Meili hurried through the crowd with a thermos. She felt anxious and uneasy. In the morning, she called her friend Zhang Yusen, intending to send her a few boxes of fruit and vegetable gift sets from the Jiang family. However, as soon as the call connected, she noticed something was off in Zhang Yusen's voice. After asking several times, Wu Meili learned that Zhang Yusen's daughter, Chen Mingjiao, was suffering from severe anorexia and had been hospitalized for treatment. The doctor said that if it continued like this, even with nutritional IVs, it would be hard to sustain her life. Wu Meili felt worried as well. Suddenly, she thought of the outstanding ingredients from the Jiang family. Although she wasn't sure if these ingredients would help, she was willing to try, even if there was just a glimmer of hope. So, she hurriedly made a pot of fish porridge and drove 3 hours to the hospital in the neighboring city. When she opened the door to the hospital room, Wu Meili saw Zhang Yusen sitting by the bed, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having just cried. Chen Mingjiao lay on the bed, eyes closed, her breathing so weak that it was almost impossible to see her chest rise and fall. She looked extremely frail. Zhang Yusen managed a faint smile when she saw Wu Meili. "Meili, what brings you here?" They were not in the same city, and she didn't expect Wu Meili to come all this way just for a phone call. Wu Meili softly said, "I made some fish porridge to see if Jiao Jiao can eat it." Zhang Yusen shook her head with a bitter smile. She wanted to say it was useless. After all, in the past 6 months, they had tried almost every ingredient without any effect. At that moment, a nurse adjusting the 4-drip noticed the thermos in Wu Meili's hand and immediately reminded her. The doctor said the patient is not suitable to eat anything right now. If she vomits, it will worsen her condition. Wu Meili pressed her lips together and softly said, "I only brought a little fish porridge, just in case." "There is no just in case," the nurse interrupted her firmly. "Her symptoms are very serious, and her desire to eat is almost zero. Forcing her to eat will only make things worse. Wu Meili's heart sank, but she still didn't want to give up. She silently watched the frail Chen Mingjiao on the bed, praying for a miracle. Zhang Yusin clearly had no hope for the porridge either. She forced a faint smile, her voice hoarse. Meili, thank you, but... Before she could finish, her eyes reddened again. Wu Meili quickly assured her, don't worry, if Jiao Jiao doesn't want to eat, I won't force her. I'll just let her smell it, okay? The nurse sighed, her tone softening. All right, but you absolutely cannot force her to eat, or it will have the opposite effect. Wu Meili nodded and carefully opened the lid of the thermos. Instantly, a rich aroma filled the hospital room. This was the special fish from the Jiang family, tender and paired with thick rice porridge, its fragrance warm and inviting. The nurse's nose twitched involuntarily, and Zhang Yusin was momentarily stunned, her gaze drawn to the thermos. Meanwhile, Chen Mingjiao, who had been keeping her eyes closed, gently fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on the thermos, and her throat moved slightly, as if drawn in by the aroma. Wu Meili noticed this, and felt a surge of joy. She quickly scooped a small spoonful of porridge, gently blew on it, and held it out to Chen Mingjiao, softly asking, Jiao Jiao, would you like to try the fish porridge I made? The nurse wanted to say something but held back. She knew that for someone like Chen Mingjiao, who suffered from severe anorexia, any food could feel like torture and might even trigger a strong rejection. However, in the next moment, she saw Chen Mingjiao slightly nod. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes focused on that spoonful of porridge. Wu Meili carefully brought the porridge to Chen Mingjiao's mouth, and everyone held their breath. Chen Mingjiao's throat moved, and then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she slowly swallowed the porridge. She swallowed it, but no one dared to cheer. Swallowing was just the beginning. The real success would be if she could keep it down. Time felt stretched, and every second seemed especially long. Chen Mingjiao showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, she slightly opened her mouth, as if waiting for another bite. Tears instantly filled Zhang Yusin's eyes. She tightly grasped Wu Meili's hand, her voice trembling. Meili, this porridge. This porridge. Wu Meili smiled, her eyes also glistening with tears. She looked at Chen Mingjiao, feeling both heartbroken and relieved. Although Jiao Jiao was not her own child, their families had visited each other several times a year. Last year, the girl was still plump and lively. Who would have thought that after a year, she had become so thin? Anyone who saw her would feel a deep ache in their heart. The nurse was completely stunned. She watched as Chen Mingjiao continued to eat the porridge, as if witnessing a medical miracle. After a few seconds of shock, she suddenly turned and rushed out of the room, likely to inform the doctor. Sure enough, not long after, the nurse returned with Chen Mingjiao's attending physician, Dr. Wei Ming, in a hurry. A group of other patients, family members followed behind them, having heard that Chen Mingjiao was willing to eat and coming to see for themselves. After all, they were all patients, and the families often communicated, sharing insights about each other's conditions. As soon as they entered, they were drawn in by the rich aroma, instinctively swallowing. Then, their eyes all landed on Chen Mingjiao. She was eating her porridge slowly, showing no signs of discomfort. Can my child also try this porridge? A middle-aged woman asked timidly. She was the mother of another patient sharing the same room as Chen Mingjiao. Seeing Chen Mingjiao, who had more severe symptoms than her own child, able to eat made her hopeful. Wu Meili nodded and smiled, saying, Sure. Bring a bowl, and I'll share some with you. She had a lot of porridge, and with Chen Mingjiao's current condition, she wouldn't finish it all in a day. Thank you. I really appreciate it. The woman was so excited that she hurriedly took a small bowl from the bedside table. Soon, incredible miracles unfolded in the ward. The large pot of porridge brought by Wu Meili was requested by the families of other patients with eating disorders. Some received half a bowl, while others got just a spoonful. Every family that received porridge eagerly took it back for their children to try. And the results were astonishing. They all ate it. All the patients with eating disorders actually consumed it. Dr. Wei Ming looked on in disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle beyond medical textbooks. He couldn't help but approach Wu Meili, his tone filled with amazement and curiosity. "Excuse me, can I ask what is special about this porridge? These children usually struggle to accept even the simplest food, yet today." Wu Meili smiled, feeling a huge sense of relief. "Actually, there's nothing special. The fish in the porridge comes from our local Jiang family's vegetable basket." As soon as she finished speaking, the ward erupted in commotion. Families gathered around, their eyes shining with hope. "Miss, Jiang family's vegetable basket? I haven't heard of it. Is that the name of a shop?" An elderly man asked eagerly. "Can you tell us how to buy fish from Jiang family's vegetable basket? My child hasn't eaten properly for months, and I really don't know what to do." Another mother said, her voice choked with emotion. "Could you please share the address of Jiang family's vegetable basket? My child is so thin, and if they can't eat, I really don't know how much longer they can hold on." A father said, his eyes red and full of pleading. The ward was filled with voices of desperation, as if Wu Meili's mention of Jiang family's vegetable basket had become their only lifeline. Wu Meili looked at the anxious family members and felt a deep sympathy for them. She took out her phone and shared the local shopping group for Jiang's family with them. "This is our local shopping group. Usually you place an order today and you can pick it up at a market in our city the next morning. Since you are ordering from afar, I'm not sure if Boss Jiang will accept your order. It's okay. We can just go to your city to pick it up." The family members replied eagerly, without any hesitation. As long as it meant their child could eat more, they would go anywhere, no matter the distance. One by one, they enthusiastically requested to join the group, as if they had grasped a last hope. Jiang Wanning helped her grandmother into the clinic, carefully assisting her to sit down. The attending doctor, Dr. Lin, pulled up the examination results on the computer and, after reviewing them, showed a look of surprise. Jiang Yue nervously asked Dr. Lin, "How is my leg? Will I be able to walk normally again?" If she couldn't walk in the future, she would become a burden to her grandchildren. "Very well, ma'am. Your leg is healing remarkably." Dr. Lin adjusted his glasses, sounding incredulous. "The healing speed of your bones is even faster than that of young people. Do you have any special care methods?" Jiang Yue smiled and patted her granddaughter's hand, feeling grateful. "It's all thanks to my granddaughter's care. I just take my medicine on time. There's nothing special about it." Little did she know, her granddaughter Jiang Wanning's care was the most special method of all. Dr. Lin reviewed the examination report several times, then removed the cast from the elderly lady's leg and conducted a thorough examination. Finally, he confidently said, "Ma'am, your fractured bone has mostly healed, much faster than I expected. If you continue this way, in a month, you will be able to walk normally again." Jiang Wanning was already aware of her grandmother's recovery, so she didn't show too much surprise. Instead, Jiang Yue was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked the doctor. She then gestured for Jiang Wanning to bring over the gift box, smiling as she said, "Dr. Lin, thank you. This is our token of appreciation. Please accept it." Dr. Lin quickly waved his hand, firmly stating, "I can't accept this." "Dr. Lin, please don't be polite." Jiang Yue interrupted him, her expression sincere and grateful. "If you hadn't agreed to perform my surgery, I might not be here today." At first, Jiang Yue's health was very poor. Even a simple bone-setting surgery carried a high risk that could leave her unable to leave the operating table. After being transferred from the local hospital to the provincial hospital, most doctors advised against surgery. In the end, Dr. Lin stepped up and took the significant risk of taking her into the operating room. "If it weren't for you, I might not have made it to see my granddaughter again, let alone recover," Jiang Yue said, her eyes glistening with tears. Dr. Lin, seeing the elderly woman's determination, finally nodded and accepted the gift box, saying, "Thank you." After leaving the outpatient clinic, it was nearly noon. Jiang Yue was concerned about money and felt that eating out was too wasteful. They needed to save for building a house, and every bit counted. Jiang Weining had no objections, as she wasn't used to eating outside food anyway. Let's go straight home. Chun Chun has prepared a lot of food for us. If we get hungry, we can snack a bit in the car, Jiang Weining said while helping her grandmother walk out of the hospital. However, just as they were about to leave, they unexpectedly bumped into Wu Meili. As soon as Wu Meili saw Jiang Weining, her eyes lit up, and her face broke into a big smile. Boss Jiang. What a coincidence. Did you bring your grandmother to see the doctor? Jiang Weining nodded. Yes, I brought my grandma for a checkup. Wu Meili asked with concern, have you finished the checkup? How were the results? Jiang Weining smiled. Yes, we finished, and the results are quite good. She's recovering well. At that moment, Zhang Yusin, who had been following Wu Meili, curiously approached and quietly asked, Meili, who is this? Wu Meili quickly introduced, this is Jiang Weining, the owner of Zhang's vegetable basket. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yusin visibly became excited. She stepped forward, tightly grasping Jiang Weining's hand, and pleaded, Boss Jiang, I want to buy your fish regularly, no matter the price. Can you help me? Please. Jiang Weining was taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm and looked at Wu Meili with confusion, silently asking what was happening. Wu Meili quickly explained how the ingredients from Zhang's vegetable basket had helped patients with eating disorders. Then, with a hint of apology, she added, Boss Jiang, that's the situation. Many families in the hospital want to buy your fish to make fish porridge for their children, but Feifei mentioned in the group that you don't have any fish available right now. I wanted to call and ask if the fruits and vegetables from your place have the same benefits as the fish. I didn't expect to run into you, Zhang Yusin said, nodding eagerly beside her, her eyes filled with sincerity. Jiang Weining frowned slightly, feeling a bit troubled. The fish is sold out. As for whether our fruits and vegetables can be eaten by those patients, I'm not sure. But I suggest you give it a try. She had heard a little about anorexia. The despair of not being able to eat was terrifying just to think about. She suspected that if anorexia patients could eat her food, it was likely not because of the taste, but because of its special quality. If that were the case, the type of ingredient wouldn't matter. Wu Meili helped persuade, Yusin, the taste of the fruits and vegetables from Boss Jiang is just as good as the fish. I've tried them and they might really help. Let's just give it a shot. It won't hurt, right? Zhang Yusin nodded slightly, still looking worried. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Boss Jiang, are you in a hurry? I'll go back to the ward to inform the other patients' families and then place an order with you. Jiang Weining replied, I'll go with you. When they arrived at the floor where the ward was located, they saw several family members looking tired, gathered in the hallway. Their brows were furrowed, and their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Some paced back and forth, while others kept looking toward the end of the hallway. When they saw Wu Meili and Zhang Yusin return, their eyes lit up as if they had seen a glimmer of hope, and they rushed forward excitedly. Considering the patients in the ward needed quiet, they suppressed their eagerness, lowering their voices as they asked, Meili, how did it go? What did Boss Jiang say? Isn't everything from the same boss somewhat useful? Should we order some ingredients to try? Yes. Let's just buy some and see if it works. The boss might not know if it helps, but we won't know until we try. Everyone was too anxious, talking over each other without giving Wu Meili a chance to speak. Seeing this, Jiang Weining stepped forward with a gentle smile, introducing herself. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Weining, the owner of Zhang's vegetable basket. Her voice was soft but clear, reaching everyone's ears. For a moment, everyone fell silent, their gazes focused on Jiang Weining. Soon, the tired faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement as they looked at Jiang Weining, as if she were the only hope for their children, their lifeline. An elderly man with gray hair approached, trembling, and tightly held Jiang Wanning's hand, his voice choked with emotion. Miss Jiang, please, save my poor granddaughter. She is suffering from anorexia and has become nothing but skin and bones. It breaks my heart to see her like this every day. We are willing to pay any amount just to help her eat. A young mother nearby, her eyes red and filled with tears, said, Miss Jiang, my child is only a few years old, at a time when he should be growing, yet he can't eat anything. I really don't know what to do. Your fish is the only thing he can eat right now. Even if there is just a glimmer of hope, I don't want to give up. Yes, Miss Jiang, we're out of options. We have visited all the major hospitals and tried every method, but the child still refuses to eat. Watching him lose weight over these past few months has been heartbreaking for us as parents. Your food might be our last hope, a middle-aged man said, his voice hoarse with emotion. The crowd spoke one after another, filled with concern for their children. Their eyes held both hope and a fear of being disappointed again. The desperation and expectations of the families touched Jiang Wanning. After a moment of thought, she softly said, "Can you take me to see your children?" She wanted to see if there was truly something special at work here. With a mix of hope and nervousness, the families led Jiang Wanning, who was pushing her grandmother Jiang Yue, slowly into the room of the anorexia patients. As soon as they entered, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere surrounded them. They saw once vibrant, young lives now reduced to thin, weary figures, almost unrecognizable due to the harsh effects of anorexia. Seeing these poor children made Jiang Yue's heart ache, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Jiang Wanning took a box of yam cakes from her bag. With a subtle movement, she added a touch of energy to them. Then, smiling at the families, she said, "These yam cakes are made from our yams. Would you like to let the children try them?" With the previous success of the fish porridge encouraging Chen Mengjiao to eat, the families nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with hope. However, the quantity of yam cake was limited. To ensure that every sick child could have a taste, the families decided to turn the yam cake into a porridge. This made it easier to share and more suitable for children who had not eaten for a long time and had difficulty swallowing. Delicious. Chen Mingjiao, who had already eaten half a bowl of fish porridge, suddenly spoke when she tasted the yam porridge. Her voice was unclear and weak, like a flickering candle in the wind, but it sounded like thunder in the quiet, oppressive hospital room. Everyone was stunned. All eyes focused on Chen Mingjiao, filled with shock and disbelief, as if they could not believe their ears. And this was just the beginning of a miracle. The patients, who usually found eating to be a torture and avoided food, reacted with surprise when they tasted the nourishing yam porridge. Some children's eyes lit up, reaching out for more. Others smiled for the first time in a long while, and even though they were still weak, they brought a sense of resilience and hope to everyone present. Seeing this scene, the parents trembled with excitement, unable to contain their emotions. Once outside the room, they embraced each other, crying uncontrollably. "Oh, my child is saved." Their cries were filled with relief after despair and endless hope for the future. As bystanders, Jiang Yue and Wu Meili were deeply moved by this moment, tears streaming down their faces. Jiang Weining, witnessing all this, felt certain that this was the power of the nourishing food. After expressing their emotions, the families eagerly surrounded Jiang Weining, their eyes filled with determination and longing. A middle-aged father said with a trembling voice, "Jiang, as long as it's from your farm, can we order a portion every day? We are willing to pay any price, just to ensure our children can eat normally and get healthy. Jiang, we don't ask for much, just enough for our children's daily meals. They have suffered too much. We really can't lose hope again." A mother held Jiang Weining's hand tightly, her eyes pleading. "Jiang, you are our children's savior. From now on, we will rely on your food." Everyone was talking excitedly, filled with trust and hope in Jiang Wanning, as if they had placed all their children's hopes in the Jiang family's food basket. "Boss Jiang, you don't know, my child has been in the hospital for almost 2 months with no improvement. But as soon as we tried your ingredients, we saw results. It's amazing. I think the problem is with the food outside. It's either pesticides or all kinds of additives that are making our children sick. Why else would kids want to eat your food? Those dishonest sellers need to be dealt with." Exactly. Those dishonest sellers will add anything just to make money, and now the kids are afraid to eat. The hospital is a waste of time. After all this treatment with no results, your ingredients work better. "Yes. My child has taken so many medicines and had so many shots, but nothing helped. Then they ate your vegetables and actually wanted to eat. The hospital was a waste of money. As they continued to exaggerate, Jiang Wanning frowned uncomfortably. Though she wasn't a doctor, she knew that the causes of anorexia are complex, involving biological, psychological, social, cultural, and environmental factors, and are not directly related to the safety of food itself. Treatment usually requires a multidisciplinary approach, combining psychological therapy, nutritional support, and medication. Even if special food can improve a patient's condition to some extent, if the underlying psychological and environmental issues are not resolved, anorexia cannot be completely cured. However, many of the family members present seemed to not understand this. They complained about the hospital's ineffectiveness and blamed food safety, without considering their own issues. Now that they believed the Jiang family's food was helpful, they praised it enthusiastically. But if it turned out to be ineffective later, would they blame her? Jiang Wanning jokingly said, "Everyone, please don't think like this. It's great that kids accept our ingredients, but in the end, they are just ingredients, not a cure-all. We can't place all our hopes on something so simple. Since you all care so much about food safety, how about this? I suggest you send our ingredients to a trusted agency for testing first. Once the report is out, you can feel more at ease when giving it to your children." The room fell silent immediately. The family members seemed to understand the hidden meaning in Jiang Wanning's words, showing some embarrassment and unease on their faces. "We don't need to test it anymore. We all saw what happened earlier. Boss Jiang, your ingredients must be fine." Yes. Boss Jiang, don't worry. We absolutely trust the safety of your food. Otherwise, our kids wouldn't have eaten it. The doctor said that children with anorexia can slowly recover as long as they maintain normal eating. Although your ingredients aren't medicine, they are definitely more effective than medicine. Hearing the family's praises for Jiang's ingredients, Wu Meili realized the seriousness of the situation. She frowned slightly and said seriously, "Everyone, I think Boss Jiang is right. The doctor should have explained the causes of this condition, right? I recommended Jiang's ingredients, hoping to help the children gain some nutrition during their difficult recovery. But please don't place all your hopes on Boss Jiang. The responsibility and pressure are too great. If this continues, Boss Jiang might be too scared to sell you ingredients." Her words were like a cold splash of water, dampening the family's eager emotions. The atmosphere fell silent again, and the family's expressions shifted from excitement to complexity. Wu Meili felt a bit guilty. She only wanted to help these poor children, but overlooked the extreme behavior that anxious family members might display. Healing is not that simple. If something goes wrong, those extreme family members might blame Jiang Wanning entirely. There are too many reports online about people turning against those who helped them, demanding high compensation after things go wrong. Initially, they desperately sought help, but when trouble arose, they would shift the blame. Thinking of this, Wu Meili looked at Jiang Wanning with regret in her eyes. "Boss Jiang, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not considering everything and causing you trouble." Jiang Wanning shook her head slightly, still wearing a gentle smile. "Aunt Wu, please don't say that. We all want the best for the children, and I understand your feelings. I'm happy that my ingredients can help the kids. But I hope everyone remembers to follow the proper treatment plan while trying my ingredients. After all, a multifaceted approach is more likely to help the children recover quickly." Zhang Yusin also chimed in. "Meili and Boss Jiang are right. No matter how good the food is, it is just a supplement. My child used to love eating, but at school, they were teased for being overweight, which led to extreme dieting and illness. Even though my child wants to eat food from Mr. Zhang's place, it doesn't mean her health has improved. We should listen to the doctor and help her overcome her emotional struggles so she can fully recover." Just then, a middle-aged woman stood up, sounding very sad. "The doctor said my daughter developed anorexia due to postpartum depression. She just had a baby, which should be a happy time. But with all the hormonal changes and the stress of taking care of a baby, along with family members not understanding, she fell apart." Next, a middle-aged man sighed and said, "My child developed anorexia because of the pressure to succeed in school. He has always done well, and our expectations were very high. But before the college entrance exam, The pressure became too much, and he completely broke down. Now, he doesn't even want to eat or leave the house. The doctor said this is the result of long-term stress and needs to be addressed slowly. A young mother couldn't hold back her tears and said, "Last year, my child's father suddenly passed away. I was so focused on my own grief that I forgot about my child. By the time I realized, my child had changed completely." The doctor said this is a stress response to trauma, and we need psychological therapy for recovery. Listening to these family members, the atmosphere became heavy. Each story was heartbreaking and highlighted that anorexia often hides deeper psychological and social issues. The other family members lowered their heads, showing thoughtful expressions. The most emotional elderly woman said with guilt, "Mr. Jiang, we were too impatient. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Jiang Wanning shook her head and said lightly, "It's okay. I understand everyone's feelings. If we communicate clearly in advance, we can avoid unnecessary trouble in the future." After clarifying the responsibility, the family members began to place orders with Jiang Wanning. "Mr. Jiang, I would like to buy 5 pounds of yam and 2 pounds of cucumber. Can you deliver it tomorrow?" "Mr. Jiang, I want 3 pounds each of yam and eggplant. My daughter used to love minced meat with eggplant." "Mr. Jiang, I need yam and black fungus. If I make yam stir-fried with black fungus, my son can eat 3 bowls of rice in one go." Everyone had different requests. Aside from the yam that everyone agreed on, the other vegetables were quite varied. In addition to common greens, cucumbers, and tomatoes, even wild vegetables like shepherd's purse and malin head were mentioned. Jiang Wanning felt a headache coming on. She quickly raised her hand to signal for silence and explained, "Everyone, my family runs a small farm, not a fully stocked market. We have a limited daily supply of vegetables. Considering your special situation, I can prioritize your orders, but each person can only buy 1 kilogram per day. The types of vegetables available each day will vary, and you cannot choose. You can only buy from the list I provide each day." As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of dissatisfaction arose in the crowd. "Boss Jiang, my child is quite picky. What if I buy something they won't eat? Can't you list all the vegetables you have so we can choose?" "Boss Jiang, 1 kilogram is too little. It's not enough. Can you sell us more?" Jiang Wanning shook her head and replied seriously, "I'm sorry, but my vegetables are only for the local market, and we sell what we pick each day. I can't meet everyone's preferences. 1 kilogram is enough for a healthy person's needs. I can't give more, or other customers won't be able to buy. Also, considering the need for delivery, I won't charge you extra for that. I will deliver the total amount you order to the hospital, and then you can distribute it among yourselves." However, her patient explanation did not completely calm the few dissatisfied voices. The noisy objections continued. "We're buying these vegetables specifically for sick children. It shouldn't matter if others eat them, right? Boss Jiang, please make an exception and sell us more. And this delivery method is too complicated. Boss Jiang, can you consider separate deliveries? If we leave the hospital early, do we really have to go back just to pick up the vegetables? That's very inconvenient." Jiang Wanning's expression gradually turned serious as she responded directly, "I hope everyone understands that prioritizing these orders is a benefit for the patients. 1 kilogram is my limit. I will create a special order group for you to handle patient orders. If you are not a family member of a patient, you won't have this priority purchasing privilege. If you still want to buy my vegetables, you will have to join the regular group and compete with other customers, and you will need to pay for delivery separately." Faced with Jiang Wanning's clear and firm rules, the family members' dissatisfaction grew more evident. They were not unwilling to pay. They say the customer is always right. This attitude is too harsh. Some quietly complained, while others shook their heads in disappointment and sighed. But Jiang Wanning remained unwavering. She was not a saint. Showing kindness by prioritizing children suffering from anorexia was already the best she could do. As for other unreasonable demands, she would not indulge them. Jiang Wanning ignored the family members who sighed and tried to silently blame her for not being kind enough. She turned to Aunt Wu and said, "Aunt Wu, it's getting late. I plan to take Grandma home. There are many things waiting for me to handle. Also, could you please help create a group for those in the hospital who need to place orders? Sure, you can head home. Be safe on the way. I'll take care of the rest. Just focus on your own pace and don't worry about the side, Aunt Wu replied readily. She felt a bit guilty towards Jiang Wanning. Although these people, except for Zhang Yusin, had no connection to her, she still felt responsible since she had introduced Jiang Wanning to them. Jiang Wanning nodded in thanks and then pushed Jiang Yue out of the hospital. After Jiang Wanning left, Aunt Wu immediately set up a group called Jiang Family Grocery Basket for anorexia patients. Seeing others join the group, the dissatisfied family members hesitated but ultimately had no choice but to follow suit. After all, Jiang Wanning's ingredients were currently their children's only hope for recovery. Even if they were reluctant about the seemingly strict conditions, for the sake of their children, they had to accept it quietly and join the group. Wei Ming, who had been quietly listening, along with the medical staff from the same department, witnessed everything unfold and couldn't help but silently give Jiang Wanning a thumbs up. Usually, when treating patients, they found the most frustrating part was dealing with the unreasonable demands of family members, especially those of their patients. Anorexia is complex and often requires cooperation between doctors, patients, and families. However, some family members simply did not understand and sometimes hindered progress. This not only made it difficult for patients to improve but could also worsen their conditions. They often felt overwhelmed by these unreasonable family members, which was quite distressing. At this moment, seeing the family members obediently listening to the young girl Jiang Wanning made them feel very pleased. However, they were even more curious about what was so special about the vegetables and fruits from her family that could make patients with anorexia accept them. After all, they had encountered many powerful people among the anorexia patients. What kind of delicacies couldn't they get? Yet, to these patients, those foods seemed as unappealing as chewing wax. In the break room, the medical staff gathered around to discuss the food from Zhang's family basket. The department head, Zhang Lijuan, decisively said, "Let's buy some to try. But we have to be able to buy it first." Wei Ming and several other doctors sighed in frustration, then pulled out their phones to show the director. On the purchase page for pears from the shop, it clearly stated sold out. The longtime customers in the Jiang family basket group also chimed in, saying that to buy from Jiang, they would have to wait for her to release the menu before placing an order. Whether they could actually buy it would depend on their speed. Wei Ming looked regretful and slapped his thigh, saying, "If I had known, I should have gone to find Jiang directly and asked her to sell us some privately." Nurse Chao Xiaorui suggested, "Isn't Jiang in the group? Why not contact her and give it a try?" Just then, Lin Hongmei from orthopedics hurried in, carrying several large, beautifully packaged gift boxes. She walked straight to her son Wei Ming and handed him a box, saying, "These are local specialties from a patient's family. Take them home after work and put them in the fridge. I'm on night shift today, so I won't be going home." The hospital strictly prohibits accepting red envelopes from patients, but they can accept small gifts of local specialties, given out of gratitude. Wei Ming took the gift box and was about to place it on the floor when Chao Xiaorui excitedly called out, "Dr. Wei, what does it say on top?" Everyone's gaze turned to the packaging, where it prominently displayed Jiang family basket. Instantly, everyone became excited. This name carried a lot of weight in their department now. Lin Hongmei, seeing everyone's reaction, looked puzzled and said, "What's the big deal about Jiang family basket? My patient's last name is Jiang. It's not strange to have that name." Wei Ming couldn't hide his excitement and quickly told Lin Hongmei everything that happened in their department. Is it really that amazing? After hearing this, Lin Hongmei became curious about the local specialties from the Jiang family. So, with everyone's anticipation, she opened a fruit gift box. Inside the box were 2 persimmons for oranges for pears, 6 kiwis, and a box of colorful small fruits that looked like wild berries. Each fruit didn't look very appealing, but the sweet aroma made them take a deep breath. Wei Ming eagerly opened the box of wild berries and held it out to everyone. "Come on, everyone, try some." As soon as they tasted the fruit, their faces lit up with surprise. Soon, they all started reaching for more, quickly popping them into their mouths. Seeing that the box of wild berries was nearly empty, Wei Ming knew he couldn't save any. He gave up and turned to seal the open fruit box again. Seeing this, everyone protested. "Dr. Wei, don't be so stingy. Let us try the other fruits, too." Wei Ming shook his head vigorously, worried he couldn't resist, and handed the gift box back to Lin Hongmei. As the department head, no one dared to it from her. Except for their department head, Zhang Lina. She boldly asked Lin Hongmei for an orange, a pear, and a kiwi. Not satisfied, she requested to see what else was in the other gift boxes, mumbling, "If we can't eat them, at least let us see." So Wei Ming opened the largest gift box, revealing a huge fish inside. Chao Xiaorui pointed at the fish excitedly, saying, "It all started with fish porridge that helped patients with loss of appetite. This fish must be for that." Then the vegetable gift box was opened. Seeing some yams still covered in dirt, Wei Ming exclaimed, "This yam is for making yam cakes," which made the patient's eyes light up. Zhang Lina stared intently at the fish and yam, immediately launching into a long explanation about caring for patients, leaving Lin Hongmei with no choice but to reluctantly offer a bit of yam and half a fish. They then sent it to the hospital staff cafeteria for the cooks to prepare. In the cafeteria, the chefs began to work. Following Zhang Lina's instructions, they removed the bones from the fish, sliced it, and added it to boiling rice porridge to make fish porridge. Yam is first steamed and then mashed, mixed with some sugar to make small pieces of yam cake. As the fish porridge cooks and the yam steams, a rich aroma gradually fills the air, enveloping the entire cafeteria with its tempting scent. Even the chefs in the kitchen can't help but swallow their saliva. Chef Wang couldn't help but exclaim, "This smells amazing. I can't resist wanting to taste it." As the aroma spreads, other doctors and nurses in the cafeteria are drawn over. They lean in curiously and ask Chef Wang, "What delicious food are you making? It smells so good." Zhang Lina and her group quickly step in to protect their food. "These are our ingredients, specially prepared by the chef, so there's none for you." "Exactly. With so little, there's not enough for all of us, so don't even think about it." At that moment, Vice President Bao Xuehai and several administrative staff walked into the cafeteria. Seeing everyone gathered at the serving window, they couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Why is it so lively? What isn't enough?" Lin Hongmei smiled and explained, "Today, a family member of one of my patients brought some local specialties, and we're having the cafeteria prepare them for us to taste." Bao Xuehai said with interest, "Oh, can we also have a taste? I want to see what ingredients smell so good." Soon, the fish porridge and yam cake were served. However, due to the large number of people, each person could only get one bite of fish porridge and a small piece of yam cake. After tasting it, everyone was amazed. The fish porridge was fresh and tender, and the yam cake was soft and sweet, leaving everyone wanting more. "This flavor is incredible. I've been a chef for half my life, and this is the first time I've made such delicious fish porridge. Is the yam cake really that good? If I had known, I would have eaten it every day." "You're mistaken. It's not just the yam cake that's good, but the yam from Zhang's family is delicious." After finishing, Bao Xuehai praised it and couldn't help but ask, "This flavor is truly exceptional. Director Lin, could you contact your patient's family member? We'd like to buy some from them." "Just one bite is not enough." Zhang Lina added, "President, their ingredients not only taste great but also help patients with appetite loss regain their desire to eat. Our patients have started wanting to eat again with these ingredients." Bao Xuehai was surprised and asked, "Really?" Wei Ming and the medical staff in the department shared everything that had happened before. Bao Xuehai thought for a moment and then slammed the table, saying, "We can't miss out on such a good opportunity. Director Lin, please contact the patient's family to see if they can supply us regularly." Zhang Lina hesitated and said, "Well, their vegetables are quite expensive. Should we hold a meeting to discuss it?" Bao Xuehai asked, "How expensive?" Zhang Lina replied, "Vegetables are 30 yuan and fruits are 40 yuan. Bao Xuehai waved his hand. "Just get in touch first. Let's buy a batch ourselves to try it out. That way, we can have actual data to support our meeting." When Zhang Wanning got home, she found herself added to a group called Jiang Family Vegetable Basket for Patients with Anorexia. After thinking for a moment, she added Jiang Feifei to the group and explained the special needs of this group. We will sell 2 types of vegetables every day. Regular vegetables are priced at 30 yuan per pound, chestnuts at 40 yuan per pound, and yam beans at 50 yuan per pound, with a limit of 2 pounds per person each day. After counting the total orders, we will deliver them to the Provincial People's Hospital. Any questions? Jiang Feifei listened and took notes, then confidently replied, no problem. By the way, do we need to decide on tomorrow's vegetables today? After a little thought, Jiang Wanning decided, let's go with yam beans and green vegetables. The yam beans will be priced the same as chestnuts, at 40 yuan per pound. They still had plenty of yam beans left from the last gift box preparation. If stored too long, their quality would decline, so it was better to sell them first. Besides, they didn't have much yam left at home, which wouldn't be enough for selling. The nutritional value of yam beans is similar to that of yams, and the yam cake made from them is almost the same. After hearing this, Jiang Feifei couldn't help but summarize, Ning Ning, your pricing logic seems to be that vegetables grown in the field are 30 yuan per pound, crops from the mountains are 40 yuan per pound, and those that require more labor to manage or harvest are 50 yuan per pound, right? Jiang Wanning smiled and nodded, asking, what do you think? Isn't it easy to remember? Jiang Feifei rolled her eyes and teased, easy to remember. It's super easy to remember. This pricing method was for convenience, simply rounding off the prices without considering the actual value of the products. Such a carefree pricing approach probably only came from Jiang Wanning. However, the Jiang family's high-quality ingredients give them the confidence to be a bit bold. Jiang Feifei quickly edited the relevant information and sent it to the new group. Hello everyone, I am Jiang's assistant Feifei, and I will be in charge of all group matters moving forward. Tomorrow's menu is as follows. Vegetables at 30 yuan per pound, yam beans at 40 yuan per pound. Please place your orders by 5 p.m. today to ensure timely delivery tomorrow morning. The order format is transfer amount plus order quantity. As soon as the message was sent, various questions flooded in. This order format is a bit unclear. Could you explain it in more detail? Do we pay first and then receive the goods? We haven't received anything yet, so if we transfer money now and are not satisfied with what we get, what will happen? Jiang Feifei calmly replied to everyone's questions in the group. First, let me clarify the order format. This is mainly to help us keep track of the order quantities and improve efficiency. When placing an order, please strictly follow the format of transfer amount plus order quantity. For example, if you want to buy 1 pound of vegetables and 1 pound of yam beans, you would transfer 70 yuan and note 1 pound of vegetables plus 1 pound of yam beans in the transfer remarks. This way, we can quickly and accurately understand your needs. Regarding the payment method, our store has always operated on a pay first, ship later model. You can rest assured that Jiang's basket prioritizes the quality of our ingredients. Each item is carefully selected and strictly inspected. If you receive your order and find anything that does not match our description or has quality issues, please contact me immediately. We promise a full refund without conditions to protect your rights. Finally, Jiang Feifei emphasized again, I want to remind everyone that tomorrow's menu is confirmed as vegetables at 30 yuan per pound and yam beans at 40 yuan per pound. Please make sure to place your orders by 5 p.m. today. If you miss this deadline, your order will not be included in tomorrow's delivery list. Thank you for your understanding. Jiang Feifei's replies were polite and warm, with perfectly chosen words that showcased her professionalism. However, her unwavering determination was evident in her tone. The family members in the group felt a bit anxious after reading her responses. Thinking about the amazing effects of the ingredients from the Jiang family's vegetable basket and the hope of the child starting to eat again, they gradually accepted it after much hesitation. After all, they all hoped to get the ingredients soon so the child could taste them and recover quickly. Soon, people in the group began to place orders as requested. Most chose to buy 1 pound of yam beans and 1 pound of greens. However, a small number of people continued to ask questions and express their dissatisfaction. Customer A. Why isn't there any yam? We haven't tried yam beans and greens before. What if the child still won't eat them? Jiang Feifei. If that happens, don't worry. We will give a full refund. Customer B. Can I buy half a pound of each to try first? The child has a small appetite, and I'm afraid of wasting food. Jiang Feifei. I'm very sorry, but we currently have limited staff, and all products are sold by the whole pound. I hope you understand. Customer C. If it ships tomorrow, won't it arrive the day after? The child's condition can't be delayed. Can you ship it today? Jiang Feifei. I apologize, but our fixed vegetable picking time is at 6 a.m. each day. Right now, we can't spare extra staff to pick and ship, so I hope you can be patient. Jiang Weining watched as Jiang Feifei handled various questions in the group with ease, clearly and politely, feeling relieved that she had chosen the right customer service representative. However, Jiang Feifei seemed a bit free at the moment, so perhaps she could give her more responsibilities to fully utilize her abilities. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Weining asked, Feifei, can you drive? At that time, Jiang Feifei was focused on the group messages, quickly typing replies without looking up, and answered, Yes. I got my driver's license in college and even worked as a free driver for our boss for 6 months. After saying that, she seemed to realize something and looked up with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. What? You're not thinking of having me drive for free like those capitalists at my old workplace, are you? Jiang Weining quickly shook her head, looking innocent. How could I? Am I that kind of person? Jiang Feifei pouted and pretended to be helpless. All right, I'll trust you this time. After all, she was currently working for Jiang Weining and was getting double holiday overtime pay, so she wasn't stingy with her treatment. In the next moment, Jiang Wanning said, I want to hire you to drive. As soon as Jiang Feifei heard this, she became interested and asked, What do you mean by hiring? She thought she could enjoy a relaxed role as a customer service representative, but if the pay was good, she could take on a bit more work. Jiang Wanning replied, Drive to deliver goods to the express station, making 2 trips a day. I'll pay you 3,000 yuan a month, and you'll still get overtime pay during holidays. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feifei quickly pulled out her phone's calculator and typed rapidly. Customer service 3,000, driving 3,000. That means her salary would double, and it wouldn't affect her off-duty time. Deal. After saying that, she happily returned to her customer service work. Besides the group for patients with eating disorders, Group 1 suddenly had many new inquiries. But before she could respond as a customer service assistant, the old customers jumped in to help. By the time Jiang Feifei joined, the unread messages had already exceeded 99 plus. New customer A. Boss Jiang, your fruits are really delicious. I want 2 pounds each of persimmons, pears, oranges, and kiwis, and 3 boxes of the small wild fruits. New customer B. I'll buy 5 pounds of chestnuts and 1 pound each of cherry radishes and bok choy. New customer C. Do you have smaller fish? Preferably around 2 pounds? Old customer A. To the new friends, you must be new to the group, right? New customer A. How do you know? Old customer B. Because regulars don't order like that. New customer C. So, how should we order? Old customer D. First, the order time is fixed at 3 p.m. every day. You can only start ordering when Assistant Feifei makes the announcement. Second, the vegetables sold each day are fixed, and you also need to wait for Feifei's announcement. You can't just order whatever you want. Forget about chestnuts and fish. I've been in the group for over half a month and haven't seen any fish. Old customer A. Order format. Transfer amount plus order quantity, as shown. New customer A. How is the delivery fee calculated? I heard Boss Jiang say they don't offer free shipping. Old customer B. What do you mean? Aren't you locals? New customer B. No. We are from the provincial city. Old customer C. Oh wow, you're from the provincial city? How did you get into our local group? Boss Jiang said that orders in Group 1 don't have delivery. Old customer A. Yeah, you should quickly ask Feifei, or you might miss out on the orders. Jiang Feifei discussed with Jiang Weining that having out-of-town customers mixed in with the local group makes it difficult to manage deliveries, so it's better to have a separate group. She replied, Welcome to our Jiang Family Vegetable Basket, new friends. Please note that orders in Group 1 are for local pickup only and do not support out-of-town delivery. If friends from the provincial city want to purchase, please join Group 3. Group 3 was just created, with only the group owner Jiang Weining and administrator Jiang Feifei as members. However, shortly after the announcement was made, many people started joining. Before they could speak, they saw the group announcement pop up. Customers who want to buy fruits, please visit our data shop, Jiang Family Vegetable Basket. Jiang Feifei turned to Jiang Weining and asked, Ning Ning, do the customers from the provincial city also buy vegetables? Jiang Weining shook her head, not really. We only have a couple £100 of vegetables daily, so it's not worth the trouble. We'll talk about it when we have a large harvest of cabbage, radishes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. This is also why she opened the data shop, but still maintained the customer group. Some vegetables that are hard to store won't be sold online, but will be prioritized for loyal customers. Loyal customers trust Jiang Family Vegetable Basket more and can better understand and accept the characteristics and storage methods of these vegetables. Jiang Feifei joked, what if Group 1 sends out an order announcement, but Group 3 doesn't? Won't they get upset? After all, people in Group 3 are still mixed in with Group 1. Jiang Weining thought for a moment and nodded. It's indeed not fair to treat them differently. Let's do it this way. Group 1 will sell vegetables from the field, and Group 2 will sell mountain goods. She paused and continued, in the past few days, we've had over 10 more people come to work, so we can send some to collect chestnuts and yams. Yams are harder to dig up, so they might offer higher wages to attract more workers. Jiang Feifei's eyes lit up, and she suggested, since Groups 1 and 3 are set, we can't leave out Group 2. How about we also sell some mountain goods to Group 2 customers? Her idol often talks in the group and wants to buy various ingredients in gift boxes. If there were no precedent, she wouldn't have brought it up, as ensuring the boss's interests come first is important. But now that Group 3 has been established, how can Group 2 be left out? Jiang Weining thought it over and agreed. Group 2 consists of major clients, and while they might not get special treatment, they shouldn't feel neglected. So she nodded and said, all right, then Group 1 will sell vegetables and Groups 2 and 3 will sell mountain goods. Remember the limit, or else those big buyers in Group 2 can buy everything all at once. Jiang Feifei made an okay gesture. Got it, I will keep it under control. After that, she eagerly went to post the announcement. First in Group 1, today's menu, 30 yuan per pound for bok choy, 30 yuan per pound for lettuce, and 30 yuan per pound for cherry radishes. Each person can buy a maximum of 2 pounds of each vegetable. Any extra orders will not be accepted. The group fell silent for a moment, then one by one, transfer notifications started coming in. All were for the same amount of 180 yuan, leaving the new customers from the provincial city stunned. New customer. Buying so much, can you finish it? Old customer. Come on, it's just 6 pounds of vegetables. Our family of 3 can finish it in one meal. Believe it or not. Besides, you can't get it every day, so you have to prepare for the days you can't. Sure enough, after seeing the earlier transfers accepted and no movement on the later ones, the group erupted in cries of despair. I didn't get any again. I haven't gotten anything for a whole week. You guys, what speed are you using? Haha, it's my first time trying and I got it. It's not that hard, right? Wait, aren't you from the provincial city? It doesn't matter if you bid. The boss won't send it to you. Right, big brother. Why don't you transfer it to me, and I'll send you the money. I won't transfer. I'll just go pick it up myself. It's only a 3-hour drive. Impressive. Driving 6 hours for a few pounds of vegetables. What's that? Back in the day, I drove 10 hours just to get something to eat. Haha, didn't expect to find a kindred spirit. Don't worry, Zhang's vegetables are worth a 3-hour drive. The medical staff at the provincial city hospital were all very tense after witnessing the buying frenzy in Group 1. Due to their work, it was hard for them to keep an eye on their phones to grab orders, so they thought of asking for help. After getting permission, they quickly involved their entire families. Parents, children, and relatives were all added to the group. Jiang Feifei kindly gave them half an hour to invite others, ensuring everyone could join in. Then, She moved to Group 2 and posted a message that excited everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Fei, the customer service assistant for Zhang's vegetable basket. I have some good news to share. Starting today, our store will sell other agricultural products in the group chat. As soon as the news was announced, the group was filled with excitement. Jun, what? Selling other agricultural products? Has Boss Zhang finally agreed to sell fish? Lin Xian. Ah. Fei. I'm crazy about wanting to buy kiwi. Please sell me some. Zhou Qi. I want all the fruits, vegetables, chestnuts, and fish. Lin Hai. I'm not picky as long as it's from the Jiang family. I'll take it. Han Zhou. Lin Director. That's a great point. Now I understand why Boss Jiang always thinks of you when there are benefits. I need to study hard. Zhou Qi. What's the reason? Please share. Su Jun. Haha, of course. It's about flattering. Lin Director. Teach me some tricks when you have time. Lin Hai. Get lost. While everyone was discussing excitedly, Jiang Fei had already prepared 2 announcements. Announcement 1: when ordering in the group, please strictly follow the format of transfer amount plus order quantity. When transferring, please clearly indicate the product name and quantity in the remark section. Example: to buy 1 pound of vegetables plus 1 pound of yam beans, transfer 70 yuan and note 1 pound of vegetables plus 1 pound of yam beans. Limited quantity available. First come, first served. Announcement 2: today's special. Chestnuts 40 yuan per pound, yam beans 40 yuan per pound. Each person is limited to 2 pounds of each product, no extra orders. Order deadline. Today at 5 p.m., late orders will not be accepted. As soon as the announcements were made, the group fell silent. Then, transfer messages flooded in. Although this was the first time Group 2 was taking orders, all the members were loyal fans of Zhang's produce and were financially capable. Naturally, everyone ordered the maximum allowed. Su Xiaoyin. I was the second to transfer. I must have gotten it right? Lin Hai. Fei. How can we confirm if we got it? Su Jun. Haha, Lin Director, your speed isn't great. You were the last one, so you probably missed out. Jiang Fei replied, those whose transfers are successfully accepted have successfully placed their orders. Please send me a friend request with your delivery address before 5 p.m. To protect your privacy, we will only collect address information and won't actually add you as a friend. Lin Hai. Haha, I successfully placed my order. Fei, adding you as a friend is fine. I don't mind. Su Jun. So you can get special treatment, right? I don't mind either. Su Shirin. Not minding +1 Zhou Qi. Let's add each other as friends. That way, we can consult you if we have questions. Looking at the messages from many big names in the entertainment industry asking to add her as a friend, Jiang Fei felt a shameful excitement. These were private contacts of many celebrities, including her idol, Su Xiaoyin. It would be a lie to say she wasn't thrilled. However, her professional ethics forced her to decline. Thank you all for your trust, but this is our rule, and we cannot break it. Curious, Jiang Wanling leaned over and asked, when was this rule made?
I didn't know about it.
Jiang Fei gritted her teeth and replied, it was just decided. Wanling, I'm telling you, if someone else takes my position, you must strictly enforce this rule too. If someone with bad intentions uses clients' contact information for profit, it would tarnish our reputation. After all, not everyone can be as virtuous and selfless as I am. Jiang Wanling. Well, the employee handbook just got a new rule. At the end, Lin Hai successfully placed an order, which meant that everyone in Group 2 who participated in this order completed the transaction smoothly. This was not because Group 2 had fewer members or more available shares than other groups. In fact, it was because the order announcement came too suddenly. Many group members were busy with their tasks and didn't notice this important information. Take the experienced customers Qin Yuan and Zhang Shui in the group, for example. By the time they saw the group message, it was already past the 5 p.m. deadline for placing orders. To attend an award ceremony, Qin Yuan had spent the whole afternoon preparing her makeup and outfit. When she finally had a moment to check her phone and saw the group message, she was so shocked that she almost jumped out of her seat. Her fingers trembled as she hurriedly scrolled through the chat history. When she saw the message about today's special chestnuts and yam beans, she felt a wave of despair and couldn't help but scream. "Aw, I can't believe I missed it. My chestnuts, my yam beans." Her manager, Zhang Shui, heard her shout and approached with a puzzled expression, asking, "What chestnuts?" Qin Yuan replied with a look of distress, "Sister Shui, look, they were selling chestnuts and yam beans in the group today, and we missed such a great opportunity." Zhang Shui followed Qin Yuan's pointing finger to the phone screen, and her calm expression instantly changed to one of frustration. She felt a bit annoyed and immediately sent a questioning message in the group. "Director Lin, when I finally managed to buy those gift boxes, I even set aside a few for you. You are doing well, but such important news, and you didn't notify us." However, Lin Hai chose to stay silent and said nothing. Qin Yuan, I can't believe I missed it. I feel like I've lost a fortune." Those who got the orders in the group seemed to intentionally tease them, showing off. Su Jun, "Not only did I get one, but my mom and my wife got one too, haha." Han Zhozhou, "My assistant and I each got one, perfect." Seeing these people's shameless bragging, Qin Yuan and Zhang Shui were very upset. Zhang Shui immediately tagged Jiang Feifei. "Feifei, will the order information always be released at this time?" Jiang Feifei replied, "Yes, the order announcements are usually made between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., and they close at 5 p.m. Upon seeing this, Qin Yuan immediately gave her assistant an order. "Qiu, starting today, from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., you don't have to do anything else. Just keep an eye on the Jiang family basket group messages. If you get an order, I'll give you a bonus of 200 yuan. At this moment, after finishing the awards ceremony and moving on to the next event, Qin Yuan stared at her phone screen in shock. What did she just do? She mindlessly shared her plan in the group. Now, everyone in the group knew her order strategy. Oh no. She covered her face in frustration. It must be this crazy group that made me lose my mind. Beside her, Zhang Shui laughed at her artist's silly mistake. Are you saying the Jiang family's products are too easy to get? Qin Yuan pouted. It's because this dress is too tight. It's making my brain stop working. Zhang Shui shot her a sideways glance. Who told you to eat so much? You need to lose weight when you get back. Remembering the last time she visited the set and saw her devouring a huge bowl of food, her blood pressure rose. Shuijie, you're wrong. Qin Yuan protested, stomping her foot. I've lost 3 pounds since last month. Don't try to fool me. Zhang Shui looked at her suspiciously, but was surprised to find that Qin Yuan's figure was indeed more toned and fit than before, with her skin glowing healthily. The dark circles and blemishes that used to need heavy foundation were now completely gone. Qin Yuan proudly shook her head. It's because I only eat ingredients from Lingling's place. I can eat as much as I want and not gain weight. Zhang Shui felt a spark of interest. Thinking about the sick elderly and children at home, it seems that their health only started to improve after eating ingredients from Jiang Wanxing's family. I feel like I have too much work. She suddenly changed the topic. It's time to hire an assistant. Qin Yuan looked confused. Huh? How did the conversation jump to this? Zhang Shui casually added, once the assistant starts, let Qiu teach her how to get orders. The two were in a corner at the party, and their quiet movements caught the attention of many around them. Shi Jiao, who had been trying to gain attention from popular figures, immediately twisted her waist and approached them with a fake smile. Sister Qin, Sister Shui, the party is about to start. Aren't you going? Qin Yuan looked up. Her first reaction was, who is this person? But she still smiled politely. Okay, thank you. Shi Jiao, lacking awareness, moved closer, wanting to join them. After all, with Qin Yuan's status, there would surely be opportunities for exposure nearby. Then, she quickly noticed the words on her phone screen. The words Jiang Family Vegetable Basket Group 2 made her expression darken, but she quickly changed to a surprised look. Oh, Sister Qin, are you also buying fruits from Ningning's family? The persimmons and pears are incredibly delicious. She deliberately called Ningning affectionately, trying to create a false impression of a close relationship with Jiang Wanxing. Qin Yuan was taken aback, her naive side showing. You know Ning Ning too? Sure, Jiao Jiao smiled sweetly. Of course. Not only do I know Ning Ning, but I'm also her best friend. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up, and she believed her immediately. Really? I love her family's products too. Sure, Jiao Jiao seized the opportunity. Sister Qin, why don't you add me to the group? I'm very close with Ning Ning, and I can help you get priority orders. Qin Yuan was about to nod when Zhang Shui suddenly grabbed her hand and interrupted with a smile. Miss, since you are a good friend of Xiao Jiang, it would be more appropriate for her to arrange your group entry personally. It wouldn't be right for Wenwen to add you. Sure, Jiao Jiao's smile froze, but she quickly returned to normal. That's true, then I'll mention it to Ning Ning later. Zhang Shui didn't give her another chance, quickly finding an excuse to pull Qin Yuan away. Once they were far away, Qin Yuan whispered, Sister Shui, is there something off about her? Zhang Shui sighed. I told you to be more careful, but you didn't listen. If she really was that close to Xiao Jiang, how could she not even be in the group? Look at Xiyun, she really has a good relationship with Xiao Jiang. After all, this group was initially formed by Lin Xiyun and then passed to Jiang Wanning. Qin Yuan suddenly realized, her gossiping spirit ignited. Oh right. I need to ask Xiyun if she knows her. Just as she was about to take out her phone, Zhang Shui took it away without mercy. All right, let's deal with the banquet first. Meanwhile, Shi Jiao Jiao, left behind, stared intensely at their backs, her nails digging into her palm. Yang Wanning. It's always Jiang Wanning, she whispered through gritted teeth. When I return to my country, I will make sure you regret it. Under the dazzling crystal chandelier, the banquet was lively. On the long table covered with white tablecloths, exquisite Japanese dishes were displayed, but Qin Yuan lazily swirled her champagne glass, not even glancing at the food. Miss Qin, is the food not to your taste? Meichuan Kuko walked over gracefully with champagne, her sweet smile hiding sharpness. This popular Japanese star had previously worked with Qin Yuan but had been competitive due to jealousy over her beauty and popularity. Qin Yuan slightly raised her red lips. I'm just not used to it. Oh my. Meichuan Kuko feigned surprise, covering her mouth. You don't like such exquisite dishes? It seems Miss Qin is really working hard to maintain her figure. She looked at Qin Yuan's slender waist with barely concealed jealousy. I just prefer my country's food more. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes. Meichuan Kuko laughed mockingly. Hee, are you talking about those foods full of pesticides and additives? Then, she suddenly covered her mouth. Oh dear, sorry, did I say something wrong? I didn't mean to. Qin Yuan calmly swirled her wine glass. It's fine. At least our food isn't contaminated, right? Then, mimicking the other's pretentious tone, she added, Oh dear, sorry, did I say something wrong? I also didn't mean to. Meichuan Kuko's smile froze on her face. At that moment, a loud conversation caught their attention. If we're talking about fruit, your country has the best. Those from Dongda are far behind. That can't be said, at least Chinese food is cheap. Cheap food is for the poor. Someone like us can't eat that kind of trash. Qin Yuan turned her head and saw several beautiful actors from her country chatting animatedly with the Japanese. Seeing this, Meichuan Kuko proudly lifted her chin. Wenwen, are you angry? They just spoke a few truths. Qin Yuan sneered and turned to leave. Meichuan Kuzi thought he had won this round, his face showing more pride. Not far away, Zhang Xuemin, who was talking with several international directors, noticed Qin Yuan leaving. She politely excused herself and quickly followed after her. In the corridor, Qin Yuan was fuming, rolling her eyes in frustration. Zhang Xuemin grabbed her arm. What's wrong? Nothing. Qin Yuan gritted her teeth. I'm going upstairs to grab some canned fruit and throw it at their faces. Qin Yuan walked quickly to the elevator in her high heels, with Zhang Xuemin following closely behind. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course. Qin Yuan pressed the button for her floor, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I want them to see what real delicious fruit is. 5 minutes later, Qin Yuan reappeared at the party, holding several jars of clear pear canned fruit. She deliberately walked near the group of actors who were still chatting animatedly, then elegantly opened a jar. With a soft pop, the sweet scent of pears filled the air. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. A French actress noticed first and curiously approached. Qin Yuan speared a piece of pear with a small fork and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "This is canned pear made from our snow pears. It smells great and tastes super delicious." At 40 yuan per pound, pears are definitely cheaper than those 100 yuan apples. As she tasted the pear, she exaggeratedly squinted her eyes. Sweet but not greasy. The fruit is crisp and juicy, much better than some so-called premium fruits. Meichuan Kuzi's expression changed slightly but quickly turned into a fake smile. "Oh, that's quite unusual. But I heard only cheap fruits can be made into canned goods. Who would want such low-quality stuff?" The next moment, the French actress couldn't help but ask, "Can I try some too?" Meichuan Kuzi's smile froze instantly. Of course, Qin Yuan generously offered. Soon, more and more guests were drawn in by the aroma. As Qin Yuan distributed the pear pieces, she explained, "This is made using a special process, with no additives, completely preserving the flavor and nutrition of fresh fruit." "Oh my! Is this really canned pear?" a beautiful American director exclaimed. "It's fresher and tastier than the freshly cut fruit I had in Ginza yesterday. The sweetness is just right, with a hint of floral fragrance," the Italian producer said, enchanted. "Where can I buy this?" Meichuan Kuko and her companions were left aside, their expressions growing darker. The few beautiful foreign actors who had just looked down on Chinese food were now eagerly watching as the last jar of pear preserves was taken away. Qin Yuan walked up to them, shaking the empty jar. "Oh, what a pity, it's all gone. But I think people like you wouldn't be interested in our cheap goods, right?" She then provocatively looked at Meichuan Kuko. "It seems affordable goods are quite popular after all." Meichuan Kuko, angry, turned and walked away, her high heels clicking loudly on the marble floor. Qin Yuan proudly made a face at her back. Fortunately, she had been clever and had someone prepare jars of pears from the Jiang family to bring along. She had put in a lot of effort to ensure they could pass through customs smoothly. But now it all seemed worth it. After all, nothing feels better than using delicious food to prove a point to those you dislike. Zhang Shui walked over and handed Qin Yuan a glass of champagne. "Well done." In the afternoon at Wangshan village, a gentle breeze blew. Jiang Weining lounged in a chair, completely unaware that her pears had traveled overseas in jars, nor did she know that soon a group of foreign clients would come knocking at her door. At that moment, she was frowning over the issue of labor shortages. "Uncle Village Chief, we still need many more people," she complained to the visiting village chief Jiang Dahai. "Do you have anyone else you can recommend?" Jiang Dahai looked helpless. "I've found all the hardworking people in the village for you. If I look outside, I can't guarantee their character." "Then forget it," Jiang Weining waved her hand. Finding unreliable people would only cause trouble for herself. At that moment, Granny Lu, who was busy packing boxes nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Ning Ning, what kind of workers do you still need?" "All kinds," Jiang Weining began to count on her fingers. "People to pick fruit, gather mountain goods, collect vegetables, and if there are any, I'd like to dig up the yam and kudzu from the mountains." Granny Lu hesitated, her movements slowing down. Jiang Weining noticed her uncertainty and asked, "Granny Lu, do you have relatives to introduce? As long as their character is good, let them come and give it a try." Lu Apo rubbed her hands and said with some difficulty, "Their character is definitely not a problem. It's just..." She paused. "It's just that if she comes to work, she needs to bring her son along." Jiang Yue, who was counting the numbers, looked up and said, "What's the problem with that? There are so many people here. Can't we take care of one child? Look at Xiuyu. Isn't she playing well with Tong Tong and the others?" Lu Apo sighed. "Yue, do you remember Hua?" Wu Guixiang suddenly interjected. "Are you talking about the girl who used to visit your family often?" "That's her," Lu Apo nodded. "She married and moved away, so we haven't kept in touch. A few days ago, I saw her in town. She was on the construction site moving bricks with her son." Wu Guixiang calculated. Her son must be in his 20s, right? Lu Oppo sighed again. By age, he is 25 this year. But he was born with a disability. Hua divorced because of this child and is now raising him alone. Turning to Jiang Weining, Lu Oppo continued, Ningning, Hua works very hard. I saw her pushing a wheelbarrow on the site, and it was even fuller than what the men carried. The child may not be smart, but he is very strong and helps his mother with work. Do you think it will work out? Jiang Weining's eyes lit up, and she sat up straight in her chair. What's wrong with that? Our work doesn't require much thinking. The more she thought about it, the more suitable it seemed. And having someone strong is great. I really need strong people. She didn't worry at all about the child's mental challenges. Since he could work on the construction site, there shouldn't be any issues. Great, great. Lu Oppo was so excited that her hands trembled. I'll call them right now. She shakily took out her old phone and began dialing. In their youth, she and Hua were the best of cousins. They picked tea together in the mountains, fished together in the rivers, and even promised to be lifelong good sisters when they got married. But time had changed everything, and now they were both lonely old women. Thinking about how Hua, over 50, had to work the construction site just to take care of her son, who would never grow up, made Lu Oppo feel sad. Although the boy had challenges, he would always call her auntie with a silly grin and pat her back with his rough hands, which was also heartwarming. If he could come to work with Ningning, Hua wouldn't have to endure the scorching sun moving bricks, and the boy wouldn't have to be teased by others on the site. The blazing sun scorched the steel and concrete construction site. In the swirling dust, Lu Hua bent over, pushing a cart of bricks toward the mixing area. Sweat soaked her old work clothes, leaving a dark stain on her back. Not far away, her son Lu Ping'an was being teased by several workers. Fool, get on the ground and crawl like a dog, and I'll give you some candy, shouted a burly worker, shaking a candy in his hand. Lu Ping'an tilted his head, drool running down his chin, but his eyes were innocent like a child's. Candy. Candy. Ping'an. Don't listen to them. Lu Hua dropped the cart and rushed over, but the foreman grabbed her. What are you doing? Is your work done? He glared at her. If you keep slacking off, you're out. Lu Hua stomped her feet in frustration. They're bullying my son. The foreman scoffed. He's just a fool. What's the harm in teasing him? Before he finished speaking, a scream from Lu Ping'an pierced the air. A worker had deliberately pressed a lit cigarette against his hand, and as he jumped in pain, a group of people laughed loudly. Lu Hua completely broke down. She picked up a shovel from the ground and charged at them, shouting, "You beasts, I'll fight you." The shovel struck the worker's back with a loud thud. Crazy woman. Several strong men rushed at her. One swung a steel pipe, hitting Lu Hua's leg. She heard and collapsed to the ground in agony. But she held on to the shovel tightly, swinging it wildly around her. Mom, Mom. Lu Ping'an's cries suddenly changed tone. This son, who usually struggled to speak, now charged like a wild beast. He took several hits, but seemed to feel no pain as he grabbed the neck of the worker who had hurt his mother. Let go. The man gasped, his face turning purple. Other workers grabbed tools to hit Lu Ping'an. The steel pipe struck his back and head with loud bangs, blood oozing from his forehead, but he wouldn't let go. Someone's going to die. Someone screamed. By the time the foreman arrived, the ground was covered in blood. Lu Hua crawled forward, dragging her broken leg, leaving a trail of blood behind. Lu Ping'an's face was covered in blood, yet he still held on tightly to the worker. The man was now unconscious, his eyes rolled back, and his tongue was out. Finally, Lu Hua pulled at his pants, and he reluctantly released his grip. Call the police. I want you to call the police. This fool is going to kill someone. I want him punished. The injured worker groaned on the ground. Hearing this, Lu Hua felt a surge of fear. She was afraid that her son would really be taken away and would only be bullied even more. Thinking of this, a look of defiance flashed in her eyes. Go ahead. If it comes to that, we'll both die here today. None of you will have it easy. Her fearless attitude stunned everyone. The foreman wiped his cold sweat. All right. You two hurry and leave. I can't keep you two here. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the mother and son long. Lu Ping'an carried his injured mother on his back, limping along the dusty road. Blood mixed with sweat dripped down, but he kept murmuring, Mom. Home.
Safe. Good.
Lu Hahua lay on her son's back, tears mixed with blood flowing down. She held her son's forehead and suddenly thought it might be better to just die than to suffer. At that moment, an old phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Lu Apa's voice came through, shaky. Hahua, there's a good opportunity. Listening to this, Lu Hahua suddenly burst into tears. She patted her son's back hard. Ping'an, we have a way out. We have a way out. Hahua? Hahua. On the other end of the line, Lu Ping'an's heart-wrenching cries came through, making Lu Apa's heart tighten. Ping'an, what happened? What's wrong with your mom? But all that came from the other end was Lu Ping'an's muffled cries. Mom.
Mom.
We're home. Wake up.
Sobi.
Wake up. Lu Apa was so anxious she started pacing, turning to rush outside. Ning, something happened to Hahua. I need to go check. Everyone was startled and quickly asked what was wrong. I don't know. I just got a call. And then Hahua went silent, and Ping'an is still crying nearby. Something must have happened. I need to see them. Lu Apa was on the verge of tears. Don't worry, Apa. Jiang Weining steadied the trembling elder. At this time, the government hasn't come down yet. I'll drive you there. The car bumped along the bumpy dirt road for a long time before finally stopping in front of a low, shabby area in the city. Jiang Weining supported Lu Apa as they navigated through the maze-like alleys. The air was filled with the smell of rotten vegetables and poor-quality coal smoke, with rats scurrying by from time to time. Just in that innermost room, Lu Apa's voice trembled, her calloused hand gripping Jiang Weining's arm tightly. When they pushed open the door, the sight before them made Jiang Weining gasp, and Lu Apa nearly lost her balance in shock. In the dimly lit room, Lu Hahua lay pale on the bed, her right leg twisted unnaturally, the pant leg soaked in blood that had hardened into a crust. Lu Ping'an knelt beside her, awkwardly using his dirty sleeve to wipe his mother's face. A deep cut on his forehead bled down his nose to his chin, dripping onto his mother's lifeless face, staining it in a frightening way.
Mom.
Wake up, he sobbed, his thick fingers carefully trying to lift Lu Hahua's eyelids, as if handling a broken doll. Jiang Weining felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She rushed forward, quickly checking Lu Hahua's carotid artery. Thankfully, she was still alive. She tore off her jacket and pressed it firmly against Lu Hahua's bleeding leg. Grandma, we need to get to the hospital. Yes, to the hospital, to the hospital. Grandma Lu quickly gathered herself, trying to pull Lu Ping'an. He looked up blankly, but suddenly his murky eyes shone with a wild light. He grabbed Jiang Weining's wrist with such force it felt like he might crush her bones.
Save. Mom.
Yes, we need to save your mom now. Jiang Weining endured the pain in her hand, looking directly into the big man's bloodshot eyes. But you need to help me carry her to the car, okay? Lu Ping'an hesitated, then suddenly burst into tears, his tears mixing with blood as they fell to the ground. Then, he carefully lifted his mother as if she were a baby, his strong arms surprisingly gentle. In the corridor of the city hospital, the smell of disinfectant was strong. The right leg has a tibial fracture and needs immediate surgery, the doctor said, frowning as he reviewed the examination report. In the next examination room, a nurse was bandaging Lu Ping'an. This big guy, who had 7 stitches in his head, kept smiling foolishly and repeating, Andy. Doesn't hurt.
Ping'an.
Good. Grandma Lu wiped her tears and asked, Ping'an, tell Andy who did this to you? Bad people. Hurt Mom, Ping'an.
Fought.
Bad people. Lu Ping'an suddenly became agitated, waving his bandaged hand.
Ping'an.
Protects Mom. It wasn't until late at night that Lu Hahua woke up from the anesthesia. Seeing Grandma Lu and the unfamiliar Jiang Weining by her bedside, this strong woman finally broke down and recounted the ordeal at the construction site. Those beasts. Grandma Lu was so angry that her whole body shook. Her wrinkled hands tightly gripped the bed railing, and her knuckles turned white. She looked at Lu Hua, who was lying on the bed, tears welling up in her cloudy eyes. Hua, have you and Ping'an been living like this all these years? Jiang Wanning gently patted the old woman's trembling hand and then turned to Lu Hua. Grandma Hua, let's call the police. Call the police? Lu Hua suddenly sat up, causing pain in her injured leg, and she gasped in discomfort. She shook her head in panic. Ning, maybe. Maybe we should just let it go. I've also hit Ping'an. If we call the police, will it? Will it? Her gaze unconsciously drifted to the other side of the bed. Lu Ping'an was quietly sitting there, focused on arranging the oranges Jiang Wanning had brought, like a naive child making a flower shape with the orange slices. Jiang Wanning saw through her worries and gently reassured her. Grandma Hua, I understand what you're worried about. She took out her phone and pulled up relevant laws. Look, the law clearly states that if someone is defending themselves from ongoing violent crimes like or murder, they are not held criminally responsible. You acted to protect Ping'an, and Ping'an was protecting you. This is self-defense. Lu Hua's tear-filled eyes blurred her vision. Really? Really? Ping'an won't get in trouble? Hua. Grandma Lu grabbed her cousin's hand, her voice choked with emotion. Listen to Ning. Those bullies have been picking on Ping'an for a long time. We can't just let this go. We need to call the police and make sure they are punished. Lu Hua looked at the bandage on her son's forehead, memories flooding back. Ping'an's suppressed whimpers when he was burned by a cigarette, the workers' harsh laughter, and the heat he took while standing in front of her to protect her. Okay, let's call the police. I will report it. She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with newfound determination. Grandma Hua, you focus on getting better.
Leave the rest to me.
Jiang Wanning nodded and dialed 110. While waiting for the call to connect, she heard Lu Ping'an suddenly hum a tune, presenting the arranged orange flower to his mother with a big grin.
Mom.
The flower. Looks nice. Hello, 110 Emergency Services. A calm voice came from the other end of the line. I want to report a case. Jiang Wanning's voice was calm and clear. This is the People's Hospital. A mother and son have suffered serious violent injuries. The victim, Lu Hua, has a broken right leg, and her son, Lu Ping'an, has a head injury. The attacker is a worker from a construction site. Additionally, Lu Ping'an has an intellectual disability, which may indicate this is a case of abuse against a disabled person. She detailed the incident and the condition of the injured, emphasizing, the victims are currently at the city hospital, their injuries are severe, and they need an immediate assessment. Half an hour later, a police car with flashing lights arrived at the hospital. Leading the team was Captain Li Hongwei, an experienced detective. After understanding the situation, he arranged for a forensic examination of Lu Hua and her son, while taking a group of officers to investigate the construction site. Meanwhile, the construction site was filled with smoke. The foreman, Yao Li Ren, angrily extinguished his cigarette, his face dark with worry. I've told you many times to leave some room for error. Now, there's such a big commotion. If something happens to them, I want to see how you handle it. Uncle Yao, you're overthinking it, Shirley said with a grin as he poured a drink for the foreman. That mother and son are just a fool and an old lady. They wouldn't dare call the police even if they had 10 times the courage. He raised his glass, boasting, even if the police come, so what? We'll just say that fool suddenly went crazy and attacked us. We were only defending ourselves. Besides, I've already deleted the surveillance footage, so it's our word against theirs. Lazy. You're so clever to think of that, others praised him, raising their glasses. In the midst of their celebration, no one noticed the flashing police lights outside. With a loud bang, the door of the shed was pushed open. Yao Liren jumped, dropping his cigarette in his lap, causing him to wince in pain. When questioned by the police, Shirley was the first to protest. Officer, we're innocent. That fool started it, and we had no choice but to defend ourselves. Look at my neck, I almost got choked by that fool. Yes. The others chimed in, "That fool is tall and strong, often goes crazy for no reason." We were forced to fight back. Li Hongwei's sharp gaze swept over everyone as he said firmly, "Who started it will be clear from the surveillance footage. The surveillance has been broken for over a week." Shirley stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He did delete the surveillance footage, but forgot that a brand new equipment maintenance record was still hanging on the wall. Its latest maintenance date was yesterday. Technician Zhou Tianqi sneered and raised his evidence tablet. What a coincidence. The cloud backup is all intact. The screen clearly showed 14:15 Shirley, and others were teasing Lu Ping'an. 14:29 Shirley burned Lu Ping'an's hand with a cigarette. 14:35 Lu Hehua rushed in with a shovel to protect her son. 14:37 5 people attacked Lu Hehua. Is this what you call self-defense? Li Hongwei pointed at the screen and questioned sharply, 5 strong men beating up an elderly woman and a disabled person? Shirley struggled desperately. We were just joking with that fool. It was that old lady who attacked us first. According to Article 20 of the criminal law, Technician Zhou Tianqi adjusted his glasses. Acting in self-defense against ongoing violent crimes like or murder does not incur criminal responsibility, especially since this mother was protecting her child. The construction site fell silent. The workers who had been so arrogant just moments ago now looked defeated. Yao Liren quickly distanced himself. "Officer, I didn't do anything. This has nothing to do with me." Li Hongwei sneered. "Whether it's related or not is not for you to decide. Come with us to the station for questioning." Yao Liren turned pale, cold sweat rolling down his greasy forehead. At that moment, he regretted everything. He didn't regret not stopping Shirley and the others when they attacked. He regretted being tempted by a small profit and taking in Lu Hehua and her son. When hiring, he saw that mother and son were easy to push around. Lu Hehua worked efficiently, and although Lu Ping'an was slow, he was surprisingly strong. Together, they worked harder than 2 young men. And he only had to pay for 1 worker to get 2 laborers. Now, it backfired, and he ended up worse off. As Yao Liren was pushed into the police car, his legs shook like leaves in the wind. Through the window, he saw Shirley and his gang being taken away in separate police cars. On the first working day after the National Day holiday, the city woke up in the morning light. Jiang Weining, as usual, first took the twins to kindergarten. Then she went to the market to deliver goods before heading to the People's Hospital with 2 large thermal containers. The containers held steaming yam porridge, vegetable buns, eggs, and a few refreshing side dishes. Jiang Yichen had prepared these specially after learning that Lu Hehua and her son were injured. Last night, Jiang Wanning wanted to stay and keep watch. But Grandma Lu knew she had a lot to do every day and insisted that she go home to rest while she stayed to watch over the night. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw Grandma Lu angrily talking on the phone in the hallway. "You heartless person. Your mom and brother are in the hospital, and you won't even come to see them?" It seemed like someone on the other end said something, and Grandma Lu trembled with anger. "Fine. From now on, you won't have a son like this." Then she abruptly hung up the phone. Jiang Wanning quickly walked over. "Grandma Lu, what happened?" The elderly woman wiped her red eyes and spoke hoarsely. "It's Luan Kong, the eldest son of Hehua." She sighed. "This child is too cruel." At that moment, Jiang Wanning realized that Lu Ping'an actually had an older brother who was more than 10 years older than him. She thought about it. Grandma Lu was over 60, and her cousin Lu Hehua should also be around 60, so how could Lu Ping'an only be 25? It was an unexpected pregnancy, Grandma Lu explained softly. Hehua had a sterilization procedure, but got pregnant with Ping'an. I don't know if that's the reason, but when the child was born. The elderly woman didn't continue, only looking sadly at the mother and son in the hospital room. Seeing that Grandma Lu's emotions had calmed down a bit, Jiang Wanning helped her into the hospital room. Morning light streamed through the curtains onto the hospital bed, where Lu Ping'an was already awake, sitting quietly by his mother's side. "Good morning, Ping'an. Are you hungry? I brought you breakfast," Jiang Wanning said as she opened the thermal container, releasing a delicious aroma. She carefully set up the hospital meal table for Lu Hahua and arranged a portion for Grandma Lu and Lu Ping'an as well. Lu Ping'an quickly finished 2 buns but then stopped, looking longingly at the remaining food but hesitating to take more. It was clear he was still hungry, so Jiang Wanning pushed the entire food container in front of him. Ping'an, eat more.
This is all for you.
Lu Ping'an didn't reach for it right away. Instead, he looked at Lu Hahua with hope. Only when he saw her nod did he happily continue eating, each movement showing his careful appreciation. This child. Lu Hahua's voice choked up. He has always had a big appetite. He could eat 10 buns in one meal. When he was working on the construction site, he often got scolded for it. The foreman would say he ate too much and worked too little, and later he became afraid to eat his fill. While Lu Ping'an was focused on eating, he suddenly looked up and quietly said, like a child who did something wrong, "I can eat less. Please don't abandon me, sister." This sentence was truly heartbreaking. Jiang Wanning sat on the edge of the bed, looking directly into Lu Ping'an's eyes. "Ping'an, remember, when you're with your sister, you must eat well. After all, you need energy to work, right?" Lu Ping'an's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, with a bit of bun filling on his mouth, looking adorably silly. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Wanning got to the point. "I found a lawyer for you. The people who bullied you will not only face criminal charges, but they also have to pay for your medical expenses and emotional distress. Additionally, the foreman must return all the wages owed to Ping'an." This lawyer was the one Qian Wenhao had planned to introduce to Jiang Wanning before, and she felt she needed him now. A lawyer? Lu Hahua nervously clutched the blanket. "That must cost a lot, right?" "Ning Ning, consider this money a loan from you, and I will definitely pay you back." "Okay." Jiang Wanning replied cheerfully, "When you come to work for me, I will deduct it from your wages." Upon hearing this, Lu Hahua relaxed a lot, her eyes reddening as she choked back tears. "Ning Ning, thank you. You are a lifesaver for us." "Thank you, sister." Lu Ping'an imitated her, speaking loudly, which drew the attention of others in the hospital room. Jiang Wanning naturally ruffled his hair, not minding that this big kid, who was older than her, called her sister. In her eyes, Lu Ping'an was just like a little friend, similar to Chin Chin. Seeing this warm scene, Lu Hahua smiled and shed tears. Over the years, because of Ping'an's special situation, they had faced too much judgment and discrimination. She had grown accustomed to being tough to shield her son from all malice, but had never expected to encounter such warm kindness one day. Seeing Jiang Wanning continuously replying to messages on her phone, Grandma Lu, worried about delaying her, urged her to leave. "Ning Ning, if you have something to do, go ahead. I'm here. Okay, if you need anything, just call me." Jiang Wanning had just stood up when the hospital door was suddenly pushed open. Several doctors in white coats hurriedly walked in. Jiang Wanning thought they were there for a checkup and instinctively moved aside, but they walked straight toward her. The leading doctor, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, smiled broadly at her. "Hello, are you the owner of Zhang's grocery?" Jiang Wanning nodded in surprise. "Yes, I am."
"Excuse me."
The Mediterranean doctor smiled even brighter. "I am Zhu Bing, the head of the nutrition department at our hospital. Besides treating patients, our department is also responsible for designing, preparing, and supplying meals for hospitalized patients. Many patients have recommended your ingredients to us, so I wanted to see if we could discuss a collaboration in this area." Jiang Wanning politely smiled. "Director Zhu, let's talk outside so we don't disturb the patient's rest." Right, I almost made a mistake." Zhu Bing apologized to the patients in the room and led Jiang Wanning out, walking to their department's office. £50 a day, no more." £50 is too little, can we add a bit more? How about £500? Is that really just a little more? We can't even pick £500 in a day. Why don't you wait a bit until we expand our scale and then discuss? In the hallway, medical staff were coming and going. As they passed Director Zhu's office, they could hear the sounds of negotiation inside and couldn't help but cast curious glances. "Dr. A, is the director looking for new suppliers again?" "Dr. B, our director really knows how to share the wealth. No matter who comes, he doesn't refuse. just buys a few dozen pounds from each. Dr. A. He doesn't mind the hassle. In such a big hospital, the cafeteria is buying ingredients in small amounts, making it seem like a market. Dr. B. You don't understand. The director is trying multiple options to choose the best one in the end. A nearby nurse couldn't hold back any longer and reminded them, "Why don't you listen more closely?" The two young doctors leaned in to listen carefully, and their expressions darkened. Wow, what's the background of this supplier? Dr. A widened his eyes. When has Zhu ever been so humble? Dr. B stroked his chin. Last time, that organic farm owner begged for a partnership, and Zhu didn't even blink. The head nurse floated by. Weren't you two just asking me why the fruit platters in the ward suddenly got better? The two turned their heads sharply, exclaiming in unison. Wow, is it this one? Come on, Zhu. We're counting on you for our happiness. If it really doesn't work, then 50 pounds is fine. We'll take whatever we can get. When the owner expands, we can increase the order. Two people were quietly chatting outside the door until they heard Director Zhu and the owner of the Jiang family vegetable basket finalize their purchasing agreement and start signing the contract. They excitedly exchanged quiet high fives. However, the head nurse poured cold water on their excitement. Don't get too happy too soon. It's only 50 pounds, and that will probably all go to making nutrition meals for patients. On the first day after the National Day holiday, Zhang Feifei walked into the office building with a light step. Receptionist Linda's eyes widened. Feifei, where did you go for vacation? You look radiant. I worked on the farm at home for a few days, Zhang Feifei said with a smile, shaking a plastic bag filled with pears and oranges. I brought some local specialties for everyone. If you want some, come and get it. In the office, colleagues gathered around in small groups. Su Na from the marketing department examined a pear closely. This looks like it was bought for 10 yuan for 3 pounds at the market? Like it or not, Zhang Feifei replied playfully, snatching back a persimmon. You don't understand. The uglier the fruit, the better it tastes, said Sister Li from the finance department, smelling the sweet fruit and eagerly taking a bite of the pear. In the next moment, her eyes widened and she exclaimed, Wow, this pear is amazing. Then she started munching away. In no time, she finished one pear completely, still looking like she wanted more. Seeing that Sister Li genuinely enjoyed it, Zhang Feifei generously handed her another orange. The others watched Sister Li's delighted expression, and it didn't seem like she was faking it. Moreover, given Sister Li's experience and status in the company, she wouldn't bother pretending for a newcomer like Zhang Feifei. Curiosity sparked among everyone, and they eagerly reached for the fruits in the plastic bag to taste them. Before long, the office turned into a scene of enthusiastic eating. Colleagues devoured the fruit, with some even splattering juice onto the keyboard. Feifei, where did you buy this? Wang Jiang from the design department asked, his words muffled as he ate. My wife is pregnant and has severe morning sickness. She can't eat anything. I want to get some of this fruit for her to try. Feifei already said these are local specialties from her hometown. Sister Li chimed in, smiling broadly as she pushed Wang Jiang aside. Feifei, your family's specialties must be available for delivery, right? I can cover the shipping costs. Just tell me how to order. Others around her nodded in agreement, expressing their desire to buy some as well. Yes, Feifei, please tell us more.
We all want to buy some to try.
Everyone was excited to buy. At that moment, Su Na chimed in sarcastically. Oh, why are you all in such a hurry? Feifei will definitely sell to everyone. They say many agricultural products from the mountains are hard to sell, and in the end, they just feed the pigs. If we buy some, at least we're helping the farmers. Her tone was both mocking and a bit superior. Yes, to help the farmers. So, Nana, you must buy more, okay? Zhang Feifei responded with a smile. Then she turned to the others and said, Go to the Daodu platform, search for Jiang Family Vegetable Basket, and you can place your orders. What? 40 for a pound of pears? Wang Jiang exclaimed. Fei Jia, we've been colleagues for so many years. Just as Zhang Feifei was about to refuse to negotiate, their supervisor, Wu Dawei, walked in with a stern look. "What are you all gathered around for? Aren't you supposed to be working?" The crowd quickly dispersed, but Dawei had already fixed his gaze on Jiang Feifei. "Jiang Feifei, I called you several times during the holiday. Why didn't you answer?" "Oh, you said it was a holiday. Is it wrong for me not to take work-related calls?" Jiang Feifei calmly replied. The entire office fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. This was the famous softie at work, daring to stand up to the supervisor? Wu Dawei's face turned red with anger. "Jiang Feifei, what kind of attitude is that? If you can work, then do it. If not, leave." "Fine, I'll leave."
Who cares?
Jiang Feifei pulled out a resignation letter she had prepared earlier. "This is my resignation letter."
I'm quittin'.
The office was stunned. Everyone urged Jiang Feifei to calm down, especially since jobs were hard to find right now. Jiang Feifei shrugged. "It's fine. Worst case, I'll go home and help my parents with the farm." Wu Dawei was taken aback. He didn't expect this diligent subordinate to be serious. "Come to my office," he said, trying to control his anger, and accidentally knocked over a trash can as he turned. In the supervisor's office, Dawei put on a show of changing his demeanor. "Feifei," he suddenly said in a friendly tone, "do you know how tough the job market is right now? With your qualifications, what good job can you find outside?" Seeing that Jiang Feifei was unmoved, Wu Dawei changed to a heartbroken expression. "I was just about to submit your raise request to the higher-ups. You would have gotten a raise next quarter. It's such a pity to leave now." "How much?" Jiang Feifei asked directly. Dawei, sensing a chance, quickly became excited. "At least 500? Jiang Feifei almost laughed out loud. She remembered that when she helped Jiang Wanling, just breathing fresh air and eating homegrown fruits and vegetables was worth more than earning 5,000 in this terrible company. "Thanks, but I don't need it." She stood up. "I feel like I'm better suited to go home and farm." As she walked out of the office, she heard Dawei's roar behind her. "Jiang Feifei, who do you think you are? You'll regret this later." When she returned to her desk to pack her things, her colleagues gathered around again. "Feifei, are you really quitting?" Sisterly asked worriedly. "It's hard to find a job these days." "I'm planning to go back to my hometown," Jiang Feifei said while packing. "Really?"
Xuna exclaimed in surprise.
"Are you really going to farm?" Jiang Feifei smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm going to help a friend from my village. The fruits you want to buy are grown by her family. Make sure to support local farmers when the time comes." Then, Wang Jiang rubbed his hands together. "Can we still buy fruits from you at a friend price?"
Don't count on it.
"If I give a discount, my boss will put me on display at the village entrance." Jiang Feifei laughed as she picked up a cardboard box. As she walked out of the company building, the warm autumn sunlight bathed her. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a message from a colleague. "Feifei, why are the pears sold out? We won't get a friend price anymore. Can you add some for us?" Jiang Feifei smiled and sent a voice message to Jiang Wanling. "Ning Ning, I've successfully quit my job. I need to cancel my leave early." Jiang Wanling replied with 2 pictures of vehicles. "Choose one for your delivery transport in the future." 3 days later, Lu Hehua and her son were discharged from the hospital. The village committee took the lead in helping Grandma Lu fix up a few old houses that had been vacant for years to accommodate them. At the same time, Jiang Wanling was preparing to head to the capital to deal with a case involving an injured fan. Standing in the yard with her suitcase, she repeatedly reminded Jiang Feifei. "Feifei, Tong Tong and Xian Xian start school at 8 and finish at 3:30. Don't forget." She emphasized for the 3rd time, "Tong Tong always wants to sleep in lately, you need to." "I had to come over 40 minutes early the day before to urge them to go to school." I remember. Jiang Feifei exaggeratedly covered her ears. "You've said it 18 times since yesterday. My ears are going to get calluses." Jiang Wanling smiled sweetly. "When I come back, I'll give you a big red envelope." "Lingling, don't spoil her," Chen Aijia said, tapping her daughter's head. "When it comes to something as important as the kids going to school, what's wrong with saying it a few more times?" Turning back to Jiang Wanling, she said gently, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on her for you. Jiang Feifei rolled her eyes. She was too tired to complain about her mother, who acted like she wanted to be Jiang Wanling's second mom. Jiang Wanling shouted towards the kitchen, Jingjing, please keep an eye on the fish pond application. The village chief said it will be decided in the next couple of days. Once it's approved, let Uncle Qian know to start working. Zhu Jingjing squatted by the stove, her eyes fixed on the chestnuts Jiang Yichen was frying, giving an okay sign without turning around. Tong Tong, Xian Xian. Jiang Wanling squatted down to their level. Jiang Mudong immediately straightened up. Listen to Auntie, eat well, study hard, and never run off to the mountains by yourself. She counted on her fingers, afraid she might forget something. Jiang Mushuan, acting like a little adult, said, Mom, I will take care of my sister and uncle, making sure they don't run around. He paused and added, I will also take good care of Annie and remind her to take her medicine. Jiang Mudong suddenly jumped into her mother's arms, her voice muffled. Mom, I'm the best. You have to come back early. Though she didn't say it, the little one's eyes clearly showed her fear that her mother might leave again and not come back. Jiang Wanling's heart softened, and she hugged both children. Mom promises to come back early. She kissed each of their cheeks. We'll video chat every day, okay? At that moment, Jiang Yichen had finished frying the chestnuts. The golden, shiny chestnuts emitted an enticing aroma. He carefully packed them into a paper bag, tied it with a string, and hung it on the handle of Jiang Wanling's suitcase. In this not-so-large suitcase, aside from 2 sets of clothes, the rest of the space was filled with food. Several bags of vacuum-packed yam cakes and chestnut pastries, a jar of wild strawberry jam, and the freshly made candied chestnuts. All of it was packed by Jiang Yichen and the twins, worried she might go hungry while she was away. She had enough supplies to last her several days in the city without needing to eat outside, and there was still plenty left over. Jiang Wanning was happy about this. After all, she wasn't used to eating outside food. Chun Chun is a big kid now, Jiang Wanning said, patting her brother's head. While I'm away, you'll take care of the house. Jiang Yichen nodded vigorously, his face serious. Don't worry, sister. I will take good care of Grandma, Tong Tong, and Xian Xian. Even though he still sounded like a child, he had learned how to take care of himself and others. In the yard, Jiang Feifei was already in the driver's seat, honking the horn. Jiang Wanning, you're only going away for a few days, not half a year. If you keep delaying, we'll miss the train. Plus, with so many of us, we can't take care of a few little ones. Not just a few days, at least 4 days. Jiang Wanning corrected her unhappily. Traveling to the city and back would take 2 days. She would spend 1 day in court and another day dealing with issues left by her previous self. If anything unexpected happened, she might even have to extend her stay. At 7 a.m., the entrance of the Intermediate People's Court in the city was already bustling with people. Cameras flashed in the morning light, and dozens of influencers were adjusting their lighting with selfie sticks. Look, everyone! I'm right here at the courthouse for the case of Wang Yuxian injuring Jiang Wanning, shouted a red-haired streamer into the camera. It said that the ruthless Jiang Wanning will appear in court herself. Stay tuned for my first-hand footage. At the courthouse entrance, Wang Yuxian's parents were being interviewed by a short video platform. Wang's mother, with red and swollen eyes, choked up into the microphone. Our Xian Xian is only 18. She just liked that star too much and made a mistake. I only hope Miss Jiang can forgive my daughter. I'm willing to kneel and apologize. This scene immediately sparked a flurry of camera clicks. Uninformed passers-by stopped to watch. I heard that Jiang Wanning is really arrogant. She provoked that girl first and then acted impulsively, one person said. Exactly. Now she's insisting that the girl goes to jail. Isn't that ruining her life? Another replied. Stars with such a cruel heart should be banned. The crowd grew larger, with some even bringing folding chairs for a long wait. The court security had to set up a barrier. At 8 a.m., the court officers began to let people in. The media rushed towards the security checkpoint, and no one noticed a girl in a beige trench coat calmly walking to the front with a folder in her hands. Has the plaintiff's lawyer arrived? The clerk asked at the sign-in desk. "They're here," Jiang Wanning replied, handing over her documents. Her clear voice made several nearby reporters turn, but they failed to recognize that this plain girl with a ponytail was the main character of the day. She had used a little trick to conceal her presence, making it hard for others to notice her. When the court bell rang at 9 o'clock, Wang's parents at the door suddenly panicked. "What's going on? Is that woman too scared to come?" Mr. Wang tugged at the lawyer's sleeve. The defendant's lawyer looked pale. She has been inside for a while. She's sitting at the plaintiff's table now." Mrs. Wang's wailing abruptly stopped, her carefully prepared tears still on her face. They had planned a sob story all morning, and now the audience had watched the whole thing from behind the scenes.
Bang!
The gavel struck, and the trial officially began. The presiding judge looked around the courtroom. "We will now proceed with the mediation process regarding the case of Wang Yuxuan intentionally harming Jiang Wanning." In the defendant's seat, Wang Yuxuan's lawyer, Lu Ziming, immediately stood up. "Your Honor, my client deeply understands her mistake and is willing to pay 500,000 yuan in compensation and apologize in court, hoping for the plaintiff's forgiveness." Wang Yuxuan stood up at the right moment, tears flowing. "Sister Jiang, I really know I was wrong. I don't know what happened that day. It was like I was possessed. Please let me off this time, okay? I will kneel and bow to you." She cried pitifully, looking as miserable as possible, drawing sympathy from many in and outside the courtroom. Mr. and Mrs. Wang quickly stood up and bowed. "We failed to educate our daughter properly and are willing to add another 200,000 yuan in compensation." The judge turned to the plaintiff's seat. "Ms. Jiang, what is your opinion?" Jiang Wanning sat alone at the plaintiff's table, her face bare, with a simple ponytail. She slowly stood up, her voice clear and firm. "I refuse to settle. Those who make mistakes must bear the corresponding legal responsibilities. This is not something that money can solve." The courtroom erupted in murmurs. The reporters in the audience frantically clicked their cameras, surprised that this so-called flower vase celebrity was so resolute. Defendant's lawyer Lu Ziming immediately countered. "Your Honor, we question the plaintiff's claim of serious injury. If the hospital's diagnosis indicates a risk of being in a vegetative state, how could Ms. Jiang possibly recover so quickly in just a few months? This is clearly an exaggeration." Jiang Wanning calmly handed over a stack of documents. "Here are the diagnosis certificate, surgical records, and ICU monitoring records from the first hospital of Jing City. Skull fractures, subdural hematomas, and brain contusions all meet the criteria for serious injuries." She paused. "I am recovering well now because I stick to 5 hours of rehabilitation training every day, not because my injuries were not serious enough at the time." Lu Ziming seized the opportunity. "Ms. Jiang, the chances of a person in a vegetative state waking up are very low. Your recovery speed raises doubts about the accuracy of the initial diagnosis. So, are you questioning the professional judgment of a top-tier hospital, Mr. Lu?" Jiang Wanning retorted, "Or do you believe that all medical miracles are scams?" A few light laughs came from the audience. Lu Ziming's expression darkened, and he quickly changed tactics. According to Article 234 of the criminal law, intentionally causing minor injuries can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years. Yet the plaintiff is standing here unharmed. Article 95 of the criminal law clearly states that causing a person to become disabled or disfigure them is considered serious injury. Jiang Wanning quickly countered. "The doctors initially diagnosed me with the risk of becoming a vegetative state, which meets the criteria for serious injury due to loss of function of other important organs." The courtroom erupted in surprise. No one expected this decorative star to be so familiar with legal texts. The presiding judge couldn't help but glance at her twice. Lu Ziming was not to be outdone, but Article 5.1.2 of the Standards for Assessment of Human Injury states. Article 5.1.2 refers to a persistent vegetative state. Jiang Wanning interrupted. While Article 5.1.1 clearly categorizes life-threatening injuries as serious injuries. My medical records clearly show that I was already showing signs of brain herniation, which could lead to death at any moment. This legal battle over statutes continued throughout the morning. Jiang Wanning's responses to each legal point were precise and powerful, showcasing her expertise and overwhelming the opposing lawyer. The reporters in attendance were stunned, with some even forgetting to take photos. When court resumed in the afternoon, Lu Jiming changed his strategy. Ms. Jiang, your refusal to settle, is it an attempt to gain publicity? After all, you need the attention for your comeback. Objection. Jiang Wanning raised her hand directly. The defendant's lawyer is slandering the plaintiff's motives without any evidence, violating Article 38 of the Code of Conduct for Lawyers. The presiding judge nodded. Objection sustained. Defendant's lawyer, please be mindful of your words. During the final statement, Jiang Wanning stood at the plaintiff's seat, her voice slightly choked. Many people ask me why I refuse to settle. Because the Jiang Wanning who was struck that day almost died. She pointed to her head and said, standing here now is someone who survived by luck. If we go easy on such violent behavior, it will only make more crazy fans think that hurting others is something that can be solved with a little money. The courtroom was silent. Wang Yuxuan's face turned pale. After a half-hour recess, the judge solemnly announced, the defendant, Wang Yuxuan, is found guilty of intentional injury resulting in minor harm and is sentenced to 2 years and 6 months in prison, along with compensation to the plaintiff for medical expenses and lost wages totaling 280,000 yuan. Wang's mother collapsed on the ground, crying out loudly. As Wang Yuxuan was taken away by the court police, she was so scared that she could no longer walk. Dad, Mom, help me. I don't want to go to prison. I don't want to go to prison. Outside the courthouse, the setting sun cast a long shadow of Jiang Wanning as she stepped out the door. As she exited, dozens of microphones toward her like spears. Jiang Wanning, Wang Yuxuan is only 19 years old. Why didn't you give her a chance? Do you not feel guilty for ruining a child's future?